What's up everybody, my name's Levin2k and I'm here in the lobby with my guy Pink. Pink, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you. First time I really took notice of you and went, okay, maybe this guy is going to be a serious player, was when you came fourth in Mongrel.
I came fourth in the Trio Cup as well, so I had back-to-back fourth places, which was good.
Started playing with Verox and Norwood.
Yeah, Norwood was very strategic and he fought it out. Like he was a planned player and I was happy to play with him. Like right now I'm an IGL, but at the time I was very bad at it and he definitely opened my mind, and I message him from time to time and I thank him, of course. Big
critique of you guys was off spawn, your fighting ability off spawn. You know, did you feel like that was a fair criticism of that team?
So from going from high ground to low ground, it wasn't much of a problem because while I was learning high ground, on the side I was learning low ground, so I kind of understood the mechanic of it, and I've played well.
Obviously you ended up moving on to a trio that I think did incredibly well in terms of your career. You started playing with Stompy and Nebs, that went really well.
So coming from the season of Primal, I think I made like $500 that season, and Stompy and Nebs made, I think Nebs made like 100,000 and Stompy made like 10,000. So for them to try out with me, I thanked them and I told them this already. So it was a very big opportunity for me. I've already played with Stompy though. Us three had the best vibes ever. Like we're just playing, we have so much fun and we all trust each other.
A lot of teams didn't do quite as well as they probably could have, but you guys really stepped up.
You're gonna have that like pressure on you, like, oh yeah, we need to do good, we need to do good. But when we were con, we were just like, we were con anyways, just go for it, you know? And we came third while con, which I don't think anyone else has done. I think that's the best placement.
Outside of Fortnite, how do you sort of wind down? Talk to me about what sort of keeps you going and keeps you level-headed, because obviously as much as you guys grind Fortnite non-stop, there's got to be a bit of balance there at times. So talk to you about, you know, Pink outside of Fortnite.
Quite literally was on my PC all day, every day. But then as of recently, I'm taking a few more breaks. I'm starting to go gym.
No pain, no gain.
No pain, no gain. So I need to just settle down and chill out a bit sometimes.
Talk to me though about your goals for this year, your goals as a player.
This year, I really want to focus on winning, and I want me and my team, so my coach BloodX, my teammate Anas, and my mental coach Papi, we're all working hard. So I hope it all pays off and we just win one of the FNCSs this year.
To all the people watching at home, be rooting for you. Thank you very much for joining me, Pink. It's been a pleasure chatting to you in the lobby. We'll see you guys all next time.
When did I get my first gaming PC? Oh, you should know this, bro. You should know this.
I know this.
No.
2019?
Yeah, bro. I played on keyboard on my console in like December 2018, and then I got the PC in January. If I had to live one of the Chapter 3 POIs, where would I live?
Oh, I know this. This is easy.
Yeah, this is
nah,
this is easy.
sure.
This is easy. Yeah.
Bro. What? Sleepy Sound? What? Are you joking me, bro?
Bro, that's real chilling.
No,
what?
Sleepy Sound? What?
Which year did I start playing Fortnite?
It was like the first time you played it.
It should be an easy one.
I swear this.
Okay,
Thank God, bro.
Good.
Finally.
Good. No, but you deserve 4 points, Jack. I'm actually very happy with like the answers. He knows like.
Yeah, I know you, bro.
When did I win my first cash prize? Yeah, you know this. You know this.
What refs? Who has the most high points? Me, Scram or refs?
Scram plays so much team mode arena. That gives so many points, but I don't know.
Has to be your boy. I'm just a bigger grinder.
I have like 12k. I think.
Okay, I have 14k. What's been my favorite chapter and season so far?
Oh, that's impossible to know, bro. Oh,
damn,
bro. What even was season 4, bro?
Stark season.
The Stark season was definitely like a very good season, so.
What's my favorite food?
Ah, bro.
If you know this, I'll actually give you. I'll give you all my earnings.
You probably get some weird food from some restaurant, and I don't know what it is.
Bruh.
Wait.
It's so good. It's my favorite food. Like my dad makes it so well. What's my favorite POI from Chapter 3?
Tilt Towers is back. It's Speedway Candy Canyon.
I have to think, cause like this 2 in my mind.
You have to be tilted, bro. If it's not tilted,
Feel it, bro.
Nice. Yeah, it gotta be, right? I mean, right now the meta Spider-Man is like very, very strong.
I think you should really just utilize the SMG. Just really, really good.
Probably the SMG, because it's very easy to get refreshes with.
Position is a huge factor, you know, in Fortnite, because when you're like at the back of the zone or like at the wrong spot in the wrong zone, you might get focused or you might be late on rotation, and that might scuff your whole game, and boom, it's over, you know.
Mentality is like the main thing in this game, I'm not lying.
What I do to try to like keep a good mental state while playing, just trying to have a healthy lifestyle.
Like spend time with my family or friends, talk to them, just like get some activity in, some sport.
Just keep going, and like also have a look around. Like, okay, is there other things in my life that could be stopping me improving?
The best playstyle right now with like these formats is definitely playing like for end game.
One game can change everything. I think you need to fight, but you need to fight careful.
The best playstyle right now is 100% just very aggressive.
I think it's really like rewarding being aggressive, but you also need to be really passive, like if there's someone close to you.
I think the best play is knowing when you can switch it on. You know, like, okay, playing slow and immediately do a 360 and just start playing fast. That's when you throw players off.
Make sure you play aggressive at the right moments when you see an opportunity, but then also play passive and just play for endgame.
As we get started today, we just wanted to say that our hearts go out to the people of Ukraine and everyone affected by the conflict. That is top of mind. This is a competitive gaming broadcast, something meant to be fun and entertaining, so we'll do the best we can for you along those lines. Right now, though, let's get to today's broadcast of the FNCS Finals. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. Today is the day. It is finals. 3 weeks has led us here on week number 3. We're doing it. We're on the battle bus. It's comfy. We're on our way to the island. We're preparing. We're looking around, seeing all the duos that have fought tooth and nail to make it here. And my goodness, are we in for a competition? Of course, joining me here on the Analyst Desk, we've got Boop, we've got Reese, my friends. How are you guys feeling?
I am amazing. Happy to bring the average earnings on the desk a little bit higher. Zeke, how you doing, Reese?
Yeah, I'm bringing them up as well. Come on, Console Winter Royale. That was good times. But look, finals is always the best time. Let's be real. It gets exciting more and more as the kind of weeks go on. You get the qualifiers that are great. Semis is amazing. This is the best part of the season by far.
Man, there's so much we have to talk about before we could jump into the games. But first, let's talk about Legends Landing, and we're going to keep talking about it, okay? Until we say goodbye, because you have to stop by this incredible place. I didn't mean to rhyme there, but it happened. There's a stage there, 2 different types of little fun mini games, an aim trainer, the 2v2 box fight. You guys have to check it out. Also, drops are enabled in the Legends Landing. So hop in, do what you're already doing right now, which is watching the broadcast, follow along with all the action, make your way to the Hall of Champions, and you'll see the broadcast and get to hang out the way you want to. Now, of course, there's one more thing I got to talk about. The newest outfit in the game. Have you seen it? It's Chapter 3 Season 1 Champion. There is an incredible little trailer for this outfit right here. I mean, look at this. The gameplay. Some would say it's endgame gameplay, and that's what I live for, my friends. It's a dope outfit. You got to check it out. Comes with the back bling as well. This is the Chapter 3 Season 1 Champion. Are you going to be the champion, Boo?
Yeah, I would be the champion, but unfortunately we got Reese's arena footage here, so it's not too excited, but, you know, the outfit's pretty good.
I mean, let's be real. That's better than mine. I'm running those tarps with the cones, let's be real.
Wow. All right. Well, that is the top of my spiel for now. So let's get into the broadcast itself. Let's start with that format. So as we kind of talked about earlier, we've made it here to the finals. We had 2 previous weeks. Qualifiers 1 and 2, semifinals, which was 3 days, and now we're here in the finals. But we got to go right into the format, break this all down for us.
Yep. So if we take a look at the actual format, we have 2 qualifiers in total, 16 from the qualifiers, from the semifinals or the heats. We have 34 duos coming in with 16 game winners and 18 duos from consistency. And today is the final. It is day number 1, which is 6 games in total, and then another 6 games tomorrow. But remember, we do have the match point format. So if a team reaches 500 points and has 3 victory royales, then it's all over. Then we will finish the tournament there, and they will be crowned the champions.
Yeah, let's see how those players are going to accumulate those 500 potential points. Let's be real, if they hit that, it'll be very surprising. Yeah. But the placement starts at top 35. That is 35 teams, not 35 players in it. So that's kind of just when the 3rd zone is, when that Storm Surge is about to end. That's when they're going to start to get placement. 32 placement points for the Victory Royale total. And that top 3 is really going to be where the big placement is, with 3 elimination points per elimination. You know, we're talking about that 500 points per match point format. Man, that's going to be really tough to get. If you get like 11 Victory Royales with 4 eliminations each, that's still going to be shy of that. So it's going to be really tough if players are ever going to make that 500 point threshold. But if we see it tomorrow, you're going to know that team's probably put a historic performance on.
One for the books indeed. Now, what's on the line? Of course, we have prize money here. Here's a breakdown of all 7 regions, but remember, we could take a deeper dive. We could see how it all breaks down in terms of the placement, where people do end up. So $300,000 here for first place, all the way down to $1,500. So everyone does get something for making it here. And you got to remember, same prize money as last time. Last time was trios. This time is duos, so an even better split. But I know what you're thinking. Zeke, I feel like I have watched so much FNCS, and that was so fast. You're right, because you know what we want to do? We got to show you the list of players. We want to spend so much time talking about these players, the very best of the very best. And shout outs to the production to kind of putting these little blue bars at the top to let us know where a team is qualified from. So, Boop, just hit me with some duos right now.
Yep. So taking a look at the first one, ironically, is Rifle and Mariah. You know, these guys qualified in the first qualified one while being contested. So I'm very interested to see how these guys are going to do while being uncon. You know, Surge is going to be a massive factor. So I wonder how they'll be doing. Benji and Savage, of course, big favorites as well. And of course, Thomas H and Taste, and everyone's favorites, I think, to win today. What do you think, Reese?
I mean, there's so many good teams on here. My eyes are drawn instantly to the bottom middle, Andalex and X-Squeeze. The reason for this is kind of hype them up in the semifinals a little bit, hype them up in the qualifiers too, you know, hype them up basically throughout the entire tournament so far. But they're one of the only 5 players in here who have made 12 out of 13 FNCS finals on EU. And they've both done it. So they're the only team that has that level of caliber for, and like kind of a duo as there are. There's only 3 other players who's managed to do that total. So very, very impressive team. They've got a ton of experience coming in. If we look over that next page, a lot of other big names in here. Mustache Malabuk at the top. We've got Noah and Aqua in at the top right as well. Refsguard and Scram. There are so many top tier teams in here. Clement on the bottom right there alongside Floki is one of the other players who's made 12 out of 13 FNCS finals as well.
Yeah, and I want to give a big shout out to Lecce and Swilliam over there on the bottom left. You know, Lecce, it's been a while since we've seen him in the final. I think everyone's excited to see him there. So some good things going to be coming out today. I'm so excited.
And just look, I mean, if you tell me right now, looking at just that list, one of these duos will walk away champions after tomorrow. And I just look across these names and I think, I don't know, man. There's so many great names that it could go to, but we'll be breaking all of that down over the course of the 6 games today and tomorrow. Now, really quickly, you guys know we like to run some content pieces. We got another one for you. You got to meet Deceptos. He's paired up with Kinzel today, and guess what? Levin got to hang out with him. So this is in the lobby with Deceptos.
Hey everyone, my name is Levin2K and I'm back in the lobby with my guy Deceptos. Deceptos, it's a pleasure to be speaking to you, bro.
Yeah, hello.
Talk to me, how did you actually get into Fortnite? Where did it all start from?
Early 2018. I am playing competitively since World Cup and just before.
What's it like, you know, knowing that a lot of the people who you started with aren't really here anymore? What sort of kept you going?
When I started to perform well, like in mid-2020, I just didn't stop since it.
What was the key to that improvement, that development?
It was just my new connection, new PC, new monitor.
So you were playing on a pretty scuffed setup before, right?
I had a 60Hz monitor. I was playing on my mobile phone connection.
You eventually did land on a trio which is genuinely one of the best trios of all time, right? Floki, Clement, Deceptos.
We placed well all the season. We just choked the day 1 of the final, and we placed 20 something with Pleasant Park uncontested. And the second day we just played so well. We came like 3rd, and after that we just stayed together every season.
Outside of Fortnite, you know, what does life look like for Deceptos?
I like to watch series, movies, animes as well. I go in some nights sometimes, I don't know.
You like to go out and enjoy yourself?
Yeah, that's of course, I like it.
How are you feeling leading up to FNCS?
Actually, I'm playing with Kinzel. It's a really good IGL, a really good player.
What do you think about your chances in FNCS? What are the goals you're setting for yourself?
We just need to win FNCS if we can, and we will see.
What would you say is probably your weakest point as a duo? What do you feel like you guys really need to improve on?
Everybody need to has a role, you shot at this timing, you hold this wall at this timing, everything like that. It's really, we need to improve it, and it will be so much better.
I do want to ask you, and I promise I won't tell Kinzel, right? He doesn't need to know about this. If you could play with anybody else in the world of Fortnite, any player, doesn't matter what region, right? Who would you play with? And you can't say Kinzel.
Tyson.
Yeah, I was expecting that answer, to be honest. I was expecting that answer. What would be some tips you give out to players who want to improve and get to your level?
Play the game every day. You just need to improve everything you need to. You think you're not the best in, and by doing that you will just become better every day and maybe become a pro day.
It's been a pleasure talking to you in the lobby, bro. I'll be rooting for you in this FNCS. Hopefully you and Kinzel can go all the way till the end. Thank you very much for joining me, man.
No problem.
Dude, I love it. I love these little player pieces where we get to meet the players, get their insights. It just makes me that much more attached to them, right? I just want to be like, yeah, I want to root for you. You're gonna be the champion. I believe in you, you know. So thank you, Levin, for hanging out in the lobby with the Siptos. So now we got to turn our attention to the duos that we'll be talking about and seeing compete today. First off, Risa, I want to come to you first. We got to talk about Queasy and Hen. This duo specifically is built up of previous FNCS champions.
Yeah, I mean, they're one of 4 teams who are both FNCS champions previously. Only 8%, that's not a lot when you're looking at 50 teams in the lobby. So obviously, they've had success in the past, and I think they're going to have success again. This season's really showing that. Every set lobby that they've been in, bar one, so I'll say bar one, they've been in the top 10. So huge performances from them, winning, obviously, I think one of the Cash Cups as well, placing second on NA East from that same week. They placed second in the qualifier as well. It's like in a set lobby environment, when you have 2 champions like this, they're clearly showing that experience and that they are that top level team. And look, they're going to be in the top 5 again. I can almost guarantee it.
Yeah, speaking of Spears, 16 appearances in finals, right? The ridiculous amount. More than, I think, many of the other duos. They're probably one of the most consistent players that I'm going to be expecting to see today. They do land towards that northern side of Sleepy Sound, and I don't think there's much to sort of go wrong there. They have teams south of them that are being contested, free surge. It's a perfect recipe for them to win today, and I'm expecting big things here.
All right, I like that. Now, Boob, I'm going to stay right here with you, okay?
Yep.
We got to talk about Cammy and Teak.
Yes.
All right, these guys have basically been the kings of consistency, right? When you've looked across the competition we've had so far, what are your expectations for this duo?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are the owners of the new Cammy split. They've always managed to find something ridiculous on the map. It's a little bit scary of a spot, right? Because they're very very split up. But, I'm expecting them to do super well. They're so consistent. Going back all the way towards trios, these guys, in the last grand final they played in trios, 11 out of 12 games, they were below the top 10 in placement, which is a ridiculous number if you think about how hard it is to be that consistent. Let's see if they can transfer it over to duos. It's my favorite duo. I'm excited to see them. What about you, Reese?
Yeah. I mean, realistically, like, whether it's trios or duo squads, whatever it is, Cammy himself hasn't placed outside of the top 6 in a team mode in an FNCS finals. So, like, he has historically been one of the most dominant finals players, I'm wondering, is it going to be good enough to get up to the first? Because we know these guys kind of struggle fragging a little bit sometimes. Yeah. In the qualifier that they qualified through, they had the second lowest average eliminations in the top 10. So it's like, and that's consistent with what they've done in Cash Cup set lobbies as well. So, I'm thinking if they have a couple bad games, it could throw the whole thing off. But history would suggest otherwise so far.
Okay, yeah, but I like that you said this specifically, right? Under the set lobbies kind of lens that we're looking through, right? Because that does add quite another bit of difficulty in the competition. One last duo to talk about pretty quickly. We got Anas and Pink. They're dropping this llama drop / llama split. These guys have been aiming for high ground all season long. But in a lobby like this, Reese, can they actually get it?
I think that's going to be the question of the weekend, in all honesty. There's a good few height teams out there in the lobby right now. Queasy and Anas, I think, is the best height team. Sorry, I was going to say Queasy and Hen. Sorry, I'm muddling up all my players playing together previously. So it's like, Queasy and Hen, I think, are the better height team. They're going to be up there more frequently. But when it comes to, like, Pink and Anas, when you put them in a lobby, like it's a set lobby, 2 of the 3 that I looked at so far that they've been in, they won 2 of the 6 games. I know there's a lot of numbers going on there, but winning, like, a third of the games is very, very important. And that's usually lobbies that other height teams haven't been as good in, however. So I'm interested to see what the dynamic is. Are they going to be able to overpower guys like Hen and Queasy and be on top of the lobby, pick up big victorials? Because if you see them on height, they're probably going to win the game.
You got to be careful, though, saying Queasy and Anas. You might give Pink a little bit of a heart attack there. That was one of the duos that might have happened if things went wrong. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully they have a good performance today. But yeah, picking up on what you said, right? So many good, aggressive height teams. However, even if they do get height and they do win those games, very low eliminations they have in total. Some of the lowest. Don't be surprised if you see them have a 4 elim win in this final. That's just them. So, they'll have to sort of catch up that way. It's going to be tough for them.
Man, we're definitely have to circle back to this later on in the competition. But for now, we've talked about some duels. Let's talk about POIs, all right? Everyone's favorite POI back in the building on the island. It's Tilted Towers. We've got 3 different duos landing there. We've watched this fight every single stage of the competition in some way, shape, or form. Here you've got Benji and Savage kind of in the middle. Then you've got Kinzo Deceptos kind of on that north side of the Tilted Towers, and then DKS and Bad Sniper on the south side. What can we expect from this all kind of like all these duels landing here? Is this going to be chaotic? It feels on paper like it could be chaos.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, chaos is the name of the game in Tilted today, right? Three very experienced duos landing there. Most of the action is going to occur towards the south side of Benji versus DKS. You know, these guys have been long-standing rivals in this drop spot. I think Benji doesn't even know if DKS is planning on splitting it. You know, it is possible to split it, you know, as much as I would love them to split it, you know, and see them all succeed. It's probably not going to happen. And Kinzo, you know, he's ready for revenge after what happened last qualifier. You know, Benji eliminated him on that north side of Tilted, started dancing on him. I don't think he forgets that, will he, Reese?
No, not at all. Not at all. And you know, I've heard Benji already say that their Storm Surge strategy is DKS and Bad Sniper. You know, and when both teams qualified through, when you're looking at Mr. Savage and Benji Fish, and when you're looking at DKS and Bad Sniper, they both qualified through using basically the exact same strat, where they land on the main, they also land on hotel. So I'm thinking they potentially could even 50-50 off spawn. I don't think that'll happen game one. I do think DKS Bad Sniper is going to go down to the south side, but even lobbies that have Bad Sniper in them, historically, those fights have dragged on a long time in early game, and neither teams really come out well. So I am thinking like Kinzel and Deceptos, who are kind of privy to that fight, we'll say they're a little bit away from it in the same area, may take huge advantage of this fight going on in there. Maybe they won't fight at all. We'll find out when it actually comes to game one.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. I think taking advantage of the fight is kind of the way to go. But at the same time, like, if you buy yourself an extra 30 seconds or even a minute of looting and then you look over and you still hear they're fighting, you're like, all right, they're pretty low. I guess we can go ahead and third party this. We'll see, though. That's going to be like the biggest talk of the day, right? Is these off-spawn contest stations, as we like to jokingly call. But one more POI to throw your way. Camp Cuddle. Yet again, similar situation. 3 duos landing here. Now, let's take a look at this map. Visually, Boop, this looks like it's large enough that 3 teams could split, right? Visually, we got, Malabuka, Murstache, Shemek and Gabix, and Toos and Patrick. But again, is it big enough for 3 duos to split?
I thought I'd let Reese take this over because he has so much to say about it. It's his favorite topic. So go ahead.
You do. This is the spot that I've really been interested in throughout the entire FNCS so far. Like qualifier 1, we saw Toos and Patrick contesting Murstache and Malabuka. We saw them fight it out. We saw like it was a mess off spawn. And then qualifier 2, we saw it was Gabix going up against Malabuka's team instead. Then through the semis, we saw all 3 teams in there being a complete mess. I'm trying to figure out who's going to come out the best of this, right? The 3 teams landing there. What I am very interested in is the fact that Malabuka and Murstache, the games that they get off spawn, that they managed to somehow get away from the grasp of these 2 teams, are really good. Like the semifinals, they qualified in 2 games. They placed second in both of the games they had there. I think 6 and 7 eliminations. So it's like, you know, even though there's a lot of disturbance, a lot of mess in that early game situation with 3 teams fighting, I feel like I want to say Malabuka and Murstache are going to come out the best. I do think they are like the top team there.
Yeah, I mean, they're widely considered some of the best fighters, right? If they make it to end game, it's beautiful fighting together, but somehow struggled in those early game fights, unfortunately for them. So I'm excited to see what they do, but I do expect them to maybe push towards north side, towards that vault area, because, you know, those guys, they don't have the most experience, I think.
Interesting. Okay. So once again, another early game fight we're going to have to tune into later on, right? All right. Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break once again with a content piece, okay? You know these are some of my favorite things in the world. Now, this one's hard for me to say, so just bear with me. It's Duo Even Know Me.
Nailed it.
I got it, Reese. I got it.
Nice. You nailed it.
Which year did I first start playing Fortnite?
Yeah, okay. I'm ready. Unlucky.
When did I get my first gaming PC?
Yeah, okay.
He's not gonna know. He's not gonna know that, I don't think.
He's playing like Fortnite for like 4 years now. Lucky.
I mean, both put the number 6, but not the same at the end. If I had to live at one of the Chapter 3 POIs, where would I live? That's just pretty simple. I think we're in already.
Yeah, like we never played a game, and we only land on one spot, so. Yeah.
Boom.
Boom.
We're just the best at it. When did I win my first cash prize?
I don't know.
I've talked with him about it. That's when everything started.
What's been my favorite chapter in season so far?
If he thinks about where he had the most fun, we definitely both know it.
Yeah. That's obvious.
He had so much fun, he grinded 24/7, he streamed about 10 hours a day.
Yes, sir. Who's someone that I want to play with? Yeah, okay, this is a hard one. Like what?
I think he's gonna choose one artist. And I hope he thinks the same as me.
Nah, unlucky. Nice try though, nice try though.
Get me in with Thomas. Get me in with Thomas.
What's my favorite POI from Chapter 3?
I think that's just easy. Boom. I've put it as my favorite POI, and Vidil and me only land there when we play the game.
Who has the most high points, me or you?
I think it's an easy one because I never really play arena because I just enjoy creative way more.
Yeah, 3-2-1.
Boom.
Yeah.
And if it would go through like IRL stuff and like in real life stuff, I think we would know ourselves perfect. But like through in game, it's pretty hard. Like there were some questions that we just couldn't answer.
Thank you so much, Reason and Vidil. They'll be going into Condo Canyon against Andalex and Xsqueeze. So, you know, once again, just names you're familiar with hearing all the time right here in EU Fortnite fam. But don't worry, we'll cover all this as the day goes on. We'll have all the off-spawn fights that your hearts can desire, because that's where my heart is as well. Now, let's touch on predictions. We got a little bit more time here before we jump on that battle bus. So, which duos do we think could walk away overall winners here in Chapter 3 Season 1? Now, Boop, we're in the same boat, okay? Yep. We're in the same boat here. It's Thomas HD and Tayson, right?
Of course. I mean, Rice's choice here is choosing the smartest person on the desk and the right prediction as well. Thomas HD and Tayson, these guys have been, you know, they've been starting to practice now, which is why they're a little bit scary to me. You know, these guys, they've been putting in the hours, they're trying to now succeed, and also the drop spot has been updated slightly. You do have those vegetable boxes now coming through, which allows you to get peppers, and, you know, them plus the launch pads and the peppers, it's a recipe for beauty, and I expect them to do pretty well today.
I'm not sure they're going to be able to get the vault, though, with the launch pads there, because Raisin and Phoenix, who's contesting them strat, is usually to get the card and then loop around and grab it. So I'm interested to see the peppers are going to help out there anyway. Look, let's look at this list. You're outnumbered, Thomas HD and Tayson fans here going up against Hen, Queasy. Three of us all picking the exact same thing. You know, I kind of talked about them earlier about why they are so good. Both FNCS champions, both popping off in third parties, Cash Cup set lobbies, open Cash Cup, solo Cash Cups, the qualifiers. It doesn't matter what lobby it is in right now. Hen and Queasy are absolutely dominating. And look, this is going to be absolutely no different.
We get it. You're boring, Reese. It's fine.
Yep.
Hey,
you know.
Okay. I'm
also,
predicting Tayson, easy pick.
You know, I will say that typically Levin is it's like wherever Tayson is, that's like Levin's choice, and he did not. Technically, he did, but he changed it at the last moment, right, Boob? And so I feel like for me, it's still going to be Tayson, right? He's just looks so good, and they're so in form right now. And as long as Thomas HD does not fall early, and they're allowed to operate as a duo, they will be making it top 5 basically every game. Now, of course, I just cast or curse them, and it's over. There's nothing else. That's it. They've lost. Guys, we have another few minutes here before we jump on that battle bus. How are we feeling coming into the competition? Is there any, like, outliers right now? Maybe even just, like, these off-spawn fights that you guys want to, like, touch on before we even begins the game? Just kind of like these one-off things that may not go the way we would all anticipate them to go here in Game 1.
Yeah, I just want to go back towards Thomas G and Tayson, you know, just to go through that. I think they are, you know, they have the best loot on the map, but they're also the most likely to get landed on if something goes wrong with another team, right? Covert Canyon is so massive, and we saw it's been able to be split by 3 different duos before. So, you know, there's a chance someone lands on them, you know, maybe game 2 or game number 3. You just never know. And I don't know how Thomas HG and Tayson are going to deal with that. They've done well against Vino, who has now moved over towards that South Sleepy side against Chap and Seti. You know, they've moved them all the way against 2 FNCS winners. So, I mean, that's a statement. I don't know. What do you think, Reese?
I mean, I think you've got a good point here, because firstly, we've got Pinker and Ass who's surrounding the area. Yeah. If we remember back to the qualifier number 2, they pushed into Covert a good few times to pick up the fight that's going on there. So if Raisin and Phoenix end up going up against Tayson and Thomas HD, you know that third party potential is there. They're going to go for that. And you've also got to think, you mentioned that Vino and Joe have moved over to south side of Sleepy. What if that doesn't work out? They're contesting the big Chapics. You know, people who contest them don't historically do very well. We remember back to Chapter 2, Season 6, going against Vortex, who contested Henjana's Chapics back there. They came last. So, you know, teams who contest Chapics don't historically do so well.
The nerves. I'm nervous, but it's okay. We're starting out the competition. We got 2 casters are standing by. It's Shia Wager. It's Levin Duque. They will cast all of the action. So let's go say hello to them.
The
first season of FNCS Duos, 2 grueling qualifiers, then 3 days of semifinals leads to deaths. The FNCS Finals. If you enjoyed Zeke, Boop, and Reese, we'll be tuning into them each and every game. But for now, it's Shy Wager and Levin 2K. You know, just hosting this all up. Levin, how are you feeling, man? I mean, Tayson and Thomas fanboy switching sides. What's that all about, man?
Look, I'll be honest, the Death said they were nervous. I'm nervous. I don't really know what to expect in terms of the predictions tell one story, right? It seems as if it's just Queasy and Hen versus Thomas and Tayson. That's not the case, Shy. There's so many other teams who really have a chance of stealing the FNCS victory away from those other teams, the likes of Pink and Anas, you know, the likes of a Dark Horse team, maybe Janice and Vortex might want to get in the mix, right? There are really good teams in this lobby that has a chance. Cammy and Teak, right? They'll be thinking, how's nobody mentioned us as a potential winner, right? So it's going to be a really good weekend. A lot of teams have the chance. I switch sides just because I really do feel like Queasy and Hen are that complete duo, and we have all the time to figure out who that complete duo is as we head into the first game.
Game number 1. This is make or break for a bunch of teams who love playing on momentum. This is the FNCS Finals, and here we go off the rip. We already know, we talked about it on the desk. Many jobs contested, but Levin, you bring up a good point as well. This is a weekend of finals, right? 2 overall days. And one thing we haven't honed in on is how do these players play with that 12-game format?
Yeah, there's a lot of potential for teams to have to adapt, right? The desk talks about how, you know, in some of these POIs, when things get messy after a couple games, people will look to switch up their plan. And this is definitely a POI here at Chonkers where things will eventually have to switch up, right? Like I'm calling it from here, things will have to change. We have one too many duos in this area. And so Sulim and Let's a team we've seen throughout the qualifiers and semis have their fair share of struggles. They're going to have to either step it up or switch things up, because I can't see them winning an FNCS out of this spot with just how many teams and different entities want to fight here.
Yeah, everyone who is here, I just don't even feel like they're adapters whatsoever. They're kind of the duos that'll bash their head against the wall until it goes through, until that wall breaks down. And that 2-day format, you need to switch your stats up, you know, on that day 2. Right now, Malbuka and Mustache as well. You're talking about struggles, Levin. I think off the gate too, they've been struggling in this competition overall, sometimes just barely making it right on the line of greatness.
Yeah, you know, look, when you're looking at Camp Cuddle, it's a POI that Zeke said, look, it looks like it has a lot of space, but the loot is condensed down to these fine sort of areas where you will have to fight to have control. And in this case, Malabuka, in a rare situation where they don't look like they're winning this fight, but if Malabuka can connect some shots there with the AR, maybe things can change.
Trapped in the kitchen, but this is not the type of sandwich you want to see. Malabuka now has to leave the house, try to do whatever he can for this moment. I mean, look at the quality of this lobby 211. Absolutely insurmountable, insane. And yeah, no builds for Malabuka. They're going to be one of the first duos taken down. Tazian's just rolling in with Shmeki, and this is kind of like one of those teams you're talking about, right? Might not be what everyone's expecting to just win out these fights, and they're up against another one as well, Toos rolling in.
Yeah, Malabuka and Masash going down in the feed. That was the trigger for Poos and Tutrick to get involved, and so now they're going to do their best to third party it. We've all had this situation happen to us in arena games and public games, maybe even in customs if you're a competitive player as well. And Pook and Tutrick, Toos and Putrick, sorry. We'll look to capitalize.
I got you, man. It's one of those tough tongue twisters, but Toos is definitely on the walls. Shmeki now down below. This is going to be really tough because they barely even got any time to think or breathe. Much like us, we're just tossed straight into that frying pan, and it's getting hot. Tazian now on the backside of a wood ramp. This is just spelling like desperation. 157 block from Toos. This is perfect defense. He hasn't even taken a lick of damage. He's still rocking straight in. This man is a monster.
Oh, Toos is no stranger to hitting big shots like that. The heavy shotgun, the new and improved heavy shotgun came in clutch. You saw he was trying to keep space, right? Separation, because it does damage from such long range. But even if a player runs at him, barrel stump, it doesn't matter. He will hit the shot and get the elim.
You know what that looked like? Kind of like, you know, you're watching a sequel for the movie and the main characters finally learned everything from the first one. There's a bit of a time skip. I feel like Toos, Putrick, when they were walking around, you know, in the quals and whatnot, they just looked like they were getting bullied. They were getting third party 24/7. This time rolling in, Toos not taking any damage. Usually he's down first. That's just crazy. Insane. Orion Rifle, who touched on it as well. These guys had struggles on that first qual overall, but then made it through. And right now looks like they're also asphyxiated over towards high ground. Can't even breathe, have a chance to think because everyone around them is just dropping the hyper focus.
Yeah, we thought they were going to be uncontested at Butter Barn, but there's plenty of contestation in this area, right? A bunch of teams now looking to get involved, and this is just not what they want. Rifler Gonna have to do everything he can here as a solo. Doesn't want to give up on this first game, and rightfully so, but the biggest hope is that Link and Default will focus their attention on the other duo.
Oh, this is a tough big beam down on Akarmi as well. Link and Default are just looking absolutely adaptable. Every single situation in front of them is getting solved in just 2 seconds, and Default's just out in the open shooting at the van as much as possible. The truck, this man is just flying all the way away. Rifler though, not caught, still in this pond.
Yeah, this is what Rifler wanted, right? Link and Default got a bit distracted, and so it gives him a bit of space and room to work with. He just needs to be quiet, stay as silent as possible. He will hear them, they won't hear him, and he just needs to wait them out so we can get his teammate's card.
Yeah, Link Default, and in the distance of the barren desert, you see Vortexia Castery. I feel like when you look at all these players, Levin, this is, you know, 2 of the most aggressive duos in the lands, in these south sides. They're the ones pushing every single qual semi-final when you know, they haven't made it. They're still looking aggressive, still looking very good. If anyone's on that bottom side, I know Mariah Rifle has survived one time. This time it's completely different beats they're just going to be facing. XWeez and Analyx as well. We talked about this off-spawn fight overall. I don't think it was against PKR and his duo, though. They're still going to have a little bit of trouble and be stuck in the sands.
This is interesting. We expected to see them battling it out against the Deal and Reason. But no, it's not going to be them. They're going to get out of dodge, though. Did look like a bit of a messy situation. Eventually going to have to get to zone, get your loot up, get your mats up. You can see it, Sweeze just not working with many materials, and no matter how good you are of a player, you need resources, you need a gulf of loot, and this is definitely a duo to watch out for. I'm excited to see them here at Tilted Towers. Mr. Savage and Benji, a huge favorite as well. Another team where, as much as there will be questions about them and what they can do out of Tilted, definitely a contender.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Tilted, and it kind of feels like another lore event's going to happen, right? An absolute big asteroid just rolling in, smashing through in terms of the pressure of this fight. Benji, Savage, you got Kinsdale Deciptos, you mentioned it, Bass Every DKS as well. I'm surprised they haven't even already fought in game 1. Here's Vino Joe. As chat picks going down, I would assume that Sleepy Sam would be a crazy stalemate across the water, but once again, you could just see Vino. When it matters the most, this man can hit the craziest shots.
Yeah, and look, Vino had to hit that because there were so many question marks about why Joe and Vino would leave Covert Cavern, a spot where they played all season, to go and contest Seti and Chapix. I'm messing up all the names today. Seti and Chapix over the south of Sleepy. And so to see them sort of win out that engagement there, definitely a huge dub, and one that they will continue to have, right? Because if not, I'm sure Tayson and Thomas will be thinking, oh, these guys eventually are going to come back, right? If they don't have success there. So they'll be hoping that they can continue to win it out.
I think Vino and Joe are one of those teams that also work very well, just like Kemi and Teak on the first day. They have the set game plans and are ready to execute them. On day 2, sometimes these duels are the ones that get tripped up. We're talking about that 2-day format. On day 1, the best teams are ones who have the secret strats, have some plans that they can just break down that no one can really see coming. Those 24 hours where everyone just kind of has time to VOD review, catch up on what went right, wrong, who to, you know, basically maybe abuse, who's playing a little bit too comfortable or too set straight in their plans, they end up falling. So if you are in the lead on day 1, if you are one of those teams that are really good at planning things out, having your own strats that don't have anything to do with anyone else, you will do very well. And I feel like we watched a few of them. I think Krusty and Relvis are some of those day 2 teammates that roll in, try to adapt to things around them. Thomas and Tayson, I feel like their competition can only get worse as the days go on. We're talking about great POI, as you mentioned, Covert Cavern 11. This is one desperate POI that some lower level teams, or not lower level, on the leaderboard at least, teams will rock into. Try to get those guaranteed launch pads. It's one of the strongest spots on the map. We see it every season. I feel like maybe a mongrel season 4 type beat might happen where they just roll in and try to steal the loot.
Yeah, and that's why they are definitely one of the biggest contenders to win. I know people have their doubts about whether, you know, this is Tayson and Thomas of last year, right? The 2 best players in the region. Are they still at that level? And I definitely think they have it in them. The big thing is whether or not they will continue to have Covert uncontested. They have it this game, but will it be for the rest of the games?
Yeah, rest of the day, honestly. This day, number one, needs to go very well for Tayson and Thomas. If there is even a section, a decimal of worriness, of, you know, mistakes going on overall in their POI, someone will roll through and try to take it over. One of the duels around them, like Ryzen, will start to get more aggressive. Hen and Queasy as well. I mean, you know, 3 people on the desk / casters. We're assuming that these guys will also win. Why is that, Levin? What makes Hen and Queasy so great?
They are just the complete duo, right? There's not many weaknesses in their game, in their POI. They leave with a bunch of materials. You can see here, Hen's got max brick and metal wood will be easy to acquire anywhere on the map. You know, they leave typically, right, in good timing, right? They're able to sort of deal with their early and mid game quite well. They're never really struggling with Surge. You know, Queasy, one of the most experienced high ground players, right? And so when we get to end game, you can expect to see these guys up above the rest of the lobby. And if they do that consistently and there's nothing really in their way to stop them, then there's no reason why they shouldn't be sitting at first.
Exactly, and they don't have the same stakes as Reason Vidil, as Tayson Thomas. They're not going to be landing at a spot that everyone's familiar with, right? Lofty Lighthouse all the way at the north. No one's jumping in on Queasy and Hen. I feel like, you know, you look at seasons of past, Craggy overall, and how things roll from there. That's a POI people can still attach to. You can find Hen and Queasy on the map. And in this season, I feel like that's very different. These guys are in a pocket of their own overall. You talk about comfortable pockets as well. Reason of a deal, mid-game fight. This is exactly where they want to be, but it's against Vortexia and Castery, who are very, very hard to deal with.
Yeah, and this is a fight that plays into Vortexia and Castery's hands. They want this fight, right? One of the few double controller teams in the lobby. And so they can't get their tags from range. They want to be right up and in there, and Vidil's got to be careful because if he allows himself to get too close, he could be punished. He'll get Vortexia, but Castery will be left now as well. And as much as, you know, controller can be strong close range, in a fight against Reason and Vidil, you're going to have to really be on your game if you want to get the upper hand there.
Yin and Yang, that's how we like to call it. Or I guess how at least Levin likes to call it, unless it was one of the other duels that was mixed with one of these at the very start. All the duos trios have changed. The titles have to survive across, right? So this is like what, version 2.0?
This is version 2.0 of Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang before was Noah Riley and Vidil, right? But Reason, we'll give Reason his flowers, right? They do have a great connection, and I think in fights like these, they definitely have that, you know, understanding. Look, and this is what they do. They just roll in an absolute plow. You can't really stop it, right, when it gets going. And Castery, it was only a matter of time until we went down 701 above. This is ridiculous. This is perfect for where they want to be in day one, game one.
I just love watching these guys fight because it seems like they're setting a trap, but you can't really see it. The fight's just prolonging a little bit more and more. They get closer and closer, and suddenly, kind of ironic in that situation, they put you in a vortex. You know, Vortexia in a vortex. There's a circle around you like sharks, and then just start to bite. Nothing you can really do. The pinches you can't even see coming. It's nuts to watch.
I think the biggest question mark will be how sustainable is that? Can they continue to take these early game fights game after game, or will they start to dry up? And when they do dry up, do you have the amount of surge to be able to deal with these later stages?
Absolutely, because in 6-game formats, we see Vidil absolutely reigning in with the elims. That day 2 starts to look a little bit more wonky, and he has to start playing towards that placement strat that we saw a season ago. I'm not sure if they can still do that in duos. Very different landscape. We're looking at Yikes and Vico rolling in as well. Storm Surge looking very good for them. This is one of the advantages of dropping, you know, somewhat towards the east side where there's so many teams contesting. You might be able to just rattle off a few shots against some moving teams that might be down bad on their luck, but they're up against Kiko and Mosh, and this is also going to be a tough one, an all-in duo that loves to just finish a fight before it starts.
Yeah, this is huge for them, right? This is a team that hasn't played in an FNCS finals, and so this is one of the fights that really will determine how their weekend goes. Can they step up? Are they feeling confident? Will they hit the shots when it matters the most against a Portuguese duo that, you know, has some experience here, definitely has a bunch of firepower as well? This is an absolutely massive fight, Shio.
Yeah, Jackson Vico have to play this careful. One missed edit, and that is just, you know, catastrophe waiting to happen. Analytics squeeze though, they're looking to be in a very good spot. We're looking at the POVs of certain individuals that might be having their Storm Surge routes going pretty well. And if this is your first finals that you're watching, we got to do this every time, Levin. Storm Surge, basically a mechanic to keep teams active on the map. You basically have to deal enough damage or the server will do damage to you. Right now, the threshold of players that the server wants up is around 70. So 8 people will be in trouble if they don't do enough damage. That's the easiest way to explain it.
Yeah, well done. It was a bit better than, you know, the one you did during semis.
Listen, man, I've learned. I've learned.
Good to know. Good to know. Look, Vico and Jax, they're sitting 200 above, but they will have to be aware of Kiko and Mosh. Neko and Dan, though, They're not sitting above, they're just below, and they got to do a bit more damage, but they got to be careful because it could be their demise. Dan is such low HP, Nako will eventually go down to Cyrox. Cyrox actually being taken out. And so Dan now in a scuffed 1v1, he doesn't even have the shots right now. He's trying to create the space, the separation to be able to win this fight out. Oh dear, this is not great. This is not where he wants to be. Only 16 HP, he's got to be careful. And just as he opens the window, it will be the end of him. That is so unfortunate. That's what happens in some of these scuffed mid-game Storm Surge fights, right? All these teams might be thinking at home, look, why are they fighting? Look, just chill, just relax. You all want to win the game. But they have to do damage and they have to get into these fights. And once the fight begins, somebody has to end it a lot of the time, right? You don't want to leave things unfinished. And so that's going to be a theme you see throughout the day. Kiriachi and Stormy right now, they're going to have to start doing damage unless they will have to take a fight they might not want to.
Yeah, 44 below, looking like, yes, they prioritize position very well. Center zone, honestly, the best spot you can be in, but they sacrifice damage. They sacrifice being active on the map by getting here just in time. So now they really have to look to deal some more. Yeah, Storm Surge might have just ended. We hit 70 players. In a few zones, it'll pop up again, and it'll be 50 that the server wants up. So that's 20 players need to go down. These guys are still just low on that damage.
Yeah, the big thing is that if you saw Kiriachi's AR, the MK, he didn't have many shots. He had about 10 shots in that thing, right? And so if you're trying to hit, you know, long range tags, that's gonna get real difficult with just the SMG. And so we'll check up on them in a bit and see how they're doing.
Checking in with Benji and Savage. Heroes for the players. I feel like villains for the lobby overall. When you look at that duo, if they get things started fast, Levin, it might be over for everyone else. They do not stop when it comes to momentum, and they're in a spot where they can basically loot out and get out as fast as possible. Look at this real quick. Once again, pay attention to the fact that Benji's not taking any damage in these fights, a level above the rest. We've watched some pretty hairy situations other than, you know, 2 so far. And if they're on that caliber of playing that defense, getting the damage down, and being good, that momentum might start fast. If they're up on day 1, Levin, their day 2 always looks great.
Yeah, you said it, man. They are a streaky team, and so they need to sort of hit the ground running and get their momentum quickly. The big thing is that, you know, when it comes to that duo in particular, technically, no question marks there, right? They have all the mechanics, all the skill necessary. It's just about whether their game plan can work. Can they continue to win out at Tilted Towers with their teams there contesting them? These are the things to follow throughout the next couple games and day. As we see, Teak and Cammy now, one of the other big favorites in the lobby, sitting pretty. Teak had some peppers there. That will be very, very handy for the way they want to play. They want to stay mid and low ground, not necessarily going to be one of the teams we see dominating up from above, but definitely a team that will probably be dominating in the standings, barring any abnormalities. One of the better teams this season. And it's funny because a lot of the teams in this lobby, Shayo, obviously would be doing their preparation, you know, studying, okay, what can we do better to make sure we're as handily the board as possible? And I can promise you a lot of teams would have been watching Cammy and Teak's games, right? Watching, what do these guys do so well that we can implement into our plan? Because they have just been those sort of role models around EU for quite a while now, not even just this season and chapter.
Have to be able to execute on that fully though, right? Have to be able to lock in a game. And right now, I'm really hyped up because I've been waiting 3 weeks for this. Yeah, we can analyze the spawn fights. We can kind of theory craft how that first game looks off the drop. But when it comes to the 5th zone onwards, the 4th zone onwards, we start to get towards that end game. I have to stress, this lobby has been kind of, you know, filtered, sifted over and over again. And we have the best players, I would say, in the world when it comes to EU playing right now. And they're about to go head to head in this game 1. They're here for 12 games. The winner doesn't move on to something else now. You have to bask in that win and try to hold on to your title in game number 2. Tayson and Thomas close to a high ground spot. Refsguard down, back up. A Scram picks them up. They're down on Surge still on the right side. Actually, both these teams are down on Surge completely. How are Tayson and Thomas not dealing enough damage? I feel like I've maybe seen this once or twice before, but usually they're up.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to stay that way for much longer. You can see the pad will come through, trying to find their position in the 4th. And that's going to be a scramble, right? You would have expected them to save their pads for a bit later, but clearly things ain't going quite to plan in game 1. And this is one of the worries that people had about this team.
Absolutely, moved early, used the pad, and still found nothing. 8 people need to go down. They need to do 71 damage. That's 3 shots connecting. One of them not a headshot, so I don't think it's enough for Tayson on the left side of your screen. Stormy right is down. Atrocious. This man is, you know, the Midnight Sadness. 358. Surge below. He has to basically take out a whole team. Now Tayson's back above on the left side POV. We see some happiness. The grass is greener here, but the screen might be looking great for Stormy and Kriachi soon. The Storm takes him out. That is tough.
Yeah, they needed more than just a surge, right? They needed a whole loadout. He had practically nothing. That was really rough. Kriachi, a former FNCS champion, so not great to see them going down so early, but they've got plenty more games to go. It's all right. No need to panic just yet, but definitely a concerning first game.
Called out Krusty, Relvis below. Sometimes they're kind of tough in coming in that first day on the first grind of a new stage. Very good as a learning duo, but Krusty will be put to a test as he starts to swing about and also has Storm Surge raining on him. Kind of a public alarm, you know, just in the open. You hear a shield crack next to your box and it's swinging in the air. Now he's a solo next to a duo on the right side. Meanwhile, Tayson and Thomas on the left, they have just played perfectly in the situation. Pressure on their box, pressure on their minds, but they do not let it crack them whatsoever. 224 damage above now. Their story will be able to be played inside this game. Krusty, though, he'll be taken out in a moment unless he finds the most miraculous beam. No, he's gone now. We'll have 50 total players, 25 teams, all duos rolling in towards the end game.
As we hop right into a replay, checking out Scram's POV. Scram and Refsguard, Danish duo, one of the more experienced teams, a team that's been playing with each other for so long. We saw how they dealt with their surge. Definitely a team to watch out for. They have all the experience in finals and they'll look to use it to their advantage. Oh,
I'm seeing something huge. Savage and Benji taken out by what looks like Irazumi and his teammate rolling in. That's going to be so tough over. I think Hydro might have got a little bit of a piece of either the knock or the Elam on the other side. That is going to be, you know, it's just surprising because they look so good to 2-11. They had control.
And things get messy, right? As we head into these deeper zones, you can see Sixth is popped, it's going down towards south. And so you can see Cammy peeking through his cone, looking at pathing his route. How can we get to the zone as best possible? Are they going to make use of that pepper in the inventory there? Or will they look to recycle a pad? First move, and a lot of teams going to be using them. They're down on Surge. The pad will come through. Well, they're looking for it. They're searching. And the run will go. No pad, and so they've used just the pepper and some materials. But this is the problem, right? When you ain't got that pad and teams have got their eyes on you, you're going to have to commit a lot of brick, a lot of metal to keep yourself safe. And this is what we're seeing them struggle with now.
I see 3 different POVs as well. Nas and Pink just trying to move through a parking garage right now. Yeah, forget the wall, just crash right through it. And then build over, driving on the right side. What a rotation. Front portion of the zone, and they start to move up towards high ground. This is one of the teams that loves to challenge it, loves to have that control. Meanwhile, Tayson and Thomas on the left, they flow through the sky. They're just playing their regular game. Cammy and Teak start to elevate as well, but unfortunately, they're going to be down bad on Surge. They're going to be just in a tough spot overall. Cammy should be going down in a moment here. I'm curious to see how these 2 stories on the bottom start to play out. And Austin Pink have saved so many materials up to this moment. Still have what seems to be 100 each, which is huge. Tayson and Thomas also rolling in, getting refreshes, which is a big spot for them. That's Toos actually going down, who we know has duos worth of loot, an entire thievery of different POIs access is available to now. Him and Austin Pink, though, are starting to bully high ground a little bit, but many teams are elevating overall to get to the spot. Karma in front of him. Anas waits, misses the shot. Pink is there to be a little bit of an assist. Buddy, and there it is. Nice pressure from the backside, and they get that heal.
Yeah, this is what the Rifles can do on the back of the zone. And like you said, they were looking to bully high ground. This is a team that will look to rise incredibly soon. And you can already start to see it. Pink and Anas, they want to go up. They're sneaking their way up. And they maybe even have it as well. You can see the fight was starting to break out. And that's doing a great job to dodge the fight there. But it doesn't seem available. Look, there's so many people high up. They have to drop down. It's not going to be doable. They need to be careful. Looking at their mat count, they can't commit all their mats to find it out. They might just have to settle with chopping it instead. Diox and Waffler, though, they were the team that won it out. And so a team who many people maybe didn't expect to see here in game 1 is currently sitting up on high, but for how much longer? With just the 200 builds, he has no teammate left with him. He drops down. Oh my goodness, Diox, you've got to be careful, son. Trulex gets knocked, but Chico is still now on the hunt in the back of the zone, and with just 17 HP, he's going to continue to hold him off, but he can't just stay there for much longer. And Trulex goes down as well. Oh wow.
They go all in for the fight. Deox does win the 1v2, but while that happens, we see on high ground and Awesome Pig have taken it, and Thomas HD doesn't need a sniper for these low ground moments. Default and Link on the left side, he's going for the 1v2, but no, on the streets, he gets run down. Unfortunate for him, Janus and Vortex take over height. This is a multifaceted retake. I'm not sure who's the captain of this ship right now, but Nos and Pink might be thrown overboard, starting to move through mid. Armored walls and just roofs overall to make sure the rain from Vortex does not penetrate through those builds. Janus, though, is also trying. Everyone's on wood. They're kind of all in till this moment. Only one team really operating off that metal. One team with security. It might be Link and Default for another head-to-head against Alex and Andy. And Austin Pink are also somewhere. Down bad on Masses. They try for one retake. They go desperately for another. Vortex sees it. One D shot from Anas. It's not enough. Just on a few wood fours now. Anas has to just go all in for the med miss in the zone. He's buying as much time as possible. Another 180 shot, but he doesn't find anything. How is he not getting shot at all? Finally blocked off by a few builds. He breaks down and goes towards the floor. He can't hit it through that. Big shot blocked. Anas is down.
We know how much he loves hype, but it was eventually his demise, and now Janus and Vortex will look to close out the lobby. You can see their names in the feed. They're getting some eliminations. They want the extra points, but Default in the Storm is doing a brilliant job of keeping his team in this one, gaining them placement points, but for not much longer. He will eventually goes down as he runs out, and so now Janus and Vortex, they want to claim game one. They want to show everybody why they're here and why they should be feared. Janus and Vortex, they've done such a great job, and they get the victory royale. Ziandi will fall. Janus and Vortex take game one of the FNCS finals.
And they did it in such a clean way. Let everyone else fight first. See what true control looks like. It looks like Vortex and Janus on that high ground. Looked like they had their feet up the entire time as well towards that end game. What a beautiful way to start things off. Some of the most aggressive plays we saw from those mid-ground teams rolling in. That was a tough game one. So many elims across the board too. I'm not sure what the leaderboard looks like.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very fun one to break down with the death. Janus and Vortex will be your game one winners. There's a reason, Shayo, I said they were a dark horse at the start of the game. Desk, what do you think of that one? That was a real fun game one.
You know, Levin, it's what I live for. It's Fortnite and games like this. A fantastic way, and the first foot forward in the competition is none other than Vortex and Janus Z, right? I mean, Vortex, obviously one of the most aggressive players I think we've ever seen, paired up with Janus, right? FNCS Invitational winner. And then they come out in front and say, okay, this is finals. I'll tell you what, we're gonna win the first game. We're just gonna make that happen. We're gonna lock it up, and then we'll go to game two. How's that sound, Vortex? Vortex is like, yeah, that sounds good to me. Let's do that, boss.
Yeah, I mean, the ridiculous aggression coming out of those guys, right? Some of the big boy teams going down, but also going towards the spawn fights. We saw City and Chapix going down to Venno and Joe. Unfortunately, you know, we talked about them being super good in those early game fights, but unfortunately not really doing too well there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those kind of off-spawn fights that were really interesting. To be honest with you, I was actually looking at Janus and Vortex and thinking, man, this team might not work at all, because they, in that first Cash Cup of the season, they placed second and they split. Like, this almost didn't happen, and here we go. They've won the first game when it comes to the finals at the same time. Like, this duo is something that if they get going, they're going to be good. They have mentality issues very poorly, unfortunately. We've seen on the social media a bunch. So now that they have that kind of upwards trend, I think these guys could absolutely fly.
Okay, I like this. Confidence in the duo. We'll have to see how they continue to perform. Let's check out these standings, okay? Let's see how things shook out after game number one. So, boys, I have this kind of question to pose to you right now. It seems like a lot of these duos had really scuffed starts, right? It was like everything seemed to go okay, and then there was just kind of this one misstep, whether that be they didn't have Surge, maybe the loop path wasn't great, maybe they didn't get what they needed, perhaps it got contested. What's happening here? This doesn't feel like a typical finals where we see, like, you know, there's like 90 people and like zone 5, right? Like, there was not really that many people in these endgame zones.
Yeah, I mean, it is first game of grand finals is always, it's sort of feeling each other out, right? The nerves are there, everyone's, you know, a little bit scared, but for some duos it wasn't the case. You know, we have people pushing very early on off spawn, you know, Mariah and Rifle going down very early on to Default and Link there as well, you know, and you see that Default and Link, it worked out for them. Second place right now on the leaderboard with 50 points in total. So some of these guys, you know, some of the experiences coming through, they're not afraid to sort of, you know, show, you know, who's boss, and then sort of, you know, stat check everyone else and push through.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because like Link and Default are players, you know, I made my predictions, I put it on social media, I said my top 10 and teams that could easily fall into, and I did not put Link and Default in there. You know, Default himself said to me, he says, "You never believe in me, Reese." And in all honesty, I should have, because his previous performances when it comes to finals are really good. A 10th and a 6th in the 2 that he's made so far. Now game 1, picking up tons of eliminations, really looking to capitalize on that off spawn. I'll happily say when I'm wrong in a prediction like this, and this looks, I mean, it's game 1 out of 12, come on. But it seems like things are going well so far.
I think it's tough, right? You know, we kind of like hinted at this a tiny bit at the top of the show, but when you're looking around all these names, man, there's just so much talent here in Europe that have made it to the finals. So it's just like trying to predict, like, okay, well, I know this duo does really well, and at this stage of the competition they were great, but now this other duo that we haven't seen because they qualified super early on is now going head to head with them. Like, we don't have data on that quite yet, right? Like, it's just so tough when there's so many good teams. It's basically impossible to predict. And yeah, of course, game 12 tomorrow is going to be like, oh, it all comes down to the final moments, Zeke. Classic Zeke, always coming down those final moments of the last game. And I'm like, yeah, I'm aware. Like, it's just Fortnite. That's how it be. Expectations going into the next game. Do we think, I guess, some of these issues may be resolved going into game 2? Is it going to take a little bit longer to get going? What do you guys expect?
Yeah, it's tough to say, right? A lot of the big names, we saw them all going down. Aqua going down very early, you know, getting held out in Storm there. Something that you wouldn't really expect too often, right? You know, Aqua, you know, one of the most experienced players all the way from, you know, coming from World Cup side. And the first game just wasn't there. You actually take a look at the replay here. You know, Noah and Aqua so late on this rotation and unfortunately not working out for them. A little bit painful to see. You also saw names like Queasy, unfortunately for Reese, you know, his big favorite there, them going down. And that sort of opened up the gates just a little bit for Pink and Anas. And you know, we were watching the game before and we thought, wow, this is going to be game number 1, a win for Pink and Anas, because there's no high ground teams left.
Yeah, and you know, we set that up at the top of the show. We talked about the fact that there's so many good height teams in the lobby, and I think honestly, like, you know, obviously Pink and Anas being number, I don't want to say number 2 because I feel like Queasy and Hen are number 1. We're highlighting them, talking about how good they are. I don't want to say they're number 2 at the same time. But you know, from them, there are so many teams who have that potential to be up there. And this was like a classic play by them, right? This is the timing that we nearly always see from Anas and Pink. It's that second moving zone. It's when the high ground teams who've held it from the first moving, maybe even earlier in 5th zone, are starting to run dry on mats. It's really hard to get refreshed early on. And they went up for it. They tried for it at that point in time, like they normally do when they pick up a bunch of Victory Royales. But this time, you know, the height team was just a little bit too strong at that moment, and we obviously were able to see Janice and Vortex capitalize on the fact that that was just a little bit of a mess. So I'm sure we're going to see a bunch of mind games going on at the same time. The first team to try and retake it, potentially messing up, and then we're going to see other teams pick up that victory royale by able to capitalize on what will be a messy high ground.
It was, yeah, man, and we're gonna keep seeing this, right, Reese? I mean, this is what happens once again. You put the very best in these lobbies, and it's not just an easy high take, right? You try to go up, and they're like, "What are you doing? Why? You know who we are? Why? No, go back on down there. We'll see you at the end of the game, you know." But that's it from us for now here on the analyst desk. We got more games ready for you, so we're kicking them back over. We got Shy Wager and 11-2K standing by. Let's go.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Boop, Reese. I mean, I think game 1 full of surprises overall, Evan, and I agree with a lot that, you know, the desk had to say. With Janice and Vortex rolling in and being the leaders of the pack, how does that change things for EU?
I don't know if it necessarily does, just because I really think this is a slept-on team, right? In terms of the way they interact with everybody, you know, they've got Greasy uncontested, right, which is very nice for them. But I expect these guys to continue to have a couple really, really good games where they do sort of show people, look, if you guys leave height vacant, we will be able to take it and step up, right? They are definitely a competent team there. Vortex, one of the most exciting talents in EU right now. He has all the firepower you could possibly ask for, paired with Janice's experience and, you know, intelligence. Definitely a top duo there.
Yeah, EU also kind of had the desert curse overall when it comes to zones. I feel like for this one, it kind of blessed them, kind of close to home for them overall, to be able to save a few mats, gain some control. I feel like, you know, if it does go their way again, they might win it out, but that is all to be said. Game 2 is right underway.
Game number 1 was fun. Game number 2 about to be even better. We saw so much going on off spawn. A couple of the bigger favorites though didn't necessarily win it out how we would have expected, and we're hopping in right with one of them, Mustache and Malabuka. They went down relatively early, and at least in the first part of this chapter, they were considered one of the more exciting duos to watch. They were winning a bunch of events, dominating everybody mechanically at the very least. And so here up against Shmeki and Tyson, can they make this one a better game than their first? They have the shield advantage for now, but they just need to connect with the shots.
Tyson trying, I feel like the key to this last time was immediate pressure. And it was just a fast pitch from the side of Tazi and Shmeki. This time might be a bit slower. 2 games of a hindrance might not be too much in a 12-game format overall. You got to remember, you know, different thresholds for pricing overall. You're not trying to qualify for something now. You're just trying to have a very good, consistent performance. That being said, might not want to leave everything up to chance and go 2 games down. Usually Mustache Malabuka very slow at switching up their playstyle, but they're getting mighty aggressive. Tazi has to just overbuild and overcommit to all his mats, and my man Malabuka is just a go for hopping in the air. Frog-like motions on this roof, and he finds so many shots. Mustache also wins on his own from the top side, and that is a nice reversal, a quick wrap-up to an early game fight.
Yeah, it wasn't just the loot advantage that they had, right, in terms of the shield. They also had shotguns, whereas you saw Tyson there, he only had the SMG. And against Malabuka and Mustache, who no slouches mechanically, you want to have everything in your favor, especially going against them. And so they will go down, like you said, the reverse. We'll see how it plays out here over at Sleepy, though. Chapix and Seti, we saw Chapix going down relatively early last game. Avino and Joe ain't just got to worry about Chapix and Seti. There's another team on the hill that's going to be popping off some shots, so this one might last a while. 2 teams who very top players, Shayo, but Sleepy Sound isn't going to be the kind of POI you want to be sharing in the finals. You want to have it all to yourself.
Too many angles to track down. T-Chip's art skill. Talk about an angle side, a lower bridge here. They've been looking for a few shots. T-Chips is all in and not blocking his backside at all. Goes up into the open again. This is going to be even tougher. I've never seen this spot. My man is shot down, and there's 3 duels trying to operate and shoot their shot down here. I'm not sure exactly what Artskill's doing either, but he's in the air. Loot rains down. It's Pablo and Swag who are clasping on this fight. Other duo rolls in and just jumps away using those spider webs. Mirza and Lizen are the ones now who are on the back foot.
Yeah, that's really interesting, right? Because Mirza and Lizen, I don't think many people would have expected them to be in this area of the map, right? In terms of, you know, understanding who's going to be dropping in where. And this makes this part of the map a very interesting dynamic, right? Art, Skill, and T-Chips were very exciting to watch during the qualifying process, but if they have now another duo to deal with, Swag and Pablo will be loving that, right? Because they can just come in, get their tags, you know, maybe sneak an elimination like they did here as well. So the Flames boys are going to be an interesting duo to watch out for. If they can deal with their surge early, that's going to be really nice for them.
Yeah, those Flames boys, Pablo, Swag, when they were rolling in on their day, I mean, fully contested 6 out of 6 games, still in that top 6 that looked so good. Benji and Savage, off spawn, gods, I feel like they just never end up fully getting broken down in this spot, and Benji also just doesn't care. He's just dropping down for the fight solo, picking things up.
Yeah, and this is one thing that I won't understand, right? Bad Sniper, DKS, Bad Sniper in particular, you know, a veteran of the scene, he's been around and he constantly will make it to FNCS finals, but he doesn't have a history of doing particularly well there. And I don't see why you'd want to contest Benji and Savage when, in my opinion, Benji and Savage have been one of the best teams, you know, in terms of fighting at Tilted Towers all season long, right? It's not like today they just rolled up and now they're, you know, a super team. No, these guys have been dominating at Tilted. I really wonder what the plan will be for Bad Sniper and DKS, because if they're going to just keep on fighting here every game, I wouldn't be surprised to see them, you know, near the 50 mark. You know what I'm saying? 45 and up, if you get what I mean. So we'll see how that develops throughout the rest of the games.
Might have a chance at, you know, maybe chaos happening at Tilted, or maybe they're the ones waiting for the day 2 type of play, analyzing all the mistakes they make on day number 1. That being said, yeah, Lazy Lake, Tilted, anything that's remotely, you know, metropolitan has not gone very well for Bad Sniper at all. That being said, Chapix still getting bullied down by Vino. Looks like this man is the operating factor inside this fight, always engaging, always making sure the pressure is hot, and these guys are getting cooked inside this box. There's nowhere they can really travel and go either. Vino, though, shot down, unfortunately, from the front side. While this is all happening, Joe is sneaking around the back for a pinch. Vino's taking a lot of damage and put his life on the line, and now this has to be worth something. Joe has to start maybe rattling a few shots of his own, but I see that ammo count is not looking too hot at all.
Yeah, Vino got uppercut by the heavy shotgun. You saw how much damage it did, right? Just that one pellet was able to just bring him all the way down, and it did slow down, right? You saw Joe was sort of swinging around the back to maybe look for a pinch, but Chapix and Say, they want to keep the control of this fight in terms of the pacing, right? So they're just going to sit here in this box. You can see now with them slowing things down, it's inviting other teams to sort of get involved. You saw Clown there on the other side of the riverbank. He might be wanting to try to get involved, and so it means now Vino and Joe, they've got to be a bit more protected, use a bit more materials to ensure they aren't being exposed from too many angles. And with the zone not being at Sleepy Sound, Shayo, like, this is just not great. Like, you know, just both these teams, you know, are top duos respectively, but they can't afford to just keep sitting here for ages and ages. And I can promise you, anybody who knows Chafix personally, he won't be happy about this, right? Like, he will be frustrated at this. And so we'll see what the breaking point is here.
To give you an idea of how bad the situation is for both teams as well, imagine the entire lobby has one goal, to find a car thief, right? And it's very, very dark at night right now, okay? And all you're hearing is one car alarm go off. That's Sleepy Sounds. This fight is so loud, and it's still happening. Everyone's looking for Surge for the moment, and all they hear is an SMG just going off over and over again. Where's the car thief? Right there. Everyone's gonna start coming in for this fight, trying to just rattle down and get some damage done. It's tough, and there's nowhere for these guys to hide. If they want to engage in themselves as well, it's gonna be troublesome. They'll have to make the noise. Aqua and Noah Riley rolling in. A double jump spray on a Tripper who goes down.
We can see here at Sleepy Sound, Queasy and Hen getting involved. And I think this is one of the reasons why a lot of people were even higher on Queasy and Hen than initially. Just because the potential to get third-party opportunities here at Sleepy Sound, very enticing. It means that they can deal with their Surge over here as well. These guys don't struggle with Surge anyway, typically at least. But a fight breaking out close to your POI always is going to help out in that regard, but they got to be careful because this fight actually isn't even really happening like that, right? And so maybe this is going to go from being a great opportunity for them to being a hindrance, because you see now as they're trying to get out, they have teams just sitting around ready to take shots at them, but they will get out this time.
I like that Chuck Splash pickup as well. I'm not sure what Hen is doing for the moment, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a net positive for the whole team. Oh, they're stopping in Storm here, ready to actually take a few shots. Maybe, possibly, if teams are moving fast. That was very interesting, but no, nothing actually gained. They understand, though, Levin, that, you know, people will be behind them, and you're right, it is a hindrance right now. But I feel like taking a little bit of damage from the car, or to their car, taking a little bit of damage to their HP pools as well, they'll still be in a better position, and they know there's 4 teams that need to move in that they can pick apart.
Yeah, and they'll get into zone and look to try hold those teams as well, which will obviously be a great advantage for them as they have the Storm on their side, but these guys don't have the Storm on their side. Dew and Stompy fighting right outside of Bugle here. And this is just not what you want to see in these games, right? These Storm fights, but it will happen, and Stompy does brilliantly to hit his shot. And that's actually not that bad just because, right, the zone isn't ticking a great amount, right? So it's not like he's going to have to be in fear of going down to the Storm. They'll be able to get in. They've got some chug splashes. Of course, they've got their web shooters as well. So this actually is setting up to be pretty all right for them.
If the zone was close, but this is a bottom left zone, and they're already in the Storm in Bugle with another team focusing them. For me, it's like they have to launch their game again and get into a game to get into the zone. That's how far away they are. Like, that might be faster if they can spawn in on the bus again than running right now.
And I think what's more important, even more so than actually getting into zone, is where they choose to go in zone, right? That will be a huge factor. Link, he ain't got any options of a choice of where to go other than to the lobby. He gets taken out. Did that hit? Did that hit?
Yeah, it did it. I saw the damage tag, 100%, unless it was his SMG right after. That had to have hit. It was looked way too close. And yeah, as I see PKR and Mappy moving away, PKR has no HP. That did indeed hit. Sniper shot from Frizz. I mean, that's just nuts.
Maybe baby Thomas HD here, maybe. Hitting some sniper shots. You don't see many people carrying these around, to be fair, but if you're confident enough to hit your shots, it can be a great surge tool. It always has been, and probably always will continue to be. But this is interesting. You see how many teams are sort of just poached up around here, right? And we talked about how congested the south side of the map was going to be. And you can see all these teams just sort of sitting around. Nobody wants to overstay their welcome too much. As we swap on over to Andalex, who's struggling over at Chonkers. And we knew Chonkers was going to be a POI field of action. Will he actually be able to get it, Andalex here? That's the big question. Nobody seems to have noticed them just dipping out, and so he will get the res. But I think the better option is to get the res and get out. I would not re-engage in any sort of fight here if I was these guys.
Very good zone for Chonker Speedway as well. Yes, super contested, but if you do make it out alive, you barely have to use anything to get into the circle. And X-Squeeze and Alex, they'll be able to just keep things up. Will be hindered overall because their heals, at least on one player, should be cut in half.
Yeah, but the big thing is here, they obviously can use that shield keg to put them back up. 102 above isn't very comfortable, right? You know, you probably want to be at least 250 above 200. This is where you probably want to be at right now at the minimum. But on the other side of things, we're 100 below. So another game where Tayson and Thomas just down below in second zone. And you should be expecting second zone surge in these lobbies, and so we'll see how they deal with it. They definitely would have known it was coming. But I wouldn't doubt they can do damage. You know, ultimately, these are two of the better players we've seen. And one shot there to Car Street. Can they do any more?
They'll try, but I'm not sure they understand who they're upsetting. They have the car with the chunker tires in this box. Is going to be looking good. If Car Street does get a little bit more upset, might end up pushing this box.
That's the thing though, right? You know, Car Street Vortexia, I hate to keep mentioning it, but they are controller players, and historically, controller players do struggle with getting surge at longer distances, right? And so, you know, the aim assist isn't as prevalent from that longer range. And we'll see how they trade it. Obviously, Thomas and Tayson don't know that, so they can't just keep re-engaging those guys. And you know, maybe if they did know it was them, maybe they'd keep taking their shots, but they don't know that, so I don't think it'll play too much of an advantage.
Wow!
Stormy Right doing a great job there, hitting some shots and then hitting the vehicle, which inevitably helped them out damage-wise, and now they can just look to push their way in. They've got to be careful. There will be some alternative presences looking to get some shots in, but when you have Kiriachi and Stormy Right running it down into your box like that, you better scurry away. Not two players you want to be dealing with. And with the zone on your backside as well, this will get very tight and difficult.
Oh, this is tough for Kiriachi overall. Stuck between a rock and a boxed place. They have to try to move in at some point. This is just really tough with two teams on the right as well. Joe and Vino, they're struggling a little bit, or should I just say Joe will be. Kiriachi, I think, looking to bully this box as well. They'll pick up Vino's loot. Dad's on the backside too. There are so many people just locked in to these boxes on the north side. When it comes to the desert, I feel like every position is just coin flipping 24/7. Heads good, tails bad right now. Some players in that type of heads realm overall. Kiriachi and Stormy Right might have flipped their way into this box and been in that situation. They'll be in a 2v1. They understand that as well. But once that zone starts to pull, we'll be in that tails territory very soon. They have to just battle not only with this surge threshold, but time as well. They must find Joe as fast as possible or leave. It's two solos they can take apart. 6 total points plus that placement. Dodge out Dan on the right side. Kiriachi went under the stairs. Kind of a reverse situation overall. You never expect that to happen, but my man Dan's got the stealth. They find Joe instead. This is just such a weird story right now for these two. They're just running around these solos, not finding any shots on them whatsoever, and they both survive.
I almost felt really bad for Dan, man. I was going to say, you can't catch a break. We saw last time, you know, he was in a scuff surge fight. And to run into these two would have been real rough. Scram and Rescard again in a, you know, not very optimal situation. At least we'll be able to see Scram stay in this game. But what can they do? They got web shooters, which will be helpful in terms of movement later in the game. And 3 eliminations will mean that they're not doing too bad damage-wise, but I want to see more from these guys.
Yeah, there was definitely a cost to that knock. A little bit of profit overall in this fight. But they can't move forward because of that armored wall. Have to edit towards the right side. I'm wondering if it was Revscard who ended up dealing damage or just was both, you know, the Elim secure and the damage dealer. Does have 3 Elims overall. They're getting bullied and he has to keep Scram alive at the same time. Bing bong, that's good. Irazumi gone. That's what I like to see completely. A man that's a menace inside the endgame, not gonna be there this time. And it's Revscard who takes them out. That is a complete mirror situation, Levin. Usually it is Irazumi taking out the Benjis, the Revscards of the lobbies. This time he stopped.
Yeah, he got taken down, and look, Irazumi did well to make it to the finals. You know, I will have my question marks about how much of a threat they pose when it comes to winning the whole thing, but
Vito!
These vehicle rotations are crazy. Now, I'm back in it. I'm liking these vehicle rotations.
Are you? Because he went down like 2 seconds later, man.
Look, it can work. Do you know what I mean? Don't doubt it. It can work. Rising and Phoenix, they got to do some damage. You can see here, they were able to get in. The sit toss will go down. And now, tripping and drops coming from Coney. Oh, dear.
Ah, so that's how the ref guard situation started, and then there was another duo that came in, and so they locked 2 different teams down. That's kind of insane. Ref guard Scram, I mean, you talk about a duo that needs something every game. I feel like it's that Elam, that refresh potential over and over again. They're a duo that seems to get knocked a lot. You mentioned that when we first saw Scram and Ref guard, you're like, oh, Scram knocked again. You know what I mean? It feels like for the 4th time this game, but it's just the first time we were tuning in with them. So that might be a win condition for them overall to win this out.
Yeah, speaking of win conditions, right? This is a team that we watched a bit earlier, and they actually did take down Vortexia, right? And Castery. So props to them. That's going to be real nice.
It seems too good to be true for the moment right now, Jason and Thomas. Like, inside this situation, car ready, fully metal boxed, and that launch pad, something has to go wrong. They got the zone 2. Back at the second one, they might be stealing Hen and Queasy's luck for the moment. I just saw Aqua take out both Queasy and Hen, I think. I'm not sure what's going on the north side. We saw they had a fast drive in, but you know, a duo that many beautiful people predicted to do very well today, not really doing really hot off the first 2 games.
That's real shocking to see Queasy and Hen both going down 2 games in a row now where they've gone down relatively earlier than you'd expect. And like you said, maybe, you know, Thomas and Jason taking that luck. I won't get too ahead of myself. It is just game 2 of 12, but a really rough start from 2 experienced top players. Okay,
and when it comes to this position, I know you're somewhat of a Janus Vortex crystal ball individual. I don't know how else I can explain it. If you guys aren't familiar with Levin's calls, in the back room 24/7 when he's talking, he can see Janus and Vortex in a certain position and instantly call if they're going to win. He's done it like 3 times. Is this that position? They've pushed up the height a little bit, already gotten Elam that they kind of pushed over towards their box as well. 2 full loot bags to work with this two. Like, is this the spot?
I'll be honest, every game I've ever watched of them where they get a refresh now, they win. I'm not even kidding as well.
A back-to-back to start EU. Okay.
Look, it's on the it's definitely on the cards. Definitely on the cards. So keep your eyes peeled for those guys. Because when they just have the opportunity to sort of have the max loot, you saw they had a bit of movement there as well, I believe. I think Vortex had some chili splashes as well. So, you know, they're looking good.
Teak and Cammy right now split on decision making because yes, once again, their position looks so good. The damage looks down bad. A few shots over from Teak though. Get from 70 to 30 below. Reason and Vidil lacking damage and aggression in this game. How is that possible? 56 above, they're looking fine now, but the shields will get affected. Cammy and Teak still can't find much, and they're in the center of this half and half zone.
And you think that this is where they want to be, right? In terms of just optimal positioning. Scram, Rescard, not an optimal position whatsoever. They go down.
What?
Cammy and Teak, 1 damage. Just do a bit of damage, lads, please.
I'm so surprised to see Rescard and Scram go down. 4 eliminations overall, and you saw the big shots that Rescard was hitting. How much damage do you truly need to stay in this lobby and be able to play? This is the best of the best, and right now, Cammy and Teak are just caught completely off guard. There is no security for them, no insurance in their box. Once again, 1 below every team around them, but they find no hope, nothing, no light in this darkness. With 48 total players now, that surge will stop, but they know that their demise is very, very close if they don't deal any more damage. This is the perfect chance to do it. Once those moving zones start, it becomes very difficult to deal with both dealing damage and moving at the same time.
I think the big advantage that these guys have, though, is that their whole game plan around the moving zones is to secure control, right? Wherever layer they're on, you know, they like to get to the front side, make sure they have the builds, they have the edits, and they can hit the shots for sure. So we'll see whether they can gain control once the zones start to move. You can see we're going towards that southeast, and Thomas and Tayson will have to make their way there. Is this the game where they do look for height, or will they look to stay lower? Will they try and get involved in that battle? We know Queasy and Hen ain't going to be here, so will it be Pink and Anas, Janus and Vortex again? I'd probably put my money on that, to be fair. Look, we'll see all these teams starting to set up, as this is where the game really begins. The pads will come out now, and players will look to rotate, and Thomas and Tayson looking to see if they can jump in and get involved with that as they move towards the front of the zone.
Start to fly high. Cammy Teak, classic situation. They have that low ground control. Thomas and Tayson, they go a little bit higher. At the same time, Andalex pulled that zone just like Vidil did in some of the best positions overall. And Andalex picks up Bubak as well inside the feed. Karma interrupting Rifle as we see Janus heal up a little bit. Had that high ground position, have the most information entirely for this lobby, and then understand it's getting crazy over on height. Karma with a humongous all-in to try to hold things off completely. It might be a little bit too early. Clown also inside the sky. Kami and Teak uninterrupted down low, but we know they need some damage. They're rattling over at Wildflower and Deox on the right side. Of the bottom right, we also see Vidil's POV. It's looking like destruction, like chaos. Reason's not down, but they have a random hostage in their box. No protection for him there whatsoever. He's not going to be saved. Reason and Vidil have to split apart for the moment. Hopefully they find each other very soon. Janus now very low. Vortex also at a silver of HP. He is down. The winners from game number 1, the lobby leaders at 63 points, might have their story stopped. The bookmark on the chapter for the moment as Janus finally goes down. 63 points is the current lead. Nesfurisha is all the way up towards the top side looking for a big launch pad as well. Stompy's also starting to move off. Ryzen has the control of high ground and starting to clash between 3 different teams. Toos is also falling from the air. When he's part of the equation, it starts to become a problem. Karmi looking for the solution. Sees a little bit all around him, but he's still confused. Where's his teammate? Where's everyone on his screen? He doesn't know. There they are. Double layered height. It's multifaceted. It's looking good.
They got to be careful though, because there's still going to be teams second height, lower down, who will look to try and take it. We are getting to that stage of the game where some of the better teams will look to fight it, and this is a fight happening on the mid-ground. Tayson looking to find the control. He gets the edit and he gets the shot as well. They will find the elimination. Vidil and Reason though will move towards the front of the zone. They need a couple of eliminations for themselves. They're running low on materials, and so Vidil hit a huge shot there. Vidil, nice damage, nice elimination, and now they have some mats to keep them in this game.
Tayson also doesn't care about any locks on any doors. He's pushing straight in with that SMG. Picks up a vital elimination to keep Thomas and himself inside that lead. Meanwhile, Cammy, he's the only person operating without a teammate, without a partner. Duelist inside this format in the endgame, in the sands. It's going to be trouble. You might end up sinking. That's exactly what happens. He is down. Meanwhile, the clutch ministers of EU are rolling through the tarps, through the layers. They're about to clash with Reason and Vidil side by side. The 2 POVs we're watching in trouble now, though. This is his own bounce back, kind of not really going towards the right side. They end up for a side-scroller adventure. XP is going to be the first mini-boss they're facing. Going to be tough to kind of get towards them. They use a level skip. No, it's not possible. You cannot get through that wall. They go down. Karmi is somehow still controlling height this entire time. Uninterrupted. All the goats are fighting down below. Now we have new creatures, animals, all the way towards the top. We're hungry to take a little bit of a bite. Reason is by himself as well, trying to clutch. He's getting that pressure from high ground too. He has to be forced to drop down. Squeezed in the end game. He's trying to get a little bit of damage too. Some rattles off on the right side, but it's not going to be enough inside the sand. He has a few more builds to put down. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. None. His chances are gone to stay alive. And Alex and Squeeze are looking so good on this layer, but Pablo and Swag are here to play too.
Yeah, we've seen so many of these teams struggle on the back of the side of the zone, and so these guys are going to have to stay compact. They're going to have to stay together, and you can see they're trying to rise up. They don't even want to be there, but they now have to deal with the team on high ground. Karma does so well, and Swing will get taken out. He will be forced back down, and Swag will soon join him. They actually do have control as the zone starts to move downwards on the hill, and so Andalex now will run into a brick wall. He gets taken out. I've seen Squeeze cuts, but this is too much for him. Swag and Pablo will do it all, but Swag goes down. Pablo now left in a 2v1.
Don't put Pablo in a corner. That being said, though, they do get crunched. Frizz started this with Karmi all the way up top on high ground from the 5th zone, and they're still locking it in. You never see this in EU. Drop down. Pablo on basically half HP. Karmi looking for the lock-in. Pablo got a little bit of shields. Now inside the bushes, it's getting kind of jungly. We're looking at any opportunity, but they're taking so much damage right now. Frizz has to catch up with the zone. Frizz finds the shot, and Pablo goes down.
What a game for Nefriz. How they done it. Like you said, Shia, we don't see teams hold height for that long, but this is what happens when some of the top height teams go down. The up-and-comers can come through and take it, and they will take it well. 1 game for them in the bank. This is brilliant. Karmi and Nefriz, a brilliant game to display, but can they continue to keep that up?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm watching 3 different end games in every game. There's something going on in the mid ground. By the time we get to that 9th zone, Nippers and Kami were part of all 3 sections. They had height the entire time. And Levin, every time we saw anyone in pressure, it was because of that team. They were just relentless on high ground.
Look, this is Nefriz's first FNCS, and he's stepping up to the plate. A victory won in the 2nd game of your first FNCS final. That's not too bad. Des, break it all down for us, guys.
Thank you so much, Levin and Shia Wager. Exactly what I wanted to talk about. Thank you so much, Levin, for continuing these storylines. First time here in a finals. And immediately you see the kind of like repercussions, right? The waves that ripple across everyone else in the lobby. A single team could just dictate the flow of any game like that. And right now for these guys, once again, it's just that boost of confidence, Boop. That boost to say, look, we've made it to finals. We have nothing to worry about. We just need to play the very best we can. And that's what I like to see.
Yeah, this is a typical game 2 of a final, right? Everyone's slowly sort of getting out of their shell. You know, Nefrizi and Kami here, very aggressive off spawn, right? They pushed over towards the 2nd place of Default and Lake, eliminated them, and they sort of transferred that power over to them, it feels like, and they had the confidence and the aggression to go up for high ground. But, you know, this was also a result of a lot of these players on these mid grounds, you know, some of the big boys sort of struggling around those mid ground levels, you know, not too consistent. You know, it looked a bit messy there.
Yeah, I think that early game engagement where you're talking about where Nefrizi was pushing in and obviously picked up the elimination onto Link and Default, that was just flipped the entire lobby on its head because all of the players who popped off in game number 1, Vortex, Janice, you know, Link and Default, almost no namers. Obviously, we saw Vortex and Janice looking to have a good game here at the start of the moving zones. Didn't do so much from it at all. So I think almost that Nefrizi elimination started their run, but also ended a bunch of others.
So good. Now, of course, we got to see how this has rippled onto the standings, right? Remember, we have a 12-game format. So we're playing 6 games today and another 6 tomorrow. So right now, these first few games, it's all about feeling each other out, making sure that, like, how do we actually, like, exist on the same island at the same time in this set lobby, right? Which one of us will actually get the better of the other in these lobbies? And the standings are a great way to kind of see the numbers, right? If you're much like me, you just have to see it to understand. Here is that moment for you, right? Right now, Vanille and Reason ahead of the pack, doing very well. Once again, making it in that top 10. Now, we have not seen them be able to make it into, like, those final, like, top 3s. They keep getting shut down, Boop. So what's necessarily happening? I mean, obviously, they're still in first, but I feel like if they could make it in that top 3, we could easily see a victory royale.
Yeah, it's a Vanille and Reason classic. They've typically struggled in finals, usually with Storm Surge. This game, again, you know, they didn't have those early eliminations, but they managed to make it work. But those late games that we saw for them, very, very messy. We saw them running around on low ground and mid ground as a duo, and then that turned into a solo, and it's not really been the best from them. Janice and Vortex, they're having an okay game, but not too good compared to that first one, obviously.
Yeah, specifically from Vanille and Reason, like, this is what I've seen from them I was going to say all season, but I think all of their careers. You know, it was kind of similar when we were watching things back, you know, even back to, like, the earlier in kind of chapter 2 when they're playing with No Rayleigh at the same time. It's like, these guys aren't, well, the easiest way to describe it is they're the opposite of Cammy and Teak, right? Everything that Cammy and Teak do well, that Reason and Vanille don't do that well, right? Dead side rotations, get into the good spots, claiming a lair. These guys in endgame are just messy. They just frag out, they just aim their guns at people's heads and pick up easy eliminations at that point, right? So, hey, that's fired them up to the top of the leaderboard so far. Obviously, we look back, Pink and Anas, they're also still coming up close to the top of the leaderboard, now in 3rd place. You know, not getting too much of the limelight in game number 2, but a 10th place with 2 elims, not so bad at all.
I like how you mentioned Cammy and Teak there, you know, talking about consistency, but this time,
I know
not
you'd
as
like
consistent.
that.
I mean, of course, I mean, if you looked at that leaderboard prior, where are they? They're not in the top 10 right now, which is very surprising. As you see, you know, they've been struggling for Surge, and this is something that you don't typically see from them. You know, one of the most prepared duos. You know, we saw them in the first game have some interesting strategies with throwing fireflies at trees. So, you know, they've done the preparation. They know the angles to get a Surge, but it's not really working out here. Some of these zones are pretty brutal.
I would say the opposite in a sense, where, you know, Cammy and Teak have historically struggled with Storm Surge, right? It's particular in these early games. But when they're on, they are on, and this isn't even an issue. So to me, this is kind of a little bit of an inclination that they may not be playing their best game right now, because when they have the strategy, when they're an FNCS winning level champion like last season, right, in Chapter 2 Season 8 and in the Grand Royale as well, where they're 1st and 2nd, it's like these weren't issues for them at that point. Now, maybe they're not playing their best game.
Yeah, it was also to do with zone 2, right? Like, it's another southern zone, and it affected other duos as well, mainly Thomas HD and Tayson. Now, we saw that both Covert Cavern teams this time, they struggled for Surge. Both of them were below Surge into that second zone Surge, unfortunately. And maybe that's a little bit to do with, you know, the way that they play. We see Thomas HD and Tayson, they do get the vault from Covert Cavern. However, they do go to Greasy every single time to get those chili choke splashes. And maybe that's sort of affecting their rotates, because if you have that sort of strategy, you're going to be taking so much time in order to get all of those items, and maybe you're just overlooting, and that's the issue with having such a big draw spot like Covert Cavern on Con. You just don't know what you want to pick. There's so much you want to get there.
Yeah, and at the time, there's also not that many players around that spot down there to pick up for Storm Surge. So Janus and Vortex struggle with that too. So maybe Tayson is also doing the same thing.
I like it. I like it. We're going to keep this coming. All right, we're going to keep talking about this when we come back. But right now, we're going to go into the next game on the day. 11-2K Shy Wager, take it away.
Zeke Boop Reese, that's exactly what it is. Storm Surge actually stopping some of our, you know, captains that should be taking control of the lobby 11. I think by game 3, that's where you start to make adjustments and maybe change your plans.
Yeah, and it's really strange, right? You look at 2 of the top teams, right, in terms of Cammy and T, Queezing, and these are teams where, if you ask any of the top analysts around, right, they will tell you these 2 teams have 2 of the most consistent early and mid-game setups, right? And so to see them now in the finals having a bit of struggle there, definitely going to be a reason to have to adapt in this 3rd game, and we'll see what are these small adaptations like. Is it going to be a case of Tayson and Thomas maybe just not going to Greasy, right? What will these changes be? We're going to find out pretty soon, right? But definitely going to have to be made.
No, absolutely. Maybe jump in a car like Vino and crash into boxes. Maybe get a little bit more, you know, flamboyant with the way you're playing your game. So I exactly just want to see what those changes are. Because, you know, for Cammy and Teak specifically, they have, you know, the super mountain to be able to just stay on. We saw it in both game 1 and 2. Didn't result into anything or enough actually at all, which is very surprising. Maybe it's the zones overall as well. But where will the zone go? How will Surge look? Those are the questions for game number 3.
Game number 3, we've seen 2 teams already pick up some victory royales, and as we head into Tilted, who will be the team to pick up the 3rd? Mr. Savage, 50-50 and up here. This reminds me of some of my arena games, Shayo. And Savage, who we've seen come out on top plenty of times, will actually be taken down, but Benji will be close behind to back his teammate up, but it's not done yet.
DKS down. Bad Sniper still in the situation, I believe. And this is where he can fully change his fate. Sometimes it's worth it to maybe roll through and try again. But it looks like he's missed his opening, so forget that I even said that. Benji dropping that shield keg. Ball hitting that revive as well. Very smart. He gets to be full shield basically into the next engagement. He will be the power in terms of, you know, this off-spawn fight. While Savage will just try to boot up as much as possible. Bad Sniper's not going to be able to find that revive, obviously, since Benji got the full finish. Plus, he's just kind of by himself up top on the roof.
Look, last game I said, DKS and Bad Sniper are going to have to make adjustments. They can't keep 50-50ing Benji and Savage off spawn, because that's not going to be a fight that you win. And we head into game 3, they do it again, they haven't won. At what point do you start to make these adaptations that we've been talking about? Look, I don't want to be saying the same thing going into game 4. You know, we'll hope maybe that, you know, he can get his teammate up, Bad Sniper, but again, Benji and Savage, they are like that. They are these guys when it comes to Tilted Towers. And so I don't expect anything to change in that regard as we head into the next couple games.
Things might change between these 2 teams, and we saw it, the quals overall. Kinzel to zip those, Benji Savage sometimes end up butting heads inside this POI, especially towards the later games. We got to remember you have 2 overall days. Meanwhile, over at Camp Cuddle, nothing is adorable. Nothing is cozy at all. Those guys will keep battling it out. Archskill up against what I would assume would be Swag and Pablo. It's not going to be exactly that. We'll be fighting Eliza off spawn. They'll get that up. And this time, Trippern is not going to trip and fall to his demise. He'll end up winning that off spawn fight. And then we tune in to the most important one, I feel like, in terms of who can control everything on the map, as well as, you know, are Anas and Pink allowed to play this game? Covert Cavern, and they haven't found anything early, Levin. I feel like when they have a very good early start, maybe a pick or 2 while people are gliding in, that's where they have control of the lobby.
Yeah, and I've spoken to their coach, Bloodex, right? And you know, he's told me that, you know, he feels good about the team. feels it's very much dependent on how much Pink can do, right? Because when it comes to Anas, if you're not familiar with Anas, for the people watching, Anas is like a robot, right? You know, and in a good way, he's robotic in the sense that he just doesn't make many mistakes, right? You know, you program him and you know he's going to be able to do all the tasks you set him out to do. And so there's a lot of pressure on Pink there to sort of step up and rise to that level and be able to keep that cool head as he leads his duo to victory. But you saw there, they were trying to get some tags in on Covert, sitting above there, looking to see if they could pick anybody out. Phoenix was there, but he covered himself up well. And this is what else was happening at Covert. Thomas and Tayson getting that vault.
God.
The loadout is filth, isn't it?
I just, you know, once again, like, what went wrong completely last game? Why weren't these guys high, mighty, and free? And one of the best spots overall, vehicle, save mats till the very end game, launch pad there too. Need I say more? How can you not win off of that? Getting 2 zone pulls as well.
I think Boop is onto something, right? Where maybe they are overlooting. Look, if you watch a lot of the Covert teams this season, they very much will go off and look to see if they can get to Greasy and get some chili chug splashes. But in these lobbies, right, the timing just isn't quite working out for them. So don't know what Vino's doing. Vino, you good?
I see. Yes. This is the fake fight going on right now. Maybe you can get Queasy and Hendo over peak. Very, I don't know. It's one of those, I'm not going to say, you know, low-level strats, but one of those obvious strats that might trip up a very good player. Vito's trying it all. The car might not work this game. PKR and Mappy, they're having some struggles too. Feels like PKR is just taking the brute force front of the damage. It might just be because Link and Default are that good. You talk about a duo that can fight. Their fighting pattern overall just seems so odd, tough to deal with. It's just a constant barrage and never really offline. And as a result, sometimes overwhelm the enemy. Sometimes also go a little bit too ham and all in. And I'm getting picked apart by third parties. I feel like every fight you'll see with Default and Link, it's almost a skybase.
Yeah, you could sort of, Link was investing a lot of materials there to just sort of guarantee that he had the right angle when looking to take the shot, right? But in turn, you know, Mappy just kept building and it meant he spent a lot of mats. Fortunately for him though, Default will come through and drop him some, and so now they can pincer in on Mappy, and there isn't going to be much room for him to go up here. I'm sure he'll be low on mats as well. They've got to be careful. There is a third party in the distance looking to try to pick up some surge tags, but they need to grab a hold of Mappy here and now because he's just going to continue to force them to burn materials up here. And it gives more and more time for that team to just sit up and beyond and get some shots in.
There are no winners here. The real CEO, the person making all the profits right now from this fight, is that third party. They're looking really happy. A free body to tag up over and over again, nice. Default and Link have to invest so much, and yeah, you can dance away Default, but your mats are also completely danced away. 278 metal, no wood, no brick, and that second zone's about to start to lock in. I mean, they got some time to bring it all back up. They might not be too far away from zone. But man, you know, maybe Nice it for now. We can see what we do next.
I think the dancing, if anything, shows the frustration on his behalf, right? Where it's like, look, man, stop fighting us. We're gonna beat you. Like, go away, go away.
Yeah. And then Vino and Joe, I mean, I was roasting the strats before, but apparently they have worked.
Yep.
Maybe Vino has this, you know, cool combination. I know there's a bunch of games with maps where you have to shoot certain walls and do certain things, and you got like an Easter egg or something. Maybe he has like a hypnosis spell they can play, shooting certain walls over at Sleepy Sound, makes Squeezy and Hen a little bit lethargic, gets them to make the wrong decisions, you know? There's some in-game thing we don't know about, but Vino's got the secrets.
Look, you know what, Shai? Usually I'd say, bro, you're bugging out. Like, I don't know where you're getting this from, but you might be onto something because they have been all over the place in the first 2 games, and definitely cause for concern. If they don't start to hit their stride soon, we're going to have to start asking questions about what it is they're doing as a duo.
Talk about taking 1 stride per sidewalk step. You know what I'm talking about? That's Vidil and Reason right now. They got big legs compared to the rest of the lobby. They are just zooming right now. 71 points overall. You'd assume that these guys are always the one kind of making mistakes and need to catch up. They're leading by almost 10 points overall. I think they have an 8-point lead on Vortex and Janus, who went down earlier in the last game. First 2 games, 4th, 5th, 5 elims, 3 elims. They're looking pretty consistent, and that is not usually the case for Vidil and Reason.
And at some point, right, you'd probably expect them to eventually get a victory royale as well to top it all off. And so these guys are looking good again. I still think the questions are there about how consistently are they going to be able to be so aggressive as they are without being punished.
Talk about success and punishment. And I brought up the, you know, Tace and Thomas effect of just having everything in the game. Another airdrop, a third launch pad, and their car is still almost full fuel with chonkers. And it's a sedan, so you can pretty much go anywhere they want. Once again, how do you lose from this spot?
Well, I think this game will be a bit different for them, right? Because you can see they're not going too greasy to get the extra chili chug splashes, and so hopefully this time they can find better timing, better rhythm in the mid game, and find a good position to get their surge tags dealt with, right? Look for a spot where you can sort of hold teams in, where there's going to be a whole wave of teams that you can hit shots on, and as much as maybe they've had their struggles, they should be able to hit their shots. It's Tayson and Thomas, for goodness sake, right? So, you know, as long as they can find some good position, hopefully this game will be a much better game for them now that they aren't overlooting.
Might have to drive a little bit overall to get back into the game because they were a little bit south side overall from the map. They left Covert. Covert got the zone. So a team like Anas and Pink that looks for control has it the earliest form possible. And now we'll see what they do if they can pull a little bit of the Freezy situation out from under their pocket, because that man controlling the game from 5th all the way to the end, that's just insane. Don't ever really see it in EU. It's a very good treat to see. Malbuka Mustache will also be kind of in their pocket. You know, this I think is something they lack a lot, Levin, control.
And I think this is why this is a great spot for them, right? You know, this is the old trusty hill. I'm sure they were happy to see this, so they were like, oh yeah, we can get up on this hill, because as players do start to rotate in, there's going to be a lot of players flocking in from the south, right? And so they're sitting in the perfect position to take some shots and really do some damage. You can see them already here. Tayson and Thomas is the team that Mustache has his eyes set on, but they won't be the only team that starts to flock up in this general area. And some big damage being dealt there by Mustache. This is exactly what they wanted to do from this spot, and it's paying off to perfection.
Up their game a lot so far just off of those early game eliminations. That's one of the benefits of being contested off spawn. If you end up doing really well, you have 6 free points rolling in every single game. You can get up that leaderboard. It just is a very big risk for Vortex and Janice. Full control. We talk about overlooting. Second zone, they're still overall in greasy. I'm wondering if they've gotten tags on anyone at all. I mean, yeah, the loadout looks good, 12 chug splashes. It costs a lot of time, and time is one of the most valuable currencies inside Fortnite, especially in the early game.
And you can see, right, in terms of their path, they're white lining it to zone, right? They're heading straight up north. And if you remember just a couple seconds ago, way up north is exactly where, you know, Malabuka and Mustache were sitting up on them on that hill. So this is going to be one of those teams who is going to run into a bit of trouble, right? And so 70 above isn't bad, but they're going to want to do some more damage. And as they get into zone, they have to pick their spot wisely, because it could easily run into one of the more congested areas where, you know, there's going to be a bunch of teams, all shambles, looking to try to do some damage.
Yeah, it's dropping way more than even 1 a second, from 70 above down to 20. Everyone's shooting and taking shots, and Vortex knows right now they have to collapse and act on any possible situation, opportunity, and decision. Doing a little bit of damage, 20, keep themselves 41 above, but the pattern does continue without anyone going down so far. Oh no, their car actually tumbling over as well.
Yes.
Okay, that's what, 4 seconds of time? Let's see if that ever makes a difference in this game. 4 seconds left.
4 seconds. I think it's rare you see 4 seconds make a significant difference here, but considering already how much time they spent at Greasy looting up, it could start to add up.
Who's driving? Is it Janice? Give this man some lessons. What's going on? This is not looking like the smoothest ride, but
yeah,
they'll get it in. The deal reason, this is what I'm talking about. So were they in this position last game as well in terms of being very down low and, you know, just collapsing on it and immediately getting back up? I honestly, I'm not super sure. Remember if we got to tune in with that, but the consistency or the lack of might start to kind of roll in with them being down on search.
And the big thing is we know what their strategy will be. Get in. Straight up, just get in. When in doubt, get in. And so we'll see if that opportunity arises for them. In the meantime, though, they will look to try and avoid that situation. He is trying to take some shots elsewhere, and maybe this is it in action. Are they going to get in? Oh,
it's
God.
time. Here we go. There's even a reason to deal. Pushing the storm. They're going straight for it. I think Floki already down, but Deal is still pushing forward. Looking for a few more shots. One person gone, 31 damage above. Yep, that's Clement. They got taken just completely away, deleted. They have all the loot. They're barely even just enough over. 128 looks good overall. I feel like they need a lot more.
In the words of the wise 11-2K, when in doubt, get in.
You know what's tough? That's Clement and Floki as well. Some people were looking really good at in terms of doing well in this entire lobby, right? They just had a nice come up overall. Seemed like they were learning over and over and over again. You get into your game, it's Reason of a duel you have to deal with every time, who are just hungry with Surge. It just feels like season after season they can have Ziptos on their team or not. In the first day, they struggle a lot, and that second day, that's their full comeback.
Yeah, and these guys, once they do hit their form, they will be a super consistent team, right? That was always a trend we saw with them in trios, and yeah, it's a different game mode, but you know, these guys are very experienced players. I think the big thing is though that these guys are dealing with some you know, actual really crazy circumstances anyway, right? Of course, they were initially south of the map where there was so much congestion. As far as I know, I believe Clement's actually not feeling too well in real life as well, so get well soon. Hopefully, you know, he wakes up tomorrow and feels a bit better, but these guys are dealing with a lot right now, and that's not going to be a great way to go down in game 3.
Benji and Savage as well, tilted, looking really good, winning 2 off-spawn fights overall, or I guess 3 by this point. Not only that, but surviving and being able to be in a good position towards endgame. That all amasses to 24 points. I don't think that adds up properly, Levin. If you're not that disturbed off spawn, getting true free eliminations, right? Your medal count already looking, what, a quarter way full as you start the game? Plus, like, you know, you're getting these free points, you're getting some nice momentum. I'm not sure what else these guys need to do. Maybe it's just a endgame situation. Things on their lair are maybe too much, you know, matched by some other teams. They're getting interrupted, not enough space to control. Off spawn, yeah, they might be great. We keep talking about it, but endgame looks like Benji and Savage having a little bit of trouble.
I think one of the things with this team is that they are prone to getting themselves in situations where they are surrounded by a bunch of teams and things do start to get a bit scuffed. The good thing is that when, you know, they are on form and they're feeling it, they hit a bunch of shots, they take down people. If you're watching Savage or Benji stream, it's just very exciting. You're gassed off your mind. You know, everybody thinks, oh wow, these guys are so good. But if they aren't hitting the shots, if they are, you know, not feeling it and in rhythm, and they're surrounded by a bunch of teams that maybe are a bit hungry and a bit scuffed, and things can get a bit crazy for them, right? And so we'll see how they fare with their position in this game, but that has been an issue for them. And even though they are getting off spawn with relative ease, the mid and end game can be a difficult place for them. Look, Bad Sniper was able to get DKS back up, so they will have a game to play, but it's all about how they use it.
I mean, they're about really far ahead from their off-spawn competitors right now. 47 points compared to 24, 25. Looking pretty good for the moment. Let's see if this position from Anas leads towards anything for the moment. They've been up here for so long, just rattling away down below. Was that basically just a one-tap? Is that all he needed? Absolutely. And that looked good. Very good use of the ammunition as well, because this man is running low overall on those light bullets.
They were just in the best spot there. They are way up above.
See, this is the issue I have with it though. They've been so active from the spot overall. I feel like they've kind of depleted the pressure they can have towards endgame. As I say that, Anas gets gifted 441 light ammo. I'm going to shut up now. Reason and Thomas, let's look at them real quick because we know Anas' story overall. Just to remind you, Thomas, statistically, I feel like, I'm just going to call it, has the best loot ever available for a zone like this. It's your home zone overall. You have 3 pads, you got an airdrop. Your teammate literally has an all gold, almost loadout. You guys have 12 peppers. It can't go wrong.
Yeah, these guys are big chilling. Like, big chilling. And I think the big thing is that, you know, as long as there's not anything crazy, like as long as they don't get some bad RNG where, you know, someone just happens to waltz into their box when they pad or something, like, they are looking very good. They've got the peppers, they've got all the pads in the world, they've got enough loot, and they've got more than enough talent to secure and see this game out.
I think the only thing that might be bad for them overall, I mean, they're good on Surge too, is that they've been driving around for too much, maybe looking at the scenic overviews around them and not, you know, being in work mode. It's time though to clock in, and for reason of a deal, they're putting in overtime completely, 32 damage above now. It seems like their story is just a very, I don't know, Doom-like seesaw, back and forth. They're above Surge and then down, and things are bad again. It's just very tough. 22, they're barely even just, you know, out of water. You're basically looking at someone just doing a freestyle swim. Their head comes up slightly a little bit for that breath, but then once again, they're down bad. Moments later, down in the depths. Janus and Vortex as well. They're going to be limit blocked, 27 damage below. Usually, this is the point where we look for information, look at a few other teams, see what you want to do, but they have to be focusing on one right now with the spray.
Yeah, this zone's going to be really difficult for certain teams to navigate as we see Reason goes down. The deal now going to be left in this game as a solo, and that's not even going to be enough. He will try and force the issue a bit and will pay with his life for it. He goes down. Janus and Vortex now as well in a bit of a difficult situation. 65 below, they're in a pickle against the Storm. It's Benji and Savage.
Nice shot.
And this is just going to keep on going. They know that they need to deal some damage, and so they're going to keep applying that pressure. And how will Benji and Savage respond?
15 seconds though for everyone else to move. Benji does end up clapping back, and we see Vortex now going down. This zone's gonna be so troublesome for so many people. They have to move up on elevation. This is not a normal situation for people on the outskirts. They have to be traveling across the mountain using double the mats.
This is really nice. You know they're gonna be able to try to find some battle for height. There's gonna be a crazy one. Janus though is actually able to get the res on Vortex. I'm surprised that Benji and Savage let them have that. Typically they're very clinical, but you can see in the bottom right the arrows flying, whizzing into the safe zone. Everybody trying to get in and above. Nobody wants to be down below that hill, because if it pulls across, they're going to be spending a lot of resources trying to beat that. So Janus now going to have to focus. Even with the little HP he has no choice but to continue. They've got an okay amount of mats, but the HP is dwindling.
They almost have less ammunition than they have HP combined overall. This is tough. 6 bullets in the MK7, 80 in that SMG. Barely even enough to pressure a wall. I'm not even sure if that can get you a full elimination. We might have to go straight to pickaxes for this team. Meanwhile, Benji and Savage, they've also been fractured as a whole. I mean, barely any shield to recover at all. Health for Savage down. This man can't do his signature Storm dipping in and out plays either. This is tough.
Yeah, and that first zone is going to pull a bit across the hill. So for some of those teams lower down, this gets tough. Pink and Anasto, they are right where they want to be. And typically, right, you know, you don't necessarily want to be holding out high ground from this moment on. But if there was a team I trust to do it, it would be these guys. And so they're setting up real well here.
So I'm going to be pulling right across. All the mountains and the valleys will be a little bit near water after this one as well. Anyone down low, I hope you have materials, because this is going to be absolutely tough. Launch pads used super early. Anas and Pink at a perfect position to try to just rattle down on anyone that's flying across them. Thomas and Taste and elect not to even use a pad. They might just run this one, but I'm not sure if that greed is going to cost them in the long run. They wait for a few teams to start moving in front of them. No, the pad will actually be there. Thomas with a nice block, 360 degrees on that pad. Yes, someone else will find it, but the most important thing is they've taken no damage, and they're actually setting up for height immediately. Yes, we saw the Freezy do this before. They instantly took that height and looked to just keep it overall, but no, they're not actually being active as they move. On the left side, you see Domination starting to peek its head above high water. On the right, you see Survival with Janus starting to move. Yes, gotten one elimination. That's his teammate in the box. I was about to just scream Vortex low HP, and they have to drop down this mountain. Can Vortex make that drop is the question, because I'm not sure if he has the materials. He's taking a little bit of zone damage. Janus has no mats, and he's playing in a mountain zone. He should not be able to survive this one.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to tank here. It's going to be very difficult. He's out wide in the open. He doesn't have many options. Is the zipline going to come out? He is. It's the last resort, and he's going to use it to break through build. It actually works out, but can he get the elimination on the back of that? He can! Janus, how have you managed to do that? That's unreal. But now he needs anything, because the mats weren't enough to keep him afloat in this one. He still is incredibly shambles, and so he now needs to continue on this path. He's running around trying to find anything he can sneak into someone's box if possible.
On the final walls, he slides. Meanwhile, Thomas is still fighting on his own layer. Janus finally going down. Anas and Pink are still holding on. They've cascaded, just basically made stepping stones to maintain height and be very close towards the second height right below them, but that's many teams right below. That's Tayson and Thomas as well. Naku just goes flying down like a rocket from the skies. A meteorite hits Earth, and he's finally fine. Malibuka and Mustache, they're split in half, and now Malibuka's looking for that clutch as well. Down below on Surge, needs some Elam very badly. Yes, you have the materials, my friend. You have the minis, but this is your final one. Start to dive inside a box. He's underground right now. A portion of the zone I didn't even know was possible to be alive in. Hen and Queasy are down there too, and they're going to be the rulers down below. They take him out. Savage and Benji Fishy also surviving. Down in the dirt though, Savage with 20 total HP. He can take maybe just one more tick. This has to just be all on Benji. Somehow though, they're both still alive. 13 teams. How's that shot even possible? He basically pushes it through that wall. Savage has control. He's fully focused in at this position. A player should not be able to function in these circumstances. misses, but he's making it work. They're even just playing around that zone edge. Yes, to be very careful for this moment. No one's gone down in the feed. It's a pause for many players. That zone finally locks in, and it looks like it starts to bounce back as well. A little bit of nice pressure, but oh no, Thomas down. Tayson now by himself. How did this happen? They had the best loot, one of the best spots, and now it's Tayson in that clutch driver's seat.
Yeah, and Tayson's been here before, but can he do it now on the biggest of stages? He still has 3 charges left in those gauntlets, and he has his eyes set on some players' logo, and anybody who could be a hindrance to him, he will try to eliminate, but he has to make sure he doesn't attract the attention of too many duos, because as a solo, it's going to be real hard to deal with that. He's got to be careful. He has his eyes set on Waffler there. Will they battle it out? He's tanking the zone now. He needs to eventually get in at some point. He only has that one chug smash left, and he will use that SMG now to try and do some damage and get the loot, but no, he can't. He has to stay a bit higher up, but the high ground team is looking to try and take him down, and it's back to the backside of zone. It is for Tayson.
He's trying to freestyle a little bit. Now he's stuck behind Cammy and Teak. Defensive duo. You just saw them take down one right in front of them as well. They're going to be right up to wall next to Kiriachi and Stormy right. It's all about the greats in mid-ground and about domination on height. Pink and Anas are looking so good. This might just be absolutely free for them to get towards that top 2. 4 teamers remain, 8 total players. It's all duos on all sides, and they're all in the mid-ground.
They can't even really get involved. They ain't got much SMG ammo, and so they can't even take the shot. They just have to wait it out and wait for players like Kiriachi and Stormy Right to deal with everybody on low. And we know that these guys can do it. Stormy Right will pick up one, Milad will go down, and now he's got to regroup with Kiriachi.
Stormy Right playing inside that zone. His screen fully blue, but I know he's just seeing red, trying to find any damage inside these boxes, editing on these walls. But what do they even own? Cammy now also moving forward. Him and Teak still alive. Low ground warriors and never lose from these positions. And both duels about to clash. Cammy going for the shot from the right side. Teak with the spray! And they both stay alive. Teak taking a lot of shield damage. 3 teams now left. One solo is when he walks on the right side. Who picks him up? Free Elin for Teak. Now it's a 2v2. Anas, Pink, and Cammy Teak on the low ground. 2 Titan teams fighting for this spot in Cobra Canyon. Yes, the ground looks icy, but it's starting to even out. Anas running a little bit low on the materials overall. He's looking for that first drop down shot. Hard of the mat's gone from Cammy and Teak. That's the question. First rock in. There's a river now down below too. A car to use, maybe some tech from Teak. We've seen it before, and it's looked oh so good. But they're finally all in. Here comes Anas. Big shot from the left. Big protection from the right side too. They're going for the pinch. Anas going for the chop down from the top 2. Chug splash. The final one drop down. 14 seconds. But that zone closes in. It's close, and no person wants to take that first shot to fight. This is huge. Anas is going to go down for the moment, leaving Pink in the 1v2. No knocks on the other side yet. Zone finally clasps in. Only a shotgun in Pink's inventory, and they win that battle towards the end. Clinical, absolute swag in that one too. They let that game burn off on itself.
From the moment high ground was available, they had it and they locked it down. They win the game and finally announced themselves to the rest of the lobby. A great victory for Pink and Anas. The robot and the British Bulldog do it. What a game.
I mean, that's just fundamentals at play too, right? You want to be flashy in those situations. You know you have the splashes too, but you also understand it's Teak on the low ground. Anas only saw him once. He realized he's done the damage. He puts all the heals on the Pink. We never see a teammate be a sacrificial lamb in those situations as well, Levin, right? That was just perfect for both of them.
Yeah, they played that incredibly well, and look, I can't wait to see how the Breast breaks that down, because that was a fun one. They held height for so long there, but they didn't even have the ammo to really get in there and get the eliminations necessary. Nevertheless though, guys, tell me what else happened. What was happening down below?
My goodness, boys. Game number 3. Pink and Anas are finally online, holding that high ground from 6th zone. And we're all sitting in the back like, is this too early? Is this too early, Zeke? Boop, Reese, is this too early? And of course, the answer is no. They are here. They have made it to finals. 5 eliminations. And I will say, Boop, they could have gone with a few more eliminations, okay? Just to be a little bit nitpicky. But still, a victory royale is a huge boon.
Yeah, I did tell you guys we were all going to expect low number victory royales from these guys, but I'll be honest. A bit more, you know, they're going kind of crazy today. But right, I mean, these guys, speaking of crazy, they could have probably fallen asleep at 2nd zone and then woken back up at 6th zone and be completely fine, because they had gotten every single zone from that point onwards. However, it was a skill for height kept there by them, and you know, it's just picture perfect. You got to take use of the opportunities that you get, right, Reese?
Yeah, this moment when we're watching from like Teak and Cammy's perspective, I feel like I'm watching Grand Royale, game number 5. 35. It's the exact same thing.
Okay.
It's under a bridge. It's that final kind of, well, at that time it was a 3v3 situation. Now we're in the 2v2, but now the tables are flipped. Cammy and Tegan winning that game because you see guys like Pink and Anas up on high ground absolutely dominating. And going back to what you said, Boop, Zone. Zone was everything for a lot of teams there at that moment. That pulled over Covert Canyon. We know the Pink and Anas dropped there. We know there's a bunch of other teams that are also in this spot. Here we go. Here's a shot of it right over exactly where they drop here next to the llama split. So it's like, you know, they were able to get set up on that hill so early before everyone else. And you notice the build that they had, right, with the cones up on top, giving them full 360-degree view where barely no one else can shoot you up there, gives them that amazing amount of Storm Surge tags. That's why they ended up with no ammo, because they just rattled through that all the way through the early and mid game.
It's so clean, boys. I cannot believe it's happened. But now the question is, will the lobby continue to allow this to happen, right? Or are they going to say, okay, listen, you did it one time. Sounds great. You had the high ground. We're going to try and shut you down going forward. Or is this going to just continue, right? I mean, just to see them clinically say 6 zone, high ground, let's win a game. That does not spell good news for the rest of the lobby. Let's really quickly take a look at our standings and see how things are going. We have 12 games total. This was game number 3. We have another 3 ahead of us today. Now, let's just take a look from like top to bottom, right? You got Pink and Anas, of course, that Victory Royale. Those eliminations are helping them hold that lead. It's not by as much as I'm assuming they'd want right now, Boop, but still, it's something, right? But you know, when you look at, say, third, Tayson, Thomas, 13 points behind, that's really not that far away.
No, and its name, so we're supposed to see his Diox and Waffler, you know, the double controller duo making it happen. And you see exactly why. 15 eliminations in total, the most out of anyone here on this leaderboard. So, you know, this is a very elimination heavy format and they're making it work. Thomas and Tayson pretty close to Link and Default. Unfortunately, this game had to travel a lot further in terms of zones, so they struggled just a tiny bit here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we talked about Tayson, Thomas HD. They were really set up, you know, as Shayo said, the best loot ever when it came to picking up that elimination there. And you know what? They were able to capitalize. Top 5th, right? 5 place, 4 eliminations. So doing good. But, you know, they're their championship team. They're looking for that first as we go for that second page here. We've got Mustache and Malabuka, players who have now won off of spawn multiple games right now. You know, they game number 1, we saw that they lost. Then the next 2 games in a row, they've managed to win off spawn. And, you know, almost getting a top 10 is really good for them. But I know these 2 guys are looking to push their way up into top 5 and obviously first.
Yeah, and I mean, just another duo, right? It's Joe and Vino also winning up spawn, so there's a lot happening here, right? Every little thing that happens does affect the end games, but enough from us for right now. We're ready to jump back into all of the action, so this is game number 4. We got Shy Wager 11 standing by.
Guys, look, I'll be real. I'm looking at the leaderboard. I'm seeing some of the players who are high up, and you're talking about big eliminations. The ability to come back is clearly going to be something to watch out for, right? If one of these teams does just have, you know, a big pop-off game, right? If they're sitting in, you know, 15th and above, look, they could easily sneak their way in there.
Absolutely, but it also looks like you have to be able to capitalize when you have the option, right? I'm seeing some teams falter a little bit. They have the position, don't have the damage, or vice versa. Some storm fights happening as well. So EU feels like it's at its breaking point, and we're barely even halfway through day 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a real exciting time. I think the big thing is, right, in terms of the favorites coming in, have they been able to step up to the plate in the first 3 games? Some of them haven't quite been able to do it. Like, I still got my eyes on Queasy and Hen. I still got my eyes on them. They're still in my heart, right? 11th in that game. They made it deep that time round, but, you know, they got to be making it further than deep, right? This is a team that people expect to be making it all the way through and winning games on height in the manner that Pink and Anas just did. And so if these guys can continue to dominate high ground, Queasy and Hen are going to be left wondering what could have been. How did we not manage to close it out there?
Yeah, that was even, you know, a little bit of a northern zone overall as well. And they were alive at low ground at some point. My eyes are also on Tayson and Thomas. If no one can stop them, I feel like they've already won the entire competition. But with that being said, game 4 is right here, right now.
Game 4 of 12. It's been a interesting first 3 games, to say the least, right? But definitely a fun ride, and game 4 is going to be no different. We've already seen this off-spawn battle happen a bunch of times. The 50-50
again,
at the main building of Tilted again, as Shayo just says. This time, though, Bad Sniper and DKS making the smarter decision and not just 50-50 on this building.
Interesting. Will it stay that way? It's the question. I think you were calling for this for what, the last 2 games, Levin? I think you were calling for this for the last week, maybe, before the match has even started. Please don't do the 50-50. We know how it ends for Bad Sniper every FNCS. Here we go.
The weird thing about this engagement, though, which I will give them credit for, is even though they've been like losing here, and like they're still doing better on the leaderboard than Benji and Savage, weirdly enough, which is why I fear that like it will just continue to play out this way. Even when they are shambles of spawn, they're able to get themselves back into games really well, and in a way that we haven't seen Bad Sniper do in the past.
You want to know why? It's because exactly of what you said. This man has been at the 30th spot. He's been down bad. He was born in this position, molded by it, right? Savage and Benji basically just rolled in when they were already men. These guys grew up in kind of the slums of the leaderboard overall, always down low, always in Lazy Lake being bullied. They know how to operate in the darkness.
They are the darkness, right? Neko and Dan going up here against Cyrox and Flawless in the battle of what team can be the most shambles during mid-game. That was nice.
That was unprovoked. That's a little bit of a violation, but also true.
Look, these are 2 teams who, you know, were able to make their way through. Cyrox and Flawless made it through in the semi-finals format. They won a game. But from what I've seen today, I don't think they're anywhere near winning a game.
What I'm a fan of in all these players here right now is specifically Faceless in terms of his confidence. I had a few chats with him behind the scenes as well. And although they're coming in and understand they're going to be contested, they also know that they're more experienced at the spot. And when it comes to practice, they're always the ones that are winning overall at the station over and over and over again. So you'll see it right here, 10 actually going down. 15 points, so Faceless and Zyra have done something right overall. And yeah, they'll continue to get challenged. I think the issue with this duo overall is they don't have the experience of being at the stage over and over again.
And this is the adaptation we were looking for. Seti and Chapit's here at Logjam, right? They're not over towards the south of Sleepy. And Logjam's a POI that they've landed at, you know, with pretty much a decent amount this season. They've switched it up, and they didn't consistently find a home. But the big problem here is that they're going up against Stormy and Kiriachi, and we saw what these guys did last endgame, right? And so these guys won't be happy to be contested this game. It's all about being able to win out that fight. Chapix and Seti just haven't been able to get it done so far today.
I'm not sure what it is, but I feel a little bit nostalgic in the way I'm watching Kiriachi make these bait ramps, going back and forth and making a huge tower at the middle of a POI that has metal and roofs around it. I'm looking at some Slurpy Swamp type gameplay from back in the day right now. The same type of fundamentals. Sometimes you watch, you know, those animes or the TV shows and you see a character do a move and it flashbacks to an older type move from generations ago, and it just feels like Kiriachi's in his element off spawn. I think he was waiting for someone to come through and contest him. They were always surprised in previous seasons and they came up and above. He always finds height in these fights and then just claps down.
Is Kiriachi in his element, or Chapix and Seti just out of it? They can't win at Sleepy. They can't win here at Logjam. Where are they going to go next? Are they going to go Covert? Are they going to go all the way the other side of the map to Chonkers? Like, what are they going to do?
Hold up, I got you. I'm going to spin this wheel. Rocky Reels is actually where we're going to see Seti and Chapix next, according to the randomness, but we'll see exactly what they choose if they want to stay at the north side. We're looking at Fraction and Coop as well. A duo that fought hard in Squalls all the way up to the semifinals to get towards this spot, and it was off of Fraction's crazy play. Talk about adaptiveness. They might not have the most of it. I think they have many different game plans to roll in with, but if they make it to these end games, Levin, they act like legends that we love to watch season after season.
Yeah, they got, you know, Coop and Frack. You know, in the community, they do get bantered quite a bit, like on everybody's predictions list. Yeah. I hate to mention it, but on everybody's prediction list, these guys get put at bottom. And like, it's become like a running joke now, right? That like Frack will just always get last. But I actually have faith in them not to get last today. So up the Coop, up the Frack. Good luck, lads.
Actually, Swollium as well. On some of my predictions list, I always assume these fights always go absolutely atrocious and they end up near that last place spot. But once again, you know, they end up good off spot. Also, for that replay, I want to fact check if that's from finals or from Qual 1 or from Qual 2. or from the semis, because I feel like I've just watched those guys fight in that same way Swilliam goes through with a beam like every week.
We literally have seen that fight play out so many times. It's like I see it in my dreams at this point. Like I can't escape that fight no matter what, you know. And every session that we saw it as well, you think to yourself, okay, at least one of these teams is going to qual and the other won't, so we're never going to see this again. And then semis day one, okay, one of these teams will qual, the other won't, we'll never see this again. Finals day one, one of these teams, oh, we're here, finals. Yeah,
oh, wait, it's finals.
It's finals, it's too late. We're just going to keep seeing this fight now for the rest of the season. Oh boy, Lecce, Swilliam, Floki, Clement. I can't bear to see it anymore, honestly. It's hard to watch at this point.
Listen, once you go chonkers, you can never go back, you know, that's what they say. So it's unfortunate. They'll be stuck in that time loop over and over again, just asking each other to bargain 24/7. We'll see exactly how it works. Pink and Anas not going to have the home zone, so to speak, for Covert Cavern. It's not going to be all the way over to the top left, but they get to actually drive and ride, kind of like in game 2. We'll see exactly if that will be very beneficial for them. Teak looks like when they don't have zone, this spot for them works a lot better. They can catch teams on the rotation. If they get that middle towards tilted zone, that's where trouble happens. They don't have enough teams active around them moving around.
We'll see what they can do from this position, what they can find. You can see the trees on fire there. That isn't an accident, by the way. They want to clear as many trees as possible, make sure that their lines of sight are clear so that they have vision on these teams here, right in the distance, that they can take shots at. And they like to perch themselves up on this hill in case there's anybody lurking and tilted that they can get some shots on. So you'll constantly see Teak looking towards that side as well. But this is just very standard stuff. And this is part of why, you know, their early and mid game is so consistent, because they just have these protocols that they follow and continue to follow and that are effective, if anything, right? So hope to see these guys deeper into the game. We saw them last time. Cammy had to do a solo clutch. He wasn't quite able to pull it off. Or maybe this time he'll have his teammate by his side.
Got a little bit more placement though, so he made the best out of one of those situations. Meanwhile, Wallflower and Deox, you talk about protocols, you talk about, you know, a way of having a system to play the game. I feel like they're just having fun, right? Obviously have some good fundamentals and have a game plan moving forward, but every situation, they just seem like water. They can fit into any type of box fight. They can deal with any pressure, just morph into, you know, the things they need to, whether it's to be a little bit more aggressive, disengage a bit more, and as a result, second on the boards right now. They're in the top 10 sometimes. They have a lot of elims. That's what's pushing them forward.
Yeah. Speaking of having fun, I'm having fun casting with you, Shia.
Oh, same love, man.
This is the part where if there was a crowd, we go, are you guys having fun? And then they all start screaming and chanting. But one day, we'll have it one day.
Default and Link seem to have a crowd wherever they go. Third-party connoisseurs. For Stash. That happens to me too, you know, the amnesia, forgetting how to edit a square. All good, man, all good.
I promise you, this is one of the best mechanical players in the scene, right? Like, I promise, guys.
Okay, Malibuca taking a few shots. I think this is the issue. They need to land the first shot in a lot of these fights, or they just end up playing on the back foot way too much. I know Mustache can fill for the pressure that Malibuca won't have when he's healing, and I know they can do it vice versa. But I feel like they just don't hit hard enough inside these fights. It's against Tayson and Thomas as well, and you can notice that they're a little bit overwhelmed. Third-party shots coming in, lots of damage. Have to use more shields than even if they were down bad on Surge. It's tough. You want to make sure you're making everything perfect in these moments, because it is the finals. You can't really get away with getting shot by a third party like that, with making too many mistakes.
Yeah, the problem with that Thomas and Tayson, they have so much materials. They can just sort of sit here and wait this out, right? And they've got the means to get out in case of an emergency as well with the pad.
Look at the third party.
Yeah, the third party coming in as well. So as long as they just hold it off, Mustache and Malibuca are going to have a whole different entity to deal with.
Basically called a summon in right now, and it's going to be in the form of Castry, Vortexia, HP bars. Going to be huge. Damage also going to be tough to deal with as soon as they rock into these builds, and Castry's waiting. Double spray. No need to pray. Castry's just there. They understand exactly what needs to be done. That's just get the Elim. I think it's Thomas and Tayson that just steal it though. So yeah, Castry, you keep the damage, we'll keep the loot.
I like that. That's a fair trade. I think I'd take that in these lobbies with how intense it gets. And Malibuca and Mustache, being punished for that. Malibuka will just sort of sit there alone now. But this is exactly what we're talking about, right? The longer they sat there, the higher an opportunity for a team to roll through. I did see Pink and Nas sort of just drive by as well in the distance. Good thing they didn't get involved. That would have become a huge mess of some of our top teams.
Absolutely. And usually, Levin, the names on the script, right, when they're handed to me for the finals, they're blacked out, right? I have to assume I might just start to rub away that highlighter because, you know, Thomas Tayson, launch pads after launch pads, airdrops, and now in this game, a free refresh while they're getting pressured by a third party. You know, I just feel like, hold up, wait a minute. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. It's all fine. I just feel like it's just good for them 24/7, and it only gets better. In this spot, they get lobby sprayed, and any other team, and they're just down. For them, they get to just move across a lake, swim for almost absolutely free. I swear they use more than 100 mats, but the counter said they only use 100 brick. So here we are. The script speaks.
Yeah, and I think this is why everyone knew they were just going to be such a threat, because they haven't even really had like their pop-off game. Right, they're still good for a win. Like at one point within the next couple of games, right, even whether it be today or tomorrow, they are going to win a game, right? And so this is just what the advantage of Covert is, and it's the reason why, as much as you know they are so strong, I'll be so surprised if tomorrow there isn't a team that decides, let's just go contest Covert, right? There's so much loot there, let's try it. And that's where maybe they will start to run into some issues. But in the meantime, while they have it free,
listen, man, they've had some really good coaches so far. Kane and Cruel, right? They've had Andretta and Flois that have taught them how to drop fast. I feel like through all the quals, like it's looked really good. And they've beat every version of a team that's rolling into Covert.
Well,
it's Thomas, man. You said this. I'm quoting you. He has the best flaw in the game. I can't do Levin accent, but you know what I'm saying? Like, like I'm trying to match the deepness and the accent. It just does not work whatsoever. But you said he's literally the fastest glider. The desk has said it themselves. He has a perfect glide for Covert, and he has not been beaten, I think, in one game out of 6 in total.
Yeah, they got amazing drops, and it's the reason why if you do decide to contest them, it's never going to be easy, right? But we know the nature of contesting people off spawn in Fortnite is even when you have the best drops, there are times where maybe you just get unlucky RNG, you don't get quite the best loot, and off spawn someone pinches you, catches you out. That was a really huge shot. They take Vortex Shear down. That's going to help them stay afloat on Surge for now, as they have to try and move their way in, and they'll hit a couple more along the way.
Okay. So this is where we make it difficult for them. 2 max pull zones. Really have to start to get going, and they're down on Surge. They take out the people who came in to save them from a fight. That's kind of savage, not polite, but we don't need any of that here for Thomas and Tayson inside the finals. Pablo also struggling a little bit on the right side of the screen. We saw just moments ago Vidil be added to the X-Squeeze milkshake in terms of being put in a blender inside that box. Both him and Reason went down. Now Thomas, Tayson, we'll have to start to swim. Pablo and Swag, there are 4 of the members on the map right now that are looking a little bit bad on Search.
That's going to be huge, right, in terms of Vidil and Reason going down, because we know what sort of power they hold in games. When they get deep in, when they start feeling it, it can take out anybody. And so Thomas and Tayson, who now look like they are in, like you said, a bit of a pickle.
A pickle? These guys are like in the whole rap, man. This is just tough. You know, toppings plus aside, this is a meal of a situation to get out of, not just one vegetable.
And there's not like an obvious team right by them that they can sort of push to deal with their Surge, right? They're just gonna have to hope that people in the lobby do go down while they try to out-heal it. They're gonna use a pad to get themselves closer towards the zone now, but
one person
again, an opportunity to try and stay in this game. Like you said, just the one person. And this is going to be Krusty on the right side of your screen. That is that one person. He is dealing with Surge all by his lonesome. It doesn't seem like there's an imminent threat towards him other than the server itself. So again, just staying at that 71. I'm sure the comms between Tayson and Thomas are, when will someone go down? Please, please. There is a knock in the feed.
It's all on Aqua. Aqua can stop this. Aqua, please.
Should he though?
With your financial assistance. Okay, it's Vino. Actually, no, it's Vino, please. 1 donation of elimination, please. My friend, there we go. Both actually go down. And the lobby can just be fine.
Tayson and Thomas will live to see another day. Or another zone, I should say. As they make their way into zone here on the edge. But look how much they've committed, right? So many of the materials going into making sure they have a safe path to zone. That they'll need to recoup somehow. This is how Vidil and Reason went down. Vidil just holding some builds, but running into the person who took Reason out, and so they fell. We know they do well in the chaos, but in that situation, weren't quite able to hold on. And so they will be sent back to the lobby. And as you can see, fourth zone, not many teams in it, so this will be a very interesting rotation. You can see all those teams towards the north. They have to find their way to get in and try get in without any sort of issues either, which will be hard with the likes of Pink and Anas just sitting here in a perfect spot to just hold teams in. You can see it's a clear path between them and the teams that they need to stop. All they got to do, hit the shots. Last game, we saw them up on height. They didn't have much ammo, Shayo. This game, Anas is looking fine in that regard.
They'll get to dictate who comes out and in. My question is, are we watching, you know, birds flying in the sky, or like a colony of different, you know, ants just pushing through the ground with builds, snapping, fighting at each other with, what's that? Mandibles with mandibles. Yeah, that's the word. Okay. Cammy Teak, they'll kind of be in the underground stand situation. They're very close to the zone, but there's a few teammates in their way. Some barricades to kind of move around and out from. Lizen always feels like he's getting picked apart in this situation. And Benji as well. Okay, I thought Savage was down and out. Usually that is the case. 2 armored walls put down. That's a big investment, but they still have 2 more and a pad. Did they land that covert themselves as well? I'm not sure where this loot's coming from, but they're making it spawn in.
It looks like it. And you can see that they are just trying to hold that team. They wanted to hold that team, but that team padded above, and so now they can just run in. They've obviously got the pepper as well, which makes it a bit speedier. But they've also got to be careful, right? Because there will be teams that start looking in this direction and they don't want to take any unnecessary damage. They're not thriving in the shield department. They could easily be down in that regard. And so finally getting their way in, nicely done.
95 below, they got some more work to do, and Thomas HD and Tayson have to basically do 2 whole jobs full time to get back into this game. 175 damage below. Really needed a close engagement, and that's exactly what Thomas finds. The second shot not gonna land. 189 down now. That pump's not gonna be enough to really push them back up. Yeah, just chop that value in half. 59 though. 11 people need to go down, so they'll be in this situation for a while. Thomas is finding these shots with such ease. This is crazy. And he still has another edit to get. They were in trouble before, but they have a duo to bully now. It's Squeezy and Hen who get pushed back into their builds. 72 damage above now. They're looking good. Hen is not going to go out without really a fight or at a negative either. He gets 2 eliminations on Mustache and Malabuka for the damage that he took from Thomas. We'll see 2. Mr. Savage on the right side finds eliminations as well. 4 total moving into this zone with Benji. And they have height. And if I see the mini map, I'm trying to see if they're maybe near the south side. Yeah, it looks like they have a little bit of a chance to control the entire portion of zone. Move in to a different box. You're seeing if there's anything in here. Is this where they eliminated someone else, or maybe there's a pad to use? Yeah, they do have a little bit of free loot to gain, and that's a big refresh of materials. Huge for Benji and Savage. Levin says it himself. If they get refreshed at this point, that is one of the, you know, ingredients for a win overall in the finals for this team.
Yeah, they definitely are setting up to potentially do that now. And I was going to say, Thomas and Tayson needed a favorable zone. And it did seem that they did somewhat get that. But is it going to be as an easy of a path to get there as I thought? In the meantime, it does look like it. Just a bit of wood having to be spent.
Look at it. This is so tough. Tayson is at a sliver of HP. If he's just touched, he'll go down. And that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, that was rough. With that much HP rotating in any zone, you're always going to have some sort of an issue. And so now Thomas with 12 builds, look, he's a clutch master. I've seen him do some incredible things on his own against not even just duos, trios even. But this would be a mountain and a half to climb. We'll see if First Moving can be on his side to some regard and maybe allow him to stay in the game a bit longer, get his team some extra points, keep them in a higher position on the leaderboard. But if zone doesn't favor him, it's going to get real rough for Thomas.
This is the one man who I can believe can make the clutch inside of you. We'll see what happens. Wildfire and Deox on the right side, similar point threshold to Thomas HD on the left. They are both alive and both at the best spot for the zone. It's going to move right next to them. I think they're one of the closest duos so far for the zone right now, and they're also basically almost in the lead. 45 players to watch as the 6th zone just pulls towards the right. Majority of the lobby, including Thomas, will have to make that far rotation. The Ox and Wallflower can just crab walk on this low ground as much as possible. Look at high ground though. I'm liking that 2-side split. Benji and Savage have control right now. Will they have hands in winning this game for EU?
You can see Kiriachi, Stormy, right? They want to have their hand. They want to go again. We saw what they did last game round. But can they replicate that and go even further this time? They want to jump in a box to try and get themselves a refresh. They got to be careful. They are down on Surge, and it is so difficult to deal with it during the moving zones. But for the meantime, they're going to have to try and tank some zones to get some Surge. They don't want to go for height. I promise you that. That's going to be a messy situation, and they won't. But you can see Mr. Savage on Benji in the bottom left of your screen. They're the ones that hold it. And this is where all their fans will be happy to see them in a position where they can really do some damage now.
They're playing a normal game of Fortnite. Meanwhile, on the bottom right, we have just, I don't know, Fortnite racers going on. The Ox and Wallflower are in a car pushing through every possible build from mid-ground all the way to low. They're finally getting beamed, and the car might start to explode. Maybe having a little bit too much fun, but they save so much, rightfully so. Deox barely has any mats available to be able to move in this situation, but they're really beaming. Now somewhere inside their box, I think it's just Mappy that comes racing in with PKR and take him out.
Yeah, you talked about how that team has endless amounts of fun. Where did their fun get them? Right back to the lobby. Stormy, right, and Kiriachi, though, they're sitting nice there. They do get dropped down, but that's still okay. You see how they have control. They're at the front of the zone. They just need to make sure they block off their back and look for eliminations below and above them. Mr. Savage, though, and Benji, sitting with 5 eliminations up on height. They need to make sure they watch out for second height. Watch out for anybody lurking, trying to steal it away from them. But they're doing a good job of controlling the lobby. Nobody can look to take it. These guys have the control. But for how much longer can they continue to condition the lobby to stay down? The Andy on our screens now, he's got to be careful. Low HP, trying to stay in the zone, but he's got a tree in his face, and the teammate goes down as well, and he will shortly follow. He goes down to Andalex, but still, Benji, Savage, up above. Can they close this out?
They're actually storming right down below. We'll just have height just dropping pressure like we see every game, and no one challenging them at all. So the question is, who can survive on low? It's Vino who gets a few bops. Joe gets traded out by Toos on that side. Once again, no one is looking up above. Rifle Mariah focus on the boxes right below them. Kiriachi focus on the ramp right in front, and he's gonna get absolutely pushed back inside many different boxes. Shot from all sides, but somehow he's alive. Kiriachi finally down, and now we tune in and see which duels are still alive. Hydro and Belusi down on low. Shmeki has a solo right beside him. Savage and Benji all the way up on height. Rattling on a lot of boxes, but it's tough builds. They can't really have any type of jackhammer situation to get through that brick. Savage, though, is watching, patiently waiting to see who is actually coming up for height. Rifle and Mariah might have shown their hands a little bit too fast. Clown gets harpooned. This man is looking like a fish, a flopper, but he's still finding some air to be able to move and breathe inside the backside of this zone. His mats are down now, so it's time to just go for that freestyle swim straight into the box. Belusi's gonna stop him on the right side. He takes a little bit more zone damage. This is tough with 7 teams alive. You really want to make sure you survive and get that placement. Rawls is looking for the pressure, the damage, and he finds it. Both these teammates going hand in hand. They're first place right now for this lobby, really taking everything by storm.
Yeah, you saw there, Benji and Savage now gonna have to start making their way down. They still got enough builds to hold out, and nobody really looking to contest them. Clown, though, sitting nice on low ground. He went from looking like a free big pot to gaining one himself. He has enough HP along with his teammate Grohl to survive here on the low, but they just need to find and siphon out anybody else who might steal that control away from them. There's a solo on the backside, and they just gotta be aware. They gotta look out for it, otherwise things can get real bad real quick.
Yeah, they're down there in the dark. It's very hard to be aware. That's William and Marine up top fighting each other. You do see Marine end up getting victorious in that one, but he might just get traded to Toos right here, and Putrik's right beside him too. So one of these duos who are so good at playing with each other, especially at these box-to-box situations. They set up a trap for Mariah, and he springs it. That's what you love to see. Flopper's given to Putrik as well. That's going to be huge. 4 swings as well. So what will his destiny be? Will he go for that clutch shot towards the top, or will he try to survive inside the box? It's not going to matter, because if he gets sprayed down, he can't make a choice, but he chooses to live. Putrik somehow alive. Savage rolling by, taking both out. Benji and Savage take matters into their own hands. They're tired of just waiting on the high ground. They're here. They have a voice, but it's going to be up against the first first place team. This is 6th versus 5th, and somehow Benji gets an armored wall. Look at the protection up top. These are the real kings of EU, and they are here to say it's our time again. 97 points, another armored floor. It's impossible to spray. Benji and Savage just have everything right now, including the refresh. How stylish is this one going to be, boys? Let's see it happen. Benji and Savage dropping down left, right. It's looking like it's their night. This is good. Shoot the toes. It doesn't matter. That's a win. A victory royale for game 4, and a shout into the skies that we are here.
For the fanboys around the world, including myself, Benji and Savage do it. We knew they'd do it at some point, but game 4 is the time. And what a way to do it as well. You saw as well, Shai, the protection. There was no hope for anybody, right, to stop them. You saw teams peaking up at height, but they were never in for contention to take it. These guys held it down strong, and they get the victory out as the reward. What a game 4 from Savage and Benji. Finally pushing themselves higher up in the standings there.
And higher up in the sky, no one wanted to attack them at all. They were so good at denying so many different retakes and saving, what, 7 armored walls for the final 2v2? Haven't seen that really on any region, but I've seen so far. But I want to see exactly what the desk wants to say about that one, because that's a very unique endgame.
Yes. Yes, my boys. Benji, Savage, yes. I will be your biggest fan until the day I'm eliminated. Let's go, boys. Victory out in game number 4, and with 9 eliminations. Listen, what else can we say here, Boop and Reese? I mean, these guys broke it down, hanging on to the armored walls there. I mean, Boop, I feel like that takes so much confidence.
Yeah.
Right? The armored walls can be so pivotal in these moments where you're like, I feel like my duo is getting pressured and I can't react. I'm just gonna put a wall in your face and there's nothing you can do. And for these guys to walk in endgame and have so many, that means they never felt that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, this was really into the zone yet again, right? Very close by zone near tilted, but it is always a good time when we see Benji and Savage succeeding in a finals. You know, these guys, always the fan favorites, and they did so well this game. And I think it was kind of unlocked by sort of what happened early on in this game. They are contested by DKS and Bad Cypher, right? And in the first game, DKS and Bad Cypher, they didn't fight them. Now, in the last 2 to 3 games, they've been fighting them every single time, and this just unlocks the potential for you to do more, right? You're able to farm more, you're able to set up better positioning because you don't have to worry about surge. So, you know, this was definitely opened up by DKS and Bad Sniper to help them up in this game.
Absolutely, and it's like an uncharacteristic win. And I don't mean that because they won the game, just because they did it from height. Like, these guys are nearly always you'd classify them as like a low ground or mid ground team. Like, because they got set up so well in the 5th zone, they got cap mats, they're on height already because of their good positioning earlier on. It's like it's clean sailing from then on. They're still able to frag out, they're still able to do everything they are. And that final situation, firstly, more armored walls and builds is always hilarious. But on top of that, you've got to think it's like the veterans, the long-standing players, Benji and Savage going up against Grolls and Clown, who obviously popped off massively there too. And it's like exactly shows why experience is important, because they didn't crack under pressure, whereas you saw kind of Grolls and Crown shaking down below. They're going through water, they go down to zone damage at the same time, and it's just very symbiotic. But it does seem like Grolls and Crown are obviously doing very well as well.
Dude, I can't even imagine, right? In that moment, you're like, look, they're up top. What can we do? And then an armored wall goes down. And you're just like, oh, man, there's nothing we can do. Yeah, I know. So crazy. Let's take a look at the standings and see how things are going. First place, second place, going head-to-head in that last game right there. Wow. But take a look, even after that, even after the victory royale, Grolls and Clown are still up in the lead. But again, the margins are still pretty fine, right? You've got Diox not that far behind, Benji, Fishy, Savage jumping up now thanks to the victory royale. But look right below, Pink and Anas tied up for points. The difference is they've made up via eliminations. I mean, boys, and then Taste and Thomas HD, Boop, there's still so much going on.
Yeah,
right?
There's so much potential. The top 5 is just split by 12 points in total. And I like that Reese mentioned some of the inexperienced teams. You know, Diox and Waffler, we don't see them too often. Diox in trios had a very good running with a Spanish trio, but you know, with the type of zones that we had today, it's been hard for them to be consistent, but they've done super, super well. So go to the second page here.
We will indeed. Actually, one of the things I want to say is Diox is like the most consistent controller EU player so far. Last season, 10th when it came to Season 8, and then 7th when it came to Grand Royale. Now popping off here as well. If we're looking over the second page, like we said, Vortex and Janice starting to drop down a little bit now. You know, the game's not going as so well for them. And this could look like a first page. Like, read the names that you have on here. Vortex, Janice, Andlex, X-Squeeze, Cammy, Teak. You've got Pablo and Swag, who popped off during the qualifiers. Vadil, Reason, Hen, Queasy, like a lot. And obviously Mustache, Malbuka, a lot of the teams that we would have predicted to be in the top 10 currently on day number 1 are kind of starting to drop down towards 11th to 20th. But like we just saw from that victory all from Benji and Savage, that's a 59-point game for them. So that's actually almost, well, that's more than 50% of the points they've had. So for any of the teams that you're seeing there down in the 11th till 20th, it's like they're absolutely still in the running. But the longer these tournaments go on into tomorrow, it's going to be a little bit worse, less chance of them catching up.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the format, right? And then you shouldn't give up. You know, we saw some tweets coming out of Chapix, you know, it's over. You know, he meant to overfund that South Sleepy, now all the way towards Logjam, contesting Kyoichi and Stormy, right? But you still have so many games left. This is only game number 5 that we're about to go into. There's so much potential. You can still win an FNCS, even if you do get eliminated early on here, as we see. You know, you should never give up. Everyone has a chance, and, you know, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, this was their all spawn. They switched to Logjam at this point, obviously, and didn't work out for them. We have seen now Kiriachi and Stormy, right, move up to 5th because of that. They've capitalized on a bunch of the elims off spawn, tons of Storm Surge, tons of points.
Yeah, and remember, it's okay for the players to get a little frustrated, right? We have that bird's eye view. We can see everything that's happening, but for them, they can only see so much at a time, right? But that's it for now. We got more games, more action. Shy Wager 11, over to you.
Boys, I'll be real. I had my list of favorites. I might as well chuck it away, man. I'm seeing teams, you know, who have no experience in FNCS, right? Clown, no, never played in an FNCS final, sitting up in first going into game 5. That's huge, right? For his confidence as well. But look, I'll be real. Some of the teams we expected to do really well, sitting on the latter pages of the leaderboard. That's not what I was expecting, Shy. I'll be real.
I think the stage has kind of changed to duos, right? And all these big egos are fighting each other in the same spots. You have Deox, you have Clown who are rolling in, playing their own game, their own version of Fortnite away from the rest. And that's why maybe they're at the lead and now everyone else has to catch up.
Yeah, and big up Diox as well, right? Repping for all the boys. Look, I'll be real. In terms of controller plays, you never expect to see them this high up unless you're on another region, 9 East or another one. You know, we don't talk about them regions, but in EU, you never really see it. Nevertheless, we'll see if he can hold on to his high position going into game 5. Let's go.
All right, game 5. 2 more chances today to solidify your spots on the board, and then day 2 is when you start to push towards higher heights, towards that win, towards the prize money. This will all matter, though. It might not seem like that to some teams. You have to make sure your mental's locked in, and right now Savage and Benji, they're switching up their strats and tilted as well. Yeah, that last game went great, but they really want to make sure they're making everyone around them on their toes at all times.
Will this be Benji's first chance to win FNCS? Can he finally get the victory royale across the 2 days? Will it be, Shayo? I want to hear from you.
You see, every time we start to ask that question, that's when I have to say no. Like, I wish no one asked it, because every time we do, it's none of it. I mean, across podcasts, across interviews, everything. As soon as the Benji hype starts to come in, I feel like I don't know what the universe does. They make it hard for us to really want the people that we want to win get that dub. But Vino and Joe, I feel like this might have been the FNCS for them, right? In terms of style, the way they got to this position, the way I feel like they were innovating, how you really protect and play endgame. It's looked good so far. I just don't think they've been there in terms of today in any of those endgames.
Yeah, it's weird because I think they obviously dipped and decided to come sleepy after landing Covert the whole season. And I think many people thought it would be a bad decision. Like, you know, of course, Chapix and Seti haven't been amazing at Sleepy, but you would have still expected them to dominate. And it just hasn't quite worked out that way for Chapix and Seti. And Vino and Joe have done really well landing here, but it just hasn't really materialized into the pop-off games we want from them. They're still sitting nice on the leaderboards, but you know, they got to be careful, right? Of course, Joe's gone down and so Vino will be left alone. But yeah, I still want to see a big pop-off from them. 6th ain't too bad, but I'm sure under the circumstances, they themselves will feel like they should be doing a lot better as well.
Yeah, and that's literally all I wanted to touch on, is the fact that they're still 6th with like the troubles we see them having. So when it comes to like that 12-game format, maybe that's why they're not on pop-off mode right now. They just want to put themselves in a very good spot in day number 1. Stay consistent, maybe even make the same mistakes, and on day 2, start to go for those all-ins. It's very, very, I think, more comfortable on your brain overall to push forward and take more risks on day 2 than to try to catch up to the rest of the lobby. You've seen historically, any team that's very far behind on day 2, as soon as they start to, have a little bit of issues, that's where things go bad. And Chatfix and Sunny right now go down to Vino with the bait. That's what you love to see if you're a fan of this side.
Chatfix, he kept building higher and higher, right? He wanted to get the angle so that he could see Vino rebooting. But, at a certain point, when you build that high, if you get shot down, there's nowhere to go. And so, like you said, Vino realizing that Chatfix was about to get the angle and he just shot him out and Chatfix will fall and has no support. I actually do think Hen from behind as well came in with a couple shots of support as well. So it wasn't just Vino dealing with that. He had the help of Hen and Queasy inadvertently in the back, but Chatfix and Seti, man, it's really rough to see them like this. They're such good players, but it just hasn't been working out today.
They're like a pinball that wants to go in the gutter of the machine. But you have Vino and Joe on one side as a bumper, and then Kriachi and Stormray on the other. No matter where they're going, they're just getting flipped over and over again. There's nothing for these guys to do.
Yeah, and again, right, obviously they went logjam last game, they came back to Sleepy this game. Will they go back to logjam next game? Will they just keep on coming to Sleepy and getting eliminated off spawn? Like, I don't even know.
Pinball duo, man, it's tough. They're just getting upkept. No one is letting them in towards that top 10 circle at all. Vortexia Castry also switching things up entirely, it feels like. Correct me if I'm wrong, but diving in a Cobra Cavern game 5, they're looking for the pain.
And look, we said that it was going to start to happen. Will these guys be the ones to punish Tayson and Thomas and stop what's been a dominating run here at Covert, where they've just been able to land, get everything, loot up, have all the pads in the land, all the rotation, all the movement, all the loot?
I think Tayson, they're exactly where they want to be just today overall, right? Maybe the situation looks a little bit more dire, but I think Tayson's heard the footsteps up above, and now they'll go into full defense mode. They just want a respectable day 1. I feel like this duo is a day 2 duo entirely. They just want to be on the map inside the top 10. Luckily now they're closer to even top 5. Just have a good overall 6 games, and then day 2, that's where really the big things get started. That's where they really have to start playing defense.
Yeah, and they're looking good even here, right? In terms of what they've been able to do in this game. Of course, plenty of ammo to boot. And so if a fight does break out, I would expect these guys to be on top.
There's one thing I'm noticing overall as well for like this 2-day format, right? You asked me right when we, caught from the desk, Clown, Deox, how are these guys here? What are all these big teams doing? It might be like all the big teams and a majority of EU is just playing their game plan right now on day 1. And as a result, Clown, Deox, Wildfire, they just get to play their games. I think on day 2, when people start to get desperate, pushing more boxes for Surge, doing crazy things inside the end game, starting to take up some of the blank spots that these guys are living in now. I think day 2 is going to be so different for Clown, for Deox, for some of these new names coming in. They might not be experienced FNCS overall. I think they barely have any experience to a 2-day format in the finals.
Yeah, and speaking of a team that will be wanting to make some changes, O'Reilly and Aqua sitting in 21st. They've been landing at the Bugle, going up against Stompy and Ju. We've not really seen too many fights break out there, which is a change, right?
Yeah.
If you didn't watch some of the qualifiers in the semis, O'Reilly and Aqua constantly fighting at the Bugle against so many different teams, but this time not having to. Benji and Savage, they've left tilted, they've gone a bit north, and they've ran into Shmeki.
I think for Noah Aqua, day 2 team, 70 points is what I'm looking for, day 1 maybe, and they'll start to pop off once they really figure out the patterns to their POI and how these end games are looking, right? It's Mr. Hyde himself. I think he's just trying to feel out these games, get that Aqua VOD view in to see exactly, where the gaps are in the gameplay, and day 2 will look really good.
Yeah, I think the big thing with that team is just the nature of how they play means that, again, they're one of those teams where you'd probably say they're good for 1 win at some point, right? Like, they're good to win a game. It's the reason why, even though I wasn't so high on them going into the semis, just because of that format, I knew, look, give these guys enough games, they're just going to win one, right? Regardless of whether you think they're the worst trio in the world, or worst duo, sorry, or best duo, they're going to eventually win a game.
or Sash Malibuca, one of those duos that, you know, you're not going to be locked into, yo, these guys are good for one game. They're one of those ones that are consistent overall and staying inside that top 5, that top 10.
I think the big thing with them, right, especially, you know, you look back at their history in previous seasons and previous modes, there was always the problem of, oh, look, they're contested, but they're still doing quite decently. Imagine if these guys weren't contested, right? How good they would do. And of course, it's a, you know, a new map, new mode, but this is our chance to see what they can do out of a decent spot uncontested. And they impressed for the most part earlier on in the season, but still in the finals, something left to be seen.
I mean, they still are slightly contested today. The first fights that we watched, you know, for the first 2 games at least, were Sash Malibuca, you know, getting sandwiched left and right by Gabex. But overall, they did kind of circumvent that completely. I feel like they're used to just fully being contested now season after season. At least they don't have to deal with Benji Savage overall, right? Or Savage in particular, coming down and just making sure that it's just fully tough for him season after season.
Yeah, I'm sure they won't want to go back to those days. It's good to see those guys more friendly with each other now as well on social media, etc. You know, the off-spawn beef, it is just off-spawn beef, you know. Keep it in game, keep it in the lobby.
Hey, you ever thought you'd miss the Steamy Stacks off-spawn beef, or we'd ever be moving past it, you know? I never thought. Who could imagine?
Honestly, I low-key miss it, bro. Like, you know, it was fun. You know, it's the good old days. You never know it's the good old days until they're gone, you know?
Yeah. Oh, it's facts. I'm just so curious about Deox and Wallflower right now. It just literally, I see them and I want to smile every time. They just look like they're happy. They're doing crazy things. Shooting at cars left and right. Making sure it's hot for anyone who's in, you know, any of these wheels moving around right now.
It's a certain point that you want to actually do some damage to the person driving that vehicle. Not able to, but look, sitting in second. They've done a great job. Third place team. Stormy Right and Kiriachi over towards Logjam. They're looking all right. Some decent shields. The materials are all right. They've committed a bit to get to the position they're in now, but that's fine. It's all about continuing the pace they've been on. Another team where they probably would have felt at the start of the day, hey, why aren't people talking about us in contention for doing well and for winning? You know, we have experience in FNCS. Kiriachi will be saying to people, look, I've won in FNCS. You guys should put some respect to my name. And sitting in third, you know, in game 5 is all good, but they're gonna have to hold on and push even further in the next couple.
I'm always like confused as to how they end up winning games completely too, right? It seems like they have such a, I don't even know, mysterious type of game style. Kiriachi Storm, right? They just end up doing the right things. They're never foreshadowing they're gonna do them. It seems like they're in a bad spot. I blink, suddenly it's like the best spot in the game. One duo I always will have trouble in terms of understanding completely, but it's just so much fun to watch play together. Just also, I think the biggest thing about them, do on the top of your screen right now, Stormy Right, Kiriachi, is the fact that they do everything together, whether that's even making the mistake and going down. You saw last game down on Surge, they were immediately milliseconds away from each other at bullying a wall, trying to get in immediately. Always just all inning together and making sure every angle is taken from 2 POVs at the same time.
I feel like one of the big things that what makes them so successful at Shio is just the fact that they're one of those teams where they're just hungrier than everyone else, right? They want it more, right? In these endgame scenarios where there's chaos all around, there's solos, you know, sort of trying to dance their way around the lobby, see if they can hide out. These guys just sniff them out and deal with them appropriately. And they do that so well on a consistent basis. In the bottom left, they're doing Reason. Don't necessarily do it on a consistent basis, but when they do it well. I can promise you that, right? They have started to fall on the standards a bit, but they are literally always one game away from being in the top 5. Just always one game away.
Do you want to know the Vidil Reason seesaw? This is what it is. The higher they are in standings, right? On one side, they're higher in standings, the lower they are in Surge. Like literally Surge problems 24/7. As they drop on the standings, their Surge becomes a lot better. They're chilling, 300 above. So I feel like they have these little pockets where they're always at the back. They only really operate well on the comeback aspect of the tournament over and over again. Now, does that mean the later games end up playing well? I think absolutely, as long as they're all connected to the game. You know, some seasons that might not happen. But in this one right now, in this game, 300 above Surge are looking good overall. We'll do it with some other teams to see how they're doing. Stompy, Ju, right now also moving in. 118 below. They really have to just collapse on this wall, but it's inside the storm still. They're really looking to push and force this fight. Meanwhile, Thomas and Tayson, they get interrupted. Low on Surge as well. Have to find a little bit of reprieve inside the logjam. But who knows what's going on the other sides of the walls inside the factory. And people are also looking to cook up and build a little bit of Surge for themselves. Tayson will start to move in. They have so much splashes to work with as well, and Caspery are right above them again.
How many teams are in lockdown here, Shia? Look how many teams are just in this general vicinity. This is insane.
It's like I'm watching one of those survival games where you have to stay out of the cold and go inside. Everyone's forced into all these boxes. It's a complete creative island, it looks like right now. And Thomas is trapped inside on the left side. He has to go back towards Tayson. It's looking good for now, but Surge is striking left and right. I hear SMGs and shotguns in every single box. It is Thomas HD that finds a miraculous shot, but he takes damage himself. Benji is also here, and he's below. The entire top side of the leaderboard is inside Logjam and Lumberyard, and it looks like a bunch of them are ready to get chopped.
Yeah, Tayson, he's lost Thomas, and so he has to do this all alone now, but it is so difficult. Savage is almost very close to losing Benji as well, and if he's not careful, he'll get taken out himself. Needs to find separation, but can't get knocked. And Benji will actually be able to pick him up and get him out of dodge. But will the opposition allow him? Oh, no, yeah.
I think it's Benji as well. That is just tough. First place team, that previous game now going down. Tayson is going to be the one to wear that crown for this game. But once again, a solo.
But he is a solo with 4 launch pads, right?
True.
4 launch pads, max materials, all the ammo that he could possibly ever want.
What's the conversion rate for that from solo to duos? 4 launches on a solo? Is that 1 duo's worth of an individual?
That's like, that could be like 3 duos worth of an individual, right? And even when you're looking at it from that perspective as well, in terms of the conversion rate of how successful are you with that kind of loot, for the average team, you know, maybe you can have a decent game, but this isn't the average team. This isn't the average player. This is Tayson we're talking about here. So we'll see.
You know what that was? I understand what they were building at Logjam Lumberyard. They tossed in a bunch of people and made like the ultimate player that came out. Full builds, full shields, max loot, and 4 pads. It is a solo though, right? But that's our champion just leaving the hyperbolic time chamber.
And then Tayson took them out.
True.
And now Tayson's going
now he has the power, and Lysen took him out as well. So never mind. 4 pads and you go down to someone. I don't know how that is, because I assume he has to be up on Surge. He just fought like 6 teams.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice for Lysen.
Okay, so we'll have a perspective to see exactly how this happens in just a second. I'm very curious about this one. Link moving in from the zone. This is just I guess, you know, preliminary coming into Lumberyard. Some people were not tall enough to ride the ride. They weren't strong enough to enter the arena. But Tayson, he was there building up, but he wasn't sure about what's going on around him. Unfortunately, right next to a team, a lot of people love to build up there to be safe, right? But if that team knows what's going down, Levin, it's an easy pick.
Yeah, he got caught in the cyclone, and they took him for a spin. And he just couldn't. He could not hack it whatsoever. So he went down. And that's better than finding a llama if you're Lysen, right? In terms of the amount of loot, the launch pads, the ammo. That is best case scenario for you.
That's a conversation that Lysen's probably having with Mirza right now, right? They're in 48th place. They're probably sitting in their box. Man, we need like what? What if we had like 4 launch pads this game? And, you know, a siphon right now. Maybe we could come back on the boards. Q in, Tayson just drops by. Funky music playing the whole time. They take him out. See 4 pads. If there's a comeback potential for anyone right now, it has to be Lysen and Mirza. They have 4 launch pads overall. Pay attention to who's based up around them too, because they'll have free rotates the entire game. An awesome ping too, 108 points on the opposite side of the spectrum in terms of being towards the top. 4th place overall. We'll see what they can.
And in this game already, 4 of the top 7 teams have gone down, right? And so this is a chance for Pink and Anas to really try and solidify some sort of a lead, rise themselves in the standings. And it's the same situation for Waffler. The only difference is that he's sitting in a way less pretty position than him. He's just nothing but a solo in a duo's world. And his pathway to getting any sort of significant points in this one looks mighty tough. He drops down now. And it's great because he drops down out of trouble, but he's just now in an even worse situation. And you see his HP gets absolutely drilled down. And he knows who it is that's dealing damage to him, but he can't really retaliate. He will eventually go down. And so another one of the top 7 teams taken out. Pink, though, isn't too far from being taken out himself.
Swag Pablo at 13th. They're also looking kind of tough. So everyone in the top 10 and below are having problems. Imagine how down bad you have to be as Swag and Pablo to pickaxe an armored wall to find an angle. They will be here for days, finally get it done, and they run into another one. So that's going to be completely tough. Anas, I don't think he understands exactly on the left side of your screen who he's actually trying to bully for the moment. There's a treasure chest down there of 4 launch pads. And this is a high ground duo that's operating right now, Anas and Pink. If they find that chest, if they find that player, the elimination, it'll be huge. But it's towards the backside of the zone. I'm not sure they'll be able to even pick it up. 117 damage below, Anas and Pink are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, this is really rough. They don't have that same fortune in terms of loot. And in terms of Surge, they really are struggling at this point. Pablo, though, went from sitting in a nice position with his teammate by his side to being with his back against the wall, against the whole lobby, and eventually back to the lobby. And so Anas now, with Pink, realizes that the launch pad's there. They'll try to get some shots off to help them with Surge before they take it themselves. But when they land, they really need to deal some damage because they're really low. And you can see Anas, the desperation dropping down. He just wants to get into a box and do anything he can. And he actually does well to do a bit of damage there, but it just wasn't enough. There wasn't anything he could really do in that situation as a solo. And again, right, the chain continues. Speaking of solo, Stormy right now, operating without Kiriachi in this one. Second place team. All of our top teams in this game, Shav, they've just been all scuffed.
Hey, welcome to the EU Cast 11. Every game 5, I feel like, of every FNCS, it's the comeback game. It's the game, you know, it might be even game 4, where all the top 10 teams just get taken out and then everyone else can rise. Lives in 2, I think it was foreshadowed with him and his team at 48th getting all the pads. The fact that we saw Badil in a situation to come back and try to clap. Cammy and Teak will be there at 9th, and Bino Joe 7th. The fact to other teams that are finally full duos, ready to maybe move up in those rankings. It'll make everything that much closer, give us that waterfall effect of just 1 point separating every team on the leaderboard.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about, right? The potential now for the comeback for some of these lower teams. Even a team like Joe and Vino. We talked about how they just haven't had that pop-off game we've been expecting them to have. They're still doing well in the standing. 7th place ain't too shabby. But can this be the game where they capitalize with all of their top competition being nowhere in sight? Can this be the one? They've got the peppers to make this rotation just that bit easier, and maybe they'll be able to sneak away a pad from somewhere as well.
The comeback game, and we dive into Vino's brain. Joe following him as they end up just going through the labyrinth of builds down below. It's all hard mats though, because it's that half and half zone, and as they have to worry about position, getting towards the other side of the map entirely, they also have to deal half an HP bar of damage on any individual around them. So maybe that's what they're kind of sneaking around and sniffing out.
This is fine though, right? Using these old builds means that they can save their materials, right? They have enough builds, but not of massive wealth, and so going through these old builds allows them to save and make a play for later, but they will run into another team, so they gotta be careful, and this is the time to get out. These ain't your others, Vino. You need to move out, and he will. This is where Joe and Vino can really start to make a move in this lobby. It's going up the hill, and they need to really be proactive about that in case it pulls in the wrong direction.
The theme of the last 3 games, though, might just be tilted tower teams entirely. Bad Sniper and DKS fly on the high ground and take it away from Mappy and PKR. Crush Siege right below them, and Henry and Queasy also still alive. So a bunch of the names you've seen suppressed in this lobby, who've had it tough for the top 10, just bullying them game after game, get to play this one out. Liza uses what, his 3rd, 5th, 7th, 19th launch pad to keep moving. Vino now down to low HP as Teak and Cammy are also struggling inside the box. Nice swing from Teak to get a little bit ahead of the zone, and he crashes into no builds all the way down to low ground. His home. He's here finally in that living room to make those tarps. Cammy will join him momentarily, and they'll play their game. Nice beams on the right side. They are in their natural habitat.
This is their home, but there are some intruders, and so they got to deal with them swiftly. You can see Cammy looking to take the lead, making sure they stay ahead and still retain control of that home, like you said. But up above, DKS and Bad Sniper, this is the time for them to really rein in on the lobby. You can still see as well, Cammy looking to try and make sure nobody can impede on his ground. Players on the low ground as well, that's going to be an opportunity to find some eliminations, but they just have to keep on moving into that zone.
On the high ground, Bad Sniper just chops Queasy and in half. Hen is now down. It's up to Queasy to try to go for that solo situation. Genesis and Vortex, though, this is what they thrive in, situations where they're both alive and everyone else is making a lot of noise. They're barely getting focus inside their box on the right side, but the entire zone is throwing people off this mountain completely. Everyone has to just tumble down, avalanche all the way towards the low ground. As a result, Bad Sniper DKS have infinite shots to take on as many duels as they want. Now everyone is repositioned. Bappy took so much fall damage. Second height down to maximum low. Clement and Floki still alive down there, but they're just tossed into a complete machine with Refsguard and Scram on the side as well. Bad Sniper DKS, the only people who don't have it rough right now, and they're making it completely difficult for everyone else.
Yeah, they have nobody even trying to step into their realm. They have complete control. You can see Milad on second height with such low HP, he won't even want anything to do with it. Clement is a solo down below. Janice and Vortex remain one of the only strong duos in this one that has a say. And so what they will do is drop down. But on that journey down, DKS will take out Vortex. And so instantly, the high ground team realizing, look, these are the only ones that can stop us. Let's deal with them personally. But the zone bounce will help them. Vortex will be able to be picked up, and Queasy now as a solo has a chance to stop it. Will he get the shots off? He will, and so that stops it. That means that they aren't a duo anymore. No, Vortex was able to be picked up, and so Queasy now below. Can he deal with them? No, he can't. He's just a solo, and the Lex as well. He knows what it feels like. Just the 9 builds as well. Can he do anything? He spots the loot. Will he go for it? No, he could have dealt with them builds. Them builds could have been helpful, but instead he'll just find it himself by trying to hit some shots. It's not going to be enough. Can he drop down on low? He will be taken out as well. And so Bad Sniper and DKS against Refsguard and Scram, one of the few teams who was able to stay alive in all that chaos. And now the swing will come out. The gauntlets will reclaim height, and Refsguard will look to win this game, steal it away from Bad Sniper and DKS. A huge shot comes out now as well, but he's on such low HP and he doesn't have Scram by his side anymore. Bad Sniper, can he clutch up? Can he stay in this game? They can't choke this now. DKS will connect with the shot, and finally the chains have been broken. Bad Sniper, he's been here so many times in the finals, but he's never quite been able to get the results, but will finally win a game in game 5. Shire, what a win for these boys.
They change it from the FNCS finals to Wackago. Every single top player flying up in the skies, and they beam them down again and again. Hen down first. After the fact, Queasy not able to survive, and Alex barely even able to take a breath, a beam at anyone, and DKS has that angle. That is seasons of frustrations behind that shot, and it's beautiful from DKS and Bad Sniper.
DKS and Bad Sniper couldn't win a game in the FNCS finals in all of 2021. 2022 begins, and they finally pick one up in the perfect time as well. Desk, break it all down for us. These guys that are tilted finally picking up a win.
Thank you guys so much. And this is why we talk about them at top of show, right? Once again, I cannot echo this sentiment enough. Literally every duo that is here is finals worthy, right? They are all so good at what they do. And as Levin kind of said, they're unshackled, they're free. They finally get a win. Now, I will say boo victory rounds don't always matter, but it does so much for your confidence as a duo. It just reinforces all the hard work, all the dedication you put into Fortnite to be able to walk away, especially in a lobby like this, with names like this, to be able to say, yo, we got ourselves a win. What up?
Yeah, I mean, they said, hey, Benji Savage, you did it last game. Let's do it this game as well. You know, they even tied them. 9 elimination victory royale there for DKS and Bad Sniper. Benji Savage, 9 elimination victory royale as well. So, you know, the Soin going toe-to-toe with the big boys. And it's always good to see Bad Sniper, you know, finally doing well in a final situation. We love that.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, tilted back to back here. And honestly, when it came down to the final 2v2, this was a battle of two teams who don't normally win games. You know, Levin said it, the Bad Sniper and DKS haven't managed to pick up a victory royale in all of the 2020, was that 2021? Sorry, I'm getting lost. Yeah. Too many great facts he's spitting out here. But same thing with Refguard and Scram, that it was a 2v2 against them at the end game. They've only won one single game ever in a set lobby environment when they've been playing together. So it was like the battle of the game of who's actually going to manage to pick up that first one.
I mean, where else to do it but in finals, right?
Oh yeah.
That's right, boys. You love to see it. That was game number 5. My goodness. We'll take a look at the standings here in just a moment, but I'm not disappointed. The action has gone back and forth. Now take a look, though. Andalex and X Squeeze finding themselves a spot. Now, they did go down with 6 elims in this last game, so they're still operating super well. Gambit and Toos and Patrick, excuse me, who were in that first place spot, now get dropped down to second. But once again, I just cannot believe, I feel like I've never seen this before, Boop, how tight this leaderboard is right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we mentioned prior. You have so many games left, and you can't give up, right? And this is typical of it. The game of shakeups, that's what we will call this in history. You know, it's hard to be consistent with the ways the zone works in this game. You're going to have RNG. You're going to have zones pulling bottom left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, whatever, everywhere. And this time the zone pulled all the way towards the north side near Sleepy Sound. And that means that the people that did well before, you know, are now set up to do a little bit worse. And the people that did bad prior to that are now set up to do a little bit better.
Yeah, as you see the second page, like Tayson, Thomas HD, Pink, and Anas, these guys were in the top 5 before this, right? Tayson, Thomas HD were 6th, Pink and Anas were 4th, and now they're all the way down to 12th because of this. Before the 4th zone even started going, we had Grolls and Clown, who were 1st, Diox, who was in 2nd, Benji Savage, who was in 3rd, Tayson Thomas, who was 6th, and Lincoln Default 7th, all out. Before the 5th zone, we also saw Anas and Pink and Kiriachi go down there too. So basically everyone in our top 7 went out before zones even started to move, and that's why so many of them are now turning up on the second page. The huge shift that we've seen up in that first page has just been absolutely nuts. This right here is the Anas and Pink, you know, something that we've not seen from them so far, struggling with Surge.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's about the zone, right? All of these guys, they have to do something different now. You know, we've had 2 bottom left zones so far, and, you know, you sort of get comfortable in it, but now all of a sudden you're going to go somewhere else. Everything gets jumbled. It's a little bit scary for you.
Oh, man, we have 1 game left to go to cement what the landscape will look like going into tomorrow's games. Friends, with 1 game left, what do we need to change up, right? What do we need to ensure that in this next game, we can just set ourselves up to come in strong tomorrow?
I think you just got to finish strong. You can't go into this last game and say, you know what, I'm just going to grief. I'm going to land on another team. You know, try the same thing. I think it's fine if you do fail right now. You'll be able to VOD review it tomorrow, change things up, and come back stronger.
Yeah, I think every single point matters. Remember, 12 games, if you get 5, it's better than getting 0 at the end of the day. And there's a lot of teams out there through the qualifiers, like I'm thinking Janus Vortex, that in qualifier 2 in particular had a pretty bad day. They didn't perform really well at all, but in that last game, they had this mentality of like, you know what? It doesn't matter. We can just do whatever we can here. And they picked up a 10 elimination victory royale. So I think there's going to be teams in the lobby right now who are further down the leaderboard. I'm looking at you, Hen and Queasy. You know, my prediction, even though they're still the 10th to 20, they're still doing okay. But still, that are like, right, let's get the mentality in check for that final game. Let's do well. Let's pick up a big victory. Let's get a bunch of eliminations and let's fly up the leaderboard.
You have to, right? This is kind of that time, especially. I do like your point, though, Boov, right? Taking today to kind of VOD review and then say, what do we change for tomorrow, right? Even if this is not your greatest game, like, it's still okay. You have another 6 tomorrow to come back and make those changes. We'll have to see what today looks like, what tomorrow looks like, and how they compare. But for right now, this is it. The last game here in EU. I cannot believe it's gone so fast in day number 1, but it's that time. We're jumping on that battle bus one last time. So, Shy Wager 11-2K. Over to you.
1 more game and you can see the shadows of the podium kind of in the distance of tomorrow. It comes down to 1 elimination on day 2, and you can make that difference right now. If you're any of these teams, Levin, this is their chance to maybe change their destiny before it even starts.
Yeah, and what an opportunity, right? We're seeing all these teams seemingly coming from out of nowhere at times to really push their way up in the standings. And you're right, it's these small margins that you'll look back on. You'll maybe think to yourself, oh, maybe if I just tried to get that 1 elimination on low ground, maybe that would have been the difference, right? And you never want to finish the 2 days feeling that way, right? So you got to go all out, and this is your chance to do it. Close out day 1 strong and go into day 2 even stronger.
Yeah, and the position for any of these teams is anything but distance. So close for everyone, and that's why Levin's mentioning we see so many random teams buff up game after game. We were focusing on Pink and Anas, maybe refs on Scram in that last game. Both me and Levin faces confused, and we see Andalex and X-Squeeze, a dual Levin that struggled in every portion of the competition.
Yeah, you know, looking at these guys, I would have never thought they would be in a position, right? Even with the wealth of experience they have, I think that was always the one thing people would say. It's like, these guys have all the experience in the world, but this season they've just been off the pace. But when it mattered the most, they've stepped up. But can they do it one more time? Find out. Game 6.
The last game of the first day of the FNCS finals in one of the most prestigious regions of all. It's Europe. And we're diving right in to two big egos, two big storylines on the side of Savage and Benji, DKS and Bad Sniper. Imagine contesting each other almost every game, landing at the same spot and being at the exact same point total, 110 for both teams, tied for 6th place.
And it's interesting, we're seeing a role reversal here. Benji and Savage actually got out-dropped, right? And so they don't get main. They're going to be forced to go to south side of Tilted, and it's not bad, right? South side Tilted in its own right is its POI and can reap very good benefits, but an interesting change in this final game. We're seeing actually now at Sleepy. Sleepy's been a very, very, very rough ride for Seti and Chapix. It's provided nothing but pain. And if you are on social media paying attention to Chapix and Seti, what they're saying on there is just very demoralizing stuff. They're clearly down in the dirt emotionally, but they need to rise. And this is their chance to do it, because tomorrow is a new day and a new opportunity to win Sleepy. They've forced Joe and Vino out, which is one of the first times they've been able to say that, but the job's not finished.
Job's not done. Does it look like it's done, Levin? Nah, the job is not done. And for Joe and Vino as well, I just feel like it's been struggle game after game. It feels like their job hasn't even started fully when it comes to the FNCS. Already almost done with day number 1, but I haven't seen them find their identity in any of these games at all. We've seen high ground teams survive left and right. Pink, Nox, Anas. Wasn't sure it's possible, but they're really pushing the boundaries of Fortnite right now. We'll see exactly what happened there. Maybe just got him back up, and it's a little error on that side. But at the same time, Covert Cavern looking good overall for this team. They have some control. A little knock at the river overall as well. And that's kind of what they need. We talk about those high ground teams, the teams with identity. Pink and Anas at multiple times have pushed towards the skies, gone for control, you know what I mean, over and over again inside EU. And they've had a sense of it a little bit. They just have to stay consistent now.
Clown and Grolls. A surprising team, to say the least. They've never played in an FNCS final, but they've done so well to be 3rd place up until game 5. And is this the reversal now? Vino, I believe, was picked up. Joe got him up, and as soon as he gets him up, Joe gets taken out, and so now Vino is the solo, fending for his duo's life. This is a very, very weird circumstance. You can see here, he's got some shields, but he doesn't want to use them, just doesn't want to reveal his location. Of course, Seti and Chapik still in the general area. He doesn't know if they'll be able to hear the sound cue. He has his eyes set out as well. You're going to take that shot? Ooh.
As soon as he does, everyone will know exactly where he is, and he barely has any builds. So it's like, do I or don't I? But then Storm Surge is coming in as well. Thomas and Tayson, something has to change for them at this POI. If it doesn't, I feel like they can take the competition away on day 2 easily. And that was kind of like a backhanded compliment, I think. I was kind of rooting against them at the beginning of that sentence and then buffing them up at the end. I'm serious in saying that if no one can really contest Covert, I've seen random teams already come in. I've seen the worst circumstances possible at Covert Cavern, and Thomas HD and Tayson have won it off spawn. Their issue is not the spawn at all. That's what we all thought it would be, at least by game 4, 5, 6 by the end of the day, but it's been looking good overall over and over again. And once again, Tayson, he's there in the box and he finds that first ceiling.
Yeah, but they got a team doing their dirty work for them. Vortex and Castry coming in, and they take out Phoenix. Not sure if Ryzen's still up, but even when they got teams in the general area, they weren't even focusing attention on them. And the ooh from you, right? Because they got to be careful. These guys are literally just right around the corner. Tayson almost running into Ryzen there. And he will run into Ryzen. Doesn't get the wall in time. And so Ryzen will be able to get out. But for how much longer? The Stinger will do so much damage. Oh.
This man's missing shots. I never see him. It's harder ones in the end game, like 180 off like a, gauntlet, jumping through 6 builds. Headshot with a pixel, pre-fire. Tayson lands it. Oh, Ryzen running like with a bigger hitbox through a wall. I can't hit that one, man. Twice.
I think we've actually reached a point where Tayson's greatness has actually, become a disadvantage to him. We just have such high expectations, right? Where anytime he misses even the slightest shot, which we typically expect him to hit, the criticism comes out. Look, I think these guys, as much as the past couple games maybe haven't been on that same level as the earlier ones were, they still do have control of covert, sorry. But like you said, will they be able to fend teams off from coming? Is this the kind of performance that will stop teams from even wanting to get involved? I don't quite think so. I'm with you on that one. I think we might start to see, and even there, you did see Pablo and Swag not necessarily diving into a fight. They're intelligent players. They know not to do anything that foolish, but, feeling like they can get some more covert for themselves and really get involved and have a say there.
Fight will be a little bit sticky overall, but still, job's not done for Tayson Thomas. They want a top 5 or top 8 right now. Same thing. That's the same theme for Exuiza and Alex at this side, the back half of the number 1 overall. I think for this team 11, they've been in this spot in game 5s. I've seen it before many times. They always get triumphed in game 6. Might foreshadow what happens the next day. They want to make sure today, if they have that crown before the day ends, they can keep wearing it when that sun sets, right? They want to make sure they're still in that first place slot. That's SETI rolling in the Chonkers. I was very close. I said Rocky Reels is where they can maybe roll in and have a little bit of an impact. They do it a little bit more on the south side, and end up with a little bit of a situation there. Ryzen going for trade a little bit on the other side. Cast 3. Oh, Phoenix is like, no, not the head, man. I just got a haircut. It looks good.
Maybe he was just trying to show off the haircut.
Oh, I remember back in the day, you could like hold the enemy player and then you had the sniper shotgun combination. Maximum damage. All this tech, man. So nostalgic.
What are you calling for it to be brought back?
Absolutely not. I'm chilling, man.
Understand.
Surge inflation, man. Surge is basically like a currency in Fortnite, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now you gotta make sure we're tracking it properly. Okay, this is an awesome pink. Their early game at Covert. Big shots, nice. That's where all that loot ended up. Side the river. They've always been in this position outside of Covert, all the way at the top, making sure they peer in after all these fights when people are comfortable. They'd be interrupting their daily strolls. Looks like they do have the zone completely as well. Also making sure that that zipline does not break the builds they already have structured up. That would be very unfortunate.
Anas. Called him the robot earlier. And again, not because, not as an insult, genuinely. He's just so robotic in that he just doesn't really make many mistakes. He's so reliable, cool, calm, and collected at all times. And that's really helped them out today, especially in their pursuit of playing on height. Benji and Savage, wouldn't say they're as cool, calm, and collected, but more than enough firepower to make up for that. And to be fair, as we all watch Benji and Savage, it's more fun when they're more erratic, when they're running around everywhere, getting deep in it. But in this last game, they might look to try to play a bit more of a reserved approach, really stretch this game out as best as possible before they head to bed and rethink some new strats. Swifty hit a real nice shot onto Joe there, wow. In the zone. Willie hit the last one as well. Wow, what a clutch there from Swifty. Impressive stuff. Literally was spinning 360 to pick up those 2 limbs. That's nice.
My back and arms just hurt watching that, like stretching literally behind himself. It's crazy.
Honestly, Honestly, I can't even move like that. My mouse, I can't even move 360 like that and hit shots while doing it.
Really?
It's crazy. Nah, man, I'm getting old, man, in the Fortnite scene. I'm a boomer.
I'm wondering if there's like a tech, you know, 2 hands on 1 mouse, so you can have like a little bit more control. Like you don't move, but like you become like the ultimate, you know, aimer. No?
I like where you're going.
Yeah.
I just don't know if that's viable for certain reasons.
Have you tried it?
I can't say I've tried it. No, you're
So
right.
how can you say that, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to toss a little bit of respect and creativity. You know, people didn't use to 90 back in the day. I was alive around those times. And then someone tried it, you know?
Prehistoric Fortnite.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Saying 2 hands on 1 mouse.
Back in my day, we didn't do any of this 90s stuff that you kids are doing now. That's what you sound like, mate.
Editing? What? Me? No. Janice trying to pick up Vortex. Winning that first game, I feel like can be a curse sometimes, you know? I think we see it every FNCS as well. I feel like Janice Vortex as well, they're kind of that counter team rolling in when it comes to... They like to play around a bunch of the teams that are already playing in there, but they don't ever have a chance to stay really truly alive for enough info in these end games. That being said though, still 3rd overall, right? So the work they've done today, I'm just expecting, I think, a bit too much when I see these names. You're talking about Tayson missing shots. I'm like, wow, Tayson's fallen off. Janice in 3rd. Wow, Janice has washed, bro. How can you be 3rd place on day 1? That's crazy.
I think the big thing with these guys, when I look at their match history, is it's very reminiscent of what it looked like during the qualifiers as well, right? Where first game, really good game. 3 games where you just basically don't do anything, pretty middling games, maybe you get a couple points here and there. And then most recent game, 4th place, 3 eliminations, really nice game, right? These guys will have their good game, go to sleep for a couple games, and then come back with a big pop-off. And so maybe they've already had those 2, you know, big games for them in the day already. I'm sure they'll be hoping that they can have another one in and sneak it in here in the last one of the day, but this is the kind of thing you can expect them to do, right? They'll probably come tomorrow, win the first game again, do nothing for 5 games, come back in game 6 and do a masterclass, right? That's the kind of team these guys are.
Just saying, for like a majority of the time, Janice Vortex just show up, leave, say my job is done, but guys, you've done nothing, and it just, you know, flash a cape at the screen and walk away.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying they rely on zone luck, right? I think that'd be very disingenuous to how good they are as a duo and how good Janice is as an IGL. But, you know, like Boop was saying on the desk, at times, some of these things can almost be out of your control, right? When you get these really difficult zones, you know, it just increases the difficulty of the game to a point where in such an intense lobby like the FNCS Finals, where it's the finest of margins, you just get punished way more than you would in maybe lesser stakes competition as they try to get their way into a safer position in the zone. You can see Andalex in the bottom right taking shots at a team. The team he's taking shots at is Janice on this bridge. And so Janice has no easy path to getting in. Finally, Andalex helping out by taking shots at the other team that's holding Janice in. But ultimately, there's just way too many people with their eyes on Janice. And so it seems to be only a matter of time until he eventually goes down. Surge as well. The lobby isn't even on his side here. Everybody against Janice. Janice against the world.
He's not going to be able to live today. On one side, you have Andalex turning a hole into a half. And you have, you know, Vortex going down. And then after that, just close range, Janice gets picked apart as well.
A lot of fighting just took place, but we're still 5 players going down away from Surge being deactivated. Make that 4.
There's too many top 10 teams. I feel like we have 20 teams in the top 10. What is this?
It does feel that way, man. The point differential is just so small between them that like we actually don't have a top 10. We have a top 20 that is the top 10, because at any given moment, one team gets a point, they go from 17th to 2nd. Like it's actually so insane how close it is. And we knew this would be a possibility, right? You know, people in the community talking about it. It was always a possibility that this FNCS was going to be super close. But it's been even more intense than even I could have imagined in that regard. So we'll see if that trend continues in this final game. I expect it to.
Wondering what Trulux's plan is here with those ramps. Maybe just for a little bit more added stability. Maybe they set a trap. I'm not sure, but Invested a few materials as a solo. That can mean a lot. Meanwhile, Swag, once again, Crazy Spirit lives on as he's trying to out-heal the Storm Surge as well as possibly the Storm, because he is by himself down bad, way far away from where he needs to be.
Trueless and Chico, apparently the only duo with 2 eliminations in every game so far today.
Okay.
I don't expect that streak to continue under these circumstances. You can see Trulex doesn't have Chico with him, and he isn't looking too good.
Ooh, an Os. I have to assume that's him up on that mountain. No other way. This is the opposite side of things, though. Down towards the ground, Vidil calling himself off, and then after that, no, struggling. This is a 1v1. So important because, once again, towards day 2, every point will matter. That's a lot of potential placement gone for Vidil. That's a free elim gone for Vidil as well. Him and Reason, and we'll see if it affects them on day number 2. That's exactly what people are doing right now. They're making sure they get the most out of their games, the most out of their game plans as well on day number 1. You might not be able to use the same drop even, or the same strat coming in to day number 2. Everyone's just looking for the maximum amount of points. No one's really desperate completely to change things up. It's going to be a very well thought out, structured game of Fortnite. That's still why we have 65 people alive in this 4th zone turning into 5th.
And you can see Trulex, players all around him, trying to knock his structure out, and he keeps having to come down and invest some builds. Every time he comes down to invest builds, he has to tank a bit of the Storm and use some chug splashes. Now down to no chug splashes and only 9 builds as well. It's not looking good for him at all. As a solo, it's very dire. Once again, I believe it's Anderlex. Yeah, it's Anderlex is the one that's forcing him to commit these matches. Anderlex is such a little pest, isn't he? Just another time. First it was Janice, now it's against Trulex, where you're just sitting in. He's the real one lurking in the shadows, right? Lurking in the darkness.
And you'll never see Anderlex in that situation at all across the entire competition so far. First time I feel like we've seen him really in control of a lobby, and he's back to doing what he used to do when these guys controlled the north side of the map ways ago in the old chapter. It feels like he's finally back to, you know, his annoying self in terms of dealing damage, stealing positions from other players, and just being a nuisance.
Yeah, and coinciding that with being in 1st place now. It's perfect time for that. Trulex. You might as well just, yeah, I was literally going to start counting down. I was literally going to start counting down to see when he would go down. And before I could even start my countdown, he gets taken out. So.
All right, test for you, Levin. This duo's name?
Poos and I can't, man. I can't. I'm sorry.
Tusa Vutric will be rolling in 45 below. It's getting chilly for them a little bit on Surge. Toughness. And Benji and Savage will be down to Cammy inside the feed. Optimum point as well. I think that's their loot on the right side. Yeah. Someone will have to try to get it. A refresh for Cammy at this point spells the best for this game. Usually this is the time where they start to run out of resources. A few of those materials, you know, they're mid-game masterminds. They love to over-invest in those bases and hopefully try to make that back in terms of pads later on in the game.
Especially with this zone pulling up towards the north, right? All these hills, all these mountains, loads of the players in the lobby would have had to commit a lot of materials just to ensure their safety, right? So if you can find a refresh at this stage, it's going to be so fruitful.
Yeah, and momentum's a lot of, you know, a big part of those refreshes. We see the hierarchy kind of change overall on the map. Cammy and Teak taken out by Letchi, who I believe was taken out by DKS. So him and Bat Sniper still active right now inside that top 10. They're 9th right beside Benji and Savage. They're looking to really push things forward. We just saw Benji and Savage go down, so they can even go way further past their counterparts. Having that point advantage on day 2 while they're sharing POIs gives you so many more options. It's really important for DKS and Bat Sniper to have a good game right now.
Yeah, and you can see here the box fighting mechanics coming out from 2 spot. Really rough stuff. Doesn't have control of the right side wall, and it will cost him. He will go down. Puchik was nowhere to be found to support either.
And it's Fury is the one who's going to pick that up. Meanwhile, we see DKS taken out. Both Letchi and Solium in the feed. Absolutely glorious. They're really pushing forward right now. And at the same time, Chapix taken out as well. I think Queasy is going to put a stop to any type of potential comeback they had on the back half of the day.
Yeah, you can see Anderlex in a squeeze now in this final game. Sitting way above posturing for some sort of hype play. We'll see. We've already seen a team hold it out from around 5th zone. And so we'll see if they can follow in Pink and Nas's footsteps. Tayson and Thomas, though, we talked about how they'll be wanting to make the most of this last game, as the past couple just haven't quite gone their way. And of course, they have those launch pads, and that's always going to make this a possibility.
The games only get harder for Tayson and Thomas, landing at one of the best POIs overall on day 2. They have to make sure they get as many points here right now. Possibly over to 150, possibly even a game win. We know they're good for 1 at least on the days, even 2, 3 overall as they keep moving through. Tayson with the nice beams. And they will actually get zone as well. The first moving will go straight up the mountain. Everyone that's low on mats, look at those totals. Putrick on the bottom left. Even Tayson right now, they've invested a bunch to get to this spot. Have to make sure they're using them in the utmost perfect ways. Even one slip up, you go slipping down the peak.
And you can see, right, Thomas dropping the launch pad instantly. You know what their thought process is. They don't even want to have to deal with committing the sort of mats you need on these rotations. They're going to let you use a pad. Queasy and Hen, can this finally be the game? Can this finally be the game, right, where they actually are able to do something on height? It's taken them 5 games to get to this point, but things are setting up well for them.
They're only 20 points behind the upper echelon of the lobby. It's time to join that club though now, boys. This is where it has to happen, and it's one of these mountain zones that we know Hen is so good at playing. It's also one of those zones that's so tough to play as a solo as Putrick starts to move. He's going around so many other builds that are mountains of their own. Finds a pad though. That's nice. Vacation for him as he sees high ground completely clash. Will he just go for it? Maybe a free elim or 2. He saw the shields crack. He saw the fireworks. He wants to be part of the show, but he gets snuffed out immediately, extinguished as his match now rained down to just maybe a frightening 300. Queasy and Hen are the ones to lead the celebration of game number 6. Absolute high ground, but look at this weapon. Look how big it is. There's no way they can stay up top for too long.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. They've slowly got to condition everybody down below them. Frack and Coop will quickly drop, and the Let's In It Squeeze, though, the first place team. You'll know they'll be thinking about it, but they start to drop. And you can see Putrick, he picks up 1 as a solo. A crazy height tick attempt, but he's able to stay alive, but not for much longer. He will go down.
Anas and Pink also rise up, but quickly Hen and Queasy slap them in the face. They go tumbling straight back down, and this is what I was talking about. Maybe too high for the moment. No, Anas and Pink are still going for it. All in for Queasy's in just absolute shambles now. The materials to upkeep that level of high ground is too much, and it's Thomas and Tayson who take the lead. Still 3 teams battling for that height. X-Squeeze and Analex, they're gonna go down to default for now. Hoop and Fraction also here to maybe make a say. It's game 6, anything can happen or go either way. Thomas and Tayson will look to just keep making sure everything is pushed apart, and they have 2 different sight lines to beam down any teams down below. And then Queasy, they were waiting to sing a trap. Thomas, though, he has ears, eyes everywhere down low on the scene. He knows exactly what you want to do before you even do it.
Yeah, they've done really well, and they forced Queasy and Hen lower. And these low elevations, they've struggled. But Pink now wanting to get involved. The armor will come out, and they have it. They've stolen it from Thomas and Tayson. Pink and Anas, the battle for high ground between all these top height teams. And Pink and Anas will be the ones to stay on top.
They're the main characters of the sequel, but I feel like there's going to be a part 3 coming very, very soon. The Sithos is popping down on the low ground feed. That's a lot of elims. That's a lot of leaderboard changes, but who really controls the lobby? Tayson inside the box, this is where he loves to be, making sure he churns out any player who's desperate in the zone. That'll be Malabuka going down. As a result, though, Thomas is going to fall inside the feed as well. Hen picks him apart. So big names clashing as Anas also doesn't have complete control of the height. He finally sees a little bit of that light. He drops all the way towards the top, and now the entire zone is getting compressed. He needs to move all the way up. There's a mountain in the way, and you can't shoot your way past this one, boys. Everyone on low is about to be suffocated.
Pink and Anas, how have they done this? Clown, he's gonna try and get up, but there's not much room for him. Default as well as a solo. He has to try find any avenue he can. He has some materials, but trying to push his way through the brute force that is Pink and Anas will just be so impossible. He has to hope it keeps pulling down. Kinzel doesn't have the Sithos by his side, but they've done a brilliant job so far. 9 eliminations on the game. Can they get any more? Default will try to stop him. He knows he's in the zone, but he's got a warrior at the height team above him. He can see him in the zone, but the gauntlet comes through, and it's not enough for Kinzel. He will fall, and Default and Pink and Anas are now in a battle against each other.
Default with 8 eliminations, really doing the most, even if he doesn't win this game 6. What a performance from this individual from start to finish. He's just rained down shots and they've connected, and right now he's also in that 1v2, making his HP even with an Os. He has to go down here. There's no way, right? Blocking off a few walls. He has 100 bills in total to kind of work with. First shot denied, and it's a Nos in pink that end the day with a victory royale.
The second of the day for Anas and Pink. What a journey it's been. They qualified in the second round, and this is what we knew they could do. When they get height, they win games. Shiowager, it's been a dominating height performance from them. They beat out all of the best height teams in the land. Queasy and Hen finished. Tayson, Thomas, done. These guys are the high ground alphas.
And that was absolutely a fight. You're correct. That was not free high ground that we've seen in the past 5 games. 3, 4, 5 different retakes with legends trying to contest for that position. They are the ones that win it out. They are the ones to be in the lead for the story coming into day 2. A beautiful game 6 from an awesome Pink.
An absolutely flawless game on their behalf, but even beyond that, the solo clutch there. 8 eliminations for solo. He's literally single-handedly carrying and winning his team through that game.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the way they denied it too, we never see an Austin Pink give things up completely and not take them back for a while. They waited for people to fight on height. And if we're looking at one team, Levin, the fanboy over, someone who has the power, the prowess to win, I feel like Pink and Nas are a step above the entire lobby right now.
Yeah, they've done such a brilliant job, right? The pink split, as he likes to call it, right? We're not going to call it that just yet. Maybe if you continue these games, right? If you keep winning games like this, maybe we will be calling it the pink split in a couple of days or 2. But honestly, they've done really, really well out of the spot. The llama definitely helps, but the way they take height is even more impressive.
Absolutely. That was day number 1, though, of the EU FNCS finals. Levin absolutely smashed it, and it was so much fun to do the first half of the games. More tomorrow, but to break down who's in the lead, our Pink and Anas literally just built different. It's the desk. Zeke, Boop, Reese, what you got?
Thank you guys so much. And Shiowager, don't sell yourself short. You're also incredible. Also my spirit animal. Now you know. Wow. And as Reese answered, yes, they are in fact just built different. My goodness. They are the only team here in EU to get 2 VRs on the day, which actually we saw similarly out of Middle East, Asia, and OCE. I mean, this is exactly the kind of place you want to be going into day number 2, right, Boob? You come in and you say, look, we have cemented a solid lead, right? We have done everything we've needed to, and now it's about holding on, or really, if we're, say, in top 3, we want that number 1 spot. It's time to push ourselves, right? They have such a strong position right now.
Yeah, we doubted them a lot in the top of show, right? We thought, you know, there's so many good height teams in this lobby. Will they be able to succeed? But preparation overcomes everything else. And these guys are one of the most prepared duos in this final. And they're showing it off. I mean, ridiculous from them. And also 5 eliminations. So we're getting up there in world record territory.
You know, I'm also saying at the top of the show, I said these guys in 2 of the cash cups they made have won 2 of the games. The qualifier that they qualified through, they won 2 of the 6 games. 6 games today. How many have they won? Any random wild guesses? It's 2 indeed. These guys are winning consistently 33% of the matches in every lobby that they go into. And this was another game where they pulled zone. Yeah, they were lucky with the covert zones, but they capitalized on that yet again. They got a second llama that was there. They played it to an absolute T and destroyed every other high team in the lobby.
So fantastic. Let's take a look at the standings. Reese, Boop, you know me, man. I just want to see everybody win all the time, so I can't help but be stressed. But the standings will tell the ultimate story, right? After 6 games, where have these duos ended up on just these first days? Pink and Anas. After that, they take the lead, but it's only by 2 points. You know, Reese, I feel like Rolls and Clown, I don't want to say we've not talked about them because we have, but they are just putting on a show right now.
No, we've not talked about them enough, right? These guys have been fantastic. I feel like also when it came to the semifinals, right? They won their semifinal day that they qualified from. And it's like, similarly there, they didn't get enough limelight just because they were just slow, right? They kind of just went under the radar. These guys haven't necessarily won any games, but they've just gotten 3 really good end games, popped off, and just stayed at the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, they overcame adversity as well, right? They were landed on by Hook and Zeston in the last 2 games. They overcame that, and being able to put themselves in second place is a little bit ridiculous in this spot. Link and Default also very close by. I mean, if you look at this finals leaderboard, I mean, these are all FNCS winners potentially that we're seeing here, and it makes day 2 just so much more exciting.
Yeah, and I also want to add to this quickly before we go into the next page. Hayden Queasy, what a comeback. Yeah. Now, the first 2 games, 30th and 33rd, and then they've gone 11th, 11th, 5th, and then that last game, 6th with 8 eliminations, flying up leaderboards now, only 11 points behind first. If we switch over to that second page, though, we will see exactly what's going on. How are these teams faring? Remember, 121 is the current cutoff for top 10. So again, still really close. Yeah, Trilix and Judo, who we saw doing really well there. Vortex and Janice, who won the first game as well. Benjamin Savage, unfortunately, dropping a little bit down there as well, though.
Interesting to see the game winners not being in the top 10. Just shows how consistent everyone else is comparison. You just got to make it to those late games. You can't just be winning and then falling off.
Yeah, it's not just about the Victory Royale, right? Like, obviously, the Victory Royale is huge, and in the moment, it feels great, but you have to have that consistency factor, right? Even if you're just placing top 5 every game with, like, 4 elims, you're going to find yourself at the top of the leaderboard, right? Yeah. Because you're just doing consistent, right? So if you guys are new to Fortnite and you're like, wait, the Victory Royale, shouldn't that be the top? That's why, and now you're in the know. What a perfect day number 1, and tomorrow we'll be back with day number 2, where we're crowning duos champions. Before we say goodbye, we actually have some champions to crown right here, right now, because remember, we actually have a region that has already completed their games. So, of course, we have to crown them champions. They will take hold of said Axe of Champions. And once again, congratulations to the Middle East winners, King's very own Bleed and Metals FKS 404. Just a ridiculous number, Boop. Just insane.
Yeah. I mean, 0 Victory Royales as well, though. That's, I guess, another interesting thing. Like you said, it's all about consistency, and Middle East has proven that. You don't need to win a game. You just got to make it to late game. And 45 eliminations, I'm not sure if that's very high, but that average placement of 7.33, that is a ridiculous statistic. Is this Cami T Concetti of last season? I don't know. That's crazy.
I think so. I want to quickly. This is their placements. I just want to do this. Second, fourth, second, 7th, 38th, 3rd, 9th, 11th, 6th, second. So there's like so many seconds. Like I watched a couple of these guys' games from yesterday. Low ground, mid ground team, basically the Kamisei and Teak of that region, and absolutely dominating.
Wow. There you go. So once again, the Victory Royale doesn't always matter, man. When you have a scoreline like that, you will walk away the champ. Let's quickly touch on the predictions. How have we done so far? Listen, I just want to say we still have a whole nother day, okay? All right, it's fine. Everything is okay. We will revisit this tomorrow.
Hey, this is good. This is good. Thomas is good.
It's fine.
7th right now on my leaderboard. Yeah, and Hayden Queasy 4th or 3rd. You know, that's not bad.
Yeah,
we'll take that. Both in the top 10.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Tomorrow, though, you know, of course, Thomas HD and Teeks are gonna win, right? Boop. I mean, you know. I mean, we're gonna be right at the end of the day.
Yeah, Reese got saved a little bit there at the end in the last game by Hayden Queasy. I was gonna put him down finally, like, yes, I did better, but unfortunately, Thomas and Teeks are not really living up to the standards. But there's still 6 more games tomorrow, so anything can happen.
Anything can and anything will. Fortnite fan, that is it from us today. We really appreciate you guys hanging out. If you're watching from Legends Landing, special props to you. We really do appreciate it. Don't forget, if you like what you're seeing, we have NA East and NA West. Both regions have 6 games as well. And then we're back tomorrow, same time, same place. And we're crowning some champions. As always, we love you all so dearly. Keep yourself safe. And as always, we'll see you on the battle bus.
Day 1, beep, beep.
Bye-bye.
does get harder. Oh my god.
Let's go. I'm ready for the random patch of grass or like the random wall up close. I'm just not gonna be able to understand.
Oh, this is a good one.
This is on the south side of Sleepy Sounds. This is looking towards the lighthouse behind it.
Oh, this is from Sleepy Sound, I think.
This is definitely Sleepy Sounds, I'd say.
This is at Sleepy Sound.
That is Sleepy Sound.
It's a little close, but...
Let's go. We are in Condo Canyon.
This is actually my drop spot, I believe. I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is Condo Canyon.
I'm not 100% sure. I just say Condo Canyon.
Oh, this is at Condo Canyon.
That is Kando. I don't know the name. Kando something. Kando Canyon.
Condo Canyon. Nice.
I'm just too goated at this or something. I don't know what to say. Oh my god, this one is such a hard one.
Uh-oh.
I think this is Bugle.
Meowscles Morsel.
Okay, no, this one is this one's in Coney.
Probably Tilted Towers because of the building.
Coney? I'm just guessing Coney. I'm not sure.
So the building looks familiar. I think I'm gonna say Tilted.
I don't know a sign on the view. I didn't even know it was there.
Nice.
No way.
Oh my lord, what is this? What is this?
This is Greasy Grove, 100%.
Oh, Greasy.
Easy. This one is so easy. It's Greasy Grove.
Gosh, I have no clue.
Oh, this is at Greasy. I land Greasy, so.
I'm gonna go with Rocky Rios.
Let's go.
4 for 4. Oh, this is a tough one.
If it's not Jones's, it might be Camp Cuddle, but I think it's Jones's. I'm gonna lock in Jones's.
Is this Shifty Shafts? Oh, wait, no, it could be Camp Cuddle.
I think Camp Cuddle because of the trees and the campfire. I don't really know.
The Joneses?
Like, this doesn't even seem like a POI. Like, I'd say Camp Cuddle.
Great. Great.
Loot Lake, wow. Yeah, I've not been here. Yeah, I've never been here either. Yeah, don't land here.
See, I would have never guessed that.
I want to win FNCS. I know that I can. I got so close in the last 2 FNCSs, and I know that I still have it in me.
Improve my aim as much as I can, and I definitely want to try to win at least one more FNCS this year.
For FNCS, I really want a good FNCS Grand Final finish. I really want to finish in the top maybe 10 or 5.
Like, I've been playing more than ever, grinding more than ever. I'm really trying to be #1 this year.
My main goals for 2022 is to place consistently in every FNCS, but mainly win FNCS.
Just get a bigger name and probably win like at least one FNCS this year.
I get 2 in my head sometimes, especially in solos, and I think that's something that a lot of players struggle with. I just need to work on it again to make me unstoppable.
I think I want to really improve on my mentality.
I want to show people that I haven't peaked yet, you know?
Being more consistent as a duo, me and threats and stuff, so I think that would be really good.
I just want to keep improving on like everything, like aim, building, like game knowledge.
I'd say my strongest point is definitely endgame.
I have really good mechanics since a really long time, and if I just keep playing the game, I will forever be good.
I've had this burning fire in me to play duos and compete in tournaments since the last duo FNCS. This is like my core game mode, and I'm gonna do insanely well.
One of my strongest points is in duos, and this year of FNCS is all duos, so it's pretty stacked up in my favors. Anytime we're in late game, we're always getting a lot of kills and popping off on low ground, so everybody better watch out.
I think stressing is the real thing I improve on. Before, I used to always stress in tournament and think about what can happen.
One of my biggest mistakes right now is like I sometimes get greedy when I see a kill.
And it doesn't really matter where you land. At the end of the day, you're gonna play grand finals, and as long as you have a good spot, you can cash out and make a lot of money and set a name for yourself.
Like, learn what your mistakes are. Like, you can't go back and redo it, so you just gotta learn and try to not do it in the future.
just getting through all these tournaments, trying to learn as much as I can from them is honestly pretty much what I'm doing all the time now. So that's pretty much it.
I'm just trying to make myself as mechanically sound as possible, so that way, like, there's just nothing that can be put past me.
So far I've qualified for every Duo Cash Cup that I played, so I think that's a really, really good start.
I feel like this year is definitely like my year.
Yeah. I'm coming into this FNCS feeling strong. I'm very positive that I'll do good throughout the whole year, especially this FNCS, and yeah, hopefully I win.
All right, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm in the lobby with Cease. How are you getting on today? Simple one to start it off.
I'm doing pretty good,
Perfect, that's what we like to hear, So, I'm gonna go with a bit of a wild card to start things off with here. Assuming the entire world was a 0 ping single region, who would you want to duo with?
I'd probably want to do it with Volks, because he's a funny man, he's OCE, and yeah, I've hung out with him a bunch of times.
Another weird one. Time travel your current skill back to the 2019 Solo World Cup. Where are you placing?
I don't think I put much more than like a couple hours into practicing for solos, because I was so focused on duos, and duos was of course the day before, so I was already excited. I was like, I already did. So what can I do? So I literally landed at the most shambles spot ever. If I could change anything, I would probably just land the block.
What would be the first and best piece of advice you'd give someone who's kind of new, starting to get into the competitive scene now and just starting to improve their kind of Fortnite competitive placement?
If you place top 15 in a cash cup, take that $200, whatever it is, and put it aside. If you get top 10 in the grand finals, just put that aside for a new computer or for a new mouse that you've been wanting or whatever. Like, invest in yourself. That's exactly what I did. Like, my two teammates in the last FNCS were on the worst computers possible. I got them new computers for the Grand Royale, and look what happened. We made I think we made double what we made in the last FNCS.
Where do you rate yourself on the greatest of all time, the GOAT list?
I think right now, I probably put myself, within the top 25. But I think after this year, I'll be, back into the top 10, top 5.
There's a lot of money to play for when it comes for a lot of these finals, and there's a lot of stress involved in that too. Are you planning anything in particular with your mindset?
I don't think I had any nerves at World Cup. Like, I literally at duos, and I can tell because we were so prepared and we had a game plan knocked out. But then it came to solos, and I was extremely nervous because I had nothing, and I was by myself, and so now into trios, it's like, this last FNCS, I had so much prepared. I knew exactly what our game plan was. I knew what we were going to do, and we knocked it out.
You already mentioned earlier, your favorite game mode is duos in particular. What's your least favorite game mode?
Well, duos is always like a part of the game, but when trios came out, I was like, oh, no way, a year of trios. I hate it. Now we're on the duos, I'm like, no, trios is gone. I want trios. And so I always in squads, and I'm guessing if squads got announced for a year or however long, I would be like, I'd hate it, but then by the end of the year, I'd love it. So it's just like, I don't really know. I think squads right now, but who knows? Maybe it's probably solos, honestly.
Thank you very much for your time, Cease. It's very, very, very appreciated here. Where can the people find you?
At Cease on everything. That's just my handle across all socials. So just stay in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
On FNCS NA East, thousands of players have been battling to claim the Axe of Champions. Only 100 now remain. This weekend, these duos will battle it out over 12 games to find the ultimate winners. Will Peterbot once again show his ability to clutch when it matters? We've never had a final without Kanata and Stretch, but neither have held the Axe of Champions. With teammates like Acorn and Commandment, will one of them finally reign supreme at the top of NA East? $130,000 for first place. Everything is on the line as the 50 best duos compete in the NAE FNCS Finals.
This is it. Act 1 of the biggest Fortnite show on the planet. You've got your tickets, and now is the final installment of the Ultimate Weekend Trilogy. Get your chili chug splashes at the refreshment stand, grab your front row seat as we pull the curtains wide open on this Battle Bus Bonanza, because it's FNCS final times, baby! My name's Adam Savage. I am your host throughout the entirety of the NAE finals this week, and this is going to be incredible. Alongside me, of course, you know, I got the knockout combo, the 1-2 combo of Vivid and SBG as well. Fellas, welcome into this. We're here at Legends Landing, as you can see behind me right now, which is amazing. Vivid, 50 duos, man. This region alone, $600,000 plus up for grabs here. Day 1 of finals. How are you feeling, my friend?
Oh, I am feeling so great. It's good to be back on the desk again for another finals. They're just flying by at this point because the competition is always just so fun to watch, and these players bring it all every single weekend, and that's what makes it so enjoyable. I can't wait to see what they bring today. EU was absolutely fantastic to watch, and I'm hoping NAEs can live up to the hype, but I know they can. How are you feeling, SBG?
Oh, I'm ecstatic right now. We're jumping in. We're watching the best players in the region. This is what we've all been waiting for, guys. So I'm bouncing off the walls.
Even that intro video as well. Vivid, you're gassing me up, man. Setting the tone for us as well. This is amazing. But before we go any further, let's talk about what is actually behind us. Legends Landing. If you guys don't know about this, well, it's time to tell you once more. You can watch all the actions of FNCS Finals unfold on the new Legends Landing you can see on the screen right now. It's found in the Buy Epic Discovery row, and we've talked about how great this is. It's a great opportunity to meet up with your pals, for instance, to embrace all things FNCS Finals from a really cool location. It's great. There's activities there. There's obviously our faces plastered across the screen as well. Who doesn't want to see that in all its HD glory? I mean, honestly. But it's all there at Legends Landing as well, which is a great place for you guys to chill out and hang out as well. Also as well, we must mention the FNCS outfits as well. Now, of course, limited time only for this weekend. Check out the FNCS outfits. These are a great opportunity for you guys as well to maybe kind of dress up with your pals, enjoy yourselves in Legends Landing, or playing the game as well. They're there to celebrate this amazing thing that is FNCS Finals. Vivid, I know you, buddy. We all like to color coordinate and to kind of outfit coordinate from time to time. This is a great opportunity to do that.
Oh yeah, absolutely good one. Do not miss out on adding this to your locker. Everybody loves those kind of like limited edition stuff, and this is one of those opportunities to get your hands on an outfit that is limited edition because it'll only be around for this FNCS.
Oh yeah.
That's right, it really is. And you can't tell, I said, we like to kind of coordinate outfits. We're all wearing the same pajama bottoms, of course, obviously. We're all celebrating here in style. We have actually got some more stuff to go over, of course, because it's finals. You guys need to know exactly how we got here, the broadcast schedule as well, and what's going to be happening over the course of this weekend. Coming your way, 2 days of wall-to-wall action. It's going to be incredible. Let's take a look at the schedule. So, of course, go back to 3 weekends. I mentioned the trilogy at the beginning there. It's the third weekend. We had the qualifiers 1 and 2 on the first weekend, February 18th and 20th. You can see on screen. Semi-finals was last weekend, February 25th through 27th. We had that amazing kind of reboot round style where 6 victory royales both days went through. And we had 6 teams up for grabs as well. Our top points went through as well, culminating in 50 duos here at finals, March 5th and 6th. That's where we are today. But Vivid, the format itself, walk us through, buddy.
Yeah, honestly, as Adam explained, the greatest thing about this format being from weekend to weekend, the qualifiers and semifinals, was we saw such a big change in development. So coming into the finals, we have this 2-day format. So I'm excited to see how the meta kind of shifts over the course of this action. And then let's not forget also, kind of looming in the distance, we do have the match point kind of contingency that is there, where if a team gets 500 points and 3 victory royales, we will stop the competition early and they will be our FNCS champions. But as we saw over the EU, I think our team ended with around 160 points, so it is a bit of a stretch, but something that these teams can work towards.
And let's talk about these points. How exactly are you going to get there? Well, you get your first placement points starting at 35th, and then you get 1 point per as we continue all the way up. But that top 10, that top 5 is where you're going to get most of your points, making these end games, making that final 9th zone, and getting that victory royale, which is worth 32 big points. Also, eliminations, those are heavy. We have 3 points per elimination in the entirety of this format.
Yes, we do. We saw EU as well, the leaderboard fluctuating non-stop because of those elimination points as well. Let's take a look at the pricing, of course, as well. In this particular region, already mentioned, over $600,000, $637,000, 500 to be specific, which is insane. What an amazing amount of money there, Vivid. I mean, this is the breakdown. Walk us through, would you?
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things about this breakdown is that everybody that's made it here today has guaranteed themselves $1,000 per duo. So already everybody here is technically a winner. But on what scale do you want to be a winner, right? Because if you get first place, $130,000 for your duo to share, something that can change lives for sure. Can even buy you a couple new PCs if you need to upgrade your setup there. You can also probably get an upgraded setup with second place, $90,000, and it's just so much money there.
Yeah, there is so much. And let's talk about the players. Who is going to be playing for this? We have 50 players, or 50 duos, 100 players going into this. And check out this list. One of the best finals lobbies that I've ever seen. I mean,
Crazy.
Stretch and Commandment right there. Acorn, Kanata, Jamper, Dukes. The who's who of Fortnite right now, Vivid.
Yeah, we got Degen and Yamza coming back into the competition. Buka and Mira, who are hot off of an FNCS win and the grand final, back-to-back dub there. And all of these players coming together today. It'll be awesome to see how they clash out on the battlefield.
And it's like a who's who of like the veterans. Got rising stars, and there we like to celebrate as well. Of course, you know it's all about championing the kind of the new up and coming Fortnite players of tomorrow. But it's good to see those names like previous FNCS champions there as well. We've got some more here on the board here. I mean, SBG. I can see Aegis and Rise there. We can see Knife and Bylot. I mean, there's going to be some great contestations we're going to talk about shortly as well. But who else sticks out for you on this page?
Also, Cold and Scented, they made it. It took a bumpy road, but they're here. As you mentioned, Agers and Rise, they're feeling confident. I talked to those guys earlier. Rise and Agers feeling confident about the off spawn. We also have a couple of teams like Pam, Stu, and Fatch, who are some favorites here on the talent side, as well as Smite and Larson have just been popping up all over the map here.
Yeah, and then, you know, we have Pamso and Fatch, who Sundown has shown a lot of love to, and Avery and Muzz, also a strong duo there.
Yeah, they really are, and it's going to be so electric. And for you guys watching at home as well, it's all going to be unfolding in front of your very eyes very shortly indeed. But of course, here on FNCS, we like to talk a lot about them, the players, particularly who are kind of, you know, a shining light on this amazing game, as well as this brilliant championship as well. One of those players is Acorn. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm joined in the lobby by Acorn, Season 5 FNCS champion, one of the best players on N East. Easy first question. How are you doing?
Good to be here. Happy to be here.
So I saw, obviously, you know, there's N East is renowned for its team switch ups and things. So, you know, you were with Miro prior to that, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, cool. So now you're with Canada. How's that just working out generally?
Still like in the early phase, but I feel like we'll become like definitely the best. I can see us like becoming #1.
Ooh, so you're already setting yourself for FNCS champions this season. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's the goal.
So what happened in that first one then? What was going on?
Like we got 55th or something, and like.
Oh, okay. It's one of those.
It was
days.
just one of those
Yeah,
days.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. One of those days.
What do you think you guys are doing extremely well together? Like, what do you think your strong points are?
Oh, I like how we both know the game. Like we get both IGL, you know what I'm saying? And we both have like fragger ability.
Do you think it's best just to have right now 2 players who can do it all, or are you kind of thinking some of these teams will work better if they have a bit more separated roles?
I think 2 players who can do it all is definitely the best.
What's kind of like your day look like? What's that practice look like? What do you put in to get to that kind of level?
So I do like online school in the morning, and then I'd say usually around like 3 o'clock is when I'd like hop on, start playing. And tourneys are usually around 6. So like I'll take a break at like 4, hop back on like 5. You know, aim train, all that. And then non-tournament days, I play like scrims and stuff, just practice, all that, like, you know, VOD review.
What's on the team you're like looking out for? Who do you think is like the potential best duo out there?
I think there's a couple, to be honest. I think Mero Buga definitely one to watch out. Rise, Aegis, that duo is very, very good.
How is your mental approach to the game?
I don't really like rage and stuff. I try to like always get my head in the game and like always think, oh, what can we do? You know, like how can we get back on track? Once I get in the game, I try to freestyle it. I have some like strategies and like ideas of what to do.
You have your head on your shoulders, which is good. You know, you sound confident, you sound analytical about it. Have you always been that way, or did you do something in particular to get to that kind of point?
As I advanced the rankings, I feel like slowly my confidence grew.
Do you have any advice for someone who would struggle with building up their confidence outside of just placing better and being more confident then?
Try to hype yourself up, you know? People call themselves bad all the time, and slowly that gets into your head, you know what I'm saying?
And you're going into that first game of an FNCS, are you nervous? You know, and you're in the
100%.
Finals. Are you super nervous? When does that
100%.
go away?
I'd say before the game, I'm really nervous, but like when I get in the game, I lock in, I feel.
Do you have a career highlight moment?
Winning a game in the FNCS I won definitely was the best feeling. Yeah, I remember like loading at the leaderboard and I just won.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for being here as well, and good luck in FNCS.
I respect that so much there from Acorn. You know, grinding out, working all day, online school day, then starts gaming in the evening, play and grinding out then, as well as the fact as well, he still gets nervous despite the fact he's had the success he has done. So regardless of how well you guys are doing at home, even the top players still get a little bit nervous sometimes. But let's take a look actually, Acorn and Canada here, Vivid, as well. A team that you actually predicted would go through early in the competition. You are officially the prediction king. They are competing. Why do you think these guys stand a good test here today to actually get to the very top rankings and actually maybe even take home the AXA Champions?
It's just a really well-vetted team, and they also have a really good drop spot. The north side of Tilted Towers is so strong because there is just so much concentrated loot there. We also know that Kanata is a player that has made every single FNCS final, so he has that experience. And Acorn himself, frequently in these finals as well, has actually won an FNCS back in Chapter 2, Season 5. So this kind of, scenery is no stranger to these guys.
Yeah, the experience is there. And then we also know that Kanata is just a mechanical demon that has become one of the smartest players in the region. And then teaming up with Acorn, who has been a pioneer of different strategies, such as the flopper plays for high ground. So they'll be implementing some new things if I have any guesses here today.
I have no doubt in my mind they'll definitely be trying out new things. I'm sure as well Booga and Miro have a few things up their sleeve as well here. Acorn mentioned them. I mean, these guys, they're the ghost, man. They've won it multiple times. A World Cup winner as well on the team. I mean, Booga and Miro, what can we possibly say that hasn't been said already, Vivid?
Yeah, World Cup winner. We have Miro, who's won multiple FNCS at this point, 3 even, and then Booga also teamed up with him to win the Grand Royale together. So just a well-vetted champion team here.
Yeah, and the combination of mechanics and intelligence, both of these players have IGL'd at certain times, so they understand the game at a different level than most players. Just like we heard from Acorn, him and Kanata are both very intelligent.
They are. Another team as well that is definitely full of intelligence when it comes to playing the game is, of course, Commandment and Stretch. We know that Commandment's come so close so many times, Vivid, and Stretch has qualified time and time again for FNCS. They certainly stand a chance as well, surely.
Yeah, 4 second places for Commandment, and Stretch himself coming so close with a couple 4th places and a 3rd place in FNCS finals, but neither of them have ever been able to close it out. So we'll see if this FNCS is the one for this duo.
Yeah, Stromedon looking strong coming in. They were able to win the first qualifier, have kind of laid under the radar up until now, even though they won that qualifier. But again, a perfect combination. And interestingly enough, I see Stretch lead the end game when Commandment typically has been the tarper. So having that kind of backup and the clutch plays that we saw from Commandment in that first qualifier is going to lead this team particularly to do really incredible.
Yeah, we can't wait to see what's going to happen with these three teams. All the teams competing, of course. We should definitely talk about POIs as well. Obviously, yes, a fun thing for us to talk about because we'd love to see off-spawn where the fight's going to be happening, who's going to be contesting who, and we've got to talk about, we nicknamed it this week, last week, the Battle for Greasy Grove. Vivid, who's going to be competing there, who's going head-to-head, and who may come out on top in your opinion?
Yeah, it's none other than Spray and Nounsy and Rise and Agers. Now, I think it can really go either way, right? We've kind of had a week since we've seen this battle actually go down, right? So if either of these teams do any more homework, kind of switch up their strategy, it could shift how this is going. But I personally think that Agers and Rise have a better chance, just typically because they've been going for that main building where all those coolers are at, where they can get those chug splashes. And I think that advantage in the early game should be a big one that they can turn into a win for that off-spawn fight.
Yeah, and what we've seen from this battle has been just a straight 50-50. They both try and grab the weapons, and as soon as they grab that first weapon, it's just a battle. So I wonder if like the strategy has changed at all. I know that these guys are confident headed in, and they're going to continue to land there regardless of how this goes.
Oh yeah, I mean, there'll be nothing sweeter than winning FNCS, knowing that you landed in the same POI, which was contested, and you still managed to get top points on the day. Just 2 days. That'll be, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens. I mean, of course, as well, there are other locations that we want to take a look at, and one of them, this could be seriously contested, maybe up to 4 teams even. Covert Cavern. Vivid, this is back, it's on the map, and it seems to be very lucrative for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, it is very lucrative, and it was absolutely mad over in EU to see that it was uncontested, but there are just so many teams over in this NA East region that are prioritized, and we have the likes of Cease and Elite, who did well in the semifinals to qualify for this, Nosh and Paper, Muzz and Avery, who's a strong duo, and then Mac would actually find himself over here, so he doesn't actually want to go to the Bugle where he found success. He's going to be switching up his POI, so he's not necessarily as experienced over here at the Cavern as he was over at the Daily Bugle, so that could kind of come into play, and then obviously SPG, we have that notorious vault.
Oh yeah, and guys, we were talking about this. I don't know that there's enough loot to support 4 duos. There's just no way Covert is that good. So ultimately, I see 1 or 2 teams moving away from there by the end of this tournament. I don't know who it's going to be, especially because a lot of these teams haven't landed here the entirety of the season. So this is a new off-spawn battle over at Covert.
Yeah, I mean, talking about strategy as well, they're clearly going to have a plan B if that does happen, that all these teams descend in the same space as well. But regardless, it's probably going to be quite busy. We're going to move forward and talk about predictions shortly. Before we do that, obviously, for you guys at home, you could be seasoned players, you'll be new to the game. Obviously, we love to hear a few tips from our pros. Here are some really good tips for you guys at home, courtesy of our players here on NAE.
Best way to climb up the rankings, I'd say, is definitely putting a lot of time in.
Just focus on one thing that you're really bad at, like if it's your aim, your mech, your knowledge, just like work on one of them out first, and then eventually the other 2 will just come with that one.
I think what people don't do is watch back their games.
Learn from a mistake. If you do a mistake one game, just don't do it second game.
Definitely, and is to have a good group of people around you to push you to be better.
Start playing late game, start playing confident. That's definitely the best thing you could do. Stop playing so aggressive for no reason. You guys got to start playing late game.
Understanding how the point system works and that how elo works is a really big thing for if you're just starting up.
Things that people are probably doing wrong are using in-game aim trainers, which I don't think really help in my opinion.
Honestly, something that everybody's using wrong is the sliding mechanic. I haven't seen many pro duos use it at all, and in late game it's actually very useful from going down elevation all the time.
Man, if you can get that Mythic AR in your hands, it is a weapon to be scared of 100%. It's just so powerful.
Definitely something that's being used very wrong is the armored walls. A lot of time people use it when they make a mistake, but you should try to save it for later in the game because it's very useful.
The loadout you use right now, you should be using AR SMG, no shotgun. If you're an IGL, and then shotgun SMG if you're a fragger.
I'd say the best keybinds is to have 2 on the mouse, 2 on the keyboard, just so you don't have too much on one, you know?
Keybinds I find you should most likely use are optimal binds, which means one finger uses one bind only and you have 100% movement at all time.
The scroll wheel reset for wall is you use your mouse, and the scroll wheel use it for the reset button.
Keybinds that I find really helpful are using your mouse buttons for your build binds
I went from keyboard binds to mouse to having 2 mouse binds.
My 2 side buttons are like my stair and wall, so that just shows you the importance that I thought I needed, you know, to build a ramp.
So I have my wall bind and my stair bind on my mouse. I have cone and floor on my keyboard.
Back in squads and that whole year past squads, I wasn't truly adjusted to my binds, and that's why I don't suggest anyone change your binds too often. Find something, stick with it, and just learn how to adapt. I think that's like the biggest thing.
I love hearing from the pros. I mean, we talk about armored walls there. One thing we've not really touched on too much as well, the sliding mechanic. It's changed things up massively as well. But of course, keybinds. Vivid, I'm going to come to you here, being the class act you are. How did you used to roll out when you used to compete? How was your keybinding?
It was terrible. I stuck with the same keybinds pretty much from when I started playing Fortnite, right? And obviously we weren't thinking about optimal keybinds back then. And then when I tried to transition over, I stuck to them for like 2 months. And then I was just like, I can't do it anymore. And I actually went back to my original binds. They were definitely not optimal, but you know, they were decent. They got the job done.
SBG, how are you rocking these days as well? Do you switch things up on the regular or what?
Oh no, I've been playing. I'm a controller scrimmer, so I use the same controller binds I've been using for about 2 years now. Not planning really to change much.
Yep, certainly in that club too. I'm definitely in that camp with you. Obviously, we have to talk about predictions. We've got the game right around the corner, game number 1 of this 12 game, well, potentially 12 games over the next 2 days, courtesy of the match point thing coming into effect. I'm sure we'll touch on that later, but for now, predictions, okay? Now, you can see here on screen, first things first, I had to go personally, Bugha and Miro. We know these guys are class. Miro's won multiple FNCS. Of course, Bugha and Miro won the last FNCS last year, alongside Muzz, who's competing with Avery as well. But for these guys, I think World Cup winner, you know, Grand Royale winners as well. I think it's looking good. And even the pros like Acorn was saying it could be dangerous. Vivid, tell us about your pick.
Yeah, definitely a dangerous duo you have locked in there, but Stretch and Commandment, I think, have the edge a little bit just because Stretch and Commandment have been so consistent. Stretch has made every single FNCS finals. He has the experience, and Commandment and Stretch both, you know, they were teammates with 2 of the best players that we've ever seen on the NA East region, Zay and Scented, respectively. So I think that they just have such a great deal of knowledge to bring to this FNCS that as a duo, I think they're unstoppable. And MDF agrees with me in that regard.
All right, guys, I'm going with Acorn and Kanata. I believe they're going to succeed because the south side of Tilted's contested. So these guys are going to be able to farm that for surge tags, maybe even some early elims, and not have to worry about the storm surge. That'll set them up for late game because I don't think there's a wrong pick here. All these guys are really strong players, but it's going to be that mid to early game that sets them apart as they all can play late game so well. Lastly, we have Sundown sticking with his boys, Fatch and Pam Stew. Yeah. And hey, if anything goes wrong, we all know that Fatch and Pam Stew are going to continue to push through it. They have pushed through it this entire time, and Sundown's been right by their side. You gotta love it.
I mean, do you know what? He's been championing these guys a lot. I mean, they are a brilliant duo as well. But last week they came really close. I think it was like game 2 they had came second, got loads of points. Then game 3 qualified straight through to finals. So great to watch those guys. But let us know as well on socials who you guys at home think is going to go all the way. Obviously, we've chosen a handful of teams there, but there were so many duos to choose from that it was really tough. Vivid. I mean, there were literally this is one of the most stacked finals I think we've ever had in FNCS.
Yeah, and that's what's going to make it so fun to watch. It'll also be cool. We've talked about the meta a lot. How will some of these teams get Storm Surge? We see a lot of people like to take just a shotgun and an SMG, but there's not a lot of range in that setup, so it'll kind of force some aggression from some of these duos. And we saw over in EU, there was a little bit of middle game fights going on, kind of more than we expected sometimes. And a lot of eliminations gathered as well over in that region.
Those elims are so important, and there's probably 7 to 10 teams that I truly believe can win this, and that's why we got to play the games, because ultimately we can only predict so much, Adam. It is all up to what these players do over the next 2 days.
Yeah, there's predictions, and then there's what actually happens in the reality of it, and that is right now, because we start right here on day 1 of FNCS Finals NAE. It's time to go into game 1 with our incredible casters, the almighty Sundown, MDF. Over to you, fellas. Let's do this thing. It's FNCS Final times. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, he's, she's, theys, thems, and everyone in between. Chapter 3, Season 1 FNCS Finals, kicking off here in NA East. My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face to call all the action. Monster, how you doing today?
Doing good. I'm doing good. Like SMG said there are no wrong picks here. That prediction list was strong, but there are so many teams not on the list. You know, we can't include them all. And yeah, we have to get to the games here if we want to see this action go down.
I mean, we could get a little bit of a wider spread. We've had some repeat coverage over in NA East, but I got to give credit to the NA East. Our predictions have been pretty solid. I mean, mine eventually got there, but everyone else, y'all have been pretty on point so far this season.
Yeah, it was kind of a tough pick for me. I went with Stretching Commandment, but honestly, watching that Acorn video, I kind of fell in love with his personality, but sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's start getting into game number 1.
Game 1 of 6 today. Most likely, unless there are absurd circumstances, we will see 6 tomorrow as well. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but right now, hopping right on board. Greasy Grove over in NA East has been nothing but a fight right off of drop every single time, and no surprise here, Agents of Rise going right at it, and Rise immediately under fire, Monster.
This is one way to take your tournament, you know, start, right? You kick it off aggressively. There's so many different ways you can play this drop route, and it seems like they want to go right back to the beginning, to the roots of, hey, we're going to contest you out the gate. We're going to play aggressive and basically foot on the pressure here because they are coming through with the extra tags in the early game. But look at this. Much different than the qualifier, Sundown. We're watching some patient play. Now they back up. They found a few tags. Not enough to finish the battle. Not enough, I'd say, ammunition and arsenal to go ahead and complete the fight. So they back off passively. This is a good start for Nounsy.
Yeah, every other time we saw this fight, it was a straight up flip on a weapon, on a drop, like whatever it ended up being. It was fleur de lis, it was there. If you ended up drawing ammo or yours was empty, well, good luck. You can see there, little info on the top. 330 combined finals appearances from the players today. And I mean, this foursome right here has a solid amount of them, but immediately Rise finding some great MK7 shots through the window onto Nounsy. Now he does have 2 in the swap, allowing him to not have to go through that reload process. It looks like they're trying to isolate this 1v2 and finish it out player, ducking into the taxi cab to get outside, but going to get finished up. Almost able to spray Agers down there, but was never really in question.
And most importantly, they finished it before that team that was lurking nearby came on in, so we are going to be paying attention to the feed here on the other side. Looks like Macwood and crew just finished up a fight here at the Covert Cavern. From what I can tell, yeah, I was going to say, from what I can tell, looks like that was Avery and company. So big elims here. Take a look at how that went down. Cone inside the box, jump on in, wrap up Avery. Monster's already down. Great finish for them, but there are still other teams, many enemies lurking nearby, and we know Covert Canyon is just not big enough. It's not big enough.
It's not big enough. You're going to be able to force it out, and this isn't that winners take all situation we saw last week where you kind of breathe a sigh of relief. You're like, oh, we don't have to see that again. You're going to be seeing that duo again immediately, probably in 25 minutes from now as that next match ends up rotating through. See Golden Walkers was on our screen. We're going to swing on over to the TSM/Liquid duo, Stretch and Commodon, aka Commandment, also known as Stromadon, would be their couple name if you're going through there. And I mean, these are some popular players over on NA East. They've been playing, and they've been nearly in every single final, but quickly as it started, you actually see Macwood and Donnie get taken down the feed in the top left-hand corner. That's Nosh getting a little revenge there for his C9 teammate.
And that's what we expect. This is what we expect here at the Cavern, right? There are going to be clashes that happen left and right. If a team fights first, you are basically at the biggest disadvantage. The one single duo that's sitting nearby, they can decide whether or not they're going to go ahead and jump on in and take this battle. And this is probably Oliver OG's worst nightmare here. Clicks in day. We knew that they were contested over on the beachfront, and they were sharing this general area. And Oliver OG shared with us, you know, kind of in the pre-show before things kicked off, like, hey, man, we don't really know how, you know, what kind of clicks we're going to get today.
Yeah, and that's the question, right? Because when Clix is rolling, you want to stay away from him going through. But one thing I don't think that's been talked about, Playify has put up some disgusting results, arguably been one of the best players on NAE so far this season. And Oliver hasn't played bad either, but right now, Centifan and Chubbs under a little bit of pressure here. This is Aegis and Rise trying to keep that ball rolling right off the start. They got the peppers popped and they're going in, but immediately taking some shots from the side, but great return fire from Rise. They're racking up the surge right now.
It's crazy. We knew there was a team here. We knew a fight was probably going to go down. It looks like that is exactly what just happened. And little do they know, it was Fable, Taco, and Jackson just off in the distance there, who had, by the way, one of the better back halves of their qualification mark in the final stretch. They almost were one of those teams that were just missing the mark there, but they did manage to pull through. And this is their strategy. If any of these teams have done their homework, which they all should have very well, you know, they know and they understand. These are the same players that are going to be rotating in. They're going to come in quick. So yes, right now things seem to settle down. It's looking good for Aegis and Rise, but that is how risky their tournament life is right now. There are so many people keeping eyes on Greasy Grove.
And right now, over the northern part of the map here, you can see Milks and Rhythm trying to get in a fight here. There's a ton of loot and a ton of metal over in this area. It's a nice little fishing spot towards the outside, but sometimes it takes a little while to get that loot down. However, Rhythm and Milks not necessarily doing the worst here. Max shields and tons of excess utility, so looks like they're really the ones who are pushing the pace on this fight.
Yeah, ammunition looking great as well for Rhythm and Milks here, so they have a lot in the tank, right? If they want to sit this fight out and stretch this, they have the zone on top of them. There's a lot that they can actually do here. They really have the full advantage in this situation, and right now it looks like they're trying to honestly go for the full limb secure here. These wall pieces and wall takes are looking really good, and they actually have them spread out from his teammate here, 20, with a very risky play there and reciprocal with the counterfire. Nicely done for them.
Yeah, look at the bottom right-hand corner, though, Monster. We have another team. Those triangles represent a duo, and they're coming in. They're taking the high ground, and that's the problem when you get bogged down here. Normally, you wouldn't invest in getting in this fight, but because there's so much extra utility down here, you can afford to spend this much brick, this much metal, because you can very quickly farm it back up. But right now, Reciprocal and 20 are fighting this defensive fight pretty solidly. They're not investing as many materials. Granted, they don't have as many to invest. As you can see, 20 is completely out of brick, but now they're actually getting on the offensive.
Gotta be careful though. DJ and Yamzo creeping up ever so closely now as they are starting to sneak right into this battle, and there it is. They enter into the fight quickly, but 20 fast with the reflexes there. Great Kona going and slow down that push, that onslaught coming from up above, and here comes the full turtle. And look at this. They are only down to 7 builds now for 20, and not to mention he is running through all of these enemy builds, right? They were just being hard pressured all through these builds, and now they have to go ahead and get on the defense here. Rhythm and company can go ahead and turn this fight around at any second now.
And DJ and Yamso have actually came all the way over from that llama split off the start, chucking some Fireflies over. But the Fireflies, while nice little min-max and you're not going to hold on to them, don't do a ton in this situation, because the only utility you really find here out of the wood that everyone's going to have is a bunch of brick and metal. So very minimal damage actually put through, but you can see Milks finding a great line, and Reciprocal gets caught, I think, holding his edits out there, tried to get the shotgun shot out, but Milks found everything there. However, they need to back off and at least get some kind of shields down. You can see them wanting to pop the minis before the siphon comes through. But Yamso and Degen, they want a piece of this cake. I mean, Degen's right on top of this.
They saw the knock. They want a piece of this solo, honestly, that's left here. They want to deny any kind of pickups here. And honestly, if they've been paying attention, which they have, they've been looking at how long this fight's been going on. They probably recognize both these teams should be pretty weak and or at least running out of fuel here. So here comes Degen and Yamso now sitting on top of the builds. This is a power position to look down on the enemies here. They can begin to rip through a lot of those weakened builds up top. Mind you, they did try to set that Firefly, so there's a lot of wood still there because the flames were distinguished a little bit earlier than they would have liked. So a lot of weak builds here.
Yeah, you would not believe your eyes if there were 10 million Fireflies, but fortunately for them, there was only one, and all of that brick, you know, just going to be able to shut it down very quickly. Now, a little bit of investment coming through from Yamzo and them, but you can already see the weaponry. They can hang out here for a while, especially with the harpoon. There's so many fishing spots around here. This is one of the strongest sides, so as a caveat, I do my champion grind at the start of the season, every season, but I am also not good at the game compared to all of you who actually end up playing it, particularly during that time. So I spend a lot of time on the outside outside the map, fishing, just trying to find areas where I can kind of eke out my placement points. This is one of the strongest areas. It's worth fighting over. There's a ton of extra utility there, and the reason we're hanging around this fight is everywhere else is kind of slowed down. You can keep an eye on that top left-hand corner, but this is really the action happening on the map here. As you'll see, Rhythm will actually get taken out as they're trying to disengage, and some great shots coming through from DJ and Iamzo.
And just great usage of the Spider-Man Mythic Web Slingers there just to get on in, secure the loot, get the elimination. But not only that, this is an elim denied to the other team that was fighting down low, 20, right? They got the knock originally, but the pickup came through, so they put in all that work for a little bit of Storm Surge, but they don't get any points. It's very important to take away from that. And now, look, they might be getting taken out here completely as they do. Iamzo comes on in from the other side. 2 eliminations for him now. And talk about a great, great third party for them.
Oh, fantastic decision-making going down there. That's the benefit if you're able to catch people who get bogged down on the exterior and Zone then pulls on top of them. They think they're safe to kind of invest a little bit more into the fight, but if you're the one who ends up showing up and putting the pressure down onto them, and you can see, like, yes, they maybe are able to quickly isolate a 2v1, but if you don't capitalize on that, then you are in a vulnerable position to others who can then start the fight. So now we're going to get a look at some of the other teams, and I think one team we probably haven't spoken enough about, if at all so far, was in our bottom right hand there. We'll peek in with them in a sec, with Bucky and Cam, but I mean, don't forget, Monster, they dominated, and I mean dominated the first qualifier to the point where they basically stopped playing the last 3 games, and we're like, we need how many points to get through? Okay, that sounds good. We'll show up, we'll get a couple of eliminations, guaranteed a couple placement points, but we'll go on ahead.
Yeah, they played just out of their minds, but they are contested, right? So we do know there's a little bit of risk in the Bugle where they're dropping Bucky and Cam, making it look nice and easy, though. Take a look at the loadout here. Maxed out in a vehicle in play, making a quick rotate right now across. They're going to go ahead and hunker down here to play for Max Mats, but Cam and Bucky, keep your eyes out on them. They have played just exceptional Fortnite, well above the rest of the competition, at least judging by their week 1 performance. And they didn't even play the full deck of cards, right? Like you said, they came in, showed us what they got, and then they stopped sharing strategy because teams will look at how good you do if you are #1 spot. So there's a lot to be seen, I think, from Bucky and Cam this season.
Yeah, but one thing to note, as we get in that Storm Surge warning, that's on the right-hand side of the screen above the map. You can see there's 66 above. Storm Surge will do 25 damage every 5 seconds to the duos who have done the least amount of damage to their opponents in the lobby. It triggers on the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zones, and then it'll turn off when we have 70, 50, and 30 players respectively. So now if you take a look in that top left-hand corner, Monster, we're going to have right now 10 duos who will be under pressure, so you will expect a lot of action to be going down, and Owl and Cracked are one of those duos. TK is another one of those duos, and you can see that Chubbs and Elite Scented Fan, aka Twix, but I'm just going to call you Scented Fan so we can give Scented all the clout that goes through there, are another one of the duos who are either under pressure or right on that line. And honestly, TK and them are fighting Chubbs and Twix right now in that bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, with how many players we have up, it's looking like FNCS qualifier week 1. It is a stacker of a round right here. This is a very, very interesting early game, and these are some great fights coming from TK and Visuals there as they clean up that duo without a problem there, catching them out. I was going to say dry in the lake, but that's not impossible. They were soaked, and then they were doused. It was over right there.
Yeah, I mean, fish in a barrel, but like it wasn't even that. It might as well just like chucking dynamite while you're ice fishing. It's just not even fair. You end up getting down there, but as you can see here, don't question the physics on it. Just roll with it. Bottom right-hand side to Roller, spraying some shots out there. Trying to see if they can't get some tags there. They are just right on the line, 4 below, 15 above, and don't forget, that's 25 damage every 5 seconds, and that's going to kick off in 10 seconds. So we've already seen 3 full duos worth of players end up dropping down as we go from 89 to 83 before that pressure even comes out, and now the 25 every 5 seconds will start.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Owl and Teed, who are inside the zone, being held right now, and the player behind them barely above the surge as well, just holding on by a thread. There it is, now 40 below here. They do have a lot of heals to work with, but Teed, if Teed can't pop one right now, he is out of this game, and he does get one just in the nick of time. Mind you, he is truly in a race against the clock here. There it is. The surge comes through as the tags from the enemies holding them out, and they're going to go ahead and get wrapped up potentially here. Owl by himself on the other side, though. Beef and Nick in a very intense fight here.
Yeah, it's in the bottom right-hand corner, trying to get the shots across, but we've talked about how versatile and how good the Med Mist is at negating so many things. Storm Surge is one of the things it is not time efficient for. You can't actually gain any HP battling against it coming through. It will end up being just straight up offset, especially when you're standing in the storm like that. So Cracked was just sitting there losing HP, and now the dust settles. We have one single solo rider going as we drop from 70 to 69 players remaining, but otherwise everyone has a battle buddy right now.
My gosh, talk about a little congested pocket right here. This is the south portion of the zone. Players trying to make their rotates in. Miro and Bugha sitting right underneath about 4 or 5 other teams in his general vicinity here. And here comes the rotate. They're going to go for it early. Miro tagged up on the way out. Bucky and Camdo, however, in a 2v2 situation here. Looks like they already have a knock and possibly a finish on the way there. Def's going to throw it on these armored walls. Pure's on the other side, though, holding on just barely there with a knock player inside the box. What is going on here? Cam and Bucky take their wins and move on. That was a little surge battle there.
Yeah, I really like that. I think that's a smart play because they're not worried. They're obviously not worried about this surge having it turned off, but they're able to get the disengage out, as we see in the top left-hand corner. Larson and Smite going down. They've had incredible success off the drop, but then Weaver in the mid-game as they're keeping an eye on that top left-hand corner. Looks like Golden and Walker's also being taken out. Bugha and Miro just on the outside of the door. They're going to top off on this side. You can see Bugha and Miro were the only NA's team with 15 plus points in each game during the qualifiers, and largely they've been doing it on the back of a very calculated and precise play, trying to just make it into the end game, find the rotation, find the space, play moderately on the outside of the zone, try not to get too congested, and just find a layer where they can exist, knowing that when they get in the end game, they are both so absurdly individually talented that if they get an opportunity, the points are going to be there every time.
Yep, for sure. The points are definitely going to be available. And talk about points being available. A lot of the young blood getting taken out right now. Fable Taco and Jackson being the 2 in the feed there to the hands of Miro. And then Peterbot finds Oliver OG in his first FNCS. Big final stage there as well. Knocked and finished already in the game. I wanted to give another hats off and shout out to Walkers, whose dad I know is watching right now too. So, you know, a lot of people making their way through here, man. And, you know, the social game, you know, a lot of love coming in. We want to encourage you guys. Continue to play, continue to strive for greatness, because there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of new faces here making their FNCS appearances.
Yeah, I saw that post on the comp Reddit. He was talking about going through. Got to give SBG a shout out as well, saying he like went, studied the VOD reviews, did a lot of individual work, and was able to then end up kind of rise up. And that's what Fortnite's all about, right? You talk about how there's all of these established players going through, and you see some big orgs going through, but you don't need any of that to end up competing at the end of the day, right? You can just hop in as long as you're in that Champion League. You're able to go and compete, especially now in this season. If you're not in Champion League, there are still other tournaments you're able to play, and yes, you don't have the cash prizes associated with them, but you can still kind of get what the environment is, take it a little bit more seriously. It's a little bit more sweaty, a little bit more pressure than those typical arena games, and it kind of gets you used to the environment, and you can dip your toes into that pool and say like, hey, is this really for me, and kind of see where it is.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I want to continue to see people thrive. For now, though, Jamper and Duke's trying to do just that. 4 eliminations, Sundown. Take a look at the points here. 14 leading the lobby right now. Currently in 4th place, Bucky and Cam need to watch out. This is a team that is hot on the iron right here. They're putting some shots down, not afraid to pressure anyone back, and just look at the amount of heals they have. This is a sign of them playing very, very optimal so far. Seems like now, though, there is a little bit of traveling they have to do to get to the zone. Instead of recycling the team nearby, they're just going to go with their own tarp. Okay, that's going to dig heavily into the material count. But mind you, next zone's half in, half out. Let's see how this ends up working out for them.
Yeah, and they got 2 teams staring directly at them on a line who have already invested in full built metal. But as we take a look at this zone monster, I mean, there are 2 very big high grounds in play that are already completely stacked with triangles. And I mean, there's even another one on the eastern side there that already has 2 duos just kind of billy-goated up on it. We can see one of the duos on the opposite side. Everyone trying to get a little vertical and kind of get right on the side here. We generally will call this billy-goating, because basically you just want to perch up on the side, try and minimize the number of it, use the mountain cover to just minimize the number of hard mats you have to invest. But this is going to be very tough for the teams who are on the lower part, especially if we see the half in, half out pulled directly towards these already established high zones.
Yep, that's what they're hoping for. You put up all your materials, you put your resources into securing a mountainside, and then you just pray the zone pulls your way. And if that does happen, you're pretty much guaranteed an end game, depending on how high you are. And look at this, one of the zones are going to pull here. It's going to be the easternmost mountain. Of all the ones that it could have went to, it went directly right on top of this, honestly, very vertical position over here on the east.
Yeah, and you can see everyone was like trying to push all of their chips in on red or black, and instead the ball just fell off the table and went over on the side. And seems like a couple people were even invested in that decision coming out there. As you can see, Mira Booga, they're in just a awful position, and honestly, they're just hoping that these 3 other duos go down and that threshold on the right-hand side doesn't drop, because 26, you're thinking, hey, that's a decent number, when in reality, normally it's not. That's 2 or 3 rifle bullets coming through when it comes to Fortnite damage scope. But on the right hand side, we do see the duo who we hyped up so much, and them getting the surge coming through is Bucky and Camp. They're under pressure now, just barely above, 3 above with another solo who's getting hit, but it's going to be their full duo who's going to be the one taking the damage, and they go out. So maybe a little bit of a caster's curse coming through, as Cold and Scented are going to be the ones who end up getting credit for that. But we're going to swing back on over. Mira and Booga still under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, this is tough. They did hit the low pad here. They end up making it all the way through. And you saw for a brief moment there the shot of what that mountain looked like. There was pretty much a singular team at the top of it. Jack's going to get the full elimination credit onto Bucky, by the way, who did fall in the zone there that you saw. So big, you know, set of points right there for Jack. And honestly, the siphon is what's most important here. Now, an impressive performance from Cold and Scented thus far. 3 eliminations inside the placement points as well here, Sundown.
And we just saw Booga get an Elam in the feed, and if they're able to get the loot from that, that's huge, because they so desperately needed a refresh. You can see on the right-hand side, where will that zone end up pulling? Whoever gets priority here is going to end up being huge, and we're going right back over to the top of that other mountain we talked about, Monsters. So the big one that was in play, we're going straight there. So this is really important, because we're going from an established high ground to one that was already an established high ground. So if a team can get up there and had old builds on that area, they might be able to save some. If somebody already tunneled into this area, they could effectively just turn around and tunnel back. For anybody who invested a launch pad, use some of those web slingers going through, they're going to be in a very tough spot.
Yeah, it seems like Mira and Booga are going to be in the toughest position right now. And look at this, Mira and Booga right there on your feet, barely holding on with HP. Booga's actually going to commit the pepper here, as he's going to have to make this rotate 26 below. You know, honestly, tags aren't the issue here. It's really just staying alive and getting to the next zone. They're trying to do just that. Mira's tagged up. Booga already lost his shield. They're going to work with one another, get inside the bush here. Trying to play for a siphon is the only guess that I can make here. And now comes the recycle. Here comes the full rotate in. They're behind a pressure crushy there. Max HP, but Miro does what he does best. And he just steamrolls through that opponent there. Trashy gets deleted and taken out of the competition, and then picked up these HP here. Miro now left by himself to clutch here. What can he do? He's already done a lot. This is a tough ask for him to earn any more, but hey, the pressure's on and the option's on the table now. He has to stay up here.
Right now, we can see pressure on the side trying to get in, and I was just waiting for it. Backside of the zone, Old Man Mountain in play. There's so many players who are going to try and do the exact same thing, but up on the high ground, and they are way above everything. Knifer and Bila just raining down shots. We're going to hop in. Scented picking up yet another knock. That was onto Elise Nico. Cold already sitting on 2 eliminations. This will be their 4th once it goes down, and at this point, nobody's getting picked up. 7th zone revealed, and we're going out right to the base of another mountain in play. So tons of variability in high ground. The question for Knifer and Bila is, how many builds do we have? Is my prediction the bottom right-hand corner. They've seen nearly every single possible game that could have been played in the qualifiers. 33 Fast 50 trying to get themselves above the Storm Surge threshold. They just barely do it, as Scented Cold are also just barely above it. Currently, somebody is getting hammered on by that damage, but Yamzo and Degen finally end up taking the high ground away from Knifer and Bila, as they have to give it over as they run out of materials.
What a fight between Degen and Yamzo. Knifer and Bala from drop spot now to end game here, as they start to battle it out for the top position here. But Commandment and Stretcher also on that layer, and they take out Knifer. That's a big elimination for them here. They are just racking up. Scented and Cold also in the game here. 5 eliminations now. Picked up another one here. Scented is by himself. 2 duos sitting on top of his cone. They don't even know he's there. Will he make the edit? They could be very weak. There it is. Scented actually actually gets a huge shot before getting taken out there. Back on over to Stretch now. Commandment is down. Will he play for the save here? There's another opponent behind this wood wall. It's an either full commit type of situation or go for the pickup instead. He's going to play defensively first here. Zone's coming in a little bit quick. He does get the med miss just in time. He's going to go ahead and tank this storm here in hopes that it bounces back, but he is way too far. I don't know if this is the right decision here. He's going to have to break the floor. This is literally a ticking time type of situation if a Siphon doesn't come through. On high ground, though, Iamzo and Degen, they are looking very, very good. Here comes Stretch trying to slide his way in, and he does make it in the end there, Sundown.
Into the top 10, 15 HP, but also keeping an eye in the top left. My boy, OMG, Me Too, and Shadow. 1X still running through. Stretch finds a little room. Gonna top off with the rest of the med miss. Also gonna pop some minis, but on the low ground, we have Pamsto and Fatch going right up against OMG, Me Too, and you can see Me Too ends up taking one out. Qua ends up picking up Vilas. He drops down. Me Too ends up going down to Magnolia on the other side, and Stretch is just chilling. He's found a nice little pocket. He says, this is a good pocket. This is nice. I like it here. Players are going to keep going down, and unfortunately, he goes down. But hey, he'll take a top 6 as Iamzo and Degen still just raining shots down from above. I believe there's 2 other duos who are still up, then another solo who's running through. Duke's on 6 eliminations himself right now, Monster, trying to find some space.
Yeah, he's just coming through like a wrecking ball right now, trying to work his way through these builds here, picking up anything and everything possible. Now inside some wood builds, though, does have to be very, very careful as he starts to break through. I mean, his position's blown, his cover's out. He starts to look up to high ground. Actually, that could change things a little bit, but no, not enough firepower there, not enough of an angle here. Now onto low ground, up against Cease, who made it all the way through to the end. This is a little bit of a gift for him now as they get delivered siphon points and material here. It's going to allow them to hold out, and now we're looking at a clean 2v2 here. High ground, Degen and Iamzo positioned out, poised up very nicely as well.
Yeah, but now they have more materials than the low ground, and we're pulling out to where we haven't been so far. Eventually, the fight's going to pop off, and they should be able to just fight defensively. Elite tries to go up and immediately gets swatted down. The question is, can they execute? They might have enough from the heal gun. That's what we talked about. Might be able to get it out, but it's all on Cease now. Elite's not going to have the opportunity. They're going to try and spray up. Degen commits tons of shots going through, and you saw the headshot tags. They know they're white, finding it onto Cease as well. Back in the zone a little bit for some floppers, going to be able to cover the difference. Degen goes down a little early, but I think he got a knock on that side. You can see first shot coming through. Yes, Iamzo finding Cease, but Elite puts a huge shot onto Iamzo. He's going to get ticked down. We have a straight up 1v1. Degen with a massive HP advantage, and Degen and Iamzo take match number 1 with a 7 ELM victory royale.
Not only that, those end games, both teams willing to break through their builds, line opponents up from the other side of the wall, and go for the big trades. That is how top tier pros play 2v2s in end game. They're willing to take those gunfights to the very, very end. And it's Iamzo and Degen, man, who come out on top. It was close though for a second there, but Degen just had so much HP.
Yeah, and I mean, just a really good job. And I think Cease and Elite have shown a ton of development coming through as a duo. But realistically, Iamzo and his confidence, it comes from somewhere, right? He's been putting up results. He's been able to win matches like this and taking down that 2v2. Him and Degen just have to be ecstatic.
I mean, I love it. Iamzo is like basically the young bad guy in the scene right now. He's like, yeah, what's up? I'm cool, I'm good, and I got it like that. Now he picks up his first big FNCS victory royale on the main stage. I mean, that's how you do it.
That's how you have to kick off match number 1, but we're going to kick it on over the desk so Adam, Vivid, and SVG can break it all down. Gems?
Okay. Game 1, all right? 85 players left in the lobby. We all have a little go saying, who do we think is going to win that game? Your boy here says, Degen Iamzo. Vivid? Now, you don't tell any fibs to people at home. I called that 100%, right?
No, I don't know what he's talking about. Do you know what he's talking about, SPG?
Mate!
Oh, no. We can't be doing him like that. Nah, he didn't call this. That was a beautiful play.
I had this feeling early on. Degen Iamzo, we saw very early on right at the very part of the first part of the game there. We saw Iamzo going in pretty aggressively there with Degen, and there's a vibe about these guys right now, and we saw that taking the high ground, claiming it, and making sure that they just really dug away, did not let any Cease escape from that situation. And Vivid, we've got ourselves our first victory royale winners of the day.
Yeah, they went ahead and secured that high ground against Knifer and Bila, no other, who is actually their contested off spawn over there at that llama split. But we love to see that out of Cease and Elite. You know, we saw them in the semifinals. They came in at day 3, and they were just so consistent. They had the most placement points by far, and this game backs up how well they played in the semifinals because they're starting strong today with a 2nd place.
Yeah, and they were playing this similar strategy, playing that low ground, playing the placement, and it works so well for them in the semis. And now it's continuing to roll. They might have found the secret sauce here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few players with a bit of that secret sauce you're talking about, the SBG, who managed to do some good things in that first game, kind of really starting to make their claim that they are here to compete for finals. Obviously, we saw Miro, kind of trying to catch up when Booga went down, managing to do so and going for it like he was on a mission. But we also saw the likes of Stretch as well, using the web shooters, managing to stay in zone just about to get a few more points on the border, which is key as well. But you have to do those things. When your teammates goes down, you have to do whatever is necessary to remain in the game to get those placement points.
Yeah, and this is actually why that duo is so successful. We saw in Qualifier 1, actually, Commandment had so many solo clutch games where he just gathered so many points. He squeezed out as many placement positions as he could, and that's exactly what Stretch did there. So when you have a duo of players that can both just solo clutch up so well, it just, you do so well on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's a perfect combination. We saw the little 200 IQ play as Stretch tanking the storm, letting his teammate go down for that extra siphon material. Really smart play to get just a little bit more out of that.
Yeah, super smart, and we'll see tons more smart plays at the course of the next 2 days, trust us. Should we take a look at the standings, how things are after game number 1 as well, and see exactly who is at the top right now? And Vivid, we can see that DJ and Iomzo, they have started strong. 53 points right off the bat here. It is looking mighty pretty for these two.
Yeah, they did start strong, but surprisingly enough, only a 3-point lead over Shadow and OMG Me, right? Like, how did these guys get all the way up there? They have 10 eliminations, and that's, contributing most of their points. 30 of the 50 points are from eliminations. And we also saw Jamper and Dukes there. Dukes had, I believe it was 6 eliminations on his own, totaling 7 for that duo. 47 points, only 6 behind the lead. This leaderboard is crazy.
Yeah, that's absurd to get 10 eliminations going down that early. Normally, you win a match, you don't even get 10 elims in these style of lobbies, but we saw it from Shadow and OMG Me Too during the semis. They're on one right now, and just like Cease and Elite, those two may have found their own secret potion or recipe to succeed in these finals.
I couldn't agree more. Last week we saw a Season Elite as well managing to qualify. They had one chance on day 3 of semi-finals, and they just rode out that storm, getting all the way through, getting their storm surge, making sure they remain in the competition for as long as possible. And you can see there on the leaderboard as well, in the top 9 teams, only 3 eliminations for those two. Everybody else is popping off and getting a lot more, but they know they came second because placement is so key, and they know exactly what's up. Game 2 is on the horizon. It's all going to change up inevitably because that's what happens here in this region. Anything is possible. We're going to head over to Sundown and to MDF and see exactly what's in store in Game 2. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And with just one match down, we already see what the leaderboard kind of looks like. And I want to say, man, if I could, I don't want to say like second prediction, but I could talk about OMG Me Too and Shadow all day because they've been such an interesting storyline coming through the qualifiers, and they're putting up these absurd performances on the back of heavy elims, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're leading in the elim compartment right now, and you can see how the points are reflecting just that. If they can continue to make end games and be as consistent as they have been, I mean, you've been championing for them for a long time now. A few seasons. It could just be their time now, right? Just the same way like Pam and Thatch, just coming on up and getting their stripes in, basically getting their reps in, and seeing them find success. But I think we got to give more credit to Iomzo and Degen. That Victory Royale coming out the gate, Knifer and Bila making that end game there. Mind you, they are very much in a heated drop spot area, right? They have their eyes on one another. There's no safety in where they're landing. And let's just talk about Covert Cavern, right? Highly contested as well. So that whole entire area, for them to be on top right now, I mean, we gotta watch that area. There's so much action there.
Yeah, and I think it's super interesting too how Zone pulled over that area, and even then you still see the two teams who are right around that battling back and forth and being the ones who try and hold height. It makes sense if they're establishing height early, but that critical take, it's got to feel so much worse if you're Knifer and Bila and you look back and you're like, oh, we had control, we were just so out of materials. If we could have just like beaten that challenge and gotten the refresh, we would have been all set. But want to know what is all set? Game number 2. Let's hop right in.
And here we have it. Game number 2 is set. It's ready. The battle bus is now taken off, and the players are looking to touch down. We're going to kick it off first at Rise and Aegis. This should be a pretty quick fight here. Greasy Grove, the hot spot, landing Blacktops. Instead, Aegis and Rise goes off to the side. He gets the weapon first, and you can see what happens. It's an exchange. We have seen this before. We have seen this time and time again, but Aegis and Rise are just a little bit sharper today. They come out on top once again here.
Yeah, really good job being able to get onto that drop spot just a little bit quicker. Having that drop map ends up paying off, but over on the other side, Creo looks like he fell down, and Teo trying to play a little bit defensively, hold the wall for Pledge, who's getting a reload off, but now they should be looking to push out into a 1v2 situation. Ideally, they can get a little bit of HP over onto Teo first, so not necessarily taking it down at too much of a disadvantage, but they have decent early game weaponry if they can get the ammo into it. Not having a full kind of clip magazine, whatever the term is, in that Stinger SMG makes it much less efficient, and you can see that auto shotgun, though, I mean, it's putting the work in these early fights.
Yeah, definitely. It's so good in the early game. I mean, you've been talking about it for some time now, right? It's underrated because the SMG just trumps over in most kind of situations here. This time it's SMG versus shotgun. Who's going to come out on top? Pledge just had the lead in all compartments there. And you know what? Nicely done for them. They're going to go ahead and keep themselves in the game right now. This is a top 8 team, mind you, so off to a strong start. And look at this. This is a different drop. Okay, so Iamzo and Degen actually mixing up the drop, not necessarily landing where we thought they were, or maybe they did. It's just an early rotate on out.
No shot they did. No chili chuck splashes, no excess builds on them. Looks like they're just landing over somewhere else, but we're going to take a peek over on Team New Age Cam. Right into the box of Crunchy. That was so smooth. Monster, I almost missed that. He hopped right on through the box. The timing was nearly frame perfect, and Crunchy is going to get crunched, stepped on, and squashed like a bug, sent back to the lobby. And you have to think that Mune Pure is not long for this lobby either, as he's going to get closed on the 1v2, and Cam has been putting in the work in these types of situations.
I mean, Cam's so good. He's really shown that he can flex out in you know, these type of PvP situations, these head-to-heads. You give him Bucky to back him up now, and yeah, it's definitely wraps. There's no way they end up losing a player here. I don't see it happening. But let's just talk about how much time they invested in that last game. Cam and Bucky nearly had the full end game. They got taken out just shy of the big moving zones there, and that's why they're in 20th. So they're in the upper half. These elims are going to bump them on up to top 18 now, but you know, they're just off the mark of where they wanted to be, considering they had all end games last time.
Yeah, but they're going to need to be able to put it all together, and you can see Knifer and Bila secured the llama from the llama split, so either they forced them out super early, but based on the timing and how quickly we swapped over to them and the fact that they rotated like south to north there, I don't think they were necessarily even trying to fight over, or maybe they just got a poor drop. We'll kind of keep an eye on that story. Maybe have the analysts take a look into it themselves. So we're going to swing on over to what was arguably a lot of people's favorites for NA East at the start of the season. Scented and Cold on the top of the screen have kind of cooled off a little bit towards the back half.
I like this, though. I like that they went back to Sleepy Sound, gave up the whole, you know, Covert Canyon. Covert Canyon is just a hot mess right now. You do not want to be a part of that. I don't even know what to call it, dude. It's just a melting pot. There's too many teams there, too many different inputs going on in that kind of situation. Here's Stretch and Commandment, though, hopping on over to the Coney Crossroad. They have this entire drop to themselves comfortably as well. Big vets that just, you know, honestly have forced players off just off of their reputation. No one wants to contest against them, and for good reason. But the question is, how are they finding their surge? What are they doing to actually stay in the game? They didn't have a problem at all last game. Look at this fight.
You talk about big vets, 20 combined finals appearances, but somebody who's been having this duo is really strange to me because they have such a disproportionate early game success, but then they just aren't able to put it together in the mid game. When they generally are able to put it together, as we're going to get a little bit of a rewind to the beginning of this fight and see how Larson and Smite were able to pick up these 2 elims. Like when they have been able to transition it over, they're able to win games. Like they're able to put up points. It's just that something goes on and there's a disconnect. And generally teams don't have to work on their mid game, especially if you have such a strong early game like we've seen from them, but it's just not happening today, as you can see. MIH Moo not too happy with that result either.
Yeah, Smite and Larson were actually one of the few teams that was contesting Sleepy Sound, the north part, but it looks like they gave that up to allow another team to land there and then came back down here where they were fighting Dubs and Mega in the qualifiers, and they had a lot of success, like you mentioned, that Victory Royale being one of those, different factors for them. But yeah, most teams normally do very good if they make to end game, right? An early game and Storm Surge is the hard part. For Smite and Larson, that is not the case. It's the opposite. I want to see exactly just that. What is it that they need to continue to improve on? Because if they can find, the fix there, they're going to be off to, being one of the scarier teams throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, now we're going to swing on over. G2 Jock and Illest in a fight. It's Twix and Chubbs directly above them, trying to get the pressure down, going to end up boxing up together, making sure they're min-maxing their shields effectively. You want to avoid end up using those chili chug splashes in the early and mid game unless you have to, because they're such a strong rotation tool on top of being able to give you HP or shields. But now as we look in with our game 1 winners, they're in an awful spot. Yamzo, no builds whatsoever to his name. He is screaming for DJ to get to him and help because he needs to catch somebody off guard. He hits a huge shot onto Milks, backs him down completely. That was 92, but he's going to get taken down and finished before DJ can end up closing the gap. They're trying to take this fight a little bit to the north of him, but it looks like they're actually getting pressured out as now yet another duo is rotating in. You can see them on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. That's 20, and they're getting a little bit of revenge for what happened in match number 1, Monster.
Yeah, definitely, and DJ has to be careful. The shots come in. He gets hit up in the process there. Now down to just wood builds. This is looking all too scary for our number 1 seeded team here. And this is rough. On the run they go. It's not looking too hot, but a great counter tag there. 77, 125 to finish the knock. DJ is just on fire here. Can he get the finish at least? It will be huge here. And this is an opportunity, but no, the left peek, and he just jumped on the ramp. He could have actually had it. So close yet so far. And just like that, DJ and Yamzo now taken out. And that is all the result of Knifer and Bila having a stronger drop this time around. They get to the llama first. You saw the hot info come in there, and that means they were forced out with no material.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I really thought I was gonna clutch it there from a second, but
so
really good job and good composure to be able to stop for a second, get the Mitro stair flip, the Mongrel stair flip, the Kuna stair flip, whichever European player you want to credit it to, because let's be honest, they were doing it first, and able to kind of hit that right-handed shot coming through. So you can see Chubbs and Twix boxed up directly on top of Illis and Jock, but the thing is too, if both of these teams already have Surge and they feel pretty comfortable in their tags, there's no reason for them to fight each other. They both have great sight lines. Everyone's going to be rotating around them here, and if you invest just a little bit of brick, you can kind of just be friendly neighbors in that regard. Say, hey, you look one way, I'll look the other way. We both know shooting at each other isn't necessarily the best play, so let's just shoot at everyone else. And we kind of see these little factions end up building up. That's why people will build these apartment buildings, because there's a little bit of a strength in numbers. You never want to be that odd duo rotating in like Day and Clicks might have sought out right there.
Yeah, Day and Clicks are just aggressive to any duo that rotates in their general vicinity here. Looks like they have done another coaster rotate and just, again, looking to fight anyone that decides to rotate around them, play their general area. And look at this. They sort of get the zone to land right on top of them. There's more teams nearby. They're just swinging out, taking any of these gunfights here. No one's willing to challenge them, though. That was Beef and Nick on the rotate right there, trying to get to the zone. On the other side, OMG Meat and Shadow here are basically only standing top-ranking team as far as the next team that can strike for first right now. Looking good for them.
Yeah, a little bit of room to operate, and this was one of the teams that coming into the day before we saw some of the changes in the drop map, we could have said we're just GG, hey, good job making it to the final, you can collect your minimum payment and go next, because it looks like there was going to be 3 teams down at that turbine, which has a spot that, while has a decent amount of loot and good access, it's not central to the map. There's not just a ton of loot, it's pretty solid for duos, and a lot of contention out of that area when you have 2 strong teams in Greasy who resolve their fights quickly can be rough, but you know, so far really putting their names on the map yet again with a solid match number 1 performance. But we'll see if it translates, and with a relatively south central zone, it should be pretty free rotations for them. So as long as they're good on Surge, I anticipate we might see them in the end game again.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if that base next door is actually Sentence as well. He was kind of breaking open the line of sight. Wasn't afraid of a counter edit on the other side. So that's just like, you know, putting up the little fake base there. Kind of old strategy, but still very, very effective. Yeah, little scarecrows in the general area. Take a look here. Muzz is going to find himself a nice little hidden chest here. See what comes out of it. Nicely done. Some extra minis for the road here. He was probably hoping for some med miss or some extra whites, since he only has a med kit to work with here. And Avery off, just making his way to new zone. Tough for them.
Yeah, very tough. And there was a bonkers stat that was just floating in the top right-hand corner. Not sure if you caught that there, Monster. Not a single team in EU, NA East, or NA West that we've watched on broadcast so far this season has won a match if they have rebooted their duo. So even if you have immediately won a fight off of spawn and get that quick reboot, no team has gone on to win the game. So that is super interesting to me, because I feel like there would have been at least one, but then you kind of start looking through there as we get the Storm Surge warning on the right-hand side, and with 63 damage above, you can tell Strench and Commandment don't necessarily feel as comfortable about what they're doing there, but immediately called the same target. I mean, that's veteranship. That's the 20 NAE FNCS finals appearances right there. Go from 63 above to 200 above in a quick little 1-2-3. So now we swing on over to the duo we were just talking about, Shadow and OMG Me Too. Hey, as long as you're good on Surge, they're okay. But now they're rotating in on not the populated side of the zone with below Surge Monster, so they're going to struggle for targets here.
Yeah, and you can see they were willing to just W key the base just in case. There's no one here. They're already gone, and this is just spelling a very scary situation for this duo right now. They are very desperate to find some tags. They do both end up connecting there as they jump right up above that Surge threshold. It might buy them a little bit of time, but 18 players once again have to go down now in the next 45 seconds or so, and it's going to be all or nothing soon.
Yeah, this is a great sightline because they didn't have to invest their brick to end up building up on top of this. This was already here, so it's just a couple wooden ramps. But, like, there is no reason they should have been able to get tags on that side as we keep an eye in the bottom left-hand corner. I think one of the biggest things is if you're rebooting, no matter what, even if you are in a great position, you get somebody up, you're going to struggle with Surge unless you're able to full wipe that team you were against and get all of it. Like, Muzz and Avery, it doesn't matter how good they are in terms of HP, they're 313 below. That's on the bottom left-hand side. And our bottom right-hand side, we still have Nico and Polarize. We're going to zoom in with them. They're 198 below, and that's not really something you can make up with AR. So at this point, Monster, you need to get on your horse and you need to go.
And they've been doing that. They've been literally trying to soldier their way, march their way forwards right now. It's not looking too hot, though. Here it is. They get pressured in, shut down, and backed up. Nico goes down and full finish there. So out of the game he goes. Muzz and Avery, I have to assume, are just absolutely struggling right now. Definitely as the Surge is active here, and they're just approaching from the outside of zone. Polarized now. Lobby starting to realize what's going on here. They get focused out. The Surge finishes it off. Scented and Cold are the ones who get the Elim points there. Huge for them. Rokane and Joji, problem on the horizon here as well. They're trying to fire back at anyone here. I mean, open trades happening everywhere right now.
Yeah, some good shots from Rokane, but not going to be enough. Just praying that Joji continues splashing him. Like I said, he is tagging like one below, but he has hit nearly every single shot when somebody has opened up. He's winning the trade. He's not taking damage, but that's the last of the splashes. Now they're going to swap spots, and the pressure's on for Joji. Rokane did his job. He did as much as he could. And it looks like Rokane's going to get a little bit more, even when his back is to the wall, and Joji's got all the util on him. 33 Rokane putting in the work and just barely hanging hanging on by a thread. Right now, there is still 4 duos at least who is getting hammered by the damage, and Cease is going to swing just to the other side. If you keep an eye on the left-hand side, they're single digit above, just 9 above, trying to find the shots. Cease also 19 above. It's going to swing back below onto the left-hand side as they're taking that 25 damage every 5 seconds, and it's not turning off till that number in the top left-hand corner on the POVs turns to 70. So this has been a long surge, Monster.
This is it right here. It's all or nothing for Joji. One more tag and he is out. He has to find one here. Will it connect through? Looks like things are going to slow down a little bit, but no. Counter shots from the base next door. End up finding the final tags. Cease and Elite, unfortunately, inside the zone right now, having to play just barely above the surge threshold right now. It uses all their heals just to stay alive, and it's actually a 2-tick right now. They are far, far, far inside the zone here. I mean, luckily for them, these peppers are going to allow them to move up to speed here, but it's looking pretty tough for another top 10 team. Several of our top 10 teams having pretty rough games so far, so I would not be surprised if we have an extremely close standings after this.
Yeah, the top 10 team popped the pepper, but the points weren't plentiful in this match as the 2-tick zone will eventually force them out. You can see Cease trying to find it towards the side, but there's only so much you're able to do. It will finally turn off, but with no siphon, no heals, there's no hope as they will fall. And pretty much everyone but Shadow and OMG Me Too, who is on the top of the table, struggling here in match number 2. It's something that has generally been a trend across a lot of the FNCSs, where if you don't necessarily have that best first game in the finals, or if you have the best win the first game in the finals, your follow-up game can sometimes be a little bit difficult. But right now, it's not often we see pretty much the entirety of the top of the table go down early.
Yeah, and the feed is telling us even more right now. Knifer, Bila taken out there. Another team that made an end game, gone. Beef and Nick caught as well in that crazy crossfire and all of that exchange there. They're now officially taken out. So several teams that were well within the top 15, top 10, falling out of the competition. That's going to give a lot of room for these top 20 to 30 or so players that have been just inside the game, but not quite where they need to be. An end game opportunity to jump them on up.
Yeah, I can see right now some of the Storm Surge replays coming through, and like we talked about, Avery and Muzz, the reboot, they were the ones who triggered the stat coming through, but I mean, again, they didn't even win that fight off a drop in. He's trying to challenge into a full built metal wall. It's never going to go well. Redux and Savage, though, they'll be on the other end of that. They just put threats, just absolutely worked them, pushed in, and brilliantly executed there.
See, a lot of people sleep on that striker shotgun, right? They want to run double SMG, but that big chunky opener, you know, before a team can even realize what's going on and react is huge. And you saw what happened just there. It was a max damage out the gate there. Ascenta's going to fall here on the rotate. Cold has to actually clutch up here for the save. He's going to step on in, start investing big material, but in comes the rest of the opponents here. Jamper and Dukes decide to take this opportunity to go in and rotate on the bottom. It's threats another player try to slide in. Dukes gets brought down though. Big scare now for the duos here.
Yeah, a little bit of pincer going on in the lower part of the fight in the bottom right-hand side there. You can see Pamsa and Bash trying to get in on that action down there, but then Spade on the other side of that, putting the pressure on. We also saw Shadow end up picking up a knock in the feed in the top left-hand corner. Cold being forced to invest a ton, but Jamper going down. That's on the left side of the screen. Duke's going to be able to defend him and get one of the return eliminations. Also will get the confirm, hopefully to buy a little bit of space, but once you start shooting and people realize you're under pressure, the shots won't stop. Tons of metal invested here, but not a ton of space being bought back all the way into a corner. And finally, left side of the screen, Dukes gets a little bit of room to breathe, but not before Jamper will fully tick.
No, not yet, not yet.
Got him.
He slides in. It's okay. So he's
Chuck splash,
managed to hold him up. Yes, he has to splash there. He does get the splash as well. This is so huge. I can't believe he actually got the save there. You were calling. I was like, wait. There's hope. And that little slither of hope is going to keep Jamper in the game there. 2 elims for them. If they can get the pickup now and bounce back, which they should be able to, this is huge. Remember, they are sitting on an elimination worth of loot here, as Dukes did get that full trade. This is a huge time now for them to start branching out here. What team is this that's pressuring them in front of them? Because these guys are giving them so much problems here, but it looks like things are going to finally slow down now.
Yeah, and it looks like the zone dropped directly on, no, not directly on top of them. It's actually a far pull for them. So that's going to be a wee bit rough, as you see, left-hand side. Currently 1 below 33 Cold. Well, he's going to say a 33 tag will put me right up and above. That's 29 above. On the right-hand side, you can see NPen and his duo, they're below below. That's 21 below, trying to burn the minis. Just keep whatever HP. NPen has plenty in his inventory, but remember, every second you're taking a mini is a second you are not returning fire. On the top of the screen, we see Clicks take down Nick and Beef. They fall victims there as we have two duos who are currently under pressure from Storage Surge. The threshold is very close. Make that one duo now, as NPen and Zemo are the only ones taking the damage, as Cold does get picked up. That's Chimp who's able to take him down. NPen opens up, but he's only finding the metal from the car, offering great cover there for that duo who's rotating through, and NPen trying to find some shots, and that's huge shots there.
So big, and he does have the hands to go in and get the rotate here, the Spider-Man hands, but no! Unfortunately gets taken out in the process, so Zemo has to clutch up and play as a solo now, but hey, at least he did find a little bit of those tags from NPen. Someone else now getting tagged just nearby, so Surge is still active here as it finally does end up subsiding there in the feed. Kanata still getting active, so actually finding some eliminations. Illest as well just now, but Playify gets traded. Oliver OG left by himself now as well. No HP for him. He gets finished and fully taken out there. That's to the hands of Trashy and D-Roller, but Stretch and Commandment pushing in on them, taking advantage of the chaos there too. It is just all out battle down here in this low and congested areas. Everyone tries to pretty much make their way on up here, and it's not looking too hot. But for Clicks and Day, finally now, they are on their feet. They're in the end game. They have so much to work with here. It's their opportunity to actually jump back into this game.
And Duke's getting the full confirm there. On to Fatch. Rough first and second game there for Fatch and Pam. So trying to make some plays happen, but believe that's them falling outside of the top 25 as we have 44 players up. We still have 26 duos on their feet. So a couple of free riders going through. I believe we got 8 solos who are running around doing their best to try and hang into the match. As you can see right now, Duke's Jamper trying to find a little bit of space. They do have priority here on the zone. They're just going to try and walk it back out.
Yeah, Duke's just eyeing up the loot right here, hoping that it was going to go that way. He does end up securing some here, but Acorn in pressure as he tries to make his rotate. Looks for the recycled launch pad, but no.
Gone.
Shut down and taken out as a solo there. Walker's in the end game now as well, holding on to top 20. Booga and Miro here too. 75 damage above. Looking for the fight here. Goes for the wall take, but there is no one home. It was an empty and vacant base already as teams are starting to air themselves out and get their rotates going. So nothing free here. They're going to have to go ahead and commit the peppers here for the rotate. And I like this. On high ground, it's Cam and Bucky right now. Just barely in there, but they are definitely holding on to height. Jamper gets, I was going to say landed on by Dukes, but no, they're a teammate. They're working with each other. It's just high octane, high pace rotates going in right now. Dukes is still getting active. This is the second person he catches with a full box up, but this time couldn't find the shots. Jamper, though, does end up exchanging. They're 1,000 damage below. They've been so good this game. Redux falls to the storm there just in the final moments. And look at this. Things are starting to go down now as the rotates are coming through.
Yeah, and there's a bounce back here. As you can see, everyone immediately turns around, and that's so big for Bucky and Cam because they already invested a sizable amount to connect this high ground. But now you can see Ages Arise. They're saying, hey, who's on up here? Is there a play to maybe be had? As they're going on up. Whoa. Here they go, the G2 player trying to find a little bit of gap, but immediately Cam says, no. This is mine. Invest in the high ground. Chop comes through, and Ages gets slapped down. He says, maybe that's a little bit too many mats, and he will fall as him and Rise are going to go right back down. Didn't all the way go to the low ground, but they went to the front side of the zone. Now we still have the energy duo of Clicks and Day operating in a relatively same area, but we'll swing back on over to Energy Bucky and TNA Cam up on the high ground, raining down shots.
And for the first time we see their perspective, they're starting to really run low on material here. It's getting tougher and tougher for them to maintain this all the way through to end game. That little bit of a bounce back was maybe the opportunity they needed to stay in this one, but Dukes, though, still active here alongside Jamper. Also, decent on material for being on a low ground team. He finds a fresh 4-pack on the backside of the zone. Big pressure here. Can he get the full finish? No, he doesn't, but he does steal the material there. This is huge for them. Those are actual metal as well. Rise still in this game. Larson and Smite make it all the way through to end game 2. These are big teams here.
But Clicks and Day are on the level below high ground, and they're looking back into the zone, spraying them down. Bucky and Cam were able to pick up an Elam to get a little bit of an elimination, but there's a high ground fight. Clicks is up, and he's taking it away. Energy on energy violence, and Cam is down. Bucky is sent down. They invested way too much, way too early, and Day and Clicks say, yoink, that's mine. High ground taken over. Now Bucky going to force to make plays with only 3 builds. He does have some iron walls as well if he needs a little bit of defense, but it's going to be tough.
He has so much heals to work with and no time to really use it here. The big pots are just the worst kind of heal you can have in the end game right now. You want to have those quick heals for high ground though.
20 combined builds.
Clicks a rocket comeback here. 6 eliminations already and so much more opportunity to find some down low. But Agers and Rise are just on fire from an early game battle now to the end game here, staying consistent all the way through. 3 eliminations. This is so big for them. Actually, 3 just for Rise, 4 on Agers. Make that a big 7-piece for them. They are on fire right now. Top 5 team here, only 10 players remaining, so it's all duos in the game.
Everybody has a buddy, and Clix and Day had 20 combined builds before that, but they did get a refresh, and they got another one, and yet another one finding through. Miro's going to be the one who picks up Smite, but that should be enough builds for Clix and Day to ride the high ground out. 2v2v2, and the low and the mid-ground teams are fighting. That's Jamper and Dukes versus Booga and Miro on the opposite side. Clix and Day just have to chill. They just have to wait. Rise and Agers are chilling on the low ground, so the teams on the mid-ground are getting pressure. They're effectively fighting for 3rd and 4th, and we should see a low and a mid-ground change unless somebody ends up dropping down. But Day and Clix are running thin on builds, Monster.
Every single team in this game right now is so good. Each of these duos are just exceptional in these types of situations. All of them have so much frag power and clutch potential here. Dukes and Jamper definitely are on the one right here. Let's see what they can do here. They start sliding into Agers and crew. No, they actually catch Miro and Booga. They bring them down. They're not everyone down. Here comes the next one as well. Can they get the finish? Yes, they work together. They've dismantled 2 teams. Make it 3 if they can catch one here. Day gets chunked big time here. A 90 tag is going to put him in a hurt. Clix comes down to try to defend him. He shuts him down. He actually catches both for the troubles there. Brings him on up to 9 eliminations. Clix on the low here, waiting to hold this player out in the zone. It should be all she wrote here, but Agers does not want to give it up without a fight here. He cranks on up to the high ground. He has the mask to hold out here as well. Tries to play smart there to reinforce himself, and this is all or nothing now. Clix looks up to height. He's trying to go in and get this, but no, he realizes he has no material. This is it here. They actually have to take the gunfight all the way through. They actually heals Clix here. It's all or nothing. They bring him on down. Agers with a reinforcement, but no, he can't do it. The side angles are just a little bit better, and just like that, that was a ridiculous game 2 in a clutch for Clix and Day.
Oh, so well played from Clix and Day, but I mean, if I'm Agers, I am screaming in that moment because he had the iron walls. He could have forced them completely out. He could have trapped them out on the low ground and been a little bit more aggressive and reinforced himself there. He had more than enough to close them out, but what a performance from Day and Clix. The way they controlled the high ground and were able to drop down, get eliminations together, and then go back up, and then they close out the final 2v2 when it looked like Agers might have had enough.
It may not seem like a lot, but guys, that was like some elite top tier gameplay, some of the best duos this scene has to offer. All alive, very healthy, very matted up, big ammunition, like everything. It's like you put them in a Storm Wars game and you made them play this end game out. That was so tough. It could have went any way, and that is why it wasn't a clear win for Clix and Day. They had to fight for that one.
It's so exciting, but on the points wise and on the leaderboard, it's gonna end up being a clear win. That was a bunch of points, and to break down what match number 2 meant to the overall circumstances, we're gonna kick it on over. Adam, Vivid, SBG, take it away.
All right, listen up, you lot, okay? We wanted to see this in finals, that you had like consistent top-tier AAA duos going at it together, and that is what we got in game 2 there. It was insane. We saw Cam and Bucky on the high ground. We thought back to last week's qualifiers, thinking they had high ground a couple of times, a couple of victory royales. They're clearly going to keep it to themselves, but suddenly Clix and Day doing what they did last week as well, which is reclaiming the high ground, being aggressive, and they came through, and it was just an absolute wonder touch to witness that, to bear witness to it as spectators there. Vivid, so many great players in the lobby at the same time.
Yeah, I loved it right there. The last 4 teams were such high caliber players. We had Dukes and Jamper versus Booga and Miro versus Agers and Rise versus Clix and Day. It was just so amazing to watch, and all of them just going at it 2v2v2v2, but Clix and Day coming out on top, and that's simply because they found a refresh in the middle of that game and they took advantage of it. As soon as they got it, they immediately played for height and just stole it right out from under Bucky and Cam, and we see it from Clix and Day all the time. They love to use their momentum against anybody that they can. As soon as they find a refresh, they instantly act on it, and that game right there was a perfect showing of why it works so well.
Yeah, those guys thrive in the chaos that is endgame, but so many of those duos picked up massive games. We saw a 9 elim, a 7 elim, an 8 elim, and rarely do we see all of these duos. Typically, it's like one duo and then a bunch of solos navigating somewhere through that endgame, but rare option right there to see all 4 duos still up and then go head to head right at the last moment.
Yeah, I mean, we saw so many familiar, I mean, for the players as well, they saw so many familiar faces in that last, in that end game as well, because so many players have been on the same teams as each other as well, like Mira and Day there, Booger and Jamp. I mean, this is why these guys are the top of the regions, like leaderboards a lot of the time, because they all seem to be there in that end game of it. It's amazing to see.
Yeah, and that's why we see so many eliminations, right? Because they're all just so good. That's why we see no solos either, because when you have that high of a caliber number of players left, they just kind of like root those solos out because they take advantage of any kind of disadvantage that other players have.
They cleaned out that lobby, and then it was just like, all right, the best of the best. Let's figure this out all between ourselves. Oh, I want to see how this plays out on the leaderboard, because that was chaos.
Totally. Let's have a look at that leaderboard right now, because I think, as a Sundown alluded to as well, it's going to be changing up big time, and this is how it looks after game 2. Jamper and Dukes have risen to the top, 15 eliminations, almost at 100 points, and with 97. Vivid, it has been a solid start from these two.
Yeah, I mean, 97 points after only 2 games. You cannot be upset with that. I'd love to see this mechanical prowess, especially from Dukes. There were a lot of times in that endgame where we were highlighting him, and he was just going so fast. So many actions that he was doing that, like, I was like having a hard time keeping up with, but just incredible to see. But, you know, what's crazy is Clicks and Day, obviously, not so good of a game 1, but a solid game 2, and that only puts them in that 5th position with 62 points in that Victory Royale. And then also DJ Nyamza with the other Victory Royale down there in 7th place. So far, our 2 teams that have gotten Victory Royales are pretty far down the leaderboard, so they have to keep consistent in how well they're playing to compete with these teams that are just picking up 15 eliminations in 2 games.
Yeah, we saw Aegis and Rise going crazy there in that last game, but 2 teams we really haven't seen are Spade and Chimp, and then Teo and Pledge. Those guys have kind of stayed under the radar, but they're popping off on their own accord. We see them in 3rd and 4th place, 13-10 elims, and the placement is so consistent from them. I think they're figuring something out. I've been seeing them on the mid ground, just navigating, finding ways to get through these games and picking up a couple of refreshes. Hey, maybe it's time for one of those 2 teams to grab one of these Victory Royales.
Yeah, certainly. It could well happen in game number 3. Obviously, you know, we saw in EU last year a lot more aggressive right out the gate in the finals. The same thing's happening here on NAE. Game 3 is here. It's ready to roll. Let's head over to Sundown MDF to bring us all the action.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And closing in on the halfway point, Monster. But honestly, so far, the back-to-back 3rd place performances coming out of Jamper and Dukes. 7 elims, 8 elims. That's been a pretty solid opener.
Yeah, definitely. It's looking like EU up there with how many points, how many elims, how consistent they've been so far. If they can maintain that, I mean, they'll be shutting down this competition pretty early, honestly, leaning into it. We've seen teams in these 2-day finals break away with a huge lead and play just good enough out of day 2. That's the kind of start you want. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is, too, is they're balancing it out between the placements and the eliminations. And with the fact that elims are +3 per, so already getting 45 points based off of that. Generally, when you see a team towards the top who has those 3rd place plus 3rd place, they're really banking on that heavy consistency. And then that means for the rest of the lobby that, hey, if that team falls off, you can kind of catch up a little bit, but we don't need to catch up anymore, as we're going to hop right on in to match number 3.
Here it is, game number 3 of the NA East Finals. Just day number 1, though, so stay with us as things are starting to heat up here. The leaderboards really showing who's the breakaway players. Jamper and Duke, Aegis and Rise, Spade and Chimp are up at the top with a nice, comfortable lead. But for Rise and Aegis, it has been an uphill battle. Great start so far. Aegis manages to find 1 and then 2 there. And just like that, another 6 points. The riskiest drop of any team we've seen in the top position so far of any finals, I'd say, and they've managed to hold it down very close though, round after round.
I just really appreciate it's the very little things going through the input speed to be able to land directly on top of that vending machine. grab one of those Stinger SMGs out and then equip it in that time. It's pretty bonkers as we're going to swing on over to Golden and Walkers, who are going to be able to take that fight here over on the eastern side of the map. They're going to feel good about getting that resolved pretty quickly, as Walkers also avoids being full finished, which is definitely a boon coming through, as see Threats is going to pick up the full confirm onto Iron Star, and we're going to get a replay of what went down here.
Yeah, more and more battles happening everywhere. This is up against Spegu and Charlie here. I mean, a team that is, you know, they've been around for a long time, have made their, you know, their staple names known in the scene. And Walkers and company coming on in, just saying, hey, you know what? We want a piece of this limelight. We want a piece of the action here. And you know what? Golden and Walkers are holding it down right now. Top 20. This is great.
Yeah, keeping an eye on that top left-hand corner. We talked about not seeing a ton of them. Well, we definitely won't see him in this match as Pledge and Teo get taken down.
Huge eliminations there. They were inside the top position. That falls to the hands of Creo. Probably going to have to take a look at that and how that went down. Duke and Shadow now tied for the most elims coming out of game 1 at a big 6 there for Dukes and Jamper. I mean, look at them. Just set up pretty here. Their draw stop being the Logjam Lumberyard. And again, remember, we saw them fight DJ and Niamzo in that last game as well. They were one of the teams that rotated just into them and, you know, end up shutting some players down a little bit early. So we'll see how that ends up happening for them as DJ and Niamzo, mind you, we're in the lead coming into game 1 or game 2, and they got taken out right away.
I think it largely has to do with how the zone's pulled depending on where you're going to end up rotating to. As now you can see, little update. Day, Clicks, Aegis, and Chimp time for the most elims. With 5 in game number 2, and we're going to swing on over to them over at the Joneses. The Energy Duo doing a really good job, and I think this is a nice little bit of min-maxing coming out as well. People don't realize how efficient metal farming on these roofs are in a lot of circumstances. Unfortunately, Clicks falls down there. He's going to have to burn some materials to go up. As we are now going to swing on over to the Covert Cavern. As you can see, Pop trying to put some shots down, him and Nosh. That's going to be their second elimination coming through, and Muzz and Avery end up getting full cleaned up there. So we're going to take a look at some of the other off-spawn action we might have missed.
Yeah, here's the way that all unfolded here. Muzz and Avery do end up initiating the fight here. Catch a couple elims there, but stick around maybe a little too long, maybe too much dancing. They get a little bit of that karma, quick and swift serve there for Verteed. On the other side with Creo, remember, they did just find these elims. They ended up clutching this battle up. That's what we saw inside the feed. A huge eliminations onto Pledge there. But now, in the action here, Nosh and Pate also just a full finish there.
Yeah, that was the last fight that we saw, so we'll swing right back on over to them. They do currently have control of the cavern. Doesn't look like they have control of that Valky, though, based on for the... Nope, right after I say that, I lied. Nosh was in there and getting all of the spoils sitting on the horde that's in there. As now we swing, we can see Boga and Miro, but no time for that as they're farming, and there's actioning happening way off on the southeast side of the map. You can see Flood and Serbsky under a little bit of pressure, opting to drop down, trying to find an angle, but he says, hello, I will join you in the water. Is the temperature nice as he greets him with a nice little shotgun shot, backs him up. Sinaruni trying to put some pressure on, but Serbsky doing a good job of closing over and offering support. Will get the white tag and should finish that one out. Sinaruni doing his best, but really just flopping around out there.
Yeah, that was just a wild play by Cine at the high ground. He just jumped off. I think it was just all or nothing panic type situation. You're in the 2v1. You commit on the first thing you see. He couldn't quite finish the deal there. What I did notice up at the Llama split, though, it does seem like it was Knifer and Bila in the peripheral there who managed to maintain control there again, too. Didn't see Agers or Iamzo and DJ in the feed, so I'm curious to see what kind of temperature.
I think they dipped.
They've been pushed out a few times.
Well, I'm just not even convinced they're straight up dropping there, because I feel like if they were dropping there and there was a contestant, we'd be seeing what's going on. They're getting forced out. I just don't even think they're contesting it.
Could be. For DGen and Iamzo, here they are. Already on the move right now. Playing this sort of north central area. Yep. Looks like they just give up the drop here. They go ahead and make their rotate, and it pays off. Look at the loot here.
Yeah, but he has the chili chug splashes, so like for me, that would say that hey, they were probably the ones able to secure it, unless they were able to end up getting those from somewhere else. So good on them, currently still sitting in 7th after that little bit of a dud of game number 2. But we've seen them where as long as they're able to kind of get off of that early game situation monster, they end up having a good result. So as of now, I would consider this kind of like checking off that first little checkbook you kind of go through as you're trying to make it through the game. As we're going to swing on over for somebody who's trying to settle out the fight that we saw in the first game going on just to the northern part of the map here over by these docks. It's 20 and reciprocal against Milks and Rhythm.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot for any of these teams right now. They're way up north here. Zone already starting to slide a little bit down here, but Rhythm and Milks are so split up. The Mythic Spider Hands come into play here as they try to slam on into Rhythm, but no, don't quite fully commit there. Here comes a bit of a split here. 20 trying to hold his own. Rhythm jumping all around as well, trying to get inside the box here. Milks comes to the defense. He does have the high ground. He manages to somehow secure that for free as they don't just focus him at all here. They have all eyes on Rhythm. Rhythm still getting chased. Doing a good job running though. Seems like he puts down just enough defensive shots there to go ahead and buy himself some room.
This is a not pretty fight from either way. Milk's able to get some great damage out on return. He really shouldn't have been able to open up there. That legendary striker actually got a knock. I think Reciprocal fell a little bit too far off of the side. So Milks, when he shouldn't have an opportunity now, sees what could be a relatively even 1-on-120. Here's that mini pot go out, tries to end up pushing it out. Gonna get on the wall, Egg goes for the spray through the stair, phases into the stair again, and takes it out. So 20 rescuing what could have ended up being a little bit of a rough situation, but all around, I think there was plenty to VOD review for both the duos in that engagement.
Yeah, big fight, big chase there, and you know that's why you have to stay with your duo partners. Being split up like that in today's day and age, with how quickly teams can jump on you, is a huge risk, and you watch it just play out pretty much in real time right there. For Nosh and Pape though, their drop spot looking pretty decent. They managed to kind of come out here, but you know Nosh has got to get the save here. We already saw the statistic, what happens. Most teams, even after the save, don't find too much success as far as victory royales go, so it is an uphill battle here for Nosh, and that's even if he has the reboot card.
And you can see Nosh and Paper have been competing together longer than any other NA East duo, going back to 2019. And I was like, that's not that long ago. Then it was 3 years ago. We're in 2022, Monster. Time flies, man. A lot of Fortnite.
Time has wings, and it has taken off, my friend. Here's Nosh, though. You know, trying to do his thing. Take a look at the map. Still, 2 more duos lurking inside the cavern, 2 more duos on top of the cavern. It's going to be a hot spot throughout the entire weekend here. On over to the other side, this is the complete opposite for Clix and Day, who are just driving their way across the map right now. Mind you, this is a team that will hop out and take a battle anytime along the way here. So anyone that does cross their path do have to be hyper cautious. They're probably looking for a surge fight, honestly.
Yeah, looking to get some tags. Generally, it will be Clix driving, and then Day being the one looking for shots out towards the side right now. So we do get a nice little 3-split. Clix and Day up in the top. Bug up bottom left-hand corner. Rides and Agers in the bottom right-hand corner. I'm just looking for some space right now as Rise doing a good job, but there's a lot of teams right down by this Greasy Grove area, so could get awkward, whereas Booga, they got space for days, Monster. They got tracts of land, acres, maybe even hectares.
Yeah, not to mention they do have that Chonkers Speedway vehicle as well. That's their prime possession, if you will, from their drop spots. The reason that their drop plays so well. Not only does it have the heals, the ammo, and everything else to work with, you get that vehicle. You get the big wheels too to travel all terrain here and claim what it is that you want early. Jamper and Dukes on the other side playing a much different type of gameplay here, sticking to their general drop, position themselves nice and high up here, and then finding any types of tags off in the distance. These type of play styles reward people with heavy accuracy, and this is a team that has managed to do it so far because we haven't seen them once in a weird Storm Surge type position where they had to fight for it.
Yeah, so fun fact, so no elims this game, right? Duke's sitting on, like we just saw on the top right-hand part of your screen, Dukes has 10 elims individually. That's worth 30 points. So if you just took Dukes' eliminations and put them on the leaderboard, they'd be sitting in 19th right now. That's a large part of the reason that they're in first place. I mean, he had 6 elims in their first game, which is third place, 7 elims. And then the next game, third place, 8 elims, where he had 4 of them. So really occupying a large portion of his team's elims right now, currently sitting at 2/3 as Bucky and Cam trying to find some space here, but a long rotate, and a lot of teams have a line of sight of them. And that's Spade right now, I believe currently our 4th place team, who's just been ripping shots. We haven't seen a ton of them, but their game plan has been tight so far, Monster.
Not to mention paired up with Chimp, young controller player there who is, you know, very, very good. This is the kind of player who has been continuing to make his way to FNCS finals, working his way up the ranks as far as who his duo partners have been. And now he's paired up with one of the bigger vets we've ever seen him play with, and they're doing just fine. It kind of just looks like another Bucky and Cam type situation. Big vet pick up a young hot player, and all of a sudden now they're gelling really well and, you know, finding success here. So it's these hybrid teams, these hybrid, you know, talented players coming out here. New duos being formed, new legacies being made.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for having a player who's been in these types of situations to kind of give you that little bit of a stepping stool, right? Because obviously any player can hop in. If you have the individual skill, you'll make it there. But the advantage you get by having somebody able to tell you, like, here's what you can likely face in this situation. Like, here's probably the best thing we can do here. It's like, oh, this team might end up doing this. We need to be ready for it. Just having that in your back pocket and being able to level up that much faster. And now it allows them to put results on what is the biggest of stages. Like, we're competing for around $600,000 here in the NA East. I mean, there's a lot on the line. As we see on the left-hand side, Yamzo and DJ, we talked about their hot start, but right now it seems like that engine is stalling as they're below Surge, and that's 25 seconds before it ticks on. So they're going to have to fight, and we're going to zoom in on it because they are going for it. They're ascending.
This is what happens when you give up your drop. You lose your early game fights, your early game typical exchanges, and now you have to fight for one of these crazy duo battles in the mid game here. Big action coming out from Yamzo and DJen so far, doing a great job keeping the pressure up, but there's 5 seconds left before things really start to come through. And that's going to be the Surge. Great tags here, but not enough to maintain just yet. It was only a singular one from Yamzo. I like this position out. They're looking to choke them out here from the side here. Much better angle for them, but Lobby focusing in from behind now have to be really, really cautious here that the counter shots don't come through. Here comes the big full commit now, but no, Yamzo pressured again from behind. Here
yeah, this is so difficult. There's so many things they have to worry about. The team putting shots behind him. They're an iron wall in front of them. Storm at their back. Storm Surge just raining down, and Yamzo finds the huge shot, but DJen ended up getting knocked. But however, it was before Storm Surge ended up full confirming. No, he didn't get knocked. He stayed up on his feet. There was a sliver of HP. I could have swore he went down, but no, Yamzo ends up rescuing it. And now the team who is pressuring them from the back turns their eyes, recognizing that Yamzo gave him enough room. That's Peterbot trying to get in on the action, and he's going to end up rescuing him as now Yamzo and DJen are like, do we have a window? Can we push forward? Can we go?
Yeah, and there's still someone holding on just behind that wall. Another armor wall come down, so Yamzo recognizes there is surely 2 different entities at play here. That's going to be a solo. He knows it. Game Sense just a little too aware there, willing to take the full trade. That was a shield crack as well. It's Wanted who's on the other side of that wall there. Now look at the zone, guys. This is going to pull very, very far outside of the visual shot, so there's so much pressure that's going to start coming in shortly here. Wanted decides to play the zone. Very cheeky play. 2 great tags. Not enough to stay up, though, and it's a great exchange for DJen and Yamzo. Nico and Polarized, though, get back on their feet. They're very, very healthy here.
Yeah, and Wanted, he was only 1 damage above the Surge. He knew he had to go, but it seemed like he was trying to make sure if he didn't get tagged, he didn't give the Elam over. However, instead, he just gifts the Siphon, the points, whatever he had left over to Polarize to Nico. Now, all of a sudden, DJ and Yamzo, they're like, we gotta go. Bye. Zone is closing in. You can see all that coming through. I believe Thatch just picked up a knock in the feed, so let's go. I also falsely said last game that they went down in 26. Pamstyle was actually still up, ended up clutching up into a top 15, so getting some points on the board and getting some points on the board there as they will full clean up Xeno and M-Pen. If you take a look at the top left-hand corner, Monster, that number is less than 70, so Storm Surge has turned off, and we only have 1 solo up right now.
Yeah, just 1 solo up right now. And you know what? Great job from Booga and Miro there. You saw how aggressive they were willing to ramp on up and look for any type of shots there. Everyone that you saw moving by, though, was on some type of chili chug splash and or pepper effect. They were moving super quick, cutting across the side angles, just showing how important it is to make your way through those zones and be quick on your feet. You do not want to get caught back inside the storm line. Every team we've seen come in late from the storm have been basically focused and taken out of the game. That is how important it is, imperative for you to get to that storm and get safe, get your bases up and running.
Yeah, I mean, just any little advantage you can get, as we're going to take a look, because as NA East knows, they don't necessarily like to fight before Surge unless they have to. So take a look at some of the forced Storm Surge action here as Squish. He gets on in, but like we said, every time I make this pun, I feel like Squish gets squashed, sent right on back. Deroller and Trashy on the other side, though, they were able to get a knock on the side, and that was Deroller just picking it up. Some really good reflexes after the initial drop, and Nats got some shots on him, but his tracking there was really good, and you can tell a little bit of frustration coming out from Nets there, as he really wanted to be able to close it up, but we'll hop back in, currently sitting in 14th. Pamstu, 33 Fashy Fitchy, trying to get some pressure on, and you can see they're actually closing down, debating on whether it's worth dropping down there, but you have to be careful, lads, and Pamsto says, no, I don't, no one's around me, it's just gonna drop down, pick all of that up. As the rotations will happen here, I believe we're going, yep, 3rd into 4th zone. So this will be the last time players try to head all the way to the center, and instead are going to start posting up on the outsides to hope to pull that half-in, half-out 5th zone.
Let's just talk about how lucky Dukes and Jamper get here. Being in first place coming into game 3 now, not only that, pull the zone right on top of them, and this is going to give them a lot of opportunity to just farm up and buffer up the surge tags. Mind you, we've been seeing them play high ground positions every single time we've tuned in with them in this game. It's been a mountain, it's been a storm surge angle, it's been somewhere that they can maintain a dominant field of view over the rest of the lobby, and it is paying off in full here. Dukes just rips up another player right there. On the other side, though, completely different plays from a team like Boogie and Miro. They have been coasting to outer edge here, going zone to zone and just holding on to the little thin line on the backside here. And now, it's a big fight for them as they have to full commit here. 63 above the surge is not going to cut it.
Yeah, keeping an eye on all 3 of the surge numbers. Top of the screen, 73. Right side of the screen, 92. Left side of the screen, 168. Now top of the screen, very comfortably above. Honestly, Dukes and Jamper are putting in work with the MK7s. Every time we tune into them, they are just ripping teams to shreds. However, right now, Miro and Booga looking for a little bit of room. They were 100 above, 88 above, and still a decent number of players to go down. But in the top left-hand corner of the feed, we see Shadow is just dropping day. We see Redux under a little bit of pressure here right now, 110 below. The storm is closing in 25 seconds. Teams generally don't like to wait for that pressure, though. They'd like to figure it out beforehand. As Savage is going in, that's a knock on their end. They want to keep pressuring as they know this other team is underneath. That's on the left-hand side of the screen. But on the right-hand side of the screen, Yamzo and Degen in a ton of trouble, as the Amzo is completely solo. No extra shields, no utility, and only 22 above. And he's not even going to have to worry about that now because he's sent back to the lobby.
Sent back for the halfway mark there. Unfortunate for him, it's Vert ends up finding that elimination there. Chimp is going to find Cam in the feed. Big trades here. Illis falls down, so is Jack down too? Yes, to the hands of Scented there. So that is all types of lobby focus coming in onto the feed. OMG Me Too, one of our top seeded teams right now, currently falling. That's a 3rd place team now out of the competition there.
Yeah, Me Too and Shadow going down before those first round of placement points. Again, keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner. There's one team, and its AMT misses a lot. And Princess Wolf in their first FNCS final, trying to just outlast the Surge. The one thing is with 5th zone Surge and half, because everybody generally wants to rotate pretty early or right on time. Unless the pull is like really not generous, you can generally wait it out. Like somebody will end up going down, and they have enough heals so far, whereas if they don't take a ton of excess damage, they don't have to press for the Surge, but instead they're going to opt to take a fight, and Princess Wolf loses all the excess HP that might have been able to keep them up. They will go down Surge, taking them completely out. AMT will be the only one up there. We see Fatch picking up another Elam in the top left-hand corner of the feed, and now we're going to swing on over here to Stretch and Commodon, trying to layer out some shots.
And not only that, huge neighbors nearby. Scented and Cold just outside this next wall here. Good armored wall there from Stretch and Commandment, recognizing like, hey, we're on this low ground weird layer. We do not want to get pressured out from an angle we can't properly defend from. And just like that, those armor walls start to come down there to buy themselves some time here so they can start looking out to these other players here. Smite and Larson still up inside the distance there too. And look at the feed just getting lit up right now. Sundown, a lot of teams starting to fall here.
Yeah, now we're into the placement point. So each duo that drops will be +1. That's Pamso and Fatch right on the other side. And Pamso, I believe, just got obliterated. Getting a little bit too greedy for the loop, but Stretch almost follows the exact same thing. Fatch saying, hey, I'll try and avenge my partner, and they'll be forced to burn in their extra utility. But how much do they have if they can't get over to Pamsto's extra loot? As we see Ages and Rise currently sitting in 2nd place, still trying to put the pressure on. We actually saw Miro pick up users in the feed right before this as well. So that's another huge duo-on-duo impacting those around him.
You know what? Shadow is still up. He is still up. He is southwest right there on the zone. He is actually still in this game holding on.
Okay.
So okay, he's actually earned himself several placement points as now there are 23 duos inside the game. So that's a couple extra clutch points there just to go ahead and keep him in the running right now. Another surge is going to get active here. 13 players are going to have to fall in the next 45 seconds, but that's not the real problem. The problem is getting to the new zone, and the vehicle is going to come into play for Aegis and Rise. Such a huge risk being how tight and congested this zone is here. Let's see if it ends up working out right now.
Skirt, skirt, here we go. Will the Chonkers of Whiplash be a benefit to them? Going straight through, and they just bowled cold over.
That was crazy. Big hit right there. That's going to be a body tag for them too. And look, they fall above the surge there. Very nicely done. So all those little tags there on the process was definitely well worth it. Team Star starting to make a rotate here. They're not safe, not just yet. They have to inch their way in just a little bit. And they're walking through enemy builds. So you see how, you know, all of a sudden everyone starts to slow down. Miro and Booga though on the other side. Big material, big health, and everything they need to go out and make an end game here. They should be coasting their way to another top 10 finish. On the high ground though, Jamper and Dukes are #1 team plan for height is absolutely massive in the end game here. Because if they maintain this, they're going to break away so far ahead, it's going to be tough to catch up.
Bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you see Spade currently in 3rd place. He went down. You can see Dukes and Jamper just raining shots down from above. Aegis and Rise trying to find some tags on the right-hand side. They're above Surge. Booga and Miro also well above Surge, so not going to be worried about that. As Aegis picks up another Elam. Good refresher coming through there. Decent amount of builds coming through, but honestly, it's a lot of wood and a decent amount of metal. Shots from above going to put the pressure, and actually Rise gets obliterated. Storm Surge turns off, but that's Fatch finding some huge individual points right now.
I can't believe he's still up as well, just clutching on, holding on to dear life here. And look, his name pops up in the feed one more time. Tabney on the other side swings his way the wrong way, and he's just getting chunked up by the storm line there. A lot of players are going to start falling to some unnecessary damage there, unfortunately. Stretch goes down. Commandment goes down to the hands of Miro. Big trade there, too. So this is going to open up the standings just a little bit for those teams that are still fighting for their way on up. But for Dukes and Jamper, the first team to break triple digit now, 117 is where they're sitting. Nice and comfortable. I see Oliver OG there as well. Down goes Chimp. Fatch still alive in the backside of zone. Solo's there, too. It's crunchy. Chimp goes down to 20 now, and Aegis trying to clutch up here. This is that pocket of solos we just saw inside the feed. If Aegis continues to focus it, there's a lot of points that can be made here.
Yeah, but he's a solo as well. But again, just Fatch's name keeps lighting up the top left-hand corner. Pretty sure that's his 3rd solo impact. His team has gone from 13th to 6th right now in his individual effort. Miro also another solo, and there's tons of solos left. You can see Playify and Oliver OG might be the only one. Aegis on the top right-hand side found another one, and he's swinging on up, trying to get to the front side of the zone. Fatch finally goes down, but that's a 9th place monster as we're into our top 10, and I think there's only 2 duos up still.
Keep an eye on Miro, though. He's in a fight in the low ground here. He finds another elimination there, too. That's going to be a huge finish for him onto Acorn. No more points for him. That's Aegis up above him right there, just trying to hold on here. But Miro, man, he is cranking his way all the way through. He's got a couple heals to work with, too. Here it is. Miro versus Aegis. 4th place versus 2nd, potentially going to clash out right here. And on the low ground is Knifer, still inching his way around.
Doji up.
Doji and Knifer go, though. That means Duke and Jamper are out of material. They come on down to low ground here. One of the only duos in the game here does get pressured in, and Dukes gets fully knocked out there. So it's up to Jampers to clutch this one up here.
Yep, still lots of solos riding it out. I think Playify and Oliver OG are the only one up on their feet, but Jamper in his face. Will he hit the shots? He does, swapping over the Stinger. That's Miro finally going down. That's a 4th place finish for him. But Oliver OG and Playify, the only solos. No, Joji and Rokane still up on their feet as well. You can see Playify trying to throw some shots up towards the high ground. Oliver OG looking for him as well, but no mats themselves to invest going up. Still one more solo running around on the backside. Who will pick up the 3 points associated with that, or the 5 points if you take the jump into 2nd or 3rd, but he goes up on the high ground. Jamper ends up getting ripped down, and that's Rokane and Joji picking up a huge refresher, but nearly no mats. They'll split what they have left, but no mats on the low ground as the shots will try and be enough monster. They go down for the fight.
Huge shot right there. Oliver actually ends up finding Rokane. It's a 2v1 situation. We might be watching a low ground clutch here. The Siphon mats come through, but Playify doesn't pick up anything. The armor walls are going to go and buy him a little bit more time on high ground. It's not looking too hot. They're going to have to come on down. The heals are coming through, and Oliver OG, Playify, do it at the very end there. Picking up 5 eliminations and a clutch low ground 2v2 win.
well done from them to be able to execute together, continue working, and knowing that, like, there's a lot of solos in this lobby. If we can just stay hip to hip, we'll have a chance. But man, Duke and Jamper are starting to run away with it from a point perspective, Monster.
They made another big end game there for a second. It was looking like a win was on the horizon, but Joji and Rokane had a different story in play, and then Playify and Oliver OG took that script and ripped it all up. They end up coming through with their own end game win and a big performance for them there. From 13th, they jump on up there. They end up securing themselves a nice spot here to keep them in this finals run.
I also really don't want to undervalue how much it was worth to break that tree for the extra 3 builds, because he ate that first little pressure from the Stinger SMG that was thrown down and allowed them to go at Joji in a clear 2v1. They're like, hey, he stopped firing. We can go and we can take this fight.
Yeah, and that was because, you know, high ground, Joji there had to focus on putting those armor walls down. That was actually digging into the very little material he had too. But you know what? The desk can continue to break this story down further because we got to get to these standings. Let's toss it on over to Adam.
Thank you, fellas. I mean, Oliver OG there in Playify getting the victory royale from the low ground, which is good to see. But again, we saw some insane solo clutch-ups there as well. Miro making big plays there. We saw Aegis and Rise doing an unbelievable job as well. Joji and Roke. There are so many big teams who are making a real mark here, having to get, you know, whatever happens to their teammate, dragging them over the finish line, trying to get some more points with it. And again, the leaderboard is going to completely change up after game 3.
Yeah, and that is where it really matters. And I love the variety we're getting out of these games. Just the previous game, we were talking about how we had this 4 duos alive of all just high caliber duos. And in this game, we have so many solos alive. The likes of like DJ and Aegis just gathering so many points from those solo clutches. And it's just incredible to see because you really just have a lot of faith in your duo when they are left alone to just gather so many points against good duos that are still alive as a duo.
It's a complete opposite from what we just saw in that last game, and this is why these are the best players in the world. They can do it whether it be as a duo or as a solo. No matter what situation they're put in, they're comfortable to thrive. But we also saw a couple of teams come alive. Rokane and Joji, and then Oliver OG and Playify also rose to the occasion, really now putting a staple on this tournament because up until this point, they've been kind of quiet, but now ready to attack the lobby.
That's right. I mean, Joji and Rokane going into that, I think we're in maybe 13th, 14th position. Obviously, they're going to be propelling themselves up in the standings. In a second, we'll get a chance to take a look there. But you can see them at the high ground as well, managing to maintain and close out. And I think that's what's really important now, as we're seeing teams that are able to go low ground, as we see for our winners there, Oliver OG and Playify. But the high ground as well, proving it is always a great place to score points from. I'll be focusing on Miro as well for a second there, who in the last couple of games has had to really take one for the team here. Booga going down a lot earlier, Miro just managing to hold out, but then Jamper and Juice come through, where Jamper's just playing out of his skin right now.
Yeah, and we can't forget that clutch factor that both Booga and Miro have. We talk about how strong they are as a duo because Booga kind of has that intelligence, that IGL role that he's done for so long, and then Miro kind of has that fragging, get a lot of eliminations role, but both of them on their own have always done so well in team game modes when they find themselves in those solo clutch situations, and Miro goes ahead and proves it right there.
Yeah, I want to say Miro is the best solo player in NA East based on cash cups over the past year, but I want to see where they wound up on the leaderboard. Obviously, Dukes and Jamper is going to be in first place, but Adam, what is the rest of this going to look like?
Yeah, that is the big question, my friend. Let's take a look at the standings and how things lie after Game 3, which is halfway through day 1 here of FNCS Finals NAE. And as you could expect, Jamper and Dukes in the tops with their 135 points. Obviously, MDF and Sundown kind of doing the maths there on the spot, saying these guys at the last 3 games have really been delivering the goods, and there they are sitting pretty at top spot here, Vivid. It seems like this is their day today.
Yeah, they're playing really, really well. We saw them there in that game. They were up on the high ground. Unfortunately, Joji and Rokane ended up vesting them on that position just simply because Jamper and Dukes ran out of mats, but we typically actually don't see them on high ground. So it was cool to see them kind of adapting to the situation, just taking advantage of what was given to them. Find themselves top of the leaderboard right now with the most placement points and elimination points, and then followed quickly behind Aegis and Rise, who are doing so well at Greasy Grove.
And it's just so interesting to see them succeed after not knowing how the spawn's gonna go for Agers and Rise, and they continue to thrive off spawn. We see Spade and Chimp also doing well. They were making it to the final few zones, and ultimately it's been those last few zones where these players are racking up all these points. But checking out the second page here, it's still so close. We've seen a lot of teams win a game. Oliver obviously there in 16th, so picking up the pace, doing really well. DJ and Iamzo, they were able to figure it out a little bit better this past game, and so many of these teams just trying to push themselves up the leaderboard and get enough points to have that base groundwork to really make that final push.
Yeah, it's all today. Day one is all about creating the foundation. You've got to make sure that you get as many points as you can, because day two, obviously, that is where it's going to count, because at the end of the day, we're going to find out who our FNCS champions are. So it's only game three. We've got so much to look forward to. It's not even the end of the first act yet. We've got so much more coming your way. Let's head into game number 4, where MDF and Sunder are ready and raring to go here. This one's going to be an exciting one. Let's head over to the fellas.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. We're halfway through the halfway part, Monster. I know they say not to do maths on stream, but that puts us at the quarter-way mark, and the leaderboard's looking a little spicy.
I was going to say, could have called it a quarter, but yes, the person I'm looking most forward to, though, is Miro and Booga. Do we see Miro becoming a 5X Majors player right now? Another potential opportunity here as he pushes his way on up to a great seat right now alongside Booga. They're doing exceptional work, but man, Jamper and Duke, they're playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, and it starts to see, like, particularly for Miro, it's starting to get to a point where if you have the conversation about some of the greatest of all times, if he keeps going, he's one of those kind of like newer gen players, like hasn't been around from the very beginning, going all the way back to the World Cup days, who can really slot comfortably into that conversation. He's putting up big results.
Yeah, and he's been doing it for a while too, but it sounds like the battle bus is here. We're ready to load up, so let's get on to the world.
Beep, beep, here we go. Back on to the Chapter 3 islands. One more time, well, not one more time, yet another time, I should say, as we do have a slight northwestern, actually pretty northwestern cut here, as we're gonna hop right into the greasy action. Per usual, this time it's a harpoon, but not quite going fishing as Agers. Actually, I lied, able to catch him with the 2 afterward, and he puts it to work. The Clay Classic coming through. It's just as good as a shotgun early, Monster.
I cannot believe they just won that somehow. They didn't have a single weapon running into that building there, pick up a harpoon, and not only that, Agers gets just no-scoped or like sniped basically in that situation. Almost pickaxe, still manages to stay alive. What a fight for them. For Macwood on the other side though, we gotta hop on over to what's happening and unfolding here. It has not been a good or pleasant sight for them, this covert cavern. I mean, when is enough enough? There's been all kinds of battles here, no one's coming out on top.
And unfortunately, I was also going to say, keep an eye on the top left. We talked about him a ton right before him, the TNA pick up a Miro. He got downed on his fly in, so Booga having to immediately come over, revive him, and they haven't begun looting yet. That is a huge delay in your timing. Storm is now shrinking, so effectively, your entire land path. We talked about that northwestern bus being a huge deal. They haven't had the opportunity to look for anything right now, but a revive has come out from Macwood and Donnie, and now they're going to get in a little bit of a scrappy fight, and instead they're going to say, no, we aren't. We're leaving.
Yeah, full disengage here. Bila's going to find Nosh in the feed there. So already teams are starting to trade eliminations here. Things picking up action pretty quickly, honestly, as 2 duos fall down within the first 30 seconds or so of this map developing here. More shots coming in from teams in the distance. It is not looking too hot here, as teams are probably recognizing, hey, if they're pretty much launch padding in right now and breaking into our loot path, they might be in shambles here.
Pretty good chance. So we swing back on over. Byler and Knifer looking for a little bit of spot, making sure they hit up those bricks. Super efficient when you see the monstrous rocks like those. They vary between 98 and 135 per swing, trying to make sure They don't take too much extra damage here, but those nades can be tricky. Sometimes you have to guarantee a full box up, but the one benefit is if you do already have control of that vault, I mean, trading damage generally isn't the worst thing in the world because there is just so much excess in there. However, that says having control of it, as you see, there's two pretty threatening duos between them and it right now.
What's crazy about this is that they're a team that lands at the llama. They managed to fight their way in, catch the opportune key card, and now this is a strategy we haven't seen them ever play into. Fighting for the vault. Do they know all the trickery and the other strategies at play here from the duos, right? They're at the biggest disadvantage right now. Pretty much about to face check straight into Avery and Muzz on the other side, whom, by the way, have been winning some of their early game fights against Donnie and Macwood. So, you know, this is their domain and they have a good success rate, at least winning some of those fights.
Yeah, we see top left of the feed, Cam picking up a knock there. We'll see if he gets the confirmation, but there it goes through onto Spaggy. That means Charlie might not be long for this lobby, but I think I feel good about getting a little bit of momentum rolling there. That hype train has stalled a little bit as we're going to hop on over. Illis actually under a little bit of pressure here. That's Chubbs and Twix on the other side. Illis and G2 Jock try to close the gap here. They do have a shield keg, which is going to end up slamming down here. This is fantastic for trading early. One of the newer additions to Chapter 3 Season 1 here.
Yeah, definitely. You'll see teams just willing to get very aggressive here, go with those open exchanges there, and honestly, be able to keep their shields up pretty nicely. A lot of HP gets divvied out from the keg there, but they don't decide to stick around, not for too long. Instead, want to prioritize material, as they are slowly but surely falling behind the pace here. As the zone's starting to close up.
Right now, generally, this is the time of the game where minus a couple of solos being racked up, because I believe this will be one here as Magnolia ends up getting separated. And Quav actually had some pretty good results, so surprised to see that happening, sitting in 15th, but just a little bit too far. There shouldn't be a ton of action, just some up-spawn fights resolving in the current circumstance, but Sparky on Nets trying to get themselves going on the board, because besides that elimination, only 4 points to their name.
Qual Magnolia, an endgame type team, definitely one that plays a lot more passive, a little bit more defensively in the early game. Not necessarily the type of team to take these early game fights. For Nets and Sparky, I mean, you have to mix up your strategy, right? It hasn't been working so far, everything and the way their game's been playing out. So putting the gas pedal a little bit more aggressively here seems like it's being the key to their success right now. This is just game 4.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at the Elam cam gun. It looks like just caught out Charlie completely there, slid into it, the potential ambush, and while missing the first shot, was still able to clean it up. So that'll be the second one for them. We saw Spagu already going down. Then we'll hop on over, currently sitting in 4th place. Sentinels Booga, as well as TNA Miro, trying to find some space here. Did get off to a little bit of a rocky start.
Yeah, we're talking about how, you know, the time that you lose there could be a major setback. I was going to touch on it. Usually you feel it most in the metal compartment because you have much less time to go ahead and farm that out, as it is one of the harder and slower materials to farm around this general area. But this is a power drop we're talking about here, so it's like it never really happened, as they are just back on track here. For Jamper and Dukes, though, shots coming in. They have a team on the run right now. This is going to be a full-on commit here. It seems like there was a shield crack there, and TK pauses to pop his mini here, so he is trailing behind. If Dukes and Jamper can fully catch him off guard, it could be Raz, but no. They end up being a lot more disciplined than that. They stop down to pause here. Shots come in onto visuals. This could be enough for them to fully decide, maybe let's jump on in, but there's everything on the line for them here. It's too early in the competition for them to throw it all away, and they decide, we're just going to chill out. This is a W for us already.
Yeah, they use the MK7 assault rifle better than probably any other duo on NA East. They are so punishing with it. If you go back and just look at their exchanges where they're fighting MK7 on MK7, they outtrade every single time. And it might seem like just a small thing, but that's what gives them the high ground control. And if they're doing that, plus have the best sight lines when they're in that high ground position, that's what's allowing them to put up the ridiculous point totals we've seen so far. Again, we talk about just kind of their level of consistency as Redux going to open up around the corner here. Savage making sure they cover. They do have a team pinned in there, but it doesn't look like they necessarily want to full commit.
And just to touch on Dukes really quickly and Jamper, look at the difference in their play, the way they base up. They base up 3 stories or bust, right? Like, it's literally big bases on good positions, or they're not sitting there at all. Not like these other teams that will hunker into these types of buildings where you know, you're not going to find trades here. You're not going to find tags unless you're going, you know, box to box with another opponent. And look at this. You know, this team's going to go ahead and disengage here in Redux and Crusoe. You know, it's the difference in types of playstyles that, you know, can determine your full game.
And at this point, when we're talking about it, this is the 50 best duos in NA East. If you're just joining us, welcome. We're past the halfway point here in the Chapter 3 Season 1 FNCS over on NA East. My name's Sundown, joined by Monster Deface, calling all the action. We have this game, 2 more today, then we'll have NA West after this, then a full another round of matches tomorrow before we start handing out most of those acts of champions. And so far, NA East has been pretty tight, but Muzz and Avery are looking to try and get a foothold because 6 points is not so great.
Not so great, but a long set of games in front of them, right? We still have this round, plenty to go for the rest of the competition. Then, of course, tomorrow's full rack of games, depending, of course, on how things play out as we are under new format rules here. Take a look on, you know, FN Competitive News to go ahead and read through the blog that breaks it all down. But essentially, the way things are working out right now, I mean, Muzz and company, Avery here, they got to step it up big time.
Yeah, and generally that's up to their standards. I mean, Muzz, one of the only player to swap regions and win an FNCS coming through, able to win that last trios at FNCS now, really putting himself in a position. But when Covert Cavern has so much contestation going around, it's really difficult to end up coming out positive, especially because there's so many teams in that area. As we do see that second zone revealed, and we've had a lot of pretty central play coming in, a decent amount of change in terrain here, but not too much. It's not that so far dreaded south zone that's kind of cut off by that river where if you've invested in the high ground, you're basically set to make it into the end game. We have plenty of variability in play and a lot of materials for teams to be able to farm up. So potentially just based off of the zone, expect a little bit of a slower game.
I was going to say, we've had a lot of amazing zones today, minus game ones, you know, double mountain, back and forth pull for zone 6 and 7. Other than that, things have been really, really good for our competitors. Whenever it favors center zone, I mean, we see some of the best games play out because that's just the bulk of the teams being able to probably play into their most optimal strategy possible. Most center teams are going to know how to play center zones, you know, generally, because they're always going to pull the first 1 and 2. But the teams on the outskirts, whenever it lands on those kind of squads, if you're not really comfortable with having a zone land on you in one of those awkward far pulls, it can get really weird the way teams start to rotate at that point. So these zones have been probably the most competitive we can ask for a kickoff to the FNCS.
We just saw there TNA Oliver able to pick up yet another elimination coming through Playify, actually being the one to confirm it. But I mean, Monster, they were effectively out of this tournament till last game and then able to pick up a huge dub. And that's when we talk about when there's so much Fortnite to play. If you are a duo like Avery and Muzz, it's a big thing to kind of gather that mental a little bit. They're absurdly skilled individual players, but sometimes things aren't going to go your way, especially when you're dropping in such a dense and valued POI, because not only is Covert Cavern essential, not only does it have their vault there, the Llama split is just outside. There's a ton of really good POIs there, and teams will always kind of look to vulture in around that side. But if they're able to just chain together one good game, it puts them right back in the running, just as we saw now for Oliver and Playify, who take themselves basically out of the bottom of the barrel and into the top 15 with that one good game. However, as each game goes past, that pressure ramps up a little bit. Want to know who's not feeling that pressure right now? Jimper and Dukes, they are chilling, especially Monster. No elims, 300 above on Surge.
And it's the way they play. It's these high bases, these strong positions, not afraid to commit some material, some resource into their gameplay, and they're seeing the returns bode well. On the low ground, though, Day and Clicks jumping on into our fresh duo here in the mix, and they're going to get shredded up like melted cheese here. But hold up, now comes the back off. Clicks gets punished. Day does too. Another team starts looking from the side, and they're inside wood builds. Time to start committing a little bit more resource if you want to stay comfortable. There goes the armored wall. I was gonna say, you can stand behind those wood builds, and the pro players know too. Clicks knows better than that, and you can see how quickly they managed to reinforce their entire position. But that push was still very much worth it for them. They find tons of tags, get them above the surge for now, and allows them to buy themselves a little bit more of a window to recover.
Yeah, but this is a thick surge monster. We still got 90 players up. That's 10 teams who are going to be under pressure. So we're probably going to be hopping around for a little bit. Everybody's got a buddy too, so no solos going through right now. Mira and Bugha underneath the pressure. Jackson getting taken down. That's Rokane picking that one up. We saw him and Joji push through and almost pick up the last game, but end up getting taken down there in the final moments. Bottom right-hand corner, somebody who is waffling right back and forth on the line. And right as I say that, they pick up a nice 100 damage boost on that side. This Clicks getting some key tags, put him 170 above. Bottom left-hand corner, Macwood and Donnie still struggling, 124 below, and starting to invest some of the chug splashes, knowing, hey, we got to go and we got to fight.
Look at this. Bugha's going to start stepping out here. They recognize they have to get to a box if they want to stay alive in this game, or this tag here could be the most important trade of the day here. But no, Bugha doesn't find any tags. He's looking off in the distance. Is it worth jumping to that team? It's the decision he's trying to play out in his mind right now. Here comes the Peppers. The commit is full, and he's going to go for it here. This is big risk right now, but it's all or nothing if they want to stay in this game here. 15 players have to go down. They're going to start getting tagged here, and the team of the distance that found those additional Storm Surge hits on them as well is going to go ahead and set them back just a little bit here. In goes Miro. Here comes Bugha. The edit comes through. They go toe-to-toe with the team. Grid tags right there. Was it enough? It looks like it as they start to back up. And yes, they find themselves a little window, and Bugha needed it. My gosh, look at his HP.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's enough, Monster. Keeping an eye on the top left. Players are dropping quickly, but that threshold on the right side, they were 118 above, I believe, maybe a little bit higher than that. And that number keeps dropping, 69, 68. It continues going lower, but somebody who, again, we talked about needing to get some damage down, needing to get something going. Seen on Avery, TNA Muzz, under pressure from Storm Surge, and just hoping that team up above ends up peeking out. Instead, they end up peeking it down, looking at them, and they don't have an angle coming through, Monster. They need to invest quickly, and Miro finds some great tags on the left-hand side. Those headshots are going to put them comfortably above now.
Kid you not, jaw drop for a second there. Those are just a crazy line of headshots right there. I thought he was going to get the full knock. He is officially comfortable now. Bugha and Miro lose the pressure of the surge. For Avery and crew here, though, it is not looking good. There comes the shots from up above. The well-timed Storm Surge plus counterfire from Smite and Larson. They're going to wrap themselves up a fresh 6-pack there. Miro and Bugha. What a surge battle for them. That story was insane, but they are in the game and back like they never left. Off to the rotate here. Wow.
And Aviv just gets a rip down. That's Peterbot who's going to end up picking that up. That was our last player under Surge. Another duo goes down. Right after that, our first round of placement points are given out. And Cease and Elite actually fall right after, so they'll get the pity point going through. But unfortunately for the veterans who got off to a pretty solid start, that's a little bit of a stall going through there. So see an update in the top of the screen. Miro in 20, leading game number 3 with 5 elims apiece. Again, that's 15 points individually out of their team. See Pam Sound Fats currently sitting in 7th place, 69 points coming through with that placement point topping off on them. But looks like they took a decent amount of chunk trying to trade out on the Storm Surge there. Gonna invest a little bit of the Chug Splasher, but also finding Flood over on the other side, potentially not covered up, but will be immediately be able to react. So now we get a triple split. Pam Sound Fats, top of the screen. Yamzo D-Den, bottom left. Day and Clicks, the energy duo in the bottom right-hand corner. In a fight on the edge of zone, trying to get back together, getting the whip, but the whip is stuck in the build. To need to open up a garage, make some more room so the taxi can get you out and into your destination. The edits are tough right now, and they find they're going to be able to get in, but they're taking just so much damage before they even got going. They can't afford to be next to that car and in the zone. It's going to tick over. Boom, it goes. I mean, this is shambles. This is so hard, Monster.
It's not looking too good for them right now. Sparks on the other side, they're starting to fire in. Walker as well on the distance there, just on the border. And Clicks realizes it's all over. Tries to drop some stuff for Day, but it's not going to be enough. Man, that was so unfortunate. The vehicle just bulldozes into our box. I mean, Day and Clicks knew what they were doing. They wanted to take a fight, but they kind of asked for it. They could have went straight to zone, but instead they took a big battle there. And it's Walkers and the other duo that end up with the points.
So when we talk about doing the little things right, that's one of those situations where if you are going to box up a car, you need to make sure immediately that the interior walls that you're using to box up the car are already edited so it can go. That way when you get out, one of you hops in, the duo gets in the other side, and the duo then opens the wall that's in front and you go. They would have saved them so much time and the team wouldn't have been able to get set up rather than saying, hey, is that a car we still hear off in the distance? And everybody's able to about about face and have a straight line on you. So really tough situation going through there, but it's just one of those times where not doing all of the little things in between, it costs you a couple of seconds, but those seconds compound, right? Every couple of seconds in the early game that you end up falling behind potentially end up meaning losing position, and they cost you that much more HP, that much more shields, and sometimes your ability to pick up more points in the game.
These things really do start to add up, and you see it more importantly towards the end game when you start running out of material, you find yourself with no ammunition, and you know you're on high ground realizing, oh, we can't even hold this, right? It's things like that. It's that little early game min-maxing that's going to be the most important for Chimp and Spade. It's top 3 and a big rotate in front of them. They go with a full-on foot rotate right now. This is not looking good, and it looks like no teams on the outer edge here have any launch pads or mobility to work with. So a lot of traffic here, and they're caught right in the middle of the jam. Now working their way through enemy builds here. There's still an enemy inside that wall there, so Chimp's gonna have to step out to the side here, but this exposes him to other teams. And oh, it's not looking too hot. It's costing him so much just to get to this position here.
Yeah, the current third place team on the left-hand side, but you can see just a tiny little crack. You talked about it, Monster. The enemies are in the walls. No place is safe, but they see the eyes moving in the portrait, but instead, Spade opens up and doesn't cover his front. Gets ripped apart, and it's all going to be on Chimp. He's actually going to dip back in the zone for just a half second, hoping for a little bit of respite, and he's going to get it on the right side of the screen. Batch ends up going down, and yet again, Pamso is going to be left to solo clutch. He's got a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump to make it to the zone as we have 2 solos relatively high up on our leaderboards. Now under the pressure, how are they looking on Storm Surge? We hear the warning come through. Both above, Chimp comfortably so. Pamstow, I would say not necessarily, but only one duo needs to go down, and there it goes. The warning turns off, but Pamstow immediately here opens up, and he says, I don't want to be there.
Yeah, he gets face checked basically by a team that's sitting behind those walls there. And it seems like they're starting to inch their way in. Pamstow looking for an exit up top. Those are not even his cones there, so he does have to be mega careful here. And the zone is so far. This is one of the longer rotates he's going to have to make in this game here. No extra heals here. About halfway cap on the material count, and really not a lot of shield to work with. So very tough position to be in. And honestly, just a single team separates him from at least another point or two. We saw what he could do as a solo, but the last time he had Mythic Spider-Man Web Slingers in play, this time none of that. Going to recycle some enemy builds here. Cones himself off. It's Acorn who's up above. That is a duo, though. And there it is. Remet with Acorn. He gets crushed on the backside of the storm line there, and he manages to find that point there. So Acorn clutches up a couple points.
Got 4 points going through the +1 for getting into the top 25, the +3 for the Elim, and here's our current leaders, again, investing a decent amount of their hard materials to get up off of the grab, but this is probably the worst position we've seen them in. However, they are still into the placement points, they are still a duo up, they are still have plenty of shields and decent weaponry, so while we talk about worst, that's comparative. They're still sitting pretty, and Chimp right now, somebody who just looking for a little bit of a space, a little bit of a breather, hoping that zone will close and he doesn't have to go a good space farther. It looks like he might be right on the line, but he just want to eke out some placement points here, Monster.
Yeah, I saw Oliver OG fall there, but the one team that I'm keeping an eye on is actually Bucky and Cam, who are playing second height right now, and we know they are a team that is always and constantly eyeing height for endgame victory royales. They managed to pick up 2 coming out of their early qualification week 1. That's a team that will play for high ground. One of the few teams I'd say that will definitively and consistently always play for that top position there. And look, they managed to be up on height.
Got to give a call out too, though. Shadow picking up an Elim, and we've seen what happens when Shadow and OMG2 get a priority position there on the zone. But yeah, you talked about it. Miro went down. That's on the bottom right-hand corner of the wide on the left side of your screen. So Bugga now it's going to be his chance to play the solo player. But I mean, we've seen what he's capable of. As we see Acorn also taking to the sky there, looking for a little bit of room to operate, not necessarily getting the space he needs. Canada is down as well. You see Chimp fall in the top right, a couple of extra placement points going over to him, but now his view is replaced with our current leaders who are making it to yet another endgame monster.
Stretch and Commandment fall as well. As on the bottom, Acorn hits a harpoon through a wood build window there. That was a ridiculous play there. Doesn't manage to find the full elimination, but it does keep him nice and safe here for Duke. And Jamper on the other side, though, they're making a rotate, and they're making it look nice and easy as their layer is virtually uncontested here. So it's just smart positioning by them round after round. For the high ground, though, Rise and Ager's going all the way on up. They want to snipe up that #1 spot, and they're going to do it with a Victory Royale. If they can secure it for Cam and Bucky, they end up giving it away, but Cam is just lurking nearby. This is going to cost him a lot of material, but he he has plenty to work with here as Bucky ends up folding down, but Cam staying true to it. This is very, very aggressive of him to sit there and try to play it out, but looks like it's going to work out as Aegis loses Rise. Rise slips through the build. Now Aegis has to give it up.
Yeah, Aegis and Rise getting separated there, keeping an eye on the feed in the top left-hand side as Aegis and Rise is dropping down. They're dropping down into the fray too. OMG Me Too picking up a Elim on the feed as well. You can see users getting knocked on the backside of the zone. You can see Cam and Bucky back up on the high ground like we talked about. Quanti picking up the Elim onto Play It By there, who ended up getting the win in our last game. Smite and Larson still up as well as Acorn continues his run, gets the Elim credit, finding another shot here. Will he be able to close it out in the zone? Gets the knock. We'll get the Siphon on number. Okay, no panic. Gets the build, still has the pepper effect, but he takes tons of damage in the back of the zone. 157, Rise, how you doing? He says hello, gets the harpoon, but he needs to find the finish, and he can't swap over the harpoon. The 75 damage, not enough to get the confirm there as a swing on board. Dukes goes down early, and Jamper as a solo, no builds left, tries to find one on the backside, and it's Teo, and he finds a lot, trying to get into the build, and he'll get it. That's a huge 4-point swing there. Can he find the mats? He finds 11 of them, 10, now down to 5. Will he be able to find a little bit of space? No white heals, and I lied. He's able to find a med miss, which will extend his game, Monster. The placement points are still adding up for our #1 duo.
Massive, he's stealing away tons of points right now. Byla's still in this game too. Now in 3rd position, by the way, off of the drop there. So big plays coming in. Jamper still alive here, sitting in the zone. Out comes the hands, but no, he accidentally swaps him out there, but it does not matter. With 10 HP, a Slither, and a Dream, he does manage to stay alive here. And now, snaking its way through, finds a solo on the backside of the storm line. Big pressure coming in. It's a duo on the left. He gets shut down there. It's Princess Wolf and AMT make another endgame. Byla as a solo right now. Last slung in the hands here. He does go all the way through. Okay, not bad at all. He is still in the running here. What can he do? We've seen so many players as solos make big points here in the endgame, but it's a tall order to go ahead and ask for here.
3 duos up. Got some solos running around as well, but numbers are getting thin here as Byla looking for some space. 8 Elims, make it 9 as a duo right now with a huge shot there. Finding AMT on the back of the zone. Drops down. He's going to be able to find a second. That's a knock though, not the full confirm. Has the time to be able to get it, but that's Moo going to be able to go down another one in the box, but that will be the end into the top 4. Cam and Bucky are the only duo up. Otherwise, it's solos running it out, and they're trying to end up picking up another VR. They'll find Wanted on the backside of the zone. They'll find a Smite, and that's 8 eliminations and the VR when all is said and done for TNA Cam and NRG Bucky.
And just like that, we watch him jump on into the top 10, guys. That's going to put him right there just after the halfway mark. Game number 4. Big victory secured here for Bucky and Cam. We knew they could do it. They've been putting up W's left and right, but it just is a matter of staying consistent there. So well played for them.
Yeah, qualifier #1, back-to-back VRs with huge eliminations off of the start. Little bit of a late rev coming through now, but hey, better late than never, right? As those points, I mean, you can keep an eye on the bottom left-hand corner. They started at 14th as they go through it. Once they finish and get the victory royale, pushes them into the top 10. We'll be seeing them on the first page of that leaderboard in a great performance. You're gonna hope that's gonna keep the confidence rolling here going into match 5 and 6.
And you know what? Smite and Larson pull a 2nd place there for the first time we see them make that big end game. We knew that their points are being carried up virtually off the Elims alone, and you know what? If they can continue to make end games, that's a team to be on the lookout for. They are definitely scary.
Yeah, they just got to put together the mid game and then end up being there. They always end up putting up results. But to show us what the results look like with 2 matches left to go, we're going to kick it back to the desk. Adam, Vivid, SBG, take it away, boys.
Nice one, fellas. They finally did it. Cam and Bucky have come through and got their victory royale. And I think it comes down, Vivid, to Matt's utilization there. We've seen the last couple of games, they've tried to take height. They've done it, but it's a bit too early, potentially. They've run out of mats, but this time they controlled it. They follow through with aplomb, and they get themselves tons of points to propel them right up that leaderboard.
Yeah, if we have seen anything this season, Adam, is that holding and taking high ground is a little bit treacherous, you know, because we saw that Bucky and Cam actually in the previous game lost it to Joji and Rokin in the late game. So I feel like there was a direct adaptation coming into this game where we saw them, Aegis and Rise actually tried to go up and take it against Bucky and Cam. But this time, Bucky and Cam played it a little bit better than they did in the previous game and were able to hold on to it. And it was even more so impressive because we saw that Bucky and Cam versus Aegis and Rise, it actually broke out into a little bit of a build battle up like 4 layers. So there was a lot of mats used, but Bucky and Cam were still in a good position to hold out for the rest of the game and get that victory royale.
I was really surprised they were able to keep that, especially after the contest by Agers and Rise. When you see players have to fight for that high ground position, that's so many materials that are used on those takes, the retakes, the battles, and typically you're not able to hold it. I mean, we were talking fifth zone, they were sitting at high ground, but they had the Spider-Man web shooters, were able to use those to rotate through with saving a lot of materials, as well as use them to grab different materials, just like you can use the harpoon, you can grab some mats with that as well.
Yeah, do you know what? I like this as well. I like the fact that they're actually Agers and Rise going for, like, they're playing for the high ground. And when it doesn't kind of work out, or they think, do you know what, it could actually be better, we're too far apart from each other, let's get back together again. They're not being overly confident. They're willing to go back down a level, maybe to the mid ground, even to lower, just to be back as a duo again. So it gives us a much better opportunity to score those points and progress towards the final parts of the game, which I love. Another team we got to talk about here as well, guys, Dukes and Jamper. They consistently, Vivid again, they are in the end game, and still Jamper is managing to get more points, to clutch up and try and get as many placement points, as I mentioned, as possible here. And it's just a great thing to see. And these guys are having a great day.
Yeah, for sure. And it's crazy to see that they're 160 plus points already after just 4 games. You know, we saw over in EU that the top place team actually ended with around 160 points, but after already 4 games, they're already 160 points. So they are definitely stealing the show today.
Yeah, they're hitting that flow state for sure. Just really able to coast through these games, and we really haven't seen them run into any issues. I mean, that was probably their worst game thus far, and that's a pretty successful game if you're a lot of other teams.
Look, if that's their worst game, then it's been a good day. It's been all right. It's been okay. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the standings, see exactly how good or okay it's been and where they reside right now on our leaderboard. And of course, they are still sitting pretty on top there with joint eliminations with Agers and Rice, 21 apiece here, Vivid. This is looking, I mean, these two teams here seem way out in front of the rest of the pack right now.
Yeah, we're talking about how many eliminations Jamper and Dukes are getting, but Agers and Rise are keeping up, and it's got to be that Greasy Grove all-spawn fight that has gone Agers and Rise's way every single time. We have played 4 games so far. They've won that all-spawn every single time. So that's already 8 elims that Agers and Rise are grabbing just simply off the first minute of the game. So that is definitely helping them in that category for sure.
Yeah, and then you see only one team on this first page has a victory royale.
Wow.
It is rare to see. So the teams that are winning games aren't consistently having those solid matches. It's only Bucky and Cam, who we've been seeing on high ground, sticking up into that top 10, but we do see they're hanging around. We see Degen Iamzo, Oliver Playify, and Day and Clicks. They're all right there. They're within striking distance to give themselves a possibility. It's just strange. Rarely, if ever, do we see a leaderboard with the top 10 only having one victory royale in it.
Let me ask you this as well, boys. Vivid, I'll come to you first. Look, Sprite and Nounsy right now, as well as we've got on the eastern side of the map as well, we've got Spegu and Charlie. They have not managed to win, I think, any of their off-spawn fights. That's 4 for 4 they've lost out on now. Even though it's so early on the competition here, Viv, are we looking at a moment where you do have to reevaluate how you go about the rest of the finals? Because to not score any points after 4 games for these teams of these caliber, that's not great.
Yeah, it's definitely not an ideal situation. However, we still got 2 more games left on the day. There's a lot that can happen in those 2 games. You can kind of sit back, relax, kind of develop a new strategy based around your POI, because you've been landing here pretty much all season for a lot of these players. So they should have a couple of backup plans, maybe start implementing them. I would say that coming into game or day number 2, maybe you switch up your POI, but we still have, like I said, 2 games left where anything can happen, and I would take full advantage of these 2 games and come in them with a headstrong mentality to thinking that you can just win an entire game, because winning an entire game with a lot of eliminations is a big swing on the leaderboard.
Yeah, these are quality duos. I'm sure they can turn it around. Let's head back into the action for game 5. We've got Sun at MDF waiting for us, because this one is going to be a big one, the penultimate game of the day. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. The penultimate game in NA East. Don't forget, we got NA West just after this as well, and I don't doubt that region's going to be a banger as well, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. And the leaderboards right now, they were telling us that top 10 is a difficult, position to maintain right now. You saw how tight the scoring is from 3rd all the way down to roughly top 15. It's just a few eliminations separating them. So, not everyone up there has been consistent, but the teams that have been are really beginning to break away. And you know what? I'm kind of fearful for Agers and Rise. Their drop spot is just, there's so much going on there. I mean, just a couple seconds though before we see what happens on the next battle bus run.
I mean, I'd be afraid, but in reality they've been winning that spot pretty handily, so if the good times keep rolling, then maybe they'll be able to keep the momentum going, because with 2 games left today, there's still plenty of points on the table. There's still plenty of Fortnite to be played, and don't forget, we still have 6 matches tomorrow. So this is all, as Adam said, kind of the opening act. We're setting the stage, setting the table, trying to figure out who those actors are going to be and who's going to be playing the pivotal role as we get into the back half. But I mean, plenty of action on the table.
Yeah, definitely. And action's been unfolding on some of these other drop spots. You saw the covert, caverns up there still very, very active. A very unlikely knock on Miro last game to kind of kick things off. It was a slow start for them, but they didn't let that stop them from making, somewhat of an end game and a good run opportunity, but it wasn't enough. They get shut down a little bit early coming into that mid game or early late game half. So, a few teams still having to, tweak the gears a little bit as we start approaching here. Game number 5 is just underway. Let's go ahead and hop on this battle bus.
Hop onto the bus, thank the driver, because you only get 1 more chance today, then 6 more tomorrow unless somebody runs away with it. But right on, just like, I mean, we do this every time, Monsters. Any surprise, we're going down to the greasy fight, but Rise eats a huge shot coming through the window. He gets taken down immediately. I mean, maybe you're right, the heavy shotgun on the outside, you talked about it. I said they shouldn't be afraid, but they should be very afraid as Aegis trying to disengage and opting to just burn those chug splashes as fast as possible rather than get to the guzzle juice. He does have that auto shotgun. We've talked about how strong it can be right off the rip. Can he end up putting it into a 1v2 situation, trying to create a little bit of gap, going back through the walls, wants to be able to about face, but the cone gets slammed in his face, and Namzi and Sprite finally get on the board. First points of the day.
We should have expected it, right? Like, how many times can you win this early game battle the way that they are playing it? I mean, last game was just, they narrowly won that away. We talked about how they got sniped out the gate. We talked about how they were the first team to touch down but didn't even get a weapon, right, just to start that round off. So this is a fight that is going to be and continue to be very, very risky for Agers and Rise. It's clear they are a top-tier duo, but that is the risk that they are taking by continuing to land here.
Yeah, that was Sprite's last build too, by the way, that he ended up coding it with him. So overbuilt a little bit coming through there, but ignore that too. Very top duos going at it here in Covert, and this is largely why their point totals probably don't look as much, because you can see 2 of the arguably stronger duos, like Macwin and Donnie, have put up some really good performances so far this season. Muzz and Avery, I mean, we've talked into oblivion about how strong they can be. They're pinned in here, and we have Nosh and Paper closing it after the fact, and then whoever else wants to rotate through. So makes it a really tough option to try and get through these fights here. As you can see, they don't have any excess shields right now.
Which have really been Knifer and Bilo. They've just been farming the Covert Cavern action, right? Last game they managed to secure the security card, the card to the vault. So like, Knifer and Bilo just literally feasting on all the shed that's happening here. So, for them, for the other teams on the outskirts, it's looking better. For Macwood and players like Donnie, for Avery and Muzz, I mean, these guys are all just a little too good to be going head to head, and they're eating up all their material and everything in between. Look at this cheeky play here. Muzz trying to play inside the stall behind a weakened wall. It's just, there's no rules in the BR, and you're seeing it play out. Even the dirty tactics.
Yeah. The contention here has been very rough, and we'll add it. We'll do a nice little quick grammar lesson. So contention, when we talk about it, is when the 2 teams are having a contest and actually trying to push people out. That's like the act of them fighting. Contestation, when we end up talking about it, is when you're kind of having an argument and you're going through, and that's how we feel the players are expressing themselves going through. What you do during this part of it is what decides how the contention ends out, but the actual expression of it is their contestation. So yes, both are words, fun little grammar lesson going through there, but we'll explain the difference to you, as we see Quad Magnolia here taking the high ground and being able to push out in what is a little bit of an awkward fight here at the Sanctuary. I really don't like when these fights end up going long, especially with the zone pulls here, because there's so many slight little right hands and like tough areas to build where you don't really ever want to full commit to a fight, and you're usually looting away from your dual partner here. So even though Nets and Sparky are in a better fighting position, right, they're limited into what they're able to reform out. So Magnolia and Quad are slowly going to be able to get the positional advantage, assuming they can pinpoint exactly where these guys are. But if Sparky and Nets jump on one of them, they have the opportunity to take a 1v2.
Yeah, we see something pretty similar earlier in the day with Rhythm and company as well, as they managed to split up just a little bit too much there, and then the more experienced team took advantage of that. Magnolia and Quad, definitely one of the few that we talked about. When they get to endgame, they do exceptional things, but the last 2 rounds have been pretty tough for them, and they haven't really managed to get past this early game fight here. And let's just see why. This time around, I mean, they have all the arsenal that you can ask for this battle, but look, as they continue to rage on here, another team all of a sudden starting to slide up, and he might be playing with sound visual audio cues there, because he did see that car from very, very far off in the distance. He saw him take a quick glance over there, so they recognize, yep, pressure's on. There goes the defensive D-field builds there. Here comes the full commit. On down he goes. Can he find the wall? Yes, that's his. Into the box. Loses Magnolia, though. He is down. Has to go for the save first, but no, the full finish comes in. And Quad Magnolia, these are the struggles we've been seeing them have round after round. And they kicked off game 1 into game 2 in a top position. They were inside the top 10 that early.
Yeah, but it wasn't Sparky and Nets who ended up actually getting the knock in there. They got the confirm, but the points go over to Polarize. So that's what I was talking about, where you kind of get bogged down in these Century fights. It can be very difficult to end up resolving them because there are so many of these little nooks and crannies, and there's so few materials. But then if another team who just rolls in nearby, who's been looting the whole time, they're going to be able to kind of dictate the flow of this fight, and it ends up being rough. Speaking of rough, Playfly getting knocked early there in the feed. We see Day going to be able to pick that one. We're going to swing immediately on over to that fight. Over at the Joneses, as Clicks and Day, they begin circling. They have the boxed in here, and that's Oliver getting pushed out and boxed efficiently like my Chinese takeout. My lord.
Yeah, definitely shut down right there. Big 125. Huge 3-point swing there. You know what? I thought and would have thought that Clicks and Day would be up here, not Polarized, and Nico making his first rotate on over to the Sanctuary. So very interesting. This Bugle team rotates down really, really quickly. And look, they managed to get a piece of what they were looking for. A big fight, a single Elan, but Nico is down. So things not going exactly according to the plan just yet. This is a full commitment there for a second. Polarized willing to throw this game away. Second guesses the play, backs up, decides to go for the save now.
This is a super confusing fight to me because Polarized and Nico had everything going for him, but then they end up separating the circumstance. Once you kind of have that first pressure, get hip to hip and go. They had the ability to be able to push it down, but now Sparky and Nets are going to be able to push it back. Polarized doing a really good job at fighting defensively here, not taking any extra damage. But what did I say? It's the same story. We just read this book, Monster. The sequel isn't any better as Cold and Scented come riding in over the hill, and now Polarized is going to be forced to disengage, and Cold and Scented are now going to be the ones who dictate the pace of this fight. And actually, as I say that, doesn't matter because we have Nick and Beef also rolling in, and then Spade and Chimp are right over the horizon, so everyone's coming to party.
Keep in mind, Chimp and Spade there are in 4th position as well. They're currently in 4th place, so they're way high in the standings, which shows us that they are willing to take this battle because they need the surge. They're trying to set themselves up for the end game, and they're sitting back all so patiently there, watching this action unfold. So now that's going to put a pause onto Scented and Commandment's aggression as well, as they have to second guess committing into this battle. Polarized, though, is going to have to clutch this up if he wants to win this one out here. He is just looking to continue to finish this fight. He did get a little bit of a trade there, but he's not going to find the opportunity to fully commit. Nick's going to find Qua in the feed, so Qua, the one solo in this entire mix-up, does eventually get spotted out and taken out as things finally start to simmer down now.
Now take a look at some of the other action we missed in the off-spawn fights around the island. Spegu and Charlie straight 50-50 on the chest. I mean, him and Walker's basically touched that thing at the same time, but Spegu going to be the one who came out ahead. However, tough fight in this 1v1 going off here. Honestly, I wasn't paying attention to the feed, so I have no idea who wins this one. You can see Walker's doing a good job taking the mini, but nope, Spegu. Nice little bit of discipline here. You can see Cam and Bucky actually going to end up chasing Spegu down there, trying to find a nice little hidey hole, but unfortunately, you're out there as now we see those just bog down fights we've been talking about over at Covert happening yet again.
I mean, you know what? The story of this game number 5 has been, you know, a game of odds. Eventually, the other teams that are contesting you are going to have their fair shot to take you down depending on how good their drop is. And that was the story for Aegis and Rise. Now the same as Walkers and Crew get taken out there as well. Here at the Covert Cavern, it's just a storm fight at this point. They're griefing one another's odds. They're deep inside the storm, and Macwood scrambling for any types of heals to keep him in the game here. Avery on the other side willing to stay this one and wait this one out. Who really is the victor here? Who will walk away with the Siphon and the points to stay up in the game? We know Siphon's not going to be an issue, but Macwood lets his guard down, gets tagged from the side. There goes the cleanup. It's up to Donnie. Not looking too hot here. He's starting to run out of shield. The double pinch coming in, but he does escape the pressure.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, you ask who the victor is, and I would posit that neither of these teams is, right? When you get bogged down in this situation, and that's the big risk when you kind of invest in such a heavily contested POI that teams are constantly going to be rotating towards. It's if you pull the zone, everyone's more than happy to hang out and try and be the last one there. And then if you don't pull the zone, everyone's happy to hang out knowing that if eventually they get the vault, maybe there's something they can do, but it just doesn't set you up for success. And it's really tough when game planning before this, you saw so much success coming out from duos who go to Cavern, but then you get into the finals and it's like, man, that isn't happening anymore. So the question is, do these duos then turn around and kind of look at the game plan? Do they go somewhere else, or do they find a different way of taking that fight so they're set up with a little bit more success? Because so far, when we talk about game planning, man, and I mean man, LG Jamper and Dukes have looked so clean, Monster.
Yeah, and look at this, another big base center position, just playing that same exact type of playstyle, very strategic, high ground centric. This is how you want to go ahead and continue to take these battles.
But this is their first time below. This is our first time we have ever tuned in. Every other time we've looked, they have always had 0 elims at this page. They're not picking them up early, but they have next to no tags. We didn't see a flash going through. Luckily, it is only 69 damage. That's 3, maybe 4 of those MK7 shots, if they're able to really chain them together, depending on head versus body shots. But this is a tough situation. They haven't kind of been in this point. So as you go to the checklist, right, if you're talking about competitive Fortnite, it's, did I make it off drop? Do I have enough damage to survive the first storm surge? And right now, as the answer to that second question has always been yes for them, now it's no. So this is a different look. I really want to see how they adjust. On the right-hand side, another duo who's up towards the top, Shadow and OMG Me Too, a little bit under pressure, but right as I say that, Shadow pops out the side of the whip and ends up hitting his shots.
Here it is, very important moment right now, defining over for Jamper and Dukes here as the car finally reveals himself. He finds a couple tags, but not enough. But this is a duo they're going to have to fully commit on into. Pay attention, because there's a team up on the mountain as well. Jamper and Dukes are going to have to take this fight if they want to stay alive here. Only 7 damage above for Shadow and OMG. I mean, they found the tags here, and there's plenty of team in front of them to go ahead and continue on through. Dukes looks like he gets a couple there as Jamper gets tagged up in return from the team on height.
Cam ending up picking up a full elim there onto Polarized. No solo riders, running out 41 duos, 82 players. Everyone has a partner right now. Dukes and Jamper, only duo to place top 10 every game. Some solid individual efforts, but really just been on the back of good game planning. Get to the middle of the zone, invest in it early, be above surge. But man, Monster, that number on their side keeps going, and now they're below, and now the time's ticking. It's just past the hour, and what do? Jamper gets the line, but gets obliterated. We threw the stats up there, but the stats doing the caster curse for us as Jamper gets ripped to shreds. Luckily, the damage he traded out was able to put him above, but just barely, because 5 duos are still under pressure. And I promise you that 29 is not going to hold. Now it's down to 13. I'm ignoring the right side of the screen right now, and I'm only looking at the left. Here we go. As we can see, Dukes finding the shots towards the outside of the zone. No. He is pinned here, and he is taken down. And Monster, do you hear that? That's opportunity knocking for the rest of the lobby.
Big opportunity, absolutely needed as well, as that was a team that had a 20-point lead over our second place squadron there. So big change up here, big shake up. Now, the real question that remains to be answered is, can these teams inside the top 10 take advantage of it? Because if they can't, it doesn't really matter. Jamper and company will continue to maintain their So this is a big game here, big moment now. DJ and Iamzo under Surge 2 here. This is not looking too good. He gets tagged for whites, and now Surge hits him again. It's a final moment here. Iamzo needs to take this shot, but a little too passive is going to lose DJ in the mix there as he gets knocked down just in the nick of time and then fully finished. Iamzo and DJ are now out of the game, and that's one of our few teams with a victory royale. Mind you, from game number 1, since then have not found their footing here.
Right now, Knifer sitting on 2 elims. We're going to get a peek into those. And I mean, we know who they're against right here as he's able to get the spray towards the side. Gets the drop down and some great shots with the immediately follow up there. That's what's so strong about that Stinger MK combo. If you're able to get the pressure and kind of get a knockdown, it doesn't matter which weapon you do with which. So generally, you want to lead with that Stinger because they have slightly better environmental damage. And when I say that, I mean breaking player built and natural structures on the map. And then the MK7 still with the hip fire. I mean, these players make it look easy, chaining those shots together. So get a nice little 3-box split. Booga and Miro, top of the screen, bottom left-hand corner, OMG, Me to Shadow, and then Knifer and Byla in the bottom right-hand side. And these are all duos who are going to be looking to capitalize on the opportunity that's been left, because it's the first time that we've seen Jamper and Dukes be taken down.
Looks like Pamsu got knocked there by Muzz in the feed too. Another big team that might have just got taken out of the competition right there. Keep your eyes on that feed. Keep them glued. 30 seconds left now in zone 3 here. Things are really starting to cut down now. Pamsu gets fully finished there by Jeff. So yes, that is a full finish. Another team that had the opportunity to take advantage here. That's what we talk about. You have to take advantage of these teams falling, especially when number 1 is out. And look at this, Fatch and Pamsu do not manage to do just that. They get hit up on the rotate there. Commandment finds TK. So let's see what OMG, Me, and Shadow can do here. Couple duos in the line of sight. Sprite and Downsy, of course, this is their first time making it past the drop, making it past the spawn. They get a taste of their early game or mid-game fights now up against Our and Crew. They got a little pinch going on there. Bucky and Cam still in the game here, trying to break triple digits right now.
Keep an eye on that top left. Shadow actually getting a knock there on to Cracked. We'll get the full confirmation, but keep an eye on the bottom right-hand corner. You can see everyone's starting their rotation. Based on the length of the line and the fact that we don't actually see the safe zone, you know they pretty much have a max distance pull to the other side. But because they're on this slight dip, I was about to say, there's only one team who has eyes on them. Fortunately, they weren't looking. Unfortunately, they turned around right before I finished making my point, and a ton of damage came through. Cam's actually going to go down. That's Chimp just ripping apart Cam. So Bucky going to be forced in a situation, and there's no way out of this. You're on the backside of the zone. You're on the low ground. You're hoping to just sneak out and hit a timing. Unfortunately, you missed your timing. So we'll see how good Bucky is solo, but this is just a rough spot to be in, especially when Spade and Chimp have been playing so well today.
Yeah, definitely. And not only that, they were playing the same exact style of cone. They were just inching their way on the side of the zone. Same way Bucky and Cam were. So got hit by the same strat. Didn't see that coming. You got to check those cones. Otherwise, you will get hit with an ambush. And that's what just happened right there. A team has fallen. Important one at that. Again, victory royales are not going to be enough here. You have to remain consistent in these two-day formats.
Now, keeping an eye on the bottom right-hand corner, we have that fourth zone. We'll see the storm surge warning as well. Only 5 duos potentially under pressure from it, but noting that we're in the fourth zone, everyone is going to pack around the outside. You can see the movement already happening as only one team really isn't even heading towards the zone right now. You can see him out in the corner in the storm, but everyone is just trying to trade some shots as Miro and Booga were under a bunch of pressure, but Miro going to open that up a little bit more, chaining together some body shots there. As we see, Nosh and Paper, they're below Storm Surge right now and only got 35 seconds to figure it out.
See what they can do right now. It's a little bit of a scramble from Nosh. He doesn't even know what side he wants to peek here. Do you look towards the zone? Do you look towards the outskirts is really what he's trying to think. Paper gets tagged when he opens up the box, but it looks like it was worth it. He finds himself 41 above. For Smite and Larson, they're barely above here. 81 now as they find a few tags to creep on into those builds too. Big load out there for Smite and Larson as well. They're hoping the zone pulls their way. If it does, this might be our team. This might be a team that can actually take advantage, as we've seen multiple teams inside the top 10 already cut out of the competition. So things are really opening up here.
Yeah, as the emote goes, I'm going to leave the door open, and right now, Smite and Larson are the ones who are walking right through it. 104 above, but unfortunately, Monster, you were saying, man, if the zone drops, I'm going to be really good. Well, looking at the bottom right-hand corner, that's a pretty long white line they got. That's a near max distance pull. I mean, there are a couple degrees over the right that help them, but right now, two duos being pressured by Storm Surge. One of them is on the right side of the screen, the French Canadians. Nick and Beef having a tough time, and Nick gets shredded, and Beef might end up being the one who gets tossed in the sandwich. When all is said and done, they will end up being slightly above, and he'll shift that Storm Surge focus onto another duo, but it doesn't matter as we hit 50 players. He goes down, and that's Spade actually picking up a key Elam point there onto Nick.
This is such a tough rotate for Smite and Larson right now. They have a team that's in front of them, and then everyone else based up in front. I think they have to count their lucky start. The trees are still up, so the line of sight was all blocking just like that. They cut straight up the middle, and they make it on in, but they pause a little too soon. Arbor Wall comes out to buy themselves some time from the side, and that's enough to alleviate the pressure just a little bit here. But they have a bit more of a stretch to make here if they want to stay within the run here. Miro and Booga still up right now. Inside the top 6, here comes the rotate. We've seen it round after round here. Peppers come out into play here, and it's been effective, and so far.
Yeah, rather than a hop, skip, and a jump, it was just a hop, slide, and a jump into the zone there, but swing back on over our current 6th place team. You can see everyone kind of trying to get a little bit of space on our right-hand side, on the left-hand side. You know, look at the lobby, still see Clicks and Day right on top of each other. On your right-hand side, Knifer and Bila on the top. Left-hand side, Sprout and Nounsy still up on their feet, which shows when they get out of the Greasy Groves, they get their tacos, they're able to kind of move along. They said, hey, we are well supplied, got plenty of sustenance, and now we're able to push through. Just the annoyance of Agers and Rise removed have given them access to the end game for the first time, as we are now into our cascading placement points. No solo riders left. Everyone has a buddy Monster as we're into our 5th end game here, the Chapter 3 Season 1 FNCS Finals for NAs.
Mira and Booga, though, looking to try to cut this number down just a little bit here as they have a weakened duo on the other side of the wall. Those shots are starting to come out. High ground, Spade and Chimp on one side, your 4th place team on the other, your 3rd place team on the other side. So again, when you look at that wide shot, you see how many teams that are still within the top 10 that are alive right now. We have about 6 or 7 teams, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are all still alive here. So there's opportunity on the board. Mind you, our number 1 squad is out. Larson finds Scented there. Huge Elam for them as they were inside that 8 position. Mind you, they were rotating straight up and they needed those extra materials for the refresher. Stretch is going to be the one who gets the full finish though, so that is points to Larson.
Yeah, lots of Storm Surge potential coming through here. 30 seconds till it turns on, but still 45 players up. So anticipate that number to drop because we have a lot of investment in terms of utility, but looking up on the high ground, Acorn, Canada, raining shots down, trying to find a little bit of room. Knifer and Bila, front side of the zone, but the tree is in your way, sir. Excuse me, you're going to need to chop that down, but instead taking a bunch of damage, trying to find a little bit of the room. Will pop the Chili Chug Splash to get a little bit of that pepper effect, hoping to use that momentum to carry themselves. They have a great angle to be able to take the front side of the zone, but right now nobody wants to be the first one out into that space.
Yeah, definitely, but I still see Spade in there. Spade and Chimp are alive right now in that mid-ground, and it's inside that low ground, kind of contested with everyone else. You see Chimp sliding all around the outskirts here, trying to get to the front side of zone. There goes Teo alive as well. Jeff, super weak on this ultimate low, as is AMT on the backside of Storm, and she ends up getting taken out there. Bila, though, with a huge elimination onto Larson. That's a massive, massive exchange there. Larson, who was inside the top 7, high ground, crawled his way on up. Chimp finds another one, too, and high ground is in an all-out battle as Clicks and Day managed to secure it.
Day just obliterated Canada, just blew him up. Wasn't even close there. Acorn gets forced to go down. I mean, seriously, 200-0 real quick, and not the one Clicks ends up calming. Day, pick that one up, no problem. Knifer and Bila going up to try and contest. We saw this immediately as soon as one team went out and tried to establish high ground. They went up and they're trying to go ahead, but now forced down. Knifer trying to connect, recognizing they don't have enough, but he's going to about face it. He has the priority position here.
Yeah, definitely, but now targeted from the low in the height. Has to be extremely cautious here, and no teammate in hand. There it is. Bila finally finds his way on down, ends up giving some support chug splashes there. He had the big quick heals to bounce him back in the round, and Clicks and Day are definitely the team with the advantage here. They have the material count. They still have the firepower in hand, and look at this. They're just shredding through that second height. So all those shots end up cheeking their way on in, and those are going to be big tags for them to continue the pressure. Miro and Booga now looking great, though. Top 5 for them as well. 5th position here. Very nicely done as they're starting to fight their way in. These hands are coming out into play. Spider-Man Mythics are great for endgame rotates, but when you get caught up on builds like that, it gets a little bit more interesting. Clicks finds another one in the feed too.
OMG, Me Too going down. Shadow on his feet into the top 10, but looks like he's going down in 10. Spade and Chimp, though, still up, still taking advantage of the fact that Jamper and Dukes went down. Second and third, still up on their feet, still trying to push forward as Knifer ends up getting Acorn, but they will both end up falling. That's 8th place for them. Sprite still up on his feet. Sprite and Nounsy say, you can't count us out. If we can win off of the drop, then we can just win everything. But up on the high ground, raining shots down. Clicks and Day, however, Miro doing a ton of work on the backside of the zone, and right as I say that, he gets worked over himself. Just the spray putting him out as Booga gets a little bit of rest here on the bounce back. He sees some materials, trying to grab whatever he can. He did not want that stinger, though. He already has one, trying to find some light ammo, and instead he finds Squish, who can take it down the backside of the zone. A great angle, great awareness from Booga, but running low on builds. 10 builds, 9 builds, 7 builds, Monster.
And Chimp is still going. Chimp finds another elimination there as well. Chimp and Spade on a low ground. That's a fresh 2-man team. Commandment and Stretch there as well. Then we're going to see a clash between these two mega great squads right now. It's going to be all or nothing here as Spade and Chimp do not have material. Neither does Booga. He only has 4 builds to work with. Make that none now as he has to commit into the box. Unfortunately, it's on to Chimp, who is ready with the AR there, and he ends up finding all the tags. Spade goes with the wall trade. Not going to find anything. Chimp on the low ends up finding Commandment. Is that going to be enough? He needs the siphon here, but Stretch a little bit quicker. Finds the one shot there. It's a 2v1 situation. It's Clicks and Day on height. It should be their game to close out here. They're looking for the second victory royale now.
Clicks, fans, rise, 6 elims right now in the zone. Stretch trying to find some space. He wants a fight. He wants to try and take an isolated 1v1 and find a little bit of room. He does have the med miss to be able to offset a little bit of the zone, but you can't offset how much pressure the boys from NRG bring. Clicks and Day, the second victory royale, going through, I believe, 7 eliminations this time instead of the 9, Monster, but that is going to really push them up in there.
And we saw the same thing happen last time when they were inside the qualifiers. All they needed to do was get those first couple games out the way, get their strategy in motion, and start to turn up the gas pedal here. And all of a sudden, now we're watching them come on through. Day and Clicks pop off in the early game, and they pop off in the end game again as well.
I mean, just what a fantastic compliment to each other, because you can tell, like right at the start when they first started playing together, it took a little while for them to know when to go together. Now it seems like it's all firing on all cylinders, and really excited to see them keep running these games out.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job so far. So, you know what? We're going to have to toss it over to Adam, though. Catch us up on what's unfolding. I want to hear the breakdowns.
Thank you, fellas. Well, you know exactly what happens when you lose your top 2 teams in first and second place. The rest of the pack will rise. That's exactly what happened there. And Clicks and Day coming through. Obviously, this is the fifth game, so 5 games now, 3 of which no eliminations, 2 of which 2 victory royales, 1 with 10 eliminations and 1 with 6, I think, or 7 there at the end. I mean, Vivid, when they go, they go.
Yeah, it's phenomenal to watch these guys play. We were sitting backstage, right? We were kind of just chilling there. I was like, oh, look at that. Clicks and Day picked up 2 eliminations. And then not even 30 seconds later, they are on height. They instantly invest whatever siphon mats, whatever refreshes they get in eliminations, and they make plays with it. And that's why they are so good. And we see that repeat thing that they did in game 2 and game number 5 here.
Yeah, just taking over, to be honest. We see them. I mean, Sundown said it perfectly. He just deleted the other player on high ground. Day was like, oh, that player's not in the lobby anymore. I'm going to take your high ground. But another team flying under the radar is Chimp and Spade. We saw Chimp hanging on just enough, was able to take down Commandment in that end game. And these two are playing so well. And Vivid, you mentioned it while we were watching the game. We lost our top 2 teams, so this could be a huge swing on the leaderboard with these guys being able to stay alive and our top 2 leaders falling very early.
Yeah, utilizing those web shooters to rotate and manage to kind of obviously stay in the game for a lot longer. They have gone under the radar to some degree here, Chimp and Spade. Is that, I think, Vivid, we always appreciate that there are teams that can continuously remain in the top few and get those points, which these guys have managed to do. I think Miro and Booga and other ones as well, they may not necessarily gone all the way today and got themselves to a victory royale, but we've seen Miro, particularly in the first few games, deliver the goods when Booga's gone down. But in this game, Booga managed to continue when Miro was eliminated and did a superb job again getting them into the top 5 positions, I think.
Yeah, and again, these web shooters coming into play, and I talked about it before, Booga and Miro, they both are just so good in the solo clutch category. If they are left alone, then they can put up big numbers, whether it's in the eliminations or they will just gather so many placement points just by staying alive because they're just so good naturally as solo players. And Miro and Buka kind of just ran through this lobby. Eventually, though, Miro went down and Buka was left to do it. And again, so good in the solo factor, they're going to pick up 8+ eliminations for their duo.
And the thing that stands out to me is their understanding of layering. They really are finding ways to always be on the right layer. They're playing that mid ground, which we've seen a lot of teams play high or low. These guys thrive in that mid ground, and really that's how they're picking up all of those eliminations. You don't get 8 elims just by hanging up on height or chilling down below.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to experience as well. You know, talent one thing, but experience another as well. Knowing how to let games play out and how they unfold as well. And the fact that they've managed to, you know, all the accolades they've received in the past as well, there is a reason that they are going to be there or thereabouts at the top of our leaderboard. Let's have a look at how the standings are after Game 5 with one more to go today on day 1. And we can see that on top, Jamper and Dukes remain in that tops with 162 points now, but those top 5 teams only, 21 points separates 1 through 5 after 5 games. In this format, Vivid, that is tight.
Yeah, we saw Jamper Nukes go down to that early Storm Surge mishap, and that gives the rest of the lobby an opportunity to catch up. And we see Knifer and Byla taking full advantage of that. Only 3 points behind now. Also, Spade and Chimp also grabbing a piece of the pie. 157 points, only 5 points behind. We talked about them a lot. Bugha and Mira also find themselves here in the top 4 with 149 points.
Something really interesting, and it's been the theme of this season, is teams that are contested are doing a lot better than what we've seen in the past. We see Knifer and Byla being contested at certain times at the Llama split. Agers and Rise contested. We also have Teo and Pledge contested. So 3 out of our top 10 are contested and thriving within these games. Really different than what we've seen in previous FNCSs.
Yeah, we mentioned as well before that last game there, like Sprite and Nounsy, Greasy we mentioned as well on the east side of the map as well. We had Spegu and Charlie, who did both off spawn win those fights and managed to get some points on the board. So it is turning around, it is changing. Destiny is aligning itself now as we go into Game 6 and setting things up for Day 2 tomorrow. But without much further ado, let's head into that last game of Day 1 here on NAE with Sundown and MDF. They are waiting to bring us all the action. Fellas, take it away, baby.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 5 down, 1 more to go for today. We still got another round of 6, but Monster, the shooting happened right there after game number 5. Like, we saw the leaderboard. Originally, there were 2 runaway trains who were kind of neck and neck, and they both got halted real early.
Yeah, definitely, and it's really starting to look like a competition now. We didn't think it'd get so close, and all of a sudden now top 6 or so duos are really contesting one another for a top seeded spot leaning into tomorrow. And you know what? You know, they all deserve it. Everyone's had their moment of greatness. For Clix and Day, couple victory royales though, very impressive for them as well as they start to jump on in and put their name inside the hat for a potential FNCS victory here.
Yeah, they've kind of moved themselves up into that third little chunk. We have our top 5 pretty much 21 points separated, and we've seen almost all of them contesting in each one of those end games. Then we got a 6th place there with Shadow and Me Too, who are kind of holding the line and just on the inside out there. And then you got a whole slew of people who are just breaking the triple digits number, where Clix and Day really push themselves into it. But Monster, I want to see them kind of bring those floors up a little bit, because we've seen the 2 VRs, we've seen what they're capable when they really get running, but they need to have their, I want to say, bad games or worse games, well, they're not wins, be a little bit higher on the point so that average doesn't get brought down.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to come down to those eliminations, so we'll see. So you jump into the last game of FNCS Finals, day number 1. Let's get on it.
Last game here for NA East of day 1. We got 6 more tomorrow. But then also we got NA West after this, and plenty of storylines to follow there. We'll have Kelly Link along with Clay Stelling and Tokata, as well as Panda and Jacob PR, guiding you through all the action. But where else would we start, Monster? But over in Greasy, and some very uncharacteristic lack of teamwork there from Rise and Agers. Had Agers get soloed out near immediately with very minimal amount of trade. However, right after that, Rise did a good job of defensively fighting back and put a little bit of pressure, but now with control of the inside here of the main building, it's going to be real tough for Rise to get any purchase. He actually, I think he caught a splash there, might have taken a guzzle juice to get the damage back up there. Going to find some spray here, but with just 2 SMGs running down and out of ammo, they'll be out of the lobby again, and we talked about that door opening just a little bit wider. Yet again, Aegis and Rise go down with no points on the board.
Worth mentioning, Nounzy and Sprite took big advantage of the one game they stood alive as well. It's looking like the qualifiers all over again, where Nounzy and Sprite gave up half the game, so did Degen, Agers and Rise there. And you know what? These are the calibers of the teams that we're looking at contest one another. They are just that good. I'm so curious as to why Rise decided to go gas station there the first time instead of backing up and getting to that main building. You know, there'll be a little review. We'll have to see.
Why does Dukes have damage on him right now? What happens?
Maybe tagged, I'm assuming, from the covert.
I was just about to say, maybe covert tags coming through, but that's going to be a little bit tough for them because, as we saw, we talked about kind of that checklist going through our top team who had yet to stall. They'd had top 10 placements the entire time. Storm Surge and a late rotate was really their undoing in the last game, and if that's going to end up being a similar story, that's tough. But we talk about the map awareness here from Bugha saying, hey, I got a couple builds. I can get a sightline on that. Going to throw some shots over towards Cinnamoroony and his duo as we kind of get a lay of the land of our top duos right now, as it looks like with just that elimination, Knifer and Byla are going to push themselves up into a tie for that first place spot. So for the first time all day, Dukes and Jamper aren't sitting up top alone.
Nope. On over to Thatch and Pam, though, up against Scented and Cold. Big fight, very important fight. This could be a determining fight for the remainder of how we lean into day number 2 right now. Tags are going to be traded between both sides, but Thatch is going to come out with the better of the two. That's a 90 piece picked up there. This is where the Ranger is really, really strong. Long range engagements out in the open. It's slept on as a rifle because of the low fire rate, but if you get those tags, especially headshot Sundown, you know that damage adds up quick.
Yeah, has about a 50% increase on that body damage compared to the MK7, but the rate of fire much lower. So you need to be kind of like timing out and dinking out these shots, and Thatch doing a great job of that, and they're going to get a little help with Nani and Pump on the other side, going to spray in towards it, and now Sentin and Cold, you don't really, this is an awkward situation because you're thinking, oh, you'll just launch pad out, but with 2 really solid duos on either side of you, you can't take a max distance launch pad here. Like, yeah, you can low pad, but you're low padding pretty much directly at it. Okay, go to high pad and see what happens. Going to take the chance, take to the sky. Let's see if he makes me a liar. The Magic Wings come out, a couple tags going through, almost loses a decent amount of his shield. Cold, however, loses the entirety of the shield, but gets a good line of sight break and a great slide to keep his momentum off of the launch pad, showing those Chapter 3 mechanics, and they're going to hop in the whip and skirt on out. They want no piece of that.
That could have gone so much worse, especially with someone like Pump nearby, aiming up just the way we saw it. Had they both focused on Cold at the same time, I'm afraid that he probably would have been taken out there, but luckily the damage is a little split there, so doesn't get the full bulk of the punishment. Bugha and Miro, however, just on the ground there, getting comfortable. Here's a couple other battles unfolding here across the map. Just wrapping up players day 1. This is the last and final game of day 1 here for NA East. Up next is NA West. Every team you're seeing get taken out now will have to reset and retry for tomorrow.
And again, still saying the auto shotgun just puts down so much pressure early on, particularly against opponents who aren't full shield and full HP. It really is one of the more effective fighting options. And talking about some of these cars and teams who have stalled out a little bit, Degen down, Iamzo on less than a tickle of HP. I mean, if somebody gives him an angry look, he might end up just going down. And it looks like that angry look might end up coming through. Some great movement in defensive fighting right now to even be in it. But unfortunately, all it takes is one misstep and it'll happen right there as Paper ends up cleaning it out. And Iamzo and Degen, well, not necessarily the strongest performance, still going to be able to finish the day with 80-something points. They're going to need to go back and try and figure out what went wrong because they got off to a really solid start, but then couldn't replicate that success, Monster.
Yeah, and although they were taken out there, you know, still credit to Yamzo, man. He was looking, you know, like the young prodigy, mechanically as skilled as someone like Clicks or Benji Fishy, right? Those are people that are freakishly fast with edits, and they can get out of most just insane hunt and like chase down situations, and you kind of watch that in play. So all credit due to a very skilled player, but like you mentioned, it's just about getting past this early game right now. For whatever reason, they have to give up the drop to Knifer and Byla, and it just hasn't worked since.
Oh, Yamzo is an absolute freak, a monster, and I mean that in the best of ways. The kid is gross. Like, if you go and like check out some of his individual content, some of his solo gameplay, he sees the game differently, and he plays at such a speed. And right now, nice little update in the top right-hand corner. Speaking of players who play at a different level and at a different speed, Dan Clicks' VR in Game 5. Every region has a team with 2 VRs on day 1, which to me would typically say that, you know, there's somebody who's running away with it. But so far across all of our leaderboards, it's actually just been the teams who have been most consistent all the way through in each one of their games, who have find themselves up towards the top, and not necessarily those teams who are peaking all the way in some of those games, but then having some troughs in other circumstances. So interesting patterns if you kind of look across the other regions. I'm sure we'll get more action tonight as OCE and Asia will also wrap up their matches. But right now, Cam and Bucky in a fight outside Bugle.
Yeah, Cam and Bucky, one of those teams living in that slum right now of not being as consistent as they could be, but harboring up a pretty solid victory, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
On the day here, but I'm looking to disengage here, trying to play it nice and smart. I'm assuming they have the tags that they were looking for, because this is a very deep counter rotate. They go way out into the storm line here. Here comes some leftover loot. That's a lot of gear for them to just be sitting on right there, but it's going to allow them to bounce back in this round here. Continue to play this storm a little deeper than others. Boga and Miro, however, on the other side, using these vehicles to go in and get their fast rotates. And you can see the one thing they pick up from Chonkers is that maximum metal. As they continue to do their rotate here across the fields, plenty of brick and wood to find on the way.
Yeah, Chonkers having one of the best metal deposits on the map with all of those rusted out cars that are just over by the dock. You often see players dip down there because it's 350 metal up to 400 metal if you farm it out and kind of hit all of the max mats very efficiently. But ignore my farming comments, my outside of the map comments, as 20 and Reciprocal are bogged down a little bit in a fight here in Logjam Lumberyard. But as I say that, they're actually going to go on what looks like a very me rotation, sprint all the way back into the zone, look for whatever heals they can get. Seems like they're happy with the tags, but while rotating through the storm and around the outside is a little bit easier on this map in comparison to Chapter 2, and infinitely easier than Chapter 1. In a lobby where there's 92 players up and you have Storm Surge to consider, it becomes that much harder. And oh boy, Monster, we are going way over to the western part of the map.
Yeah, for the first time today, things are not looking so center in the zone. Maybe that first zone was, but this one is really throwing things for a spin right now. With the far west pool, teams like Knifer and Byla are going to have to play this very smart, and it seems like they've already positioned up in a pretty decent spot. But I was going to say, not too many sight lines here, and they're recognizing that there's a little too much forest to work for here. Knifer eyeing up a team that just rolled up at the cabin, but could not find any tags or opportunity there. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this location right here. This is going to be a tough one if they are below the surge to play off of, and Byla just gets shredded up right there as he tries to take an open peek against another car rotating in.
Yeah, and generally, if you're taking those trades, it's okay if you're still outputting damage, because it's a net gain when it comes to Storm Surge. Because if you've looked at every one of these teams, they're carrying just an excess of utility. Everyone always has at least chug splashes. I mean, they're max on shields coming through in this instance, but that's most of this map. If you're able to loot your coolers, get along the outside, making sure you're breaking barrels, almost every drop route has that ability to not expend a ton of your extra shields and to bank a lot. But that means when you do take these open trades, you need to be finding your shots. And that's what you can say. Day, not even worried about making sure that he's on max HP. I mean, a sniper bullet, if it hit him in the head, would take him down right now, but instead, he'll drive around knowing somebody will leave, say, a shield keg nearby. He'll be able to top off as we swing on over to our third place duo. Sentinels, Booga, TNA Miro, trying to find a little bit of space here on the southern part of the zone.
And they do an excellent job doing just that, finding themselves a great position coming into that mid game, coming into that late and early game right now. So right here, once again, we knew what they were doing before. It's just trying to really cap out the missing material that they left before, but most importantly, getting to that zone nice and early, which they're doing just that. They don't wait on the backside. Rhythm and Milks, however, are waiting on the outer edge here, and they are going to be pretty pretty far off, if I do say so myself. You saw the zone is pretty west, which they are, but it's also kind of south from here too. So this fight's gonna start to really close in quick here. Rhythm playing it a bit slow.
Trying to feel the rhythm, trying to feel the rhyme, but honestly, I think he needs to get up on his horse and go, but there's a duo rotating directly behind him, so he's sliding out in the open, and if this team sees him and opts to take the shots, he might just get ripped to shreds instead. Finds a little bit of an angle. We do have 80 seconds until this Storm Surge will turn on, but looks like he's now aware of that team who was there as we're going to swing on over. And Monster, we talked about that checklist and going through and how they've been very consistent in the first 4 games. Now they're struggling a bit, go from just 1 above to 80 above. So Duke's putting in work with the MK7 he has in his hand. Let's take a look at some of our other teams. Our current tied leaders, the bottom left-hand corner. I think if you go to tiebreakers, believe that Knifer and Bilo will hold it just a little bit in terms of those eliminations currently. They're not doing so hot on Storm Surge.
I mean, everyone is currently neck and neck right now. The worst positioned team, though, is definitely Knifer and Bila, as they are just below the Surge, and they don't have a Ranger in hand the way Jamper and Dukes are doing it. They have that long-range, big body tag availability from the Ranger, whereas Knifer and Bila are using MK7s. This has significant and big damage fall-off. The drop-off is so important here from this weapon. It makes it extremely difficult to play these long ranges. Looking and judging by the map as well, they don't have too many teams nearby them. Another team that's way below right now in the 6th place is actually Pledge and Teo here. They're fighting another squad on the other side of the wall. Looks like it's going to be Plague and Jeff, and it's not looking too hot for them right now. They do find a couple tags, but Teo's in that box by himself. Double pressure comes in. Pledge tries to look for the edit, doesn't quite find what he was looking for, and it's Teo who's on a losing side of this. Now with the Surge actually turning online, they're going to have to full commit here. Pledge is by himself here, Sundown. He has to actually win a 1v2 engagement right here. It is not looking good for him.
Yeah, and I was about to say, 249 below is not a small number. It's not like he has to win the engagement. He has to full knock somebody and get the finish. But in a 1v2, where all they have to do is fight defensively, they likely know you're under Storm Surge because you're knocking on their metal walls or hearing those shields break when it comes down. And bottom left-hand corner, Monster. Bottom left-hand corner, Knifer and Bila tied in the current lead. Own the tiebreaker right now due to their eliminations, 42 below. They do have plenty of chug splashes as well as chili chug splashes. 14 above, and it'll tick over. D-Roller and Trash at the top of your screen are going to be the ones who inherit that. They're the one tick-tocking back and forth right now.
I was going to say they're literally trading tags. For every tag that Knifer picks up, that is the same damage D-Roller and Trash are going to fall right now. They are just literally teeter-tottering the balance of the Storm Surge here between one another. And now 70 players, the threshold is met. Everyone gets a sigh of relief here as things start to settle down. Who were the teams that fell? Nick, Sparky, Plague. These are all the duos that had to have gotten taken out there in order to save D-Roller, essentially. Trashy, Dukes and Jamper's game here. But keep in mind, the game is not over. With how many players were alive, and that was just the first threshold, Jamper and Dukes have a true uphill battle right now to find tons of activity and tags. So do Knifer and Bilo. Look at this. There's a team rotating right underneath them. They didn't even see them here.
So we get a nice little replay here. This is going to be Commandment going down, I believe, and some shots from the side right before Surge turns on. And that's actually Oliver, OG, and Playify finding a great angle, being able to pressure immediately. They'll get the refresh on the loot. And while Stretch fighting very solidly defensively and backing him up, he's going to end up now as a solo dolo trying to run the rest of this game out. And we've talked about it. I mean, this is real fire. This is still just 3rd zone. And while there was a ton of water in Play Monster, look at where the 3rd zone is. Like, there's still a decent amount kind of on that southeastern side of variable terrain. So, well, there's a bunch of water in play. There's also a decent amount of mountains.
And look at this, Greasy Grove in plays as well. So a lot of different area to be worked on here. You know, you kind of just got to pick your poison at this point in time. Where is the zone gonna pull? I mean, there's a good chance all of it's just gonna get mashed in there, because Greasy Grove is, you got all these little mountainsides outside of it. This is a great drone shot to kind of show you guys how hilly it can be and how teams are positioning these big bases up just outside the main POI. On the other side though, Jamper and Dukes, this is exactly what we talked about. This is what they actually need to get mega active here, and they find 2 eliminations already. So this is what's gonna keep them in the game. This is what's gonna allow them to close out in the #1 spot if they can continue to keep up this pacing here.
Yeah, really weird damage coming through on Jamper there. Almost didn't see the shots coming on the side. Those Acorn and Canada getting a little bit of an angle there, leaving the edit open, but trying to utilize as many of those harpoon charges as possible to pick up the key loot. We will see where the 4th zone goes. You can assume it's going to pull relatively central. It might have a little bit of eastern momentum. Nope, I lied. Looks like we're going right over the southwestern side. So no water in play. A couple changes in verticality, but not too much natural high ground. Anticipate that the teams who are already on the outside of that zone will begin investing a solid amount of their brick in order to get up and try and get a feed. You can see Knifer and Bila have fallen down into 2nd place because they will just be 3 points behind, knowing that those elims did end up coming through for Jamper and Duke. But Clicks and Day just trying to do a little bit of a creep here and trying to, you know, minimize the amount of builds they need to use, and a really good sightline for them here.
Honestly, Clicks and Day are playing just a bit of a wide split here. Day's on the front side watching the better, you know, portion of the front here, while Clicks is watching the flank backside of this mountain. And you can see they're very, very far apart, but it's working out for them as Clicks is putting that side pressure in. But Day's got to be careful here. Nope. Someone ends up sliding on up. A little too close for comfort as you see he backs up here. Clicks recognizing does have to get a little bit closer. Here they go. They're going to start meeting together with one another. And I think they're sizing up the base next door, thinking about whether or not it's worth it. This time around, it's not, as the storm has to close in just about a minute. So this is where teams like them, they hunker down, they get their materials up, and more importantly, they wait for the zone to reveal the next play. On the other side, though, active on the surge once again here. 10 players have to go down. Jamper and Dukes no longer have to worry about that just yet right now, as Cold falls to Acorn in the feed there.
Yeah, and just like usual, hey, are we okay on Storm Surge? If so, hey, 3 boxes of metal up. Make sure we're good. We see Stretch actually going down this tab, getting a full confirm. Another Elim going over to Booga and Miro. They're going to then immediately use the extra materials and just try and expand their base a little bit, knowing they'll be able to refresh off of that refresh, stock back up on supplies, and looking for a little bit of space, trying to potentially pinch down. So we're going to swing back on over. Knifer and Bila, 25 damage below and 20 seconds to figure it out, Monster.
This is what we need to see right here. Stay right here because it's all or nothing now. As they want to jump inside this box, they're going to need these tags here. Only 10 seconds remaining, and they have someone knocking on the other side. It's actually Clicks and Day, who do not need the surge tags, but they are more than happy to get active and take the fight here. Knifer full commits into the box. He gets coned. He backs up now as he finds a few, and the surge has not updated just yet. As it finally does, they find themselves just barely above now, but with a knocked teammate in the mix here. It's Knifer who's down, but also another body on the other side of the wall there, so they will have just a little bit of room there to go ahead and wait this one out. Chimp and Spade, however, also have to get active here. Need a couple more tags. Even with the 2 eliminations, they're just holding on here, but a single player is what separates them.
And they push themselves up into that 2nd place as well. 165, and Knifer and Bila have fallen, so now Chimp and Spade looking for a little bit of room. It was Day who ends up getting the confirm onto Knifer as well. Creo also picking that up, so with them falling outside the top 25, that is a ton of placement points left on the table. 26 duos up here in our final game of NA East for day number 1. Almost into the cascading placement points. We have zone reveal, and we are way out on the southwestern side, Monster. Things have the potential to get real weird in these moving zones, and looks like we're already starting off with a bit real weird as Chimp tries to drive through, but that full metal wall cannot be broken, and there's a steel wall on the other side. Instead, gonna pop a pepper, try and find a launch pad. Spade maybe looked like he was able to find an Elim. Yes, he found an Elim on the backside of the zone. That was onto Elite. Got a key siphon that wouldn't have kept him up otherwise, but keeping an eye on the bottom left-hand corner. He's still ticking, and he's down. Chimp is going to be a solo now, trying to continue the run, and they're almost into those placement points. He's in zone, he's got a little bit of room, but 16 builds, no extra white heals, Monster. This is gonna be tough.
And that was so crazy. If you're wondering why Chimp looked back, he actually marked the launch pad for his teammate, trying to put down the final little bit of information. He says, Spade, the launch pad is right here. If you can get to it, we can still be together. But unfortunately, he could not in time. Chimp now has to clutch this one up by himself. Here's a little bit of a placement point being earned. Top 25 is here. We've seen Chimp do some big things before, but this is going to be a tough ask right now. It's day 1 of finals. It's game 6, the last chance. How high can he actually push this right now?
We talk about the rotations getting weird. Well, we're going all the way to the southwestern corner, over to the windmills, over to the island, across the little channel that's there, and it's really going to task players because that little dip going up, you want to be above that first if you don't have any utility. If you're going late, you kind of want to go when players are rotating before they've been able to box up, but because of the speed of the zone, it's going to be very awkward. This is really going to push our teams to see how they rotate, but there's a rift still there, so So everyone just says, ignore what you just said, Sundown. We're going to take the sky, we're going to pull our shoots, and we'll skip this. We'll see what everyone else does as they take to the sky. Launch pads and the Mythic Web Slingers coming out as everyone tries to get a little bit of real estate on this nice little island, but just like the market here, prices are going up.
And the only problem with that, though, so many players in the air means that Surge is absolutely going to go active. These teams are not going to take one another out. Yes, it might be great for the rotate, but for players like Chimp, Clix, and Day, who are only 4 damage above, this is probably a worst-case scenario that so many players managed to recognize. The fact that there was a rift there, this is going to really start to click here. And look at this. Very rarely do you see the Surge go active with this many players out, but it's absolutely going to happen. Chimp, it's such a risky play. Medkit, deep late in the storm. It's well timed, but he's definitely going to get chunked and traded in the process here. Now, finally, everyone lands down and realizes they do have to take the fight. Miro going back. Are not going to have to worry about it. Not at all here. Nounsy manages to find himself all the way up top alongside Sprite here. What can Day do to come back here? Clicks and Day, only 21 damage above. Should be just enough to maybe maintain, but you can see Chug, Spicy Splashes in hand there, just in case things get a little bit weird for them as they have to make this full move. On the mid ground, though, you see so many players starting to congest and clamor their way all the way across right now. It's not an easy rotate by any means.
Yeah, right now, in Sprite, though, we say, hey, make the best of what you got. Well, Chimp also making the best of what he got. He says, Storm Surge, what? No problem. Picks up at Elam. And we talked about him being a solo all the way through into the top 25. 8 points so far at the 3. That's 11 earned as a solo. Just trying to do everything. That's in the top right. This. On the bottom right of the screen, you see Day getting the chop. Knocking everyone down, and it's going to come down. Monster to break now.
It's his builds. He was managing to bring down the whole high ground, and he sees the fall damage come through. That was a beautiful cone from the low. Yes, he fully traps him right there, and he manages to take high ground now, but he does have to back up his teammate. Sprite does try to fight for it, but it's not going to be enough. That was just too masterfully done by Day, and that was a beautiful job by Clix to recognize the weak points in the builds. Day now getting ahead here, showing that he has that end game knowledge to maintain this play right now. What a beautiful comeback for them right now in this final stretch here. Booga swings his way all the way around the side of a mountain. Another great rotate. You're watching masterful play in action right now for the final game here. But Miro lost in the backside of Stormline. What can Booga do? Can he fight his way up any further? It's going to be tough because Clix and Day are starting to look down. Kanata getting active now as well. There is so much going on here. It's action everywhere.
They're raining shots, but because we called back across the channel, then inland, everyone had to use all their utility. Fatch still up. He takes out Creo. Canada going up for the high ground, but Acorn gets coned off and taken down. Clix and Day trying to run it for back-to-back into 3 Elams. And Clix just slams the iron wall down in Canada's face, saying, I hope you have other utility, but he says, yes, I do. The Mythic Web Slingers and a little bit of a sneaky snake. Nounsy goes down, but he gets taken out. Booga swinging all the way around. He's on the front side of the zone. Day drops down. No more materials for them as they're out of mats. 2 Elams. Big difference in the number, but it's a 2v2, v1v1. They find one of the ones that Sprite on the opposite side. Day, no more bullets. Nounsy down the backside of the zone, but Me Too is a solo up on height. 3 Elams, 4 builds. Nobody even remotely looking in his direction, and he gets a little bit of respite as Booga trying to find some space on the backside of the zone. And now we're into our top 3. Only 1 duo is up. Sprite and Me Too are trying to run it out, but Day and Clix from a disadvantageous position. They had the high ground. They got it taken away, and Me Too slaps down Day. He says no 3P, trying to get a piece of it. It's 1v1v1. Me Too takes away the last game, and the feed just lit up. Go follow him on whatever platform he has in there, because the kid is making plays and putting his stamp on NA East with the final victory royale of day number 1.
Shadow 1X and Me Too walk away with the big dubski in the end there. And what a masterful call at the very last moment. And that is what Fortnite is all about. You never really know. Depending on the loot pool, it's going to look crazy. And that was chaos unfolding everywhere. Man, high ground was just being traded. At some point, it just became, hey, none of us have builds. It's time to fight it out. And just like that, the better gunplay falls into the hands of Me Too.
And I mean, it's just ridiculous, the fact that Nounsy and Sprite finally make it off a spawn, and then they make it into 2 endgames back-to-back. Clix and Day almost pull off their 3rd VR of the day, but then one of the individual efforts we've been talking about the whole time, Me Too comes out of nowhere and cleans it up, and that might have been enough to push them into 1st place after the first day, which, talking about it, they were the gatekeepers at the start of it. But Monster, that's it from us for day number 1. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to kick it back on over the desk to wrap up NA East. Adam, Vivid, SBG, close us on out.
Oh, thank you, boys. Gassing me up there. That was an incredible last game for day one here on NAE. I tell you what, me too, never been to an FNCS finals before and able to do that, Vivid. That shows a lot of guts, a lot of talent as well. It was absolutely extraordinary what he managed to pull off there.
Yeah, taking full opportunity at his time on the stage here, his first FNCS finals ever, and he clutches up the last game of day number 1, and he gets that victory royale as a solo nonetheless. Incredible performance out of him, SPG.
Absolutely incredible, and hats off to him and all the players. I mean, we saw Clix and Day just take over these last few games. They've been playing out of their mind and providing us with some of the best Fortnite I think I've watched in a really long time. And this is non-traditional from them. Typically I think of them just jumping in boxes, kind of running around, causing the chaos, and they're just sitting here, they're waiting, making a nice high ground take right here and perfectly executing it. That is exactly what you want to see, and they're able to drop down height, save all those materials because they didn't have to crank up there. And like Monster said, a beautiful cone by Day, and these guys are now sitting pretty all the way up top.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, they've 3 games now, almost 3 victory rounds, so close to that. And just think about that. This is FNCS finals, 6 games on day 1, almost 3 victory rounds in that first day. It's unbelievable to see. But I think we saw so much there, and what we expected from NAE as well, fellas, is we expected to see the best of the best showing us exactly how to make the most of this meta. We saw the rotations there with the web shooters. We saw the way high ground's taken, low ground. There was so much that we could champion and talk about here. And obviously, Vivid, with that happening in that last element of the game, there we saw a few big teams in that top 10 going out very early on. So inevitably, the leaderboard is going to be shuffled massively at the end of day 1.
Yeah, and can't wait to see what happens. You talk about those web shooters coming into play. We saw Bugha make a great web shooter play all the way from down at the bottom of the mountain, kind of crawls his way all the way back up there, kind of finds himself in another solo clutch performance. I love that duo that Bugha has going on there because both of them just blow out these crazy solo clutches where they just gather these little points here and there, and it just boasts them all the way up the leaderboard.
It is so crazy to see them do that game after game. You figure, how many times can one team have a solo clutch? And for these guys, it's like every single game. But speaking of solo clutches, Chimp did something pretty special. I mean, we were sitting here like, all right, he's got 160 something points. He's been able to take over second place, but he went on, got well over 180 points. I don't know what he finished with. Adam, I want to see what this final leaderboard it looks like.
So do I.
We go into day 2.
I'm real waiting for it. Let's do it. These are the standings after day 1. Amir and Bugha. I don't remember who picked those guys, predict them. Was it me? Yeah, it was me. But still, they're in first place right now. Things are going to change inevitably, but what a strong day. That consistency playing in and that experience, such a huge part of this. But you can see there as well in second position, Chimp and Spade there. Only 4 points, only 6 points between first and third place. Vivid, this is ridiculously tight.
Yeah, right there. That's just that Chimp difference. We talked, SBG just talked about it. He had 163 and we're like, oh man, he's done so well already. And then all of a sudden he just gets all the way up to 184 by himself in the end game. So Chimp to thank right there from Spade for clutching up and getting that second place at the end of the day. Jamper and Duke, though, in third place. They had a really good day, but these last 2 games weren't as strong as the other 4. Nonetheless, they are finding themselves in the third position, only 6 points behind. And then we see Shadow and OMG Me kind of taking the highlight away at the end of the day. The Victory Royale going to put them up to 179.
And the key to this leaderboard right now is all of these eliminations. We see these guys just slaying out during these end games. I mean, how many times did we watch somebody with 7, 8, 9, 10 elims during these end games? And just looking at the top of the leaderboard, it is driven by those eliminations. We're checking out now the second page. We see Teo and Pledge there in 11. Peterbot and Quantu have been relatively quiet, managing to be able to fit themselves into that 12th spot. Commandment Stretch right behind them. But all of these teams, I don't think anyone's out of this by any means. Just like somebody put up 188 points in day 1, so can any of these other duos and really shoot themselves up the leaderboard tomorrow. Granted, who knows how well Bugha and Mira will finish, likely continuing the dominance, but hey, there's going to be windows for opportunity.
There is. I mean, let's reflect back on our predictions from earlier on today as well. Obviously, you mentioned about Booga and Miro there. Things could obviously change. I got lucky today in the sense that they're at the top right now, but it says a lot about this duo. The fact that they've gone, FNCS champions multiple times for Miro, last season for Booga, and Grand Royale winners as well, these two. That consistency we keep talking about to do this when the lobby is full of the best duos in the region and still managing to finish out day one at top of the leaderboard here in NAE. Vivid, Stretch and Commandment, how have these guys done today?
They ended up in the 13th place there. They have 113 points. Only around 10 behind that 10th place position, so they definitely are within striking distance. And as SBG alluded to, you can come in tomorrow and have a 190-point day and do really, really well. And it really just comes down to how the top of the leaderboard does. If they have bad days and they give you an opportunity to catch up, you really got to take advantage of that in day number 2 especially. But what's awesome is day number 1 to day number 2, you have some time to adjust. So hopefully Commandment and Stretch do some nice VOD reviewing tonight and review what they need to fix for day number 2.
And I picked Acorn Kanata. They really rose on strong during that back half of today. I didn't see much of them early on, but then they finished within that top 10 really unexpectedly, able to push themselves up the leaderboard. And the skill of those players, I believe they will come back stronger tomorrow. They already figured out what was going on wrong early and then already made adjustments. We also have Sundown with Fatch and Pamstu. Those guys have flashed. They've shown some awesome moments and really continued to build on that. It's going to be putting it together on a regular basis. I love the term that Sundown claimed, have a higher floor, so those bad games aren't hurting you as much as, having a 0-point game. If you're able to have at minimum a 4-point game, hey, you're going to be doing just that much better.
Yeah, SBG, your pick there, go 8th today, Acorn and Kanata, Sundowns, Fatch and Pamsto in 16th right now, but it is all still to play for, and that's the amazing thing about this competition. We know, we've seen it previous seasons of FNCS, particularly in this region as well, that you can't just really have one good day. There's got to be 2 days worth of a lot of points to get through that threshold and up to the top few spots here, which is what everyone's playing for, to get to that number 1 spot, to get the Axe of Champions and to be the chapter's winners and reigning champions for the next season, into the next season as well. Let's talk a bit about tomorrow as well. Obviously, Vivid, you mentioned there about the teams going away this evening and thinking a bit about how they can change things around maybe for tomorrow, or that review VODs and things. Particularly for players like, I want to focus on like Me Too here, who's obviously come into this competition first time. He had an unbelievable first day. As a new player, what do you do going away from this? Because not only you kind of like, is there a rush from this actual experience of being here at finals, but delivering such an unbelievable performance in that very first day. There's got to be an air of kind of fearlessness about you as well.
So after day 1, right, this strong day 1, you kind of make the realization like, hey, this is possible. I can win this event. You just can't let that make you nervous for day number 2. And if you don't let that happen, then you're going to be fine.
Yeah, just continue to play like you got nothing to lose. And that's the way that it seems to work. The nerves hit early on, and then success comes later. You just build that experience.
You're absolutely right. You know what? That is it for NAE for today, day 1 of FNCS finals. We hope you guys have enjoyed this. We have absolutely loved this, but the curtains come down at Act 1. Act 2 is tomorrow. Who will be center stage in the spotlight at the end of day 2? We're going to find out then. Big thanks to, of course, to Vivid SBG here on the analyst desk with me, and of course to MDF and to Sundown as well. Make sure to follow all of them on socials. They're absolutely incredible, giving you all that insight, all that good stuff, courtesy of Fortnite. Kelly and the rest of the team are bringing you NA West very shortly. This has been amazing. Tomorrow will be even better because it's all to play for as one team, one duo will rise to glory and win FNCS finals. Don't you dare miss it. We'll see you tomorrow, but for now, tune into NA West, enjoy it. We'll see you on the battle bus. Till then, take care. Bye-bye for now.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your boy, Life with Panda, back again here. And joining me today in the lobby is none other than Wheels. What's going on, Wheels?
Not much. How you doing?
Are you excited about what's coming up here?
This season has been going good for me and my duo partners so far, so I'm actually really excited to see how we can do in FNCS.
So tell us a little bit more about you. Tell us about some things that you like to do in your spare time, or just tell us that you love Fortnite. Whatever speaks to you here.
In my spare time, I usually like to exercise or hang out with friends. But I usually spend most of my time of my day practicing, 8 hours a day, either practicing, scrimming, VOD reviewing, anything I can do to improve.
It is quite a bit, like you mentioned. There's scrimming,
Yeah.
VOD reviewing, etc.
Yeah,
it
a lot.
takes quite a bit to play at your level, so I totally understand that. What draws you to that battle royale genre?
Being the last survivor out of 100 is it's kind of like an overwhelming feeling. It's really accomplishing.
What's some personal goals for you in 2022?
It's always nice to see improvement. So anything like outplacing myself in the past would probably be my main goal.
Again, fresh chapter, fresh map, fresh loot pool. How are you going to use these new changes to your advantage to come out on top in FNCS?
When you practice and play arena, stuff like that, it actually gives you more of an advantage than other players who just, go into scrims every day.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Diversifying the way that you practice is super important, because if you scrim, you're only going to be understanding the players that you're going up against in those scrims. And a lot of times when you have to qualify for next rounds in FNCS, you're going up against players that you're not used to, and it's going to throw you off for sure. Final question, what's your favorite part about this season?
It's got to be the new map, the fresh new map, the new feeling of discovering new areas, learning exactly where everything is. It's probably the most enjoyable thing when it comes to competitive, like little things that you can pick up that some other people might not have found yet, so you have like a little early advantage. Yeah, that's just exploring the new map is probably the best part.
Well, awesome, man. Thank you, Wheels, so much for coming on, joining me and answering these questions. Where can the people find you?
I stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/wheels, and my Twitter is wheels960.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much, Wheels, for joining us.
The main goal is definitely winning the FNCS.
Getting the pickaxe, winning an FNCS, especially when it comes to duos.
Top 3 in a duo FNCS is my goal right now.
Getting a top 5 in FNCS is like my main goal for this year.
So if I can get a second or a first under my belt, I'd see that as a huge improvement.
I really want to improve my mechanics. I think like my building and my editing.
If I was able to get my mechanics up and my aim, then I would be one of the best players in the world.
Having the round 1, round 2 formats, I think I'm going to be able to improve in cash cups a lot.
I want to improve on my IGLing because I haven't IGL'd that much.
My game sense. That's the main thing I want to improve on.
I'm happy that it's duos. That's one of my favorite game modes. I'm honestly excited to play it all year.
I've always been really confident with my aim.
I'm always very optimistic when it comes to Fortnite, so my vibes are pretty high when it comes to Fortnite in 2022, and I'm ready to compete throughout the whole year.
When to fight and when to rotate. So I think that's my strong point.
I'd probably say my aim and my general game sense.
Having a good mentality when it comes to tournaments.
One of the biggest things I've learned from past FNCSs and tournaments is that you have to really solidify your drop and making sure that you alpha it so no one else tries to steal your loot or agree for your PY.
Every tournament, whether it goes bad or good, there's always stuff to learn from it.
Just watching other people play definitely helps. Following like the basic guidelines, and it'll make you a way better player.
Something I've learned is that I need to be going for those bigger POIs, just places with a lot of loot that I can actually make it to the end game with.
Go forward after a bad game with a good mindset, going through our mistakes, what other good players are doing.
Or for the most part, I'm playing a lot of creative and arena just to keep it going.
And then when FNCS comes around, I'll start like Kovaxing and just taking it way more serious.
Making sure that I'm aim training every day. Going to be playing scrims regularly, making sure I'm watching the players who are on top right now.
When it comes to my training schedule, I try to do what I enjoy the most. When it comes to VOD reviews, you never really want to VOD review by yourself, having someone else in the call with you, because a lot of the times you think doing one thing might be right and it might actually be wrong.
For VOD reviews, either we go over our own gameplay from like a previous tournament, or we'll go over someone who won a tournament, like a really good player, and we'll try to spot out things that they're doing that we're not.
Watch the main points of the game, so like the early game, right? The mid game, take notes from like how they're positioning, and then the end game, right? Noting how they're moving through the zones, and just writing like quick little notes of what they're doing, like little like the single line.
And then obviously from our gameplay, we just like to see what mistakes we're making and make sure we don't make them again.
I think a lot of new players may fall behind if they don't get their map knowledge.
Visual sound effects are really strong right now. There's not even hiding spots anymore because of those visual sound effects. You can just hear people from all the way across the map.
It may not be new, but it's definitely being less utilized. Being able to use pre-edits to your advantage in duos is very useful when it comes to getting impacts.
I think it's definitely better to go to the center. That way you don't have to rotate as far and you're able to see pretty much throughout the whole zone when you need surge.
It's definitely better to stick to the edge, because if you get lobbied in center zone, there's no living.
It is better to stick towards the edge of the zone, because if you rotate in too early, then you might end up getting shot by other people.
So center of the storm is generally good if you need storm surge, or if you want to secure yourself a good position so that the next rotate is easy. But if it's a game where you are okay on storm surge, edge storm is a really good place to just stay low key and get your mats back up.
One tip that I would recommend to a player that is trying to aspire to be pro is to create content.
Treating it like a job is a good way to put it.
Number one, always make sure you're having fun, right? Like, don't overstress yourself. Don't ever like lose motivation.
To look at the strategies of what really good players are doing, you need to understand the zones if you want to do really well.
I would position myself right below towards Rocky Reels. There's like a butter barn area. Yes, I would set up right there.
Okay. I feel pretty good about this one. It's gonna be to the left of Chunkers, but like where the road goes into like a fork. Yeah, like right there. I feel that.
That one's pulling tilted, I would say. A little bit below tilted. Yeah, that's good.
That's looking pretty good.
Nice.
Go.
That's good. Perfect.
That was pretty close. I'll take that.
All right. So based off of this circle, I would probably try to position myself, or where I think the zone's going to be going, towards the bottom right of Shifty Shafts, sort of like the mountain over there. Yes, right there.
I feel like this is going to be a weird one, and I'm going to have to go with somewhere in Coney Crossroads. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be it.
I think that zone will pull to the daily bugle and like the top right of the circle. Yeah, that's probably fine.
Okay. Oh. I'm barely in. Was close.
FNCS NA West. Thousands of players have been battling to claim the Axe of Champions. Only 100 now remain. This weekend, these duos will battle it out over 12 games to find the ultimate winners. The Kings of NA West, Arkham and Epic Whale, seem to be contested off spawn. Will that stop them from winning their 7th FNCS final? Now the Princes of NA West, Fabs and Snacky, will look to reclaim the throne after winning Chapter 2 Season 8, but falling short in Grand Royale. Who will take the throne in $45,000? Find out now as the 50 best duos compete in the NA West FNCS Finals.
It started 2 weeks ago, 2 qualifiers and 16 teams punching their ticket to the finals. Next followed 3 days of intense semifinals competition where teams duked it out for a VR and a top 6 placement. And that all led to this: 50 teams, 2 days, 12 games, everyone, and only one winner. Who's it gonna be? Well, that's what we're here for, everyone. I'm your host, Kelly Link, and this is the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 1 Finals. And of course, I cannot be doing it by myself. We're gonna have our incredible casters, Panda and Jacob, joining us in just a few moments. But right now, I'm gonna be calling on my analysts for the weekend. And of course, it's Clay, Staling, and Takata. Gentlemen, I am so glad to have you guys here with me on the desk because it's the finals, baby. I cannot wait to watch it, Clay.
I am so excited to see how these players play. I think Panda set it up so well. We've got the Kings of NA West, and we just got the Princes from the last FNCS. So who is going to come out on top? And it could be someone completely new.
Takata, it is so good to have you here on the desk. As a professional player for NA West, it just seems to be so appropriate to have you here. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's amazing to be here on the desk. I mean, we've had the qualifiers, we've had the semis, but now being in the finals where the titans of the NA West regions duke it out, I mean, I'm hyped to see what happens.
We are so hyped to see what happens and to watch all of this action. And I know that you guys are as well, but you don't have to be just watching it here. No, you can be watching it in the incredible experience of Legends Landing. Clay, tell me a little bit about this place.
I mean, have you ever wanted to box fight, aim train while watching competitive Fortnite? Well, this is the place for you. You can do all that and more. And just improve your skill. Check out the Hall of Champions, which is so amazing. It shows you every winner, almost every winner of every FNCS that we've had from every region, while also getting to run down and look in style while you watch that Victory Royale moment. I personally, I've been in there a couple times this weekend. It's amazing. I box fight some people. They definitely destroyed me, but hey, gotta get better somehow, right?
Well, by watching this, you definitely can, and you guys can watch this at Legends Landing, found in the Buy Epic Discovery tab, so definitely go check that out, everyone. And you know, Legends Landing is kind of like the red carpet, and what is a red carpet without a sweet new outfit, Takata? We have this incredible FNCS 3-1 Champions outfit here.
Oh, I mean, you can see it. It's looking great. For a limited time right now, you can pick up this Fortnite FNCS Champions outfit. I mean, look at it. It's got the yellow, it's got the blue, it's got the sleek dark colors. Not only that, it comes with an FNCS back bling that you can use on any outfit you like. You could run your favorite outfit, rep the FNCS, or even rep the whole combo with that Champions 3-1 outfit. I mean, you've got it all.
And maybe you guys are just joining us here for the first time and you have no idea what is going on. Well, everyone, we're going to break down just exactly how the schedule worked out and how we all kind of came to this moment right here. It started 2 weeks ago where we had qualifiers 1 and 2. Of course, that all led to the semifinals where the remaining teams duked it out over 3 days. Either a VR or a top 6 finish would claim your spot into the finals, and that's where we are right now. 2 days, 12 games, everyone, and 50 teams trying their best to claim the Axe of Champions. But of course, we have to break down the format. How they can win is a big deal, Clay.
Indeed, like you said, we had 2 qualifiers all in 3 rounds. We had 3 sessions of semifinals, but that's all in the past. We've got 2 days of finals right now. Day 1 is going to be pure play. Day 2 is a match point stipulation that will explain more if we get to the situation. But essentially, whoever gets first overall is looking for that Axe of Champions.
And the only way that they can even get to first place is by earning some points, Takada.
Getting those points. There's both placement and elimination points. However, taking a look, it's not like the semifinals where the Victory Royale qualified you. These are the finals. 32 points for securing that Victory Royale and 3 points per elimination. So it's pretty elim heavy as well. If you're able to secure those eliminations in the late game, you can almost get the equivalent of a Victory Royale in elimination points.
But why are they earning points? What are we fighting for? Well, of course, it's the yeah, maybe bragging rights, maybe the Axe of Champions, but also the prizing is a pretty sweet topping to that dessert. NA West going to be fighting for $239,500, but we're going to be breaking that down to the nitty gritty, everyone. First place, the 2 players are going to be walking away with $45,000. You can see as we go down the leaderboard, it is going to be a big discrepancy between those prize pools. So first place is what you want to claim. That's where you want to go, because that's where the big bucks are. But of course, who's even competing for this prizing? Which teams are we going to be watching today? Well, Clay, it's the who's who of NA West Fortnite.
It is. You see Arkram, Epic Whale, Cadenox 40, our Storm, Batman, Boogo, Wheels, Rich Homie Quinn, Wave. We've got Defiable. We've got Jackveer. We've got Solution. So many players. Krizix and Jelty. So many of them qualified through those qualifiers, and then they came into the semifinals. Like you said, there are so many names that you can look at them and be like, oh yeah, I know who they are.
I mean, I love looking at the list too, because you know where they came from, right? Was it qualifier 1? Was it qualifier 2? Was it semis? But I mean, this is just page 1. There's even more pages here that will show all the players that have qualified to the finals. But this isn't a qualifier player list. This is the finals player list. You've got Epic Whale, you've got J Roses here, Frappi, Nate, Buzo, Slick, Day, Tavern, Cause. I mean, I can talk about any duo we're seeing here on the screen. All of them have history in Fortnite competitive, and they're gonna show what they can do today.
It's, oh man, just looking at all of these teams right here, all the competitors, and so many of them are veterans competing since Season X, essentially, even if not before then. So to see them all here competing once again for 2 years now, that's exactly what I want to see. But maybe they're not all veterans. Maybe some of the new players have an opportunity to shine. And one of those players that we've seen starting in Chapter 2, Season 6 was Batman Booga. And after his incredible performance, we had to pick his brain a little bit. So here we have it, everyone. A content piece featuring Batman Booga.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your guy, Life with Panda, and joining me here in the lobby today is the one and only Batman Booga. What's going on, my guy?
What's up? How we doing?
Number one, how did you get into Fortnite?
Around when it first came out, and I downloaded it, and I just started playing, and I was grinding, and I just fell in love with it immediately.
Tell us a little bit more about you. What does your day-to-day look like?
Wake up, and then I go to school, I get home, I do what I have to do, like homework or anything. Then I just get on Fortnite, and I just play it pretty much the rest of the day.
And with us moving into 2022 with duos now, we gotta ask the question, what's your favorite game mode in Fortnite history?
My favorite game mode is probably solos, just because that's where all of my best placements are actually from.
So what is your favorite change here in Chapter 3, Season 1?
They added brand new weapons into the game, such as the MK7, and it is my favorite weapon.
So how long do you see this doing this? Are you just gonna stick to Fortnite? Do you want to be in esports long term? What are your thoughts?
To be honest, I'm probably just gonna stick with Fortnite. It's literally my favorite game there has ever been. So as long as Fortnite's around, I'm always gonna be playing it.
What do you do every day towards that Fortnite career that you're looking to accomplish?
I get on and I just immediately start warming up in creative. Once I'm done with that, I'll hop into some solo arena and I'll just grind it.
What is one personal goal for you in the year of 2022 that you want to accomplish in your competitive career?
Go on with the tournaments and win the end games and win a duo FNCS.
Thank you so much for joining us here, Batman Booga. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Tell the people where they can find you.
You guys can find me at Batman Booga on YouTube or Batman Booga on Twitch.
Thank you so much, Panda and Batman Booga there, for sharing some of their insight of Fortnite in a competitive sense. And speaking of which, Takata, I have to ask you, something that Batman Booga said there was that he likes to actually practice on creative. What are some of the values that you get on doing that as a pro player?
I mean, creative is where you get your mechanics up, right? Your box fighting skills that you can practice in Legends Landing, all those mechanics needed to make it through the qualifiers, semis, even the finals. But if you want to get your game sense up, that's where private matches are the most important, and also just playing tournaments.
Well, I love to see that. And, I love to see it so much that I actually want to talk about Batman Booga and Wheels again, Clay, because they're the first duo that we're going to be focusing on their drop spot. So tell me a little bit about this. I think they're going to be landing Llama Split, correct?
They are. They should be landing on top of that llama uncontested, which means they're going to get those chili chug splashes right away as well with those med mists. So they will be set up for the end game for those rotations with just automatic off drop loot. And that's what you like to see out of a drop. You don't get that anywhere else. You don't get a guaranteed llama. So as long as they're not contested, they should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, this team's really interesting to me, Takata. I see that Wheels has been a veteran player since Season X, and obviously Batman Booga's first finals performance was in Chapter 2, Season 6. So a bit of a dichotomy between these two players.
Right. I mean, you've got Wheels, which is an IGL, so he makes all the calls, gets, the leadership in him out in these games. And you've got Batman Booga, who's a great mechanically skilled player, works well with Wheels. They have good communications. I mean, they made it to the finals, so I know Panda likes hyping them up, and I'm excited to see what they can pull off.
Well, Takata, I'm going to keep going with you real quick for our next duo. It's going to be Kadenox and 4DR Storm. Of course, another player, 4DR, an incredible veteran for NA West.
Oh yeah, 40R, Caden, they're actually landing in Tilted Tower, so this has some of the most loot on the map. However, it's also one of the most contested drop spots. I believe there's another 2 duos contesting 40R and Caden here, so they'll have a lot of loot, but they'll also have a lot of aggression, a lot of engagements they'll have to overcome in this drop spot.
And Clay, for me, when I look at this team right here, I looked obviously at their qualifier 1 performance. That's how they made it through to the finals. They got 2nd place, and they did a good job grabbing placements, but also having a 2nd place 12 elimination game. So they kind of have all of their bases covered.
They do, and I mean, 40R Storm is one of those few players that has made it, I believe, to every FNCS final, so he has a lot of weight on his shoulders. Again, that's a lot of pressure, right? Coming in, being one of the only few remaining in the world. I'm looking forward to see how they do. They've got good chemistry, but can they get out of Tilted?
Well, I mean, Clay, if we're going to be talking about pressure and talking about performances, then this next team is definitely going to be the one that everyone is looking to. Epic Whale in Arkham. I'm fairly certain that not only have they made it to pretty much every single FNCS finals in existence, but also gone first place in almost all of them, Clay.
They have 6 FNCS finals, I believe, between the two, wins overall. Epic Whale is an FNCS Duos champion, landing Cody Crossroads. Now, we think they're going to be contested, but again, I don't think that's going to be the case. I feel like the team contested them may decide to not go there because, again, if you're landing on Arkham Epic Whale, that's a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, Takata, for me, though, when I talk about this team, especially in the sense of Chapter 3, you have to talk about the fact that they didn't even make it to Round 3 in Qualifier 1. But by the time they made it to Qualifier 2, they beat everyone by 40 points and grabbed 3 VRs. So what's going on with them?
That's what I was going to bring up. I mean, they didn't make it to Round 3 in Qualifier 1, but in the next qualifier, they woke up, they said, all right, this is our qualifier, got first place, got multiple victory royales, dominated the lobby. So we'll see how it turns out here in the finals, because also in that second qualifier, Round 3, they were not contested, and now there's the possibility of being contested, so that could shake things up a bit.
Well, of course, that leads us to our next part. Clay, we are going to be looking at our off-spawn fights right here at Coney Crossroads, which is, of course, Arkham and Epic Whale.
And it's actually a really good point that Takata makes because they haven't been contested in a while. They usually got Believer Beach, Sweaty Sands all to themselves. So we take a look in here and we will see Arkham Epic Whale going to be landing on that southwest side. On the southeast side is going to be Blizzard and Victor. Now, again, this is a POI that you can split. It's not as good of a split as Sleepy Sound. It doesn't have as much loot, but if Arkham Epic Whale can grab that loot, which they're landing on the dominant side, quickly move over to the ice cream side and get the shots on them, they'll quickly take them out. I have no reservations about that from them.
But Takata, we were talking with the casters earlier on before the show started, and they said that the team is actually contesting them is the team that pretty much stopped their entrance into Qualifier 1. So how is that going to shake things up? Are we actually going to see Arkham and Epic Whale kind of change their playstyle a little bit?
I mean, I don't think Arkham and Epic Whale are going to change their playstyle necessarily. They're going to play Fortnite like they've played it in the previous seasons. I mean, they're the champions. They know what they're doing. And if they're able to come out on top, I mean, that's going to help them with Storm Surge. But if they're not able to handle the contestation well, I mean, we could see someone else take that throne from them.
And speaking of contestation, we have one more drop spot that looks like there's a lot of actions. We already talked a little bit about it. It is Tilted Towers, Clay. What exactly are we going to be seeing here? How does this drop spot work for splitting?
So Tilted can hold about 3 teams, and that's what we're expecting to come through. 40R, Storm, and Caden are actually going to look at that insurance building, while Zays and Combat will go to the apartment building, and Midi and Vernie are going to go to the east side. So currently, it looks like 40R is going to have the most control over Tilted, if that's exactly where they land, because you can kind of split it up into 3 regions. You got the region down here, the region up here, and the region right there. I hope you followed my hands there. But it's got a lot of loot. But it forces you to fight if you don't disengage early, because a lot of players will rotate in. So you have to be on your toes with that.
Takata, what are your thoughts on this POI?
I mean, I'm with Clay, right? It's got the loot you need, but you have to be a confident duo mechanically. You have to have the synergy in box fights in these engagements, because you're going to get into some early game engagements no matter what. And if you want to make the most of it, you have to come out on top when that happens.
Drop spots are obviously very important in competitive Fortnite, but maybe even more important is where that zone is going to be landing. So we actually decided to challenge some of our players to see if they could predict where it's going to be. And that leads us to where in the world for NA West.
Oh, wow. I did not expect that.
I got 5 out of 5 last time we did this.
Don't think I'm gonna do very well.
Where is that? All right, so my guess for the spot's gonna be Sleepy Sound.
I think that's by Logjam.
The Sanctuary? I don't know.
Yeah, it's the fields at Sanctuary.
I'm trying to remember where the cornfields are. My guess is the Sanctuary.
I don't know the name of it, but it's a landmark near the Bugle, to the west of the Bugle, I believe.
Oh, yeah. That's, I remember that.
Alright, so this spot's gonna be the Logjam.
That is Logjam.
That would be at Logjam.
I think that's Logjam Lumberyard.
Lumberyard? I think that's what it's called.
Hey, this one's familiar to me. This is Logjam.
Oh, perfect.
This one I have no idea.
I think this is the clock tower in Tilted Towers.
The clock tower at Tilted.
I would say Tilted.
Oh, that's Tilted Towers. That's the clock tower at Tilted.
I think that this is the Tilted Towers clock tower building.
Oh, geez, this could really be anywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Camp Cuddle.
Sweet.
Oh, wow. I did not expect that.
I peeked through that window before. I think this location is Sleepy Sound.
That's the top of Bugle. The Daily Bugle.
I think that one's at Pony. Maybe.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I don't know. Condo Canyon?
I think this is Greasy Grove. I just see like a lot of plants, and I feel like I might recognize that building.
This is the roof of Bugle, of the main building at Bugle.
Oh, it's Coney. No way. Oh, I knew it.
Bugle has like a similar roof over there.
Not even close.
I think that's Condo Canyon.
Actually, I'll go with Camp Cuddle. That looks like, yeah, Camp Cuddle.
Maybe Condo Canyon? I don't know.
I know it's on the desert somewhere. I think that's Condo Canyon.
I'm trying to think of the racetrack name, but I completely forgot about it. So I'm gonna go with Condo Canyon.
Sandy Shores has a lot of beach, so I'm gonna go with Sandy Shores.
That's Camp Cuddle? Oh, that was Camp Cuddle. No way.
Nice.
Camp Cuddle? Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed on a million years.
Oh, Camp Cuddle.
thanks to our players there for trying to guess where in the world those pictures are. Frappe coming out in first place, so I'm sure a lot of people are going to be watching for him in the competition. But the players that we are going to be watching right now, who we are excited to be able to compete. Takata, of course, I have to ask you about Krizix and Jelty right here, an incredible duo competing today.
I mean, you know it. One of my favorite Spanish-speaking duos, Jelty coming from Mexico and Krizix from Colombia, now competing on the NA West region. They are landing in Greasy Grove, but you have to be careful because they are contested from another elite duo. They're contested by Snacky and Fav, so it's not going to be easy to know who's going to come out on top in that engagement.
Ooh, well then, yeah, Clay, I mean, let's talk about this drop spawn fight. How's it going to work?
Well, I mean, Saki and Favs, they've been to 17 combined FNCS finals. That's a lot compared to Krizix and Jelty, who only have 8. So they have the experience over them. But Jelty and Krizix are scrappy fighters. They will hunker down, sit in a spot, and just wait for you to push them. And then they will go off of your movement, your errors. So Saki and Favs have to be patient. They can't get over aggressive like they're used to. If they do, it's going to go over to Jelty and Krizix.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Favs and Snacky then, Takata. Like Clay was saying, you know, they've been competing for a really long time, even competing together as well. And obviously, we're used to them in a trios competition. They had to go through the semis, but they did make it through day 1. So how do you think they're going to be performing today?
Look, I know that Snacky and Favs are very confident mechanically and also in those box fights, those engagements that you can get into before the late game. However, I know Jelty is a very strong IGL. Krizix also good player mechanically. I mean, incredible player mechanically. So I'm curious to see how those kind of different play styles go head to head, right? Who's going to play more position advantage? Who's going to try and secure more loot than their opponents? Or are they just going to like duke it out right off the drop, 50-50 a chest? I mean, I'm curious to see what happens.
Oh, same here. So curious. But of course, I'm also curious to see who we picked for our predictions. It's not just going to be the 3 of us here. It's also going to be the 2 casters. And I think out of all the teams that we've talked about today, they probably are in our predictions list right here. Oh, Clay, what a surprise. You, myself, and Jacob as well picking Arkham and Epic Whale. Why are you going with this team?
I mean, we just know that out of all the FNCSs, they have only lost 1. And I mean, I take those odds any day of the week. I mean, it's just, they're so dominant. They're so passionate. And yes, sometimes do they not make it in the first qualifier? Historically, yes. But then you see them come out and dominate the second one and make it all the way through and have a great day in finals. So I'm excited to see how they play.
I mean, you know I had to do it. We were just talking about it. Jelty, Krizix, my Spanish-speaking friends here. I mean, they're contested in Greasy Grove against another very powerful duo. But look, Arkham and Epic Whale are also contested in Coney Crossroads. So who knows?
And that's, you know, something that we're talking about before the show started, especially with the 2 casters, is that Arkham and Epic Whale are typically used to not being contested. Back when it was Believer Beach or even before that, no one really wanted to go up against the Titans, but that's when they were a trio. That's back when they had Rex or at one point Reet. So to see them here contested as a duo, and especially after you know the history where they didn't make it even through qualifier 1, you raise some suspicions, but then you see qualifier 2, where they had, like, what, in qualifier 1, I think first through third were only 10 points separated. Qualifier 2, they were ahead of second place by 40 points. They themselves grabbed 3 VRs, and we know that that is a big deal, especially in the finals. So say what you want, casters, but I personally think that this team right here, and I say casters, it's just Panda, but obviously talking about Panda's pick there, Batman, Booga, and Wheels, we already talked about them before, but I love to see this kind of veteran player joining a new player and competing out there. So everyone, that is the top of show for us. Hopefully you were able to learn a little bit more about NA West, but we know what you're here for. You're here for the games, and we have 6 intense games that are going to be starting in just a moment. But before game number 1 starts, we have to pick the brains of our casters. So Jacob and Panda, take it away.
What's going on, everybody? I'm so excited to be hanging out with Jacob here, casting all of these games throughout the finals weekend. It's going to be incredible. Real quick, I got to talk about it. Batman Booga Wheels, clearly my choice here. But Jacob, explain a little bit more why you picked Arkham and Epic Whale.
Yeah, even though throughout that first qualifier that all our analysts, even me and you were talking about, they're contested. They didn't get through, but the team that contested them, Victor and Blizzard, they qualified all the way to the finals in that first day. But there's one thing that so many teams don't have that they do, and that's experience. So even though they did falter early on in that qualifiers, I think that is just the tip of the spear, that little bit extra that they need to kind of clean up those things that went wrong and figure out how to perform just a little bit better here in our finals.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening, but look, we won't know until we get into this game. Are you excited, man?
No, I'm definitely excited. There's so many questions, so many superstars here. This is the first time. This is my debut here. My first Fortnite cast was with you, and now my most recent Fortnite cast is going to be with you again, Panda. And we don't have to wait long because the battle bus is ready. Finals game number 1 is right here.
Game number 1 is here. The finals are here. Chapter 3, Season 1 is underway with the finals. Arkham Epic Whale contested still here at Coney Crossroads, meaning that if it's anything like Qualifier 1, they are going to struggle a little bit. We saw the same exact team contest them there in Qualifier 1, which is partially the reason they didn't make it to that final round and automatically qualify in that first day. But they did make it through to Qualifier 2, and that's why they are here today. But will they be able to come out on top? Will they be able to change up the game plan from then? That's the question we're going to see answered here as this starts underway. It does look like Arkham Epic Whale going to get a bit of an easy start, to say the least. Yeah. Looks like Blizzard and Victor are not looking to take too many shots here off the rip. However, Victor, protecting himself pretty early, understands that they could come around that corner at any moment.
Yeah, and you kind of see what the pressure of the finals do to some players. You don't want to take those early engagement like you might be used to in all your practices. And what you talk about being used to Poppy Blast and Show, they land Chonkers Speedway. And for them, it was a switch up of strategy that helped them qualify. They were contested against Aguilar and Compalon. They didn't want that contested fight off the drop. They switched it up just in time to qualify for the finals. Now back on over to Chonkers Speedway, but once again back on over to Coney Crossroads as well. And to me, Panda, this isn't too surprising that we don't see them going all the way at it too early on. This is just game number 1. They have 6 games on the day.
They do. They have 6 games, and it's already starting here with Arkham and Epic Whale. It looks like just going to be the aggressors here in this off-spawn engagement. This is interesting, right? We didn't get to see them fully play out on the broadcast in Qualifier 1, but we did see Victor and Blizzard do an exceptional job there and qualify through in that first day. So we do see this turning, though, as Epic Whale gets a ton of tags here onto Victor. Blizzard, though, a little bit split there from Victor. Needs to be careful. All it'll take is a few shots here for Victor, and he's going to go down.
Yeah, has him down to about 50 HP. Blizzard trying to save the day and chop down Epic Whale, but that's only going to be a momentary distraction. As these players continuously are getting pressured. Victor is going to get dropped down first. That's going to be Arkham. Continue with the pressure and the teamwork from Epic Whale. And this is where now, Panda, they can take all the time in the world, but they have to be careful because they don't have all the time in the world. Teams can begin to pressure from the outside going in, so they have to make this as quick as possible.
You're absolutely right. And this is another thing I wanted to point out, right? As you see Epic Whale guarding his side here, that's because it looks like there's another player entering the fold. This is another concern that I had for them going into the weekend. Even if they could win the off-spawn engagement, there are some other players that are in the area and looking to capitalize on the fact that Epic Whale and Arkham are contested. Obviously, in the back of these players' minds, they know that these are the top players in NA West, so they have to be super careful to avoid those shots. Another team that has to be super careful, it's Batman Booga and Wheels here over at Covert Cavern. They are not alone, but they strategically take this drop in a very, very special way, in a unique way. They only take what they can here from kind of the outskirts of Covert to avoid the early game engagement, and then they go over to that llama spawn not too far away there. So it's a really nice rotation for them, and it helps them avoid any kind of unnecessary early game fights, but it also sets them up for success there in the mid and late game.
Yeah, playing that overall big picture game. That's what you're going to see a lot of these players do, especially the ones that have been in this finals before. So it's going to be an interesting take. You know, Batman, Booga, Wheels, the experience on their side. So many players almost have a page full that this is their first finals. Victor and Blizzard included, the team that we saw go down early on. So I expect them game after game to continue to learn and progress. But Poppy, Blast, and Show, at one point or another, it was looking free over at Chonkers Speedway, but you can see multiple teams wanting a share of that loot that they might think is left behind.
Yeah, I mean, look, Chonkers Speedway is one of those POIs that you love to see, but it's really not easy to deal with when it's contested. Just like Tilted Towers here. It's actually kind of the opposite of Tilted Towers, I should say, because Tilted, you can really split the POI. You can comfortably take different buildings and kind of rotate in your own direction. But it does not look like 40R Storm and Katenox actually want to do that. It looks like they want to go for the shots here on this other team. 40R Storm, though, not going to be able to find where they ended up rotating to before shots started raining in from a distance. So they have to be super careful because remember, this is not 2 teams landing Tilted Towers. It's just 3. So if you start a fight here with one team, you might get caught out by that other team. So it's all about being precise here in the decisions that you make within Tilted Towers so you can come out in the mid and late game.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very important throughout 6 different games, Panda, on day number 1, because we got another 6 games tomorrow that you have to have your game plan. You have to have that steady mindset, not to get over aggressive, not to throw it all away in just one moment when you're in that heat of the moment of all things. And that's why you're seeing so many players try to dodge those early game skirmishes in game number 1. That's kind of what West is known for. Towards the later half of the day, when teams begin to get pressured by opponents, pressured by the leaderboard, that's when they begin to try to throw a wrench into the mix to switch things up. But Snacky and Fabs, a team that qualified in their very, very final game of semifinals day number 1, they were looking to have a little bit of a better start to their finals.
Yeah, they absolutely are already having a better start. Remember, they were not contested in semifinals and they struggled, right? They're contested here, yet they're still alive in game number 1. So that tells me that they've made adjustments to the game plan and they know what they need to do to stay out of those early game engagements that could affect their overall gameplay. Similar to Epic Whale and Arkham here. They were able to clean up that fight against Blizzard and Victor extremely quickly before any of those other teams that were close by could cause any issues. Now, that's not to say that they're going to be able to continue to do that. It just really boils down to what happens here in this game. Yeah. But there's a lot of moments that are happening in this game that we got to break down. Not only these, but look, you have, here it is, back at Chonkers Speedway. It's PSR, Chip, and Lime. Chip holding on there, trying to get to the vehicle, just not working out there. And now, Winter and your favorite, Russo, looks like getting another early game engagement as well, but picking up a few eliminations there, and it's actually Doritos.
All right, guys, don't feel too bad. This guy finds a way in my zone wars, and he's been doing that to me almost all week long. I'm making sure to give him some good practice, Panda. Don't worry, don't fret. But I like the way you kind of broke down Arkham and Epic on that side of the map. The same thing could be said here. Even though they're going to have to start thinking about a rotation, since they got those early eliminations, they got the early tags, they can farm up. They can get the resources. They don't have to worry about Storm Surge at this very moment and getting that position into zones. So once they get the resources and the loadout that they want, that's when they're going to try to go in, maybe during 2nd, possibly 3rd zone, to try to get themselves a sweet spot in the center to where they can start thinking of the later surge tags that they're going to need, because right now they're sitting fine.
Yeah, they got a few more zones before that really starts to take effect, right? But you still have to keep that in the back of your head. Every time you rotate, every time you position yourself on the map, you need to be thinking about how can I get those surge tags, or do I have the surge tags to feel comfortable just kind of hanging out here? Because realistically, it's not easy to get surge tags early on, but if you can, then you're set, right? For players like Convict, definitely another player probably struggling here a little bit to get those tags, looking for those tags onto Russo and Winter. Fortunately for them, they are going to be able to rotate away scot-free here, not having to worry about taking too much damage and being able to get away in that car. That's a really interesting switch here, though, because look at the contestation taking place around Tilted Towers. It looks like not only are there a couple teams there within Tilted Towers, but there's several teams located on the outskirts, right? All those hilly areas there are kind of set up for these other players, which is going to make it tough for players like 40R Storm and Cadenox when they eventually decide to rotate. So realistically, this is not going to be an easy early to mid game for them.
No, it's not. And talk about something going down. Vibesy and Slicksy as well towards the high ground. You see down low, they're using those chug splashes to get their HP and kind of top themselves off. So if this fight does break down, they're ready for it, to say the least. But Slicksy, he knows he's trying to play that smart move. Zone is slowly but surely pushing these players in, and he's trying to think of that escape route while maintaining that pressure. So you see he's going to back out. Vibes, he's going to eventually back out, and they're going to kind of not necessarily bait and switch, but take their turns trying to get that ground towards or closer towards zone and leave Smuck and Clutches to a position to where they're taking so much storm damage.
Yeah, I mean, look, both teams are not in an advantageous position right now. They need to make a decision. They need to make a decision fast, and it looks like it's Clutch going to make the clutch play and just get out of this. That's the smart way to kind of play this, right? You don't want to spend too much time in Storm, especially considering there are other teams here still in this lobby. A lot of other players remaining here in this game. So the last thing you want to do is sit in Storm for too long and then get caught out by players holding you out on the edge of zone. So smart on them to both just disengage. Tried to get some shots there for Silksy and Vibesy, but hey, listen, it doesn't always work out. We always try to shoot our shot. Doesn't mean it's always going to hit.
Yeah, that's a risk versus reward situation, because you got to take note. He didn't have any of those HP styled heals. No med kit, no types of fruits and vegetables, no med miss. So he's going to have to work with his opponent or with his teammate to try to figure out where they're going to pick those up while maintaining their position and rotating in towards zone. And one of those teams we saw early on, we talked about not having to worry about that surge because of the early eliminations on their initial drop spot. And that's why they're grabbing this vehicle. They're trying to go to that slow side of zone to where they're not going to have too many players contesting them, but just enough to where if they need surge, they can still go for it.
Yeah, that's a smart play on their part, and they're famous for this, right? They stay on the outskirts, rotate around to the dead side of zone, making sure that you are kind of setting yourself up for success here in the mid game and then getting tags where you can. But here is another team set up for success. Love this positioning on this hill here from Batman Booga and Wheels. They have a really nice high ground spot. They can take shots at any of the teams around them. And you see that it's clearly been working. They are above the damage threshold, but not by much. So I know going through Wheels and Batman Booga's mind right now is just, I need some more tags.
Yeah, and there's a few teams towards the north side of this zone that if they don't take that slow side, they have to go through Tilted. They have to go to this north portion of the map. And Herbie, Toffee qualifying with a big victory royale through our semifinals. What a big shot, though. That's going to back down Herbie, make him think second twice about what he's going to do. But being 77 below the threshold, he knows no matter what that plan is, it has to contain or have a little bit of aggression involved, as you see Poppy trying to trade those shots off as well. 78, slowly but surely, these players continue to dip below the threshold.
Yeah, and another team we haven't really got to see or talk about here is Parallel, Quinn, and Wave, both under that threshold until that nice little shot there connects. But they're only 4 damage above, so it's not going to be good. And as you can see, it already has flipped there in the negative. So they need to be on it. They need to be getting these tags on these other players, because there are several players in the vicinity of where they're at right now. So that's going to be a big focus for them. Just like Slick Nick here and company, they need these tags. 150 plus damage below the threshold is not where you want to be, especially not at this point in the game.
Yeah, and you got to talk about, this is the team I've been interested to see. I don't know too much about them. First time finalists. They actually qualified in 3 games, maintaining great consistency mixed with a great number of eliminations. And you can see how they're picking those up. They're not scared to fight for that high ground on their journey. And it looks like they're possibly trying to look for a way to chop these players down and steal away the high ground. But that's also another very, very aggressive team. I think they were leading in eliminations throughout their own qualification process.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, right, for Slick Nick and Convict, you just have to get in. You don't have a choice anymore. You are so far below the damage threshold, and it's starting to tick away. You have to be on it. You have to get those shots connecting, whether it's with this team or another team, especially considering they just used the last of the chug splashes that they had in Slick Nick's inventory. So it's really going to be a rough setup. Fortunately, it does look like Convict still has a few left in the old inventory, but this other team just continues to push away. So they cannot afford to wait any longer. There it is. You see Slick Nick diving in, getting some big tags there, and ultimately now does get a knock there. It's Dog. That was Dog and Jay.
Yeah, they were trying to sneak up as a third party and steal away both of those eliminations, and that's exactly what can go wrong. They spotted those players towards the low side, and they immediately pounced in a 2v1 situation, separated Dog and Jay to pick up that one. That's your Sir and Kevin towards the high ground, and they're just going ahead and living and not having to deal with the chaos that going down right beneath them. As Slicknick and Convict, they're continuing this battle. They want to pick up the remainder of that elimination that is Jay, and they know they basically have him so weak they can smell him.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way this is set up, they know that this is one player. They know that it's a solo. They know that they can take advantage, and they take it. Slicknick and Convict walking away with both eliminations from that duo and sending them back to the lobby. Look, Jay and Dog, they qualified in Q1. So they're a special team. They know how to handle these high-pressure situations. So to see them go down at this point in the game is a little disappointing. But there are other players going down here as well. It looks like Notch and Ho struggling here in the early game, down below the damage threshold, and both of them eliminated simultaneously there to Storm Surge.
Yeah, I haven't seen Defiable in school too much. They qualified very, very early on as well. Getting to skip past that semifinals, watch their opponents. We're going to figure out a lot of those moves to be made, and congratulations to School, because I was there when he was kind of making that third round for the first time. He's came a long way, first time finalist here. How far can he go? As you see Arkham and Epic Whale getting pressured, barely able to inch themselves in towards zone. Perfectly placed steel wall as well to provide themselves a little bit of cover, a moment to breathe here in this situation as they recollect themselves, gather that information, and figure out what their next move is going to be.
Well, Arkham's next move is definitely to heal up, because you cannot afford to sit there with all of that damage taken, and Landjock and Punisher looking to continue to apply that damage. It's kind of interesting. You see the tree play there from Arkham and Epic Whale, but it doesn't quite work out in their favor. Landjock's still up there trying to take some shots, just like up here is Wheels and Booga on a nice layer, still in zone. This is so important. Where this fourth zone presents itself, though, is a little bit further away, so they're going to have to play to that. They're going to need to start moving here pretty quickly and avoid using too many material. That's the big thing. You're still in the mid game, and it's really, really important to conserve that material to the end game or focus on getting a refresh at some point. But with all these players close by, they need to be careful, especially for players like Defiable in School. They're close by. Despite them being split there for a moment, they're still a really solid team to watch.
How about to say, where is Cade Knox, 40R Storm? They landed in Tilted Towers. They got those two eliminations. Unfortunately enough, they go down. One of those players already eliminated 6 points to their name, but 40R Storm. And this is one of those teams. They barely made it through into qualifier 1, I should say, from round 2. They got 48th place. They qualified in 2nd. And that's why I always try to tell so many players when I'm talking, all you need is that chance, that one opportunity, and you can step up to the plate and knock out a home run. And that's one thing. This team right here, they needed that one chance, that final game. Snacky going down to a heel off and takes it to qualify for the finals as well. So many teams, when they feel that pressure, they definitely rise to the occasion. But with final pressure, that's a whole different amount of pressure for some of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way that you put that too. It's kind of the way that you show up here when pressure and things are on the line. And that's what we've seen from players like Snacky Favs, like Arkham, Epic Whale. They, time and time again, despite not necessarily having the best qualifier performance, they know how to show up here on the finals day. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win. I mean, Batman, Booga, and Wheels are going to win, but, you know, listen, that's just me saying that ahead of time, just making sure everybody knows that's my prediction. But Arkham, though, looking at a really solid spot here. Both of them healed up pretty effectively. Does look like they have quite a few material. It does look like Epic Whale is lacking a little bit of wood material there, but other than that, they're in a really, really solid spot at this point in the game. Now it's just going to boil down to how they rotate here and how they play the rest of this game out. We know they know how to get the high ground and how to play the low ground. So it's going to be interesting to see which one they decide to play off of here in these finals, because either way, any teams that are in their way need to be careful.
See Winks and Yi Yan over there towards your right side. Vibesy and Slicksy. Vibesy's actually doing it by himself, so you don't see Slicksy at all. You see School and Defiable in the elimination feed going down to Combat and Zays, one of those teams that contest and land towards Tilted Towers. Not a lot of movement out of them in this game as Wanks, again, they're feeling that pressure. But this towards the end game, they know this is where you're going to pick up a lot of those points. A lot of the elimination opportunities will prevent itself as well. So surviving is a must, but 12 players, is this something you would out heal, or do you go for the damage?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a tough situation. Now Winx is going to have to heal, but no, unfortunately, he couldn't get the Chug Splash off in time. That means Yan is by himself here while these other players are beginning to press forward. This is one of those situations where you really wish you had an armored wall. These players are pushing forward, applying pressure on top of the fact that you're dealing with Storm Surge tags. So you really have to be super careful in a situation like this. Fortunately for Yan, was able to get those chili Chug Splashes on top of the Chug Splashes that were already in their inventory. So that's going to keep them in this game. But for a player like Vipsy, who does not have any heals in the inventory, it's going to be a tough few minutes.
Only 5 players went down throughout all that time. 6 more still need to fall. Yan, who already lost his teammate on 86 below the threshold, continuously trying to out-heal it. So many options to try to out-heal it, but once those are gone and you're as a solo, that game's gonna get exponentially harder. Has the MK7, the Stinger SMG, if they just need a target to be able to shoot through these covers and get into the box, but no, it's actually Yan becomes a target. Somebody else needs that damage, and it looks like they're trying to break through the box to get it. Yan continuously feeling the pressure from Storm, but doing a great job, Panda, out-healing it and staying calm, cool, collected. Not over-peaking any of these covers, getting desperate for that damage.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like another team ended up falling that was working towards that damage and working towards getting eliminations. It's actually Epicwell and Arkram are both out here of game number 1. They have gone down here pretty early, so it's going to be interesting. We're actually going to be able to see how it went down here in this moment. You see Epicwell struggling. Cypher's able to get that knock, and then Arkram just immediately eliminated there. That is a tough look for them here in game number 1. But listen, I mean, we talked about it. We talked about how they're struggling. This isn't necessarily the season that we've seen from them, but we know they have the ability to come back. They are an all-star duo, and they have so much left in the inventory. But Yan, 15 HP in a dream, does not look like he's going to be able to connect anything. Just unfortunate.
Yeah, it has to be somebody, and when you're that solo player, one player needs to go down. Unfortunately, it is going to be him, but Storm Surge's not going away just yet, so nobody able to get away from that feeling of pressure. 99 below, that's going to be Chris and Wavy Jacob getting here, qualifying in that top 6 range, so they have the game plan down. They just need to be able to continue to survive. 1 elimination to their name, currently sitting in 5th. This is game number 1. That means anybody can overthrow that position, especially when you have to peak in order to get the damage necessary to get above the damage threshold.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is tough, right? We've seen some major teams here in this game number 1 dealing with Storm Surge left and right, but a team that is still dealing with it but has a really advantageous position, it's Krizzix and Jelty. This is Tokata's pick here, folks, and they are showing up and showing out here on the high ground, holding it down, getting shots left and right here. This is what you love to see from this team. But will they be able to keep that momentum? They got to maintain it. It is a little bit early for them to take high ground because players like Snacky and Faz, and we're seeing it right now, are going to go for that high ground.
Yep. It gets dropped down low. 52 HP. Definitely has enough Chug Splashes and minis to get back up. As you see, the pressure is continuously being put on for the players above Jelty and Krizzix. They have to be very, very careful. Caleb and Kinzo are on that middle layer right below and waiting for that opportunity. We've seen them do it throughout the qualification process already. Booga and Wheels, Batman Booga and Wheels, I should say, trying to stay ahead of zone. Lokes and Cypers, the team that eliminated Arkham and Epicwell towards the low ground, they're looking like they're just recycling builds back and forth. Russo drops down low. That could get dangerous, but Krizzix and Jelty doing a good job connecting, holding on to that high ground throughout not only this entirety of this zone, but it looks like they can go into the next one as well.
They definitely can. Another team I really want to pay close attention to was Quinn and Wave. They are not doing as well as I thought. It looks like Wave's going to go down early, but Quinn, the clutch master himself, by himself in these moments here in the mid-game, is going to do everything he can to continue to hold on. This is what you love to see here, folks. Some of the best names competing here on NA West, the best players in the region, whether it's Wavy, Jacob, and Chris, and so on. So there's so many incredible players still left up in these final moments. Here it is. It's coming down to the wire. Jelty still in the game. Batman, Booga, and Wheels looking like they have second height potentially, and they actually look pretty healthy on materials. So this could be a height take here for Batman, Booga, and Wheels if Jelty is not careful.
There you see Fabs going down. Snacky unable to be the hero. You talked about it. Batman, Booga, Wheels, they're trying to take the high ground, and it does look like they're going to achieve it for now. Krizzix, it looked like he took fall damage. That really cost him this late in the game as duos are dwindling down. Jelty finally goes down, backside of zone. Herbie, Poppy trying to stay alive. Psyrazor as well. Snacky, the solo player, trying to continue that run from the last time we've seen him with a heal-off victory. Can he do it? No, he's going to drop as well.
Players are dropping left and right, being sent back to the lobby. Nate, though, still up here with his teammate, trying to hold on here with Frashira. Now it looks like gets an elimination there onto Kinzo. That's a huge elimination for them. Definitely going to need that siphon there for Frashira, but they continue to move forward. It looks like Caleb just on the other side of the box could fall victim here to Frashira. No, but no, Nate by himself does end up getting the elimination onto Caleb, but is not going to be able to get his teammate back in the game. Batman, Booga, and Wheels up on the high ground as well. They are just pressuring players left and right and center. Dynamic and Rexy, though, still in this game, kind of conquering the low ground, and it looks like no other players are trying to contest them at this moment.
Yeah, you see Nate sitting in first place right now, doing a great job. Batman, Booga, and Wheels continuously holding on to that high ground. I do believe it's but 3 duos remain. Nate's going to be the only one as a solo. Tries to get into the box, do some damage. He's going to get dropped. Bolts, Rexy, Zeus, everybody towards the low ground. The pressure being mounted from above. That's Batman, Booga, and Wheels who are not feeling any sort of pressure, any sort of this aggression as Bolts. He tries to separate himself from the low ground. Wheels gets another knock. The battle will continue. This drops down to a 2v2, make it a 2v1. As Donacito is going to lose his teammate. Wheels and Batman, Booga continuously holding onto the high ground. They have the ammo, destroying vehicles, trying to set everything ablaze. 2 men miss though, Panda. The heal off is going to start. Multiple opportunities here. How long can he hold on to this? Compared to Batman, Booga, and Wheels are following on towards that zone, trying to spray back in towards Dynamocito as this one continues. Does he have enough? He has multiple med miss left. He tries to switch over to keep that hit tick from pausing at the very end. Goes for the last second play, and that's going to be it. He cannot outlast Wheels and Booga, who take game number 1.
What a way to start the day. Batman, Booga, and Wheels taking game number 1. Who could have saw that coming, right? I mean,
I don't
look,
know, man.
I don't know, but anybody that saw that coming, they knew. And I'm not saying I knew, but you know, listen, they're my prediction, and they are doing great here. Great start here for this team, but there's still so much left to play. This is only match number 1 of 12. 6 on the day here, and 6 more tomorrow. So big start here for Batman, Booga, and Wheels. They're probably feeling pretty confident, but for Dynamic, definitely a risky choice there to try and jump up and place the floor. But nonetheless, congratulations to Wheels and Batman, Booga taking game number 1. A huge way to take that. You know, look, so much action took place in that game, Jacob, man. I can't wait to see what the desk is going to do. So you know what, Kelly, Clay, Tokata, bring it home. Let us know what you saw there and analyze it all.
I think the only person besides Batman, Booga, and Wheels that is excited for that win has to be Panda there. So congratulations for that prediction. Maybe we should have been listening to him just a little bit closer, because Clay, right from the get-go, as soon as they took height, it was just so confident, so strong. And I mean, compared to Jelty and Krizzix, who held height from zone 6, it seemed like a different team.
It really did, is because they had the mats and the ability to withstand it, right? They had the Spider-Man web gauntlet so that they could get those refreshes in the zone. You saw Batman Booga sitting about 150 HP. That's because he went into zone multiple times to grab materials, and that really secured the victory royale there for them. And I think we were talking about Krizzix and Jelty taking it a little bit too early there, and unfortunately they did. We've seen that be a trend this season. If you take it too early, unfortunately, there's going to be a team that looks for it because of the amount of peppers in the game.
So, of course, Takata, you know that I'm going to have to ask you about Jelty and Krizzix from Zone 6. They took height, but to do it 200 below threshold seemed like a misplay.
Look, I don't know if I'd call it misplay. I'd call it a risk that they were willing to take. They were 200 below surge. They did not have a good amount of materials, but they made it work, making it almost to the last zone, securing a couple eliminations from the high ground, going above the storm surge threshold. And although they weren't able to finish off that game, securing the victory royale, they did a good job staying there as long as they could, as long as they had materials. And I mean, that's a great way to start game 1.
And the last team I want to talk about, Favs and Snacky. Even though I went to the way of Tilted Towers, Clay, it seemed like they were struggling a little bit. I think Snacky ended up being a solo towards Zone 8 right there. So they did get some placement points, but they just didn't have the performance that I kind of thought they were going to have.
And I think it's because they're warming up. This is a team that needs to get the ball rolling a little bit before they come out of the gate looking for the home run, if you will. As Favs does get just beamed. That was by Krizix and Jelty. As they tried to go for high ground as well. They weren't ready for it there. And look at the teamwork, though. This is what I am looking for in these first game moments, because they're going to fall back onto that. Even though that was very unfortunate, there's not really much you can do that when you use those Spider-Man web gauntlets and you do end up falling right onto another team. You're out of luck, unfortunately. There, Snacky did really well, though. Like you said, he was able to find points in the placement, but unfortunately the SMG was not on point there, and he did end up falling. But that's really good for them going into these next couple games, because they still got a lot of placement points.
And obviously, we have to give a shout out to the second place team, Dynamic and Rexy. But how are all these teams going to fall in our top 10 leaderboard? We're going to be taking a quick look at that in just a moment, everyone. Here we have it in first place, Rexy and Dynamic. Okay, so Takata, break this down for me.
All right, we have an interesting leaderboard here. Actually, Batman Booga and Wheels, the duo which secured the victory royale, is in third place with 44 points. We have Nate and his duo here, and also the second place duo from this game one, Rexy and Dynamic, who are at 49 points. So, I mean, it's a leaderboard which is a little shaken up, but it's very close.
And it comes down to those eliminations. You can win a game, but if you only get 4 eliminations, look at the placements below you. 7th, 8th, 6 eliminations, almost beating them out. And they placed, I think, in 5th overall there from Cypress and Locks. So you have to be going for those eliminations on high ground. You cannot fall to the old play style of, we'll just get high ground, win the game, doesn't matter how many eliminations. And when it comes down to tiebreakers, that's great, but overall you need to be going for those. And again, this is just top 10. We got a lot of more players coming through. I'm interested to see where Arkham and Epic Whale will fall on that one overall. But again, we know a lot of these teams, they're just warming up. We got 11 more games of Fortnite to play. So yes, even though that leaderboard is there, it is not set in stone.
Well, I love that you brought up Arkham and Epic Whale, because I think around Zone 5 is when we saw them go down. We didn't even see what happened because we saw it through the leaderboard, but they had such a strong start. They were able to take down the team that was contesting them off drops. So who knows how game number 2 is going to be working out, because it hasn't happened yet. But with that being said, let's toss it back to our casters. Jacob and Panda, take it away.
Fantastic game number 1, Panda. It did not disappoint, and I know you. I see you jumping, celebrating with Batman Booga and Wheels after that one, but that was a great play overall. You saw Krizix and Jelty try to hold the high ground. Krizix takes too much fall damage. Next up, Favs and Snacky trying to take it. Favs takes too much fall damage. Batman Booga and Wheels, they're not forcing any plays. They're not getting too greedy. They're letting the opportunities present itself, and high ground present itself along with that victory royale.
You also can't take away from Dynamic, Rexy, Nate, and Frappe. They all got several eliminations to not only climb the leaderboard, but to take first and second, respectively, without even walking away with the VR. So that's a really, really solid start for them. It's all about momentum moving forward, though. We see these players, they're getting into the groove of things. That's usually what happens here in the first couple games. But man, oh man, am I excited to see what these players can do next.
Yeah, anything is definitely possible here in the finals, because you see Arkham and Epic Whale going down early. So even former champions are feeling that pressure that the finals puts on. You talk about so much money up for grabs, the bragging rights, being the best in NA West. But game number 2 is right around the corner. In fact, it's ready, Panda. Let's get right into the action. This is where it is going to get interesting, Panda. Everybody feeling each other out after that first game. You see players really changing things up from the qualifier process as well. So this is where, in game number 2, if you want to make any more adjustments, it starts in the beginning of the game.
It definitely does, especially for players like Jelty, Krizix, Snacky, and Favs. These are 2 teams, like we've talked about, that have been contesting each other here in Greasy Grove. So they have to be super mindful of what's happening. Fortunately, though, we did see both of them in the end game, meaning that they're probably not opting to take an early game engagement. They might try to exchange some tags here and there, right? However, I don't see them being the teams that are trying to throw away their mid and late game for an early game engagement, which is really smart. But on top of that, a team that's doing quite the opposite. It's Arkham Epic Whale versus Victor and Blizzard. This is a tale as old as time here as these two continue to go at it. Started in qualifier ones, now find themselves in the finals yet again, competing for Coney Crossroads.
Yeah, I like that transition from Greasy on over to Coney Crossroads. They're really two different play styles from 4 different duo teams really playing out here. Arkham and Epic, not afraid to get aggressive, but they do like to take control, get as much of the resources, get a great loadout before they do just that and try to get as many mats just in case this one does break out into that long build fight. But the thing here is they want to pressure Victor and Blizzards. They want to get them out of that Coney Crossroads so that way they can mat up, similar to what they did after they got those eliminations in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what we talked about, right? We talked about how it kind of works out when you're contested. You might be able to win the drop, but you also run into the struggles of not necessarily having the resources. But now the focus is here for Lime. You see actually here in this replay, Lime having a really solid start here, getting some huge tags there onto the contesting team, and sure enough, walking away with a clean elimination. And look at the excitement come through there for Lime. Definitely pumped being able to walk away with a couple early game eliminations.
Yeah, Chonker Speedway is another one I'm going to have my eyes on, simply because not this team here on screen, but Poppy Blast and Show. They didn't do well when it was contested against Aguilar and Compalop, but they performed extremely well when they switched up their spot altogether. They went somewhere else, and then they were able to qualify for the finals. So that might be the game plan, even though I can kind of think our analysts, any pro player watching, you don't want to switch up your drop spot unless you absolutely, positively have no other choice. And that's kind of why you see 3 teams here contesting Tilted Towers. No matter how many teams are going to drop here, they've practiced it. They've been putting all their hard work into perfecting this drop. That's not something you want to let go to the wayside by just simply switching it up.
It definitely isn't. And I think that's why you see these teams, they fight for these spots because they know they've spent this entire season preparing for this moment, preparing for the finals to be here and to compete at that set spot. So it's definitely tough for them to just switch up and go to a different direction, like Clutch here actually going in a different direction around Camp Cuddle by themselves. A bit of a risky play, to say the least, but Zeltig there somewhere in the distance as Clutch just continuing to try to get some material. I'm actually not even quite sure where the teammate was. That's a bit of a risky split there, to say the least, Jacob.
I'm over here scratching my head because it even looked like he bounce padded or it launch padded away from somebody who might have been knocked early on. Makes me think maybe he just didn't get the knock, or maybe he got the damage he wanted, but it's too risky to go in, as Kaz and Tavern might think it's a little risky to prolong this fight any longer, as they're already getting third-partied, forced to use those heals and resources. And that's the thing about Sleepy Sound. Even though it's great for splitting and you could not take that engage, there's so many teams around that have to get Surge on this north portion of the map. They will try and look here first to try to get those tags.
That's a really, really solid point here about Sleepy Sound. We saw Quinn in, or not Quinn, we saw Hin and Queasy earlier today do a lot of work here from the northern side of this map, just north there of Sleepy Sound and that north side. So there's a lot of potential there in the drop, but it just kind of depends on the situation. Speaking of situation here, though, it looks like Arkham and Epic Whale finding themselves in a bit of a situation here, taking quite a bit of damage. Fortunately, gonna find that keg there, which is gonna play a huge role there for them. As soon as you throw that shield keg down, it is so nice.
Yeah, and you can kind of already see what happens to some of our top teams, or I used to see the superstars of West, the most notable players, to where you're taking a prolonged fight, even against a team that might be a little inexperienced compared to you, because we talked about the amount of finals, the amount of championships this team has been able to acquire throughout multiple seasons. So now they're going to have to make that decision. Do you continue to put that pressure onto Blizzard and Victors, or do you finally get out of Coney Crossroads, because more teams from the north side of the map are converging onto this POI?
And honestly, it's a really smart play on these other teams' part, right? You know that this fight is taking place. You know this early game engagement is happening. There hasn't been a moment that this hasn't happened between the qualifiers and now here into the final. So if you're a team that is in the surrounding area, you're going to take advantage of that. You're going to get the shots where you can, get your Storm Surge tags up early, and unfortunately, it looks like Arkham Epic Whale are going to be kind of on the receiving end of that for them. A bit unfortunate, but for players like Salvo and FJAA, they're in a bit of an advantageous spot here. High ground. Looks like Tavern and Cause on the back foot here. Probably running out of material, just like Salvo running low on material. So this fight is going to have to end quickly if they want to have some time to kind of get some of those resources back, because they're using way too much here in this early game.
And you can kind of see what a third party kind of does to the exchange. Tavern and Cause, they got tagged up. That high ground was stolen away from them from Salvo and FJA as they try to take that high ground, but they have to be very, very patient. Going full steam ahead could cost you, could cost some separation as FJA finally gets tagged up, separated from his teammate, forced to drop back down low to the low ground as the high ground's kind of given back on over to Tavern and Cause again as they're trading tags, trading Surge, but Panda, you already seen from a couple of our other POVs that zone is pushing south. So in a few seconds here, they're going to be fighting in the storm. So hopefully they have that med mist that you see in Cause and a couple other heals to outlast it.
Yeah, see, this is where these situations get really tough, right? We talk about the early game engagements. We talk about trying to be quick with these early game engagements. But unfortunately here for Tavern and Cause, they are not finding too much success here as the zone now begins to close in. They find themselves in storm, and now they just have to rotate. But teams that don't have to rotate, looks like Wheels here, finding himself a nice base here. A little split there from Batman Bugo, but probably just pretty close by on another angle there, trying to get some tags because they understand Surge is so important. Surge tags at this point in the game is priceless. If you can get them early like this, you are setting yourself up for success in the later moments.
Ooh, Salco's gonna go down, but 96 people alive still left in the game. Only 2 duos are gonna be out of it. Buzzo and Evo here. They did qualify for the finals. I do believe that might have been the 3rd qualifier. Could be wrong, possibly the 2nd, but either way, they're here and they're trying to make some noise. 3 points, which makes me believe they only have 1 elimination, but they're gonna make it 2 as they pick up that 2nd one as well. And this is where Panda, it does kind of get interesting because last time around we saw it was this southern portion of the map that was a little bit slower, teams forced to rotate in. But this time around, it's kind of like in the meat of the middle.
Yeah,
everybody having that fair chance.
You know, looking at that fight there, we got to talk about it. Obviously, Evo, Buzzo, Mojo, Salco. That was a bit of an interesting engagement there. Both of them landing just outside of the Joneses here, which is quite the opposite of what we're seeing now. It's interesting that ended up taking place, but for Ian and Winx, now the storm's closing in. They're using these rifts, and they're just getting out of here. That's a smart play, despite this other team still trying to kind of keep some shots in on them. They are still moving forward because look at that zone. It's pulling quite a distance here for the 2nd zone, so they need to really get moving if they want to find a nice position here early on because Surge is still a factor here, folks. There are so many players left up in this game that these teams need to be on it.
Yeah, you can kind of see a little bit of a little bit opposite, a little bit of adjustment from that last game to where it was predominantly towards the left side of Tilted Towers. This time is predominantly a little bit towards the right side of Tilted Towers, so not too much of a game plan adjustment if a team like 40R and Cadenox towards the middle, they can set themselves up for some great tags. But Arkham and Epic, well, they're continuing that same strategy regardless of the zone. They're trying to go to the right side of the map, then head straight south to set themselves up for a slow side to where they don't have to think about too many players congesting. But unlike last game where they were able to get that early 2 eliminations off of their drop spot, they don't have any. So Surge is definitely more of a prominence here in this game for them than it was in the last.
Yeah, and another thing I want to mention is their loadouts here. I'm not feeling confident in the loadouts that they have, right?
Me neither.
The heal look exceptional, right? You got the med miss here for Epic Whale. Arkham had some chug splashes. Like, this is really solid from a heal perspective. But when you look at the rest of the loadout here, it's not set up for success when it comes to getting these eliminations, especially when it comes to defending yourself here in the early and mid game. But you know, everybody starts rotating there in the late game, and the majority of players are weak, so it doesn't really matter as much about the rarity. Still, though, with those gray weapons in hand, it's going to be tough for them to just continue surviving on. But Pumps now actually disengaging here with Clouds, a bit of an interesting spot. You know, you always want to try to save those Spider-Man web shooters for as long as you can, but sometimes you find yourself in a position like that where you just have to swing away.
Yeah, especially when you know it's only going to be one usage. You're rather close towards that edge of zone, and then you can try to take the front side and try to deny people those opportunities. But Storm Surge, 95 players still in this one. Bumps, Clouds, they're going to be 184 above the threshold. Buzzo and Evo, they're also going to be above that threshold, but feeling pressure from a team that may not be above the threshold themselves. Forced to heal, use those chug splashes. Buzzo trying to stay alive. Evo being the help that he needs, and finally gets that elimination to stay alive and make their job throughout the rest of this game that much easier, as they're almost 400 above that threshold. But a team that's not having the best time right now, Clouds and Pumps. They're above the threshold, but so many teams are making them a target.
Yeah, they are, and it's going to be interesting to see what they can do here. But another target here, it is Arkham Epic Whale looking to take an engagement here with another team close by. It does look like they tried to get some shots in here, and it actually looks like it's Beast and Tao Tai, if I'm not mistaken. So this would be an interesting fight. Both teams, veterans in the space. They know how to handle these mid-game fights. They know how to defend themselves, block around the corners, make sure they stay safe. So it'll be interesting to see if that fight actually does unfold here. But Epic Whale does not want to wait, is looking to take shots left and right, every direction. Despite Beast being on the other side of this wall here, he needs to be careful because there are so many teams looming around.
Yeah, two teams that have been able to play with the Axe of Champions times before, now feeling that pressure of the Storm Surge being right on their back. 77 below, so not too much. It looks like they're going to try to make a play onto Beast. He does find some separation. That's Tao Tai towards the flank. They're trying to sandwich Arkham and Epic in. The damage is there, but neither team really getting too much of an advantage. They're getting just enough to try to stay above, but just enough on this side for Epic and Arkham that they're still below. They have to go for that opportunity at least one more time. Otherwise, they're going to be a target in this lobby. So many teams know the caliber of players they are. So as soon as they find that opportunity to take out a team that's suffering to the threshold of the Storm Surge, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, and you got to mention how Epic Whale is not overextending, playing it really smart there from a distance, not trying to cause any kind of distress there for the team. So super smart on their part, trying to get those shots in. But the threshold is definitely affecting them. We actually saw this here in Chapter 2, Season 8, where they were struggling with Storm Surge. And that was one of the factors that affected them in day one of the finals. So this could be more or less a repeat here if they do not get this Surge game plan underway, as Arkham taking a ton of damage. Epic Whale now having to try to get involved, trying to make things happen here. Does look like they are above the threshold now, so they don't necessarily have to worry about that as much, but they need to be careful, these other teams, because you never know who needs to apply this pressure and get these shots in.
Yeah, just like you're seeing Zooks here and Bolts, they need to apply that pressure. They're taking so much damage to the Storm Surge. They're trying to out-heal it with the chug splashes, but you can already see they're not going to have those resources to out-heal it overall. So they need the damage, 125 to be exact, breaking piece by piece, trying to drop layer by layer, but he actually gets dropped into the box. Perfect timing. Bolts has no other choice but to go, and back to the lobby they go, as eliminations are going to set in. Multiple players getting the damage that they need, but the team is continuously not getting the damage that they're looking for, as Favs and Snacky.
This is interesting. Snacky and Fabs usually do have a pretty good Storm Surge game plan in place, and you don't usually see them in a predicament like this, but they are here, and they are not too far above the damage threshold. But as I say that, it looks like they get some tags in and they push themselves even further above. We got to also talk about what's happening in the elimination feed, as eliminations are coming through for Punisher, Arkham, Solutions. So many players going down here, and that's just more and more points here on the board. But no, Epic Whale and Arkham find themselves in a bit of a storm fight. Fortunately, it does look like the other player ended up going down here, but they need to start moving into zone. We actually need to dive into this fight real quick. I want to see what exactly happened here from start to finish, because this is interesting. Arkham and Epic Whale, they weren't in zone, but the zone wasn't closing in at this point. So the fight starts to take place. They are able to take out Winter fairly quickly, but now it's just a matter of were they able to get the other players involved in that, as Epic Whale continues to look for more shots, look for the remaining player that's potentially there in the area, and sure enough, using the launch pad there to get away. But here it is, Epic Whale actually continuing the fight there, with Arkham getting a few more eliminations. As you saw there were 3 eliminations that they were able to pick up here in the early and mid game. So now it's all about rotating and making sure you get in though. But if they're not careful here, it looks like Rays and Pars are set up and ready to take some shots forward towards Epic Whale, towards Arkham. But instead, they're deciding to use this launch pad. Smart play on their part.
See how that's going to affect them later on in the game. A lot of their mobility is going to be used rather early. Find themselves a little bit of a car, though, so not too much to worry about if they want to use, but Pars, that's Pars and Ray's car. You don't want to go ahead and take that away from them because that's something they won't let go without a fight as Arkham and Epic, they're towards the edge of zone. If they have no other players here, this could be a little bit of a refresh that they could look for here as they're not at the tip top of the potential loadup they could have, but a team after a big victory royale in game number 1, they sit in 3rd place, and the reason being, Panda, is because they didn't get the big elimination that they need. But game number 1, I go ahead and toss it to you. Are you worried at all for your pick and getting eliminations here as they only have 1 in game number 2?
No, so this is the point I always like to make here when it comes to eliminations, right? You have to let them come naturally to you in the end game.
Okay.
While they didn't necessarily get as many in game number 1, that doesn't mean they're not going to get naturally some more eliminations in the end game. Their game plan is really solid. They set up for success early and mid game to get those surge tags. They make it to the end game, and then they take eliminations as they can along the way. You saw the way that they played the front of zone in the last match. So we're probably going to see a repeat of that, and then they'll potentially go for high ground again, depending on if they're still up in the lobby. But it's all about playing that out and playing it out effectively like they are. But another team not playing it as effectively as they did in match number 1. It's actually Frappe and Nate struggling here a little bit. It looks like Nate has gone down. Frappe by themselves, swinging along here, just trying to rotate forward. It does use quite a bit of material here and is going to need to be careful if Frappe wants to hold on as a solo player.
Yeah, multiple duo teams and players just right above him, but he also knows that's Punisher and Landjock right behind him. Epic and Arkham find themselves yet another skirmish against Dog and Jay. But I like the way they're playing it. They're just taking piece by piece, trying to take control of the builds and not getting a little too greedy, not getting all offensive, because you mentioned it yourself, and I like the way you kind of set the blueprint, because we're entering that stage as the game does get later towards that end game. These eliminations, these opportunities will naturally present itself, and that's exactly why they're trying to get that piece control, because one wrong move in the wrong box could certainly cost you, and as soon as they feel comfortable, they know peeking through those cones is crucial. Gathering the information of everybody else in the lobby instead of focusing on one team in front of you is going to be a must.
It is, but one thing we got to mention for Jay and Dog, who is that team that's close by to Arkham and Epic Whale, they are below the surge threshold, so they're going to need tags. Whether they can get it from the players around, it just depends. But no, Wavy, Jacob, and Chris, they found themselves in a bit of a situation here as Surge presents itself. The aggression comes out from the lobby, and unfortunately, they fall here in 9th place on the game. And it's actually to Batman, Booga, and Wheels. So that just shows you how much Surge plays a factor in these games. But it's really not going to play a factor for Batman, Booga, and Wheels, as now they are 463 damage above the threshold.
Yeah, having a great position in the high ground, forced to maneuver, it works out for them because they make it even more comfortable when it comes to the surge. That is something they're not going to have to think about for the rest of this game. Caesar is going to get dropped by Jay Roses. Jay and Dog continuing to fight for the position against Arkham and Epic as they trade off the damage back and forth. As they're going to have to rotate here. You see Favs and Snacky also rotating here. Everybody trying to recycle as much of the resources and builds as possible.
Yeah, and smart play on their part to do so. When you can find a launch pad and recycle it like that, that's the way to go. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like too many teams took damage there as well. So that's an impressive start there, because a lot of times we'll see these players, they'll run for that launch pad, and man, they will suffer. They'll take damage, they'll get tagged up, and then of course, once you're in the air, you're vulnerable, right? You can't build, you can't protect yourself. So you have to be mindful of those situations. But fortunately for Snacky and Fabs, they were mindful of it. They're in zone, and now it's about focusing the players that are around them, because there are quite a few players close by.
We've seen so many players in this position before. They have a good amount of height. I wouldn't say it's the highest of high grounds, but they have a good amount. But they don't have any medium or light ammo to put the pressure on the rest of their opponents. And that makes me a little bit worried. I don't see Snacky's loadout, but if they go below the damage threshold, it makes me fear for them, because they might have to jump into a box to survive it, as Kinzo and Caleb, they pick up a great elimination onto Lil J. Getting that refresh. So many different resources they can use for their disposal. And the thing is, they're front side of zone, so they can begin to build out, tarp out, and then recycle those builds in a moment when they go back for it. And I love this overlooked position. You can kind of see so many players congested towards the front side, so they're going to have to separate themselves in layers if they want to hold on to that advantage.
Yeah, they definitely will. And looking at two teams close by to one another, it's Epic Whale and Arkrum right next to Batman, Booga, and Wheels. So they need to be super careful as that fight ensues, because you see it, Epic Whale taking a lot of damage there from them. Arkrum also taking some damage here. So if they're not careful, this could be an engagement they do not want to take. Now, though, it does look like they are going to be able to continue to rotate, but with so many players close by, they're going to have to use the material to stay protected. But it does actually look like they may go for a high ground play here.
Yeah, depending on how many mats Arkrum has, this might not be the best decision, but it could be just going to neutralize that high ground for putting the pressure onto them, as they're going to just keep it moving, try to get towards that front side of zone, because they know the position going for high ground now could cost it all. Arkrum's going to go down on rotation. Epic's going to be forced down low. The last resource is going to be used, and he has to Spider-Man Mythic Web Slinger back into position, try to get himself inside zone, maybe even drop down low and look for a refresh, because no resources is gonna do exactly that. Put you in a bad spot, and that's gonna be Courier. First 5-time final is getting that elimination.
Man, and players are just dropping left and right. We saw Batman, Booga, and Wheels go down there. We saw so many other players, Arkrum, go down. This is it. These are the final moments here of the game, and it looks like Caleb and Kinzo are actually going to play for high ground here. A bit of a risky play for them. Okay, good. Whew. I was worried there for a second. Caleb attempted to potentially go for high ground there, as weak as he was, but fortunately, though, now he's going to find himself in the front of zone here as these other players begin to rotate around. He does get a knock there onto Dog there, so and an elimination as well. So really, really solid for them. Exactly what they needed, and here it is. Krizix going for high ground, facing Kinzo. Kinzo backs off there. Caleb trying to take some shots as well. Jelty struggling behind a little bit, but is going to be able to get to the high ground there. Now it is all down low ground versus high ground. You got 40-hour Storm and Cade Knox on the low ground, just diving in, taking out these players, trying to keep the pace of this game continuing forward. That is huge. Another huge thing, Jelty Krizix on the high ground. You know when this team is here, they know how to handle it. They can apply the pressures left and right, but no, Jacob, you're right. No resources.
You already saw it from them. Caleb and Kinzo were forced to drop down low as well due to the lack of resources. So many teams trying to take the high ground, but they're learning. That's the biggest thing. Game number 2, they're already learning when and where to try to make an attempt for it. Krizix and Jelty, they're going to get dropped down low. Krizix is going to fall first. Jelty is trying to take down Kinzo, but he's going to escape for now, who is living on a prayer. Jelty, he ends up in a bad spot, trying to maneuver himself outside of zone, but is he going to survive? Barely, with only 10 HP. He tries to go ahead and get aggressive onto another team. He knows without resources or builds, he gets dropped in his own. Jelty back to lobby, and look who it is. Caleb and Kinzo, without any mats, find their way to the high ground.
They couldn't hold it at first, but they're holding it down now. Kinzo, Caleb doing a good job here of kind of maintaining the pace. You see them holding height positions. They were able to get a bit of a refresh there, but no, another team pushing up. Caleb goes down. Solution here trying to take the high ground, but not in a great spot there. Solution goes down, but Jagveer does get the high ground, holding it as a solo player. Now, reducing the use of resources there with the Spider-Man web shooters. Huge play there for Jagveer. Holds it down here. Kinzo just below. They need to be careful. Elimination comes through. Caleb eliminated by Jagveer, but here it is. We actually have a full duo down below. Will that make an impact, as now it is a 1v2 situation for game number 2?
Yeah, and look, they're looking healthy as can be. They have the resources, they have the mats, they have the low ground. They just need to find that last and final player, but Jagveer is going to find them first, put the shots on from above. He knows it's a 1v2 situation. Everything mounting against him, but that's not going to slow him or stop him anytime soon, as he's continually dropping layer by layer. He knows it's going to end this way or another, but Pars and Rays play it absolutely perfect. Defensive strategy is going to win them game number 2.
You love to see those wins from the low ground. We saw high ground take game number 1. Game number 2 goes to the low ground there, and just an exceptional play there from Pars and Co. They did a good job of controlling the pace. They didn't overextend themselves there, which is really smart on their part. You see them get some eliminations here and just stay steady, right? They weren't trying to jump up to high ground. They knew they didn't have the resources to comfortably take it, so they stayed on the low ground and walk away with game 2's victory royale. So congratulations to Rays and Pars, but man, it is just heating up here in the finals. So much action still to unfold. I am so pumped.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a marathon and not a race, Panda. 2 games down over a course of 12 throughout the weekend. And once again, you're seeing teams adapt and learn. Multiple high ground attempts, they're going to be stopped by themselves because they realize the resources are not there. So already we're seeing changes happening from one game to the next. There's only one group of people, Panda, that can break it down better than the rest of them. That's Kelly, that's Panda, that's Takada, and that's Clay. You're already here.
Thank you so much, Jacob. And I agree. We want to hear Panda talk about everything, although I feel like he's probably not in as high spirits as he was after game number 1. Of course, we did see Batman, Booga, and Wheels going down around zone 7 there. So not as good as a performance after that VR. But speaking of VRs, Rays and Pars, an incredible performance there from the low ground. And NA West proves that pretty much you can win from height, low ground, heal-offs, really any situation, Clay.
Yeah, and this proves as well, while so many players are going up for the high ground, it doesn't always matter. It's not always the best position, and they proved it here. Look at how many mats that they had still at the end of this. 31 builds for Rays, so they could have gone for high ground if they wanted to, but they're more comfortable playing that low ground, and so it's perfectly okay to play from low ground and wait, because if 6, 7, 8 teams are going up for high ground, you've got free reign over the low ground.
And that's exactly what we saw at Takada. There was a moment where 3, maybe even 4 teams at this same time in Zone 7 was trying to take height. One of those teams being Krizix and Jelty, and they were able to do it, but it didn't really work out how they planned.
I mean, everybody knows that high ground is powerful. You have the opportunity to, have that winner's advantage from the high ground. However, if you don't take it with enough materials, if you don't take it with enough ammunition, it might be difficult to hold it onto that last zone.
And it kind of worked the same thing for Kenzo and Caleb there. They were able to grab high ground even after holding second height for a little bit. But without any mats, you can't hold it for that long. And that's why we're seeing so many later high ground takes, because what we saw from Krizix and Jelty in game number 1 is they did it around zone 6 and then had nowhere to go, really. So it's going to be exciting to see how this changes up in the next few games. But of course, what we're here for, everyone, is to look at our top 10 leaderboard. How did that shake things up? Because once again, Clay, our picks, Arkham and Epic Whale, didn't really do that well, did they?
Hey, they're getting warmed up. They went in from not making it to moving, now to making it in the moving zone. But look at how the victory royales are shaping this leaderboard. 83 points for Rexy and Dynamic. They actually had high ground at one point in that game. 11 eliminations currently leading the board with them, but not far behind are Pars and Rays, who did pick up that victory royale. Caleb and Kenzo, even though they did go up for high ground a little bit early, Kenzo's clutch zipline play got them into 3rd place overall. Batman, Booga, and Wheels dropping down into 4th place, I believe, not picking up very many points overall. Frappe and Nate moving up into 5th. Jagbear and Solution, who had a great game, moving into 6th. And we see Rich Homie Quinn finally making their way into the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, you can see how close this leaderboard is. From the 6th place spot to the 10th, there's only a 4-point difference. From 45 points in 10th place to 49 in 6th. We just finished seeing game 2, and so much can change here.
Oh yeah, we just saw a big change from Caleb and Kenzo there, going from 7th place, jumping all the way up to 3rd. So even though they didn't grab that VR, clearly their performance was enough to move them up into our top 3 leaderboard. And obviously they had some great plays there. I think we got to see a great zipline play as well from Kenzo. So excited to look at that real quick. But yeah, Epic Whale and Arkham seem to be going down before the end game. That's not typically what we see, especially when they have such a good performance. In Chapter 2, they had a lot of issues with not being able to grab a lot of tags, and with being contested and winning these early fights, they don't seem to be having the same issues that we're used to seeing. Here we see them on the low ground, 3 eliminations, but you can tell this is still pretty early on in the game, Clay.
Yeah, they were able to grab the Spider-Man web shooters, and that ended up separating them too much. And you see Epic Whale will almost get trapped in a box while Arkham goes down, and unfortunately ended up right back into his own box. Now, I will say, historically, if you look back at NA West Finals, Arkham and Epic Whale do not have a good first day. It is very rare for them to come out on the first day and say, hey, we're dominating. It has happened before. It's not the precedent, though. So for them, they're warming up. They're trying to feel out the lobby, feel how players are playing. And then day 2, later in day 1, I'm looking for them to pop off.
So what do they have to do then to change that, Takada? They're winning their early fights, but then their loadouts weren't that great towards the mid game there. What can they do to change to have a better end game performance?
So Arkham and Epic Whale are some of the most experienced players in the NA West region. So it's all about adapting, Kelly. They're going to adapt, they're going to learn from their mistakes, and they're going to make a big comeback.
It's exciting to see everyone. 2 games down, 10 more to go for the weekend, but we only have 4 more for today. So a lot of things can change in our leaderboard here for the finals of NA West. It's been 3 weeks in the making, and we're here now finally. Is a new team going to climb to the top? Well, that's what we're here to find out, everyone. That is it for us on the desk, everyone. We're going to be tossing it back to Panda and Jacob to see what they think game number 3 is going to bring us.
Like Kelly mentioned, so many new players here, Jacob.
Yeah, excitement. They're saying, what is game 3 going to bring? Excitement. 2 different games, Panda. 2 different paths to victory. Game number 1, it was all about that high ground. So many teams kind of lost their opportunity for that VR, fighting tooth and nail to hold on to that high ground, but it was Batman, Booga, and Wheels that held on to that very last moment to get the victory royale. Game number 2, Pars and Rays, that came through on the low ground. So already the finals is showing us no matter what your strategy is, if you have that teamwork, if you Wolfpack around and you're on point, anything is possible.
Anything is possible, but look, so many moments still yet to unfold in this. It's so early to tell what these teams are doing, but that top 10 is looking good. We got to shout out Quinn and Wave. They're doing something right here, right outside of Sanctuary, doing some big things here. Hopefully we'll see more of them going into game number 3. I'm excited to get into some of these games here, but we have to talk about what's going to happen next, and we can't talk about it until we're in this game. So let's go ahead and dive into game number 3.
This is game number 3, Panda. This and the next one are a bit of a swing game for an entire day and how you feel about your performance. But talk about a swing performance. Epicwell landing almost perfectly on the Stinger SMG to drop his opponent's HP down. And that's going to put some pressure on to start this game number 3 off.
It is, but it looks like there's another player relatively close by. I'm not sure who that is. But hey, nevertheless, this is the action that we love to see here. Victor and Blizzard both kind of getting an advantage early there. Epic Whale got some shots onto Victor. Looks like they got some shots onto Epic Whale. So neither team really walked away on top in that situation, yet there's still so much to unfold. So that happened so quickly that it's going to be interesting to see how this starts. But it definitely messes with your momentum when you can't just land comfortably and get what you need.
Back-to-back games already. Poppy Blast trying to be the hero onto show. I think they did trade knocks. There might be trading revives here, but Poppy Blast, he hears the audio, tries to go on the offensive against Lime, who gets dropped. Both of these players living with just a sliver of HP, but it's Poppy Blast that does not have the build. Show is going to get cleaned up. You can already see Lime is going to get the Siphon and Aiden out of nowhere, seeing that opportunity, and he's going to snatch it right on up.
He is. He took the opportunity, man, and got a nice elimination there to start off. Really smart on their part. But looking at Lime and Chip here, they're set up for success. Even though this other team is pushing forward, it looks like they're both going to be able to fight in this as long as Wait, is that Beast?
It's Beast. Remy's got to be close by. Yeah. Aiden got the Elim. If I'm looking at Lime and Chip, neither one of them have an Elim. What is going on over at Chonker Speedway to start game number 3?
Yeah, this is interesting to say the least. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but you love to see it. That's what just happens when you're contested by so many teams in one spot. It really makes for an interesting storyline, to say the least. But here, Beast, Remy, both holding on here, and it looks like they're the victors of at least one of those eliminations.
Uh-oh. Beast has to be careful, building a little bit too much. He's running out of mats. Only 3 pieces left to build. Make it 1. Quickly trying to get in the vehicle and escape. He knows him and Moose are a little bit too separated. Or I should say Moose, but that's Aiden in the back. Him and Remy are a little bit too separated for their liking. He's just going to reposition himself real quick. If their opponents want to chase and play right into their hands, they're going to take it. But it does look like Lime and Chip, they're going to take the tags that they got early on and try to play the rest of the game out. They realize this is a marathon, Panda, and not a race.
It is, and that's such a smart play on their part. But no, as we say it, it looks like Chip and Lime decided to turn around, and now they find themselves losing not only the vehicle but a ton of HP here as Beast knocks one of the players and also gets the second player in Lime pretty weak. So this is not what you want to be in. This is not the situation you want to have to experience here at this point, because Chip down and Lime very weak. All it takes is one Remy to roll up and take you out.
Yeah, I think he might have found a guzzle juice to try to get the HP back up, but sometimes, you know as well as I do, you have to abandon your teammate and finish this game off as a solo. Beast knows that plan's coming. He tries to get ahead of him with the vehicle, trading shots. Stinger versus Stinger is what it's going to look like here, and that's going to be Lime trying to take the high ground, but he gets taken out of the sky. Remy and Beast, a great duo, starting game number 3 off with 3 eliminations, trying to put themselves in such a good spot.
That is such a strong start from them. 9 points on the board in eliminations alone. Now, all it takes is a little bit of survival here in getting yourself into the end game, and you got a ton of points on the board. So that's a really, really solid start from them. Another solid start, though, we got to talk about it. It's Tilted Towers. Neither team seems to have engaged quite yet, but it looks like 40R Storm and Cadenox, they're set up for success with materials. Now, though, it looks like Clutch and Zeltic, not necessarily the best situation here. They do find themselves on the bridge here fighting, and not too many material because it's still very, very early in this match. But if they're not careful, they can end up not only maybe getting eliminated, they could also run the risk here of just not having what they need to survive through the mid and late game. So they have to get the tags and continue to move, but no, Clutch taking a ton of damage here, Jacob.
Yeah, a little bit too much too early, but you can already see in the mini-map below, the duo is going to just take what they can get, and that's sometimes what you got to do, especially when the zone has a far south push. A lot of these teams towards the top half of the map are going to have to think about when and where they're going to get those Storm Surge tags. And Convict and Slick Nick, there's a team I was interested on from the very beginning, qualifying in only 3 games, continuing to stay in the top 10 throughout that process to get their spot in this finals. As Vanillas and Wale, seeing how that battle started. Great shots to really end it, but it's the separation that has really costed teams at the end of the day.
It really is. You have to play as a team. You cannot find yourself separated from your duo, or you're just not going to win these fights. And that's what we're seeing here from these players. They split up, and ultimately they find themselves going down earlier than they would like, and that's the last thing they want to have to deal with. But one thing I do want to talk about is Wale. Wale was actually a player in Grand Royale that gave some trouble, not a lot, but some trouble to Arkram and Epic Whale. So it's going to be interesting to see as a player what they can continue to do. They have the skills, they know how to get the eliminations, they know how to play this game early, but they have to continue to survive. That's the big thing here in these games. I think a lot of players in other regions undervalue that, but here on the West Coast, they know. That's why we always see so many players up going through these zones. So it is a bit different here, and that is why Caleb, Kenzo, they're just rotating along. They're hopping in the truck, looking to not only get some tags, but get a really nice position here in zone.
Ooh, they found a team that saw towards the low ground. You're seeing the sidearm just being utilized more and more. And I like it because it's a very powerful weapon that definitely packs a punch, but Slick Day towards Daily Bugle. And it looks like 3, possibly maybe even more players, teams down over in this position, trying to make sure they're going to be the last team alive. And that's going to be first place versus 36. But Slick and Day, they're a little bit too separated. And I think the other team knows it, and they take advantage. Panda, they're doing it again.
They are, and man, this is tough here. If you're Day, you find yourself going down yet again here. Now it's Solution and Jagfear walking away with some elims. You know you love to see it, but it looks like Dynamic and Rexy, they're not too far away. They're pretty close by, and that's again our first place team as of right now. So 5th and 1st, pretty close by here in the Daily Bugle.
I like the way they just traded off. You take that one, we'll take this one, and we're just going to continue to look for serves. And I like where Jagfear feels that confidence because Solution's watching his back. They have a little bit of that high ground, and they maybe even saw the team drop down low towards Daily Bugle. Either way, them holding on to the high ground in that position is going to be pretty big, especially since they know so many teams land towards that ruin outside portion of the map that they can pressure and continue to hold out and force them to make a decision about if they're going to try to beeline in towards zone, take some storm damage, trying to go outward towards the slow side. But that's what I love about Fortnite, is because there's always a decision that you can kind of think outside of the box to kind of use to your advantage.
Yeah, it's all about using the resources you have, understanding what's taking place around you, and capitalizing on that. Arkram and Epic Whale capitalizing on the fact that they are in zone and don't have to move away from Coney Crossroad. This is a good start for them. As we've seen in the past, they've had to rotate pretty early and rotate a decent amount here in the first 2 matches. So for them, this is a sigh of relief, to say the least, as they get to kind of hang out and relax here in Coney.
Yeah, since they have so much of the high ground right now, they can be one of the last teams to try to rotate towards that zone as well. You see Wavy, Jacob, and Chris, they're just going to get out early. They don't want to get stuck in this mess, but already they're feeling that pressure and know that it was a great decision for them to begin to try to rotate on out. They know the zone continuously is pushing south here in this game. Yasser and Kevin towards the right side. You've seen them qualify, having some of the most eliminations throughout the qualifier process. But this time around, this lobby, this set finals lobby, is much harder to find those eliminations. So they're going to have to switch up their game, adding a little bit more passiveness to their game plan.
They really do. I mean, looking at the way that this is unfolding for these players, it really just boils down to the game plan. And that's why it's so important for players like Victor and co. They have been taking this fight here with Arkram and Epic Whale, but is it worth it? Do they need to continue to take this fight? Because we find them not being the winners of that off-spawn engagement. So it's a matter of deciding, do you want to go somewhere else? Maybe something else will work for you. But like we talked about before, when you are set in a drop as a duo, it's hard to just pull away from that, especially after having a lot of success with that drop there in qualifier 1. So I understand the thought, but sometimes if you're just not winning, you have to make some game plan changes.
And that's got to suck a little bit. Just to use your chili splashes, get your shield back up immediately. They get those shields just tagged right on down, and they're gonna make that decision. Do we splash again? Do we use the big pots that we have over here? We're seeing some shield kegs being used, and they were seeing what that is doing to the teams. They don't want to fall below the Storm Surge threshold. That's a position that's forcing the game out of your own hands. In order to be a champion, you want to have control of your destiny as much of the way through, and you can kind of see Dynamic, Rexy sitting in first place, spotting out close in the distance. That's Jacob, that's Chris. They're trying to get the necessary tags, using that shield keg. And like I said, I love the way they're using it. Maybe, though, they popped it a little too early.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you see the other shield in the inventory? they definitely could have used that first and saved the shield keg for any surge tags that they might have to worry about, because you saw they were not above that threshold when we tuned in with them. So that could present itself as a problem. However, they're smart. They know how to get those tags. So I have no doubt that they'll be able to kind of come back from that. But for 40R Storm Cadenox, this is interesting, right? This is their game here. They're still in Tilted Towers, finding themselves getting tags, and they're not in a position like Russo and Winter here, who still find themselves in Storm.
My favorite player, Russo, of all time. I've never played against somebody more in my life on accident. And that's why I'm honestly excited, because I'm helping this guy practice inadvertently, but they're kind of taking a little bit of that damage, late rotating in, kind of slowly following behind Wave and Quinn, who kind of land in a similar spot, but both have that same kind of journey here. Gonna be below the threshold, forced to kind of look for these tags. You can see Russo, multiple light ammunition weapons. He has the Ranger as well, so definitely is going to be looking for Storm Surge.
Definitely is. And that's the nice thing about the Ranger. I know that you're a fan of it as well. We talk about the differences between the MK7 and that Ranger, but that Ranger just punishes players if you have the accuracy, right? It all boils down to being able to utilize the Ranger to its fullest extent, but if you can, it's easy tags for you.
Oh, look at that. He already found himself a heavy shotgun. Already upping his arsenal to kind of work with, as him and Winter is going to have an uphill battle here, figuratively and literally, as they're going to have a mountain to climb and multiple teams congesting with the opportunity to kind of hold him out of zone just like that. Winter is going to get tagged up, doesn't have a ton of HP. Hopefully, Russo has exactly what he needs to complete the perfect team, as Arkram and Epic on the right side, they're going to be just below the threshold, yet again forced to kind of fight in mid-game to early game skirmish to find themselves the surge that they need.
They definitely do, and Russo struggling here to get up this hill. No material, stuck in a really compromising spot, and unfortunately he's going to get pressured by the teams above, but it's Epic Whale and Arkram here taking this fight with Notch and Hove. This is actually taking quite some time, and they still do not have a ton of damage above the threshold, but also Batman, Booga, Wheels, they're not set up for success like we once thought here when it came to Surge. In previous games, they're 400, 300 damage above, but now they don't find themselves in a really solid spot. So they're going to have to look for those tags, just like Epic Will and Arkham now taking damage here because they are below that threshold.
Yeah, they have to make that decision. Do you use your heals, your resources, or do you try to push and take advantage of the team there? But no, it looks like they're going to try to get aggressive, but another team possibly needing that surge takes so much shields off of both of those players, negating that opportunity, and all their heals are gone off of Arkham. You got to hope that Epic has some left, as they're going to be a little bit above, but they're going to drop down below. Ping pong playing with these guys when it comes to the threshold.
Yeah, you see it there. They get some tags, but despite getting tags, they were still below. Now they're above here, and now the rotation comes into play. They cannot afford to spend too much time here outside of zone, especially with the amount of players that are close by. But Kytrix, Doritos, they are trying to get those tags there on some distant players, but as I say it, Kytrix getting punished here, not only by Surge, but by the players down below.
Oh, they thought they were going to get the tags needed. Kytrix still below the threshold. Is he going to get the big pot off? He is. Looks like he got it off just in the nick of time, but the team that's not going to be so lucky, Arkham, goes down yet again. Epic trying to out-heal with the med miss. Barely any safe spot left. The zone is going to continue to push these players in. He has to go the rest of this game as a solo, as it's going to be Noct and Hove cleaning up that elimination and towards the side. So there's still that team towards Epic's left, a team towards his front side, down below the Storm Third threshold. This could be another game with the team going out early.
It looks like it with the damage threshold there. Unfortunately, Epic Well and Arkham are both out of this game, as well as Kytrix and Doritos. So this is a tough start here for these players, these major names here in NA West, not necessarily getting their footing here in day number 1 of the finals, but a team that is getting their footing. It's Batman, Booga, and Wheels rotating forward here. They do take quite a bit of damage. They need to be a little bit more careful on how they rotate forward. The last thing they can afford here is to take too much unnecessary damage, especially with the Storm on their back.
Already it looks like a max pull for them. Roughly 2 teams directly above them, 2 towards the top side, 3 towards below. Another duo towards the right side. They desperately need these HP heals in order to get back up, because they're going to have to rotate. It's going to be a very difficult spot for them. You see the replay coming through. Raze with the snipe cross map. 95 for the knock. And it looked like for a moment he might have been flirting with that threshold number, as Russo's sitting pretty above. And honestly, I think Russo and Winner going down alleviated a little pressure on Arkham and Epic, because when they went down the elimination feed, you can kind of see them jump above the threshold.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how the threshold kind of works like that, right? All it takes is one team to go down, and all of a sudden you've shot yourself above the threshold. But unfortunately, it just didn't work out in Epic Well and Arkham's favor. They've gone down, but still in this game, it's Jagveer and Solution. This is a team that we continue to tune into, and they find themselves in really solid spots. They know how to get into zone and set themselves up for success. That's what you love to see. But Dynamic and Rexy, another team that has had an incredible day so far, struggling a little bit. They are outside of zone here, and very limited materials here for Dynamic.
Ooh. Batman Booga as well, 60 effective HP and shields, trying to go for the cleanup. Even if it's not the Siphon, he's hoping that player has any bit of HP heals, but he's not going to have nothing. They're trying to save that jump pad, but that might not be the best decision. Short padding, trying to get as much distance as possible, as they're going to be one of the last teams on this eastern side, rotating in. And if you kind of already look what they're rotating into, that's half the lobby, what it seems like.
Yeah, they have to be super careful here. This is another one of those situations that you just don't love to see when it comes down to it. These players all find themselves outside of zone and struggling to move forward with the players that have already established themselves. And it's funny because this is kind of a reverse role here for these teams, right? Batman, Booga, and Wheels usually find themselves as one of the first teams into zone and on the edge of zone. Now it's quite the opposite, as they just struggle to scrape by and make it into zone.
Yeah, look, he's literally just looking. He finds the med miss. Perfect use of the mythic Spider-Man web slingers to kind of grab it out. And now Batman Booga is feeling refreshed. He's back into the game, but G5RC is not in the game anymore. Neither is Moose. Lokes is going down. So many eliminations lighting up the feed, but only 2 more need to go down before Storm Surge is no longer a thing.
Yeah, and sure enough, as you say that, Tavern and Cause both go down here. We quickly got to see the way that played out for them, and that's just unfortunate. They are just having a tough day, number 1. But a lot of teams that we were expecting to do exceptionally well, not necessarily getting their footing here in these first couple of games, but there's still so much left in this game as Wheels and Batman Booga prepare for the rotation. They know that there's some loot in what looks like in that building, so now they're just kind of preparing to either use the Spider-Man web shooters to retrieve whatever's in there, or they're going to rotate in that direction.
Am I wrong to be impressed by that? Because I think that's some outside of the box thinking, destroying the pre-made builds to go and get the necessary heals. I feel like that is impressive in its own. It's definitely going to be something that is vital for their success. So you can kind of look, if they find themselves another victory royale 2 out of 3 games, you got to think of that moment right there. It's not anything flashy. It's not something you would expect, but it's those small plays that really make a difference in a lot of these expert teams.
They really do. And the one point to that I want to add, you have to be super careful when you're using a lot of ammo in those situations, especially medium ammo. But if you look at Wheels is stacked. Look at the amount of ammo that Wheels has at this point in the game. Despite holding 2 different assault rifles, still has everything they need and more to be successful. And part of that is due to Batman Booga not carrying an assault rifle at all. So this is good synergy here between the 2 players, because they understand what loadouts they're going to have and what they can share with one another as they rotate forward.
See everybody trying to rotate. Wheels and Booga always find themselves in such a good spot ahead of zone, but the worry for me right now seems to be their mats, their resources. So possibly just trying to get just ahead and look for a refresh, and you can see them already with the double stinger action, trying to break through the cover and put down the damage, because like I said, resources, that's not going to be their best friend here, especially now zone begins to move. They're trying to pop Fabs and Snacky into the box, but that opportunity is going to come and go as the zone is now going to pressure them out.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for them. They need to not only get some damage here for Surge, they also need to rotate with the limited material like you mentioned. And that is not what you want to deal with when the end game is just beginning. Another thing though, here, Wave on the backside of zone, trying to rotate forward. It looks like Jay Rose is actually trying to hold Wave out there. Wave taking a ton of damage there on the back, but another team we got to pay close attention to, it's Dynamic, getting a knock onto Wale. That is huge for them as they continue to put elimination points on the board.
Yeah, you got to be careful, though. You see Fabs and Snacky trying to battle for a little bit of high ground. This is the 6th zone. Some would say it's a little too early from what we've seen out of the qualification process of NA West, but this is a little bit of a different story. They're far above the threshold, but again, about 600 mats between the 2 of them. They're either going to need a refresh or really begin to recycle some of these. Look at Herbie, Poppy. They're waiting for that moment, shooting towards the high ground, making those pressures, use even more mats as Batman Booga is going to lose Wheels. He has to go through the rest of this one as a solo, and he's still hurting for mats.
He is. This is not the situation you want to find yourself in, and quite the opposite situation here actually for Caleb and Kenzo. Comfortable. They're playing together here as a duo. They have the material resources needed to continue to fire in, but the medium ammo is looking to dwindle here for Kenzo. Needs to be careful about the amount of ammunition that they use, but Snacky Fabs here still on the high ground. This is what you love to see. Consistency here from this team. Surprisingly enough, they were able to get the high ground early, and so far they've been able to hold it. Now, that's not to say somebody can't take it here shortly, but they've been holding it for a pretty long time.
Yeah, you got to be careful because you said a pretty long time, and last time we saw him, we had a 600 mats. Angel and Nigel at the right time. They know these players have been up there forever. They steal away the high ground. Fabs and Snacky have no choice but to drop down low. Yagbeer and Vanillas, they're doing a good job trying to stay ahead of zone. Landjock and Punisher, they're going towards the side, trying to alleviate some pressure and let these teams go in front of them so maybe they can try to pick up a refresh of their own, as so many teams stuck in toward the mid ground, interacting with one another, trying to survive, as Nigel and Angel using the chug splashes, might have been chili splashes as well, to give themselves a little bit of an extra speed boost.
They really are, and we got to talk about it. We've seen Snacky and Fabs now almost every game go for high ground too early, and it just doesn't work out for them. But that trend continues here, so they're going to have to make some changes to the game plan if they want to continue on in these end games. But Jagbeer, a solo player, knows how to handle these high-pressure situations as a solo, and I'm excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, so many solos left alive. Defiable is going to go down. So is Curior. They're leaving everything that they have left on the battlefield. But Convict and Slick Nick, that team that I'm watching out for, finding a way still alive. Multiple teams, the front side of zone. Salty is going to have to try to do this one as a solo, as well as Landrock, without a single build to his name, using the last Spider-Man Mythic Web Slinger, and it's not going to save him as he's going to get dropped down low. Nigel and Angel, they're not putting the shots from above. They're just trying to survive and not let any team look up at them.
Yeah, this is interesting too here from Jagbeer. You see him tanking quite a bit of Storm there, and it was to avoid exactly what just happened to him. But with the zone pulling back in that direction, it's definitely rough to heal in that situation. Now though, Bolt by himself, Zooks has gone down. They're trying to hold on in this middle ground layer. They are doing a good job here. Does have great material here for Bolt, but again, when you're a solo player, it's not easy to clutch up, especially when you're going up against so many other players still yet left in the lobby. And now the pressure ensues. It's the epic and the legendary variants of the MK7 on the high ground there with Nigel and co.
Yeah, so much pressure. Salty trying to do what he can. Multiple players all around him. Tries to go for the refresh that he needs of fallen mats and resources, but he's going to get tagged up in the process. Has to find a way to breathe. Pop those minis, but Zone is now pressuring as well, so he might not have the time. Pops a tag towards the backside, but he gets taken down by Bolts. 3 total teams alive. One of them is going to be a solo. That's going to be Bolts, pressured from the low ground, pressured from the high ground. Great tag, great elimination from Convicts, and this one's going to come down to a 2v2. The team that qualified in 3 has a chance from the low ground to take their first victory royale and their first ever finals. Can they do it? They have so many resources. Angel, Nigel, they're running out of resources. No type of shotgun to use towards the low ground. Nigel, he's going to try to out-heal it. Gets a big down. Chug splashes. Refresh onto the Siphon. 2v1 situation. This is down to Angel. Slick Nick is going to get it down onto 1. Nigel has the heals towards backside of zone, but the shots are going to come in. It's a 1v1 Slick Nick. He's trying to stay in the zone, but he doesn't have the heals. This is going to come down to Nigel and what he does to balance out these shots, and he gets it. Peaks at the right time to get that elimination onto Slick Nick and take game number 4.
What a way to do it, to Nigel struggling there in the final moments. The pressure was coming in, the build broke, and he immediately answered with shots of his own. If that had lasted 1 more second, he would have gone down. So what an impressive end to game number 3. And we got to talk about it though. Nigel and Angel just gracefully holding it down here in the final moments, understanding when they needed to heal and when they needed to shoot.
Yeah, Nigel's playing that cover absolutely perfect. No, he does not need to peek. It just needs to get that med mist up. He already put early damage onto Slick Nick and just peeks as soon as the cover gets destroyed to get the final shots and the victory royale. And it's been 3 games. We have 3 different winners so far, and none of them are the superstars we expected them to be. But that's also a good thing. That shows that these up-and-comers are really coming to fight and play for that first place spot.
You love to see it. The talent that continues to revolve in NA West is always so exciting to watch and break down. But speaking of breaking it down, we need the analysts to break it down for us. So Kelly, Clay, Tokata, take it away.
Congratulations to Nigel and Angel for that VR, going from the 2v2 down to the 1v1, losing HP, and then just the quick peek to grab the final elimination there. That's what I love to see, Takata.
I mean, it was so intense. I was literally biting my nails watching those last seconds from the peaks in the storm to, I mean, everything about it was intense, but let's see what they had to do to get there, right? You see Angel here on the high ground working with Nigel, playing it perfectly to those last moments, and then they decided to get a bit aggressive. Nigel actually dropped down in the backside of Storm and found an angle on to one of their opponents that you see. Secured that elimination and actually changed it into a 2 versus 1, and that's where they got their advantage.
The final moments there, great performance, of course. Nigel getting down to 4 HP and then grabbing that elim, so great job there. Love to see how they're going to be standing now in our top 10 leaderboard. But of course, we have to talk about it, Clay. Favs and Snacky keep going for that height, and then it doesn't really seem to work. But Takata, what can they be doing?
I mean, it's a difficult situation to be in, right? Knowing when to take the high ground. Do you have enough materials? Is it the right zone? We saw that a lot of duos have been punished for trying to take high ground. 6th zone, that first moving. You have to know when it's the right time to secure it.
Yeah, without a doubt there. And I'm excited to see how our top 10 leaderboard is going to be breaking down. But here, instead, we're going to be looking at Snacky and Favs going for the height, successfully doing it, but not able to hold it for that long, Takata.
I mean, you can see it here. They have the angle, they have the position, but it's not an easy job to hold it. You can see they got into an engagement there. They got into a little bit of a battle, but it's all about coming out on top. And I mean, hopefully they can adapt and learn from this last game and, I mean, do it better in the next one.
Well, let's take a quick look at our standings right now, because just as the casters were saying, a lot of the top teams that we were expecting to see aren't even in our top 10 right now. Rexy and Dynamic, though, going for the elimination, 16 eliminations, and that's why they are now almost 20 points ahead of the competition there. Although Caleb and Kenzo, we constantly see them in the end game as well, and that's why they're going to be in 2nd place. Salty and Korea are going to be holding 3rd, Jagveer and Solution in 4th, and then of course Batman, Booga, and Wheels after that VR going to be holding it in 5th place. But Clay, how you doing right now, man?
Hi.
All right.
Looking good overall. I'm really excited. This is looking very close, right? I mean, yes, they're at 111 points, but that's still well within the grasp of a lot of these players, especially if they don't continue this run up.
I mean, yeah, you can see it, 111 for the first place, 99 second, but down in 10th place, it's at 64 points. So there's quite a bit of a difference there between the 10th place and the first place duo, but still anything can happen. A reminder, this is a 2-day long finals, 6 matches today and maybe 6 matches tomorrow, depending on if that match point function goes on tomorrow, if a duo is able to secure 500 points and 3 victory royales. But I mean, that's going to be very difficult.
Look at this second page, though. This right here is typically what we see from our top 10, and these are the players that are in 11th through 20th. We have players like Favs and Snacky, Frappi and Nate, Wavy and Chris, Cadenox and 40R, and then of course Chrisix and Jelty. And you know who isn't even here? Arkram and Epic Whale. But this is just the first half of day number 1. We have 3 more games to go. And then, of course, day 2 is another 6 games, everyone. So anything can change. Anything can happen. But what we do know is going to happen is that I'm going to toss to our casters for game number 4. So, gentlemen, take it away.
You know, Kelly just talked about the absence of Arkram and Epic Whale and the impact that it's having on the leaderboard. It really has caused a traumatic shakeup here for these teams. Obviously, Clay mentioned before that Arkram, Epic Whale, they notoriously don't necessarily have the best day 1, but we've never seen a day 1 performance like this. They've always been more consistent on the day. Despite it not necessarily being their day today, there's still so much time for the rest of today, because this is the halfway mark. We're going into game number 4. 3 more games to play on the day, and then another 6 tomorrow. So still so many opportunities to see incredible comebacks from Arkram and Epic Whale. But Jacob, are you ready, man? I'm gonna ask, who do you think is gonna take match number 4?
I'm scared. I'm honestly scared to predict at all. I feel like I'm a curse. Every single team that I picked, they don't do good in the actual show that we're running. They do good after. So for Arkram and Epic, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not even going to predict who I think you're going to see here, because I just want to see somebody pop off. And I want to see somebody really take game number 4 underneath their own control. They go for that early surge tag, set themselves up in a great position in towards zone, and continue to play that calm, cool, collected game, because it's a lot of these teams that are in shambles, that down below on that storm surge. But will those same teams be threatened? We'll find out here, because the battle bus and game number 4 is ready.
Game number 4. The halfway mark of day number 1 of finals. This is it here. If you and your team are not functioning at the highest level and you haven't figured out where the issues lie, you need to do it now. This is that moment that you have to start turning around the way that your tournament is going. And that's why we're tuning in here with Arkham Epic Whale, finding themselves in 29th place. We talked about it before, how much they struggle when they are contested. This is not the normal Arkham Epic Whale that we see, but we know that there are teams that can adapt. We know these players know how to adjust to these situations, and now this is their time. They've used game 1, 2, and 3 to adjust to what they need to do. Now it's just a matter of coming back on top.
Yeah, it's the stalled out corny crossroads kind of initial drop that's really hurting them. They're just taking too much time. They're not getting the damage that they need. So when it comes to the mid and end game, they're not in the position that they're used to, and they're unable to dig themselves out of the hole. But towards Chonkers Speedway, Lime and Chip seeming to get the best of Show and Blast yet again. That first elimination is going to come through, and they're just hunting down Show here. It's a 2 versus 1. They have some of the high ground, and they make it look absolutely easy.
Wait, I'm interested. Lime only has 1 elimination.
Oh, not again.
And Show was that 1 elimination. So wait, where does teammate go? Like, listen, that's what it comes down to, right? Like, you see so many other players close by that you have to talk about it. You have to look at the situation. Lime rolls in. I don't know if Lime knew that Show was a solo, but nevertheless, he was confident in the way that he dove in there, and you see it in his facial expressions there. He's excited. He's like, yep, easy elimination for me. No sweat here in Chonkers Speedway. I'll just keep it moving.
Yeah, and if that one did kind of get taken out from underneath them, I'm talking about that first elimination, you got to imagine how frustrating back-to-back games when you're looking to get 2 eliminations to start it off. One of them just gets yoinked, as you kind of talked about, is your favorite team ever, Wheels and Batman Booga, going towards that llama split. They get the resources, they get the loadout that they want, and then they slowly but surely traverse towards Covert Canyon, just picking up the scraps or any shots that they want, whatever it takes to go ahead and put yourself towards the end game.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job. We talked about their split, right? How they have part of Covert Cavern, and then they also have over to the llama side right there close by, which is why they have so many material early on. But this also gives them a huge advantage when trying to take engagements like this. And you see it now, shots raining in. Batman Booga connecting a shot there as he tries to push forward here. And it looks like they got a couple tags and they decide to move on, which is the smart play. Now, a team that is taking shots but is not going to give up here on this push for Coney Crossroads, it's Arkham and Epic Whale. You find them here yet again going up against Victor and Blizzard as they try to break in here and try to get any kind of shots or tags that they can, and it's so close. The walls are exposed. If Victor's not careful, Arkham could have got some big tags there.
Yeah, they got to be careful here. They're doing a good job of separating, kind of converging, slowly pressuring, taking piece by piece to get that control. But when they split up, that's all it takes in the blink of an eye. They can try to get aggressive. You see Convict slowly floating in towards Coney Crossroads. We've seen a third party interrupt this fight last game. What will it do as it continuously is going to be prolonged? Epic and Arkham this time around, they spot it. What are they going to do, though? Are they going to back off, continuously try to play aggressive? Because you can already see Slick Nick. He's not backing off and getting these tags.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what it comes down to, right? These other teams, they're aware of what's happening here in Coney Crossroads, and you see it here. Slick Nick and Convict there in the distance. Epic Whale trying to get tags onto them, knows that he's in the bush there, but you also have to worry about Victor and Blizzard down below. This is not a safe initiative, to say the least, for either team as they continue to try to get the tags and survive here. But fortunately, though, the last note I want to make, Coney Crossroads yet again has the zone. So Epic Whale and Arkham, definitely a good start here. They just need to stay in the area, get materials, and get ready for the mid and late.
Yeah, even though this is kind of a very, very similar start to what we're seeing so far, it's not too strange. Arkham and Epic Whale, they've been in this position before. You see Slick Nick and Convict are just waiting to hear the audio of those shots firing off before they get aggressive on their own. But since they don't hear it, that's why you see them trying to rotate around, put themselves in the best position for that next rotate when the zone does pull even further. They're just trying to go ahead and trade off those shots, take off those pieces once again, grabbing those gas cans. That's something you see them doing. So that way, it makes it easier to take those pieces and drop them layer by layer. But you see Arkham just, hey, who was that? Who's that trying to take our high ground, Epic?
I mean, look, that's what you got to be careful of, right? Despite you having the high ground, doesn't mean other teams can't just roll in and try to take it from you. And that's what we see here from Raise and Pars. We've seen them actually, it looks like 2 games in a row going head to head up against each other at some point in the match. So it's interesting. They must be landing relatively close to one another to make that happen. We obviously know that Coney Crossroads is working out in their favor. And it's actually just north of there is where Pars and Raise is. So it makes a lot of sense why they're rotating and running into one another, but they need to be careful. They need, because especially for Arkham Epic Whale, with them being contested, they just don't have the resources to fight multiple teams.
I see Jelty and Krizik so far out of Greasy. It makes me kind of wonder what really happened in that early game against Babs and Sack. Did they just give up Greasy, let it go uncon, and try to get these eliminations onto Russo and Winter? Because that could be a different game plan. Get yourself slowly warmed up, build that momentum as Krizik takes a nice shot onto Winter. Doesn't fully drop the shield though. He still has some left towards the tail end as Krizik lands yet another shot, gets the piece control away from this team, and they're slowly but surely taking it, but the steel wall is going to deny that entry from the Kriziks. He's got to have to think of another angle.
They definitely are going to have to find some kind of different angle to take this fight because the zone is pulling in and they have to finish it quickly. So if it's not working out in their favor, they just need to dip. They cannot afford to spend too much time here, especially for a team of this caliber. You know the success that they have once they find themselves in the end game. It's just a matter of getting there.
Yeah, for so many teams, it's about getting through the mid game, the early game towards that end game where you're going to pick up a lot of points, but it's so hard, and you can already see this game is going to be a similar stacker as game number 2. 96 players still alive with the zone already pushing in. Tavern and Cause, Northside and Sleepy Sound already with another battle against Salvo and FJAA, and you can see what it's doing. This time around, they don't have the pressure of zone moving in as they're going to continue to trade those shots, blocking off their backside to deny any third-party attempts. But the longer this one goes, the more opportunity for anybody around to disrupt this fight.
Yes, so many opportunities for disruption here, and that's what the name of the game is, right? We're in Fortnite. Anything happens, anything goes. But Tavern diving straight in here. Cause also getting involved there. Both pretty weak. Does look like Tavern is going to take quite a bit of damage, but no, it's not going to work out in their favor as FJAA is going to walk away there with Salvo, getting some nice eliminations.
You can see it again. There's players high off on the mountains in the distance. It may not have been a ton of damage being put on these players, but it's just enough to be annoying, to distract. You look left instead of right. You're trying to guard your back instead of your front. And that's exactly why you got to be very, very decisive and together when you make the decisions to take those early game skirmishes. But back to Batman Booga and Wheels here as they have the high ground. This is a similar position that we've seen them throughout the course of the day so far. But over to Wale, and Vanilla's Wale just over peaking. Vanilla is trying to get aggressive on the Frappi and Nate, and they take them both down. You can see him just getting frustrated, begins to set in, and that's why towards the tail half of the day, they're going to need to close the gap. They don't need to have massive games to jump to the top of the leaderboard, but they need to close the gap for tomorrow.
Absolutely. And Wale, you can see the frustration in his face there. He knows the mistakes that they made. They're not a team that you often see make mistakes like that. So for them to make that mistake, it was definitely affecting him for sure. But it's all about the comeback. It's all about the return, right? You have so many opportunities still left in this game. You just need to change that game plan up here a little bit. Speaking of teams that are changing it up, it's Kenzo and Caleb. They're not necessarily changing it up because they're in second place and they just need to remain consistent.
I actually had a chance to kind of message and reach out to Kenzo and try to get a feel, because that's one of the things I wanted to do. Really get to know a lot of these players, tell their stories, help them shine, and realize there's so many different play styles in Fortnite, and they're all viable play styles. It's about your execution as a team, and this team knows, qualified to this point, it took everything that they have. They have a little bit of a passive play style. They go more for setting up in towards high ground, a great spot in the zone, and go for the tags, and just survive towards end game to where those eliminations will just naturally prevent themselves.
Yeah, and like we've talked about before, the end game is key. It really is everything. If you're focusing on that, you're finding yourselves in the top 10 of the leaderboard. But for teams like Zuko and Digital, who are a little bit behind the curve here, they're going to need to change the pace. And going up against Jelty and Kriziks probably isn't the play here in this mid game. Neither team is in zone, and it looks like they have quite a bit of rotation to make. This is where that praise of focusing on end game comes into play. When you make plays like this, you find yourselves in disadvantageous position. Look at the limited materials Zuko has right now. Zuko having to focus on regathering some of those materials as he rotates forward is not ideal. The better position and the better thought process should be get into zone, be positioned, be ready as the game continues to close in and finish out. So unfortunately for them, they are going to find themselves quite far out of zone. But fortunately for Epic Will and Arkham, they're in a nice spot to just get some tags on these flying players.
Yeah, playing this one a little bit different, making sure that their Storm Surge is very, very up there, because that has been the cause of their struggles, being on the cusp, whether it's below or slightly above, to where they have to continue to find the tags. Sometimes you don't always have the high ground, that you have to go against the boxes to put on that pressure against another opponent, but a team that might not necessarily be feeling the pressure sitting in first place, Dynamic and Rexy. Even though they're in first place, though, 13 above the damage threshold, they're going to be looking for the angles as it falls to 1 above the threshold to try to get the tags that they need here. And a team is going to push them, so this could be an opportunity that they want, but at the same time, if they're not on the same page, this could be disastrous.
This could be disastrous. That's an understatement here if they are not careful, especially with how consistent they've been start to finish here. Rexy and Dynamic, though, they said, you know what, Panda, Jacob, don't even worry about it. I'm just going to get a bunch of tags here, and I'm going to make this fight go in my favor. And sure enough, Rexy, Dynamic doing just that.
I like the way they're just slowly but surely. And I say slowly, but right there at the end, he just tries to get in the box with the Stinger SMG. He knows his teammates there trying to get an additional angle. And that dude that might be Jagger trying to stay alive, he's just getting tagged from all over, multiple teams. But the thing is, Rexy and Dynamic, they know they have the splashes, they have the HP to outlast this team as they're above the threshold. They don't have too much to worry about, especially since they have 8 splashes combined.
That's a lot to work with, but obviously you want to keep as many of those resources for the end game as possible, but still feel comfortable using it, right? Because obviously you can get some resources kind of through refreshes and even additional chests that you find on rotation, but the amount of time that Dynamic and Rexy are spending in the storm here is a bit concerning. This is a 2-tick storm. This is not just a single tick here. So the more time you spend here, the more vital resources you have to spend just to survive. And the fact that they've been consistent up until this point is kind of why I'm surprised that they've spent that much time there. But no, now Rexy taking a ton of damage, now going to be forced here to use as much of those vital heal resources as they can here just to survive. But no, players pressuring from either side, holding wall after wall. Will they be able to continue going forward? Dynamic trying to build out here a little bit as Vernie on one wall, it looks like, potentially trying to pressure forward. No, this is actually a different engagement there taking place for Vernie and Midi. These teams are just trying to survive here in this aggression.
Yeah, you can see so many players falling because of the lack of the Storm Surge tags. They're forced to go in. They don't have the distance necessary. They might not have the loadout or an MK7 to get the shots from a distance. I see Rexy continuously turning around, and this one thing I wanted to say, I love their decision to use the jump pad to get out of that spot they were formerly in, take some of the high ground onto Daily Bugle, and to alleviate themselves of the pressure, and in fact take that pressure and be able to turn it onto opponents. You see Storm Surge affecting a couple players they have noticed, and now they're looking to get aggressive, but they're taking their time, slowly but surely. They find that down onto a player, cleaning up for the refresh and the siphon to get themselves even more mats, which were absolutely needed.
They were absolutely necessary for them to continue on, because you saw how much material they had to spend early in this game here for Dynamic and Rexy, but it doesn't matter. The tags are just raining forward, elimination after elimination playing out here for them, and that's just points continuing to go on the board here. The points not going on the board, unfortunately, for FJAA and Salco, as both have now been sent back to the lobby. But here in Daily Bugle, the rotation continues forward as Rexy just tries to make it into zone.
Yeah, I like how he's just trying to beeline past everything, doesn't want to get caught in a lot of this chaos. Reunites with Dynamic, and now from high ground, low ground, they become a target from Dynamic. Not having the ton of shield, that's going to force Rexy to split them, which isn't too much of a concern now as they're trying to survive. It's going to be more of a concern later on as Zooks and Bolts are trying to get aggressive. They're 108 below the threshold. Storm Surge is now pressuring them as well as the other team pushing into their box. The down's going to come through. Bolts is trying to use these minis, but it's only going to save him for a few seconds. He has to continue to go on the offensive, but I think with his teammate going down, that might have alleviated just a little bit of pressure, but in fact just puts a different kind of pressure because now he's a solo.
A solo player, fortunately not having to worry about Surge anymore, but still now having the pressure of being a solo and trying to just hold on here to gather as many points as possible. That solo impact that you can make is so vital, but unfortunately Bolt is going to go down. That was our 6th place team. So that means there could definitely be some shifts to the leaderboard here. We'll probably have to look back at that here in a second because the way that played out was interesting, right? We see all these teams going down here for Surge. See Kytrix, Dorito struggling here from the Surge. You see Kytrix actually going down here in just a moment. I mean, these are some of the biggest names in NA West, and they are just not able to hold on because of Surge.
Yeah, you can kind of see some teams playing a little bit too safe, not getting the tags that they need, and that's kind of a little, I don't want to call it like funny by any means, but it's a little ironic because they're playing safe to not have to get in those early game skirmishes, but because of that, they're putting themselves so far in the hole of Storm Surge that they have no choice but to get into an early game skirmish. It's kind of like a lose-lose situation. So a lot of these teams, this is game number 4. 2 more games after this one on the day, 6 more tomorrow. You might have to pick up, switch up your strategy. Just like you see Arkham and Epic Whale. They didn't have to move at all this game. You see Zone continuously overcorning Crossroads that allowed them to get the Surge. Oh, so many players trying to rotate in. Kinzo's gonna go down. Caleb has to think about doing this one as a solo and not too many resources and mats. He might need a refresh on a team that he catches off guard.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. 2 builds and a dream here for Caleb, as he only has limited material and limited resources to make something happen as a solo player. A lot of times when you see these solo positions, you see them with great material, or you see them with at least decent ammo to survive. But unfortunately, in that situation, it is not looking good. But quite the opposite story is being told here for Batman Booga and Wheels, as they find themselves not only in 4th place, but in a great position to continue this game on.
Yep, back to the same strategy that they were using throughout the first 2 games. They had a little bit of a hiccup in game number 3, but they still made it work. That's the thing about Batman Booga and Wheels. They have so much Fortnite experience. I know Batman Booga is such a young kid in the scene, but they have so much experience when it comes to Fortnite and playing these end games that just because it might look like they're down, it might look like they're about to go out, this team does not back down. They don't get scared and they don't falter. Just like Herbie and Poppy, they have to figure out a way to not back down, even though they are taking some damage. They're 75 below the damage threshold, so even though they're playing defensive, they're going to have to peek out sooner or later to get the damage they need.
Yeah, they are. And that's what all of this continues to boil down to. The pressure that Surge is applying to this lobby is something that we haven't seen in past games. We always know that Storm Surge plays a factor in the way the finals plays out, but I don't think I've ever, in my time on the broadcast, seen it impact so many teams. Jay and Dog going down there as well. Nigel going down. And it's actually so many teams this time around that are in our top 10. So it's just going to continue to shift the leaderboard if this continues to go in this direction.
Yeah, I saw Epic Whale pick up an elimination in the feed, so much better game number 4 for them. Can they keep the history? Slow starts, picking it up when it matters most towards the tail end of finals. But for them, they realize putting yourself into a hole is not the plan. Goes for a little bit of a high ground onto one team. Arkham takes too much damage. It's just going to slow him down. It's not going to back him off because he wants to try to get the best spot in towards the zone, but it's just going to be a little bit of a speed bump.
It is, and there's been quite a few speed bumps in the story of Arkham and Epic Well today, but they're looking to turn it around. They're looking to come back from adversity here and find themselves in a top 10 situation. This is a team, if any, that knows how to do it. But as I say that, no, the curse of the caster comes through as Arkham goes down. Epic Whale struggling by himself, taking a ton of damage here, just trying to hold off any remaining players pushing forward. This is not a great spot for Epic Whale to be in. Struggling here, only 5 shield on him. He is gonna have to stop and heal up. Fortunately, though, it does look like the pressure that was coming through has now dissipated as he continues to heal up.
It looked like there for a moment that Arkham just got snatched by the boogeyman right into his closet, the way he just got boxed up. And his epic whale probably saw, yo, bro, I gotta leave you. Our tournament day number 1 is on the line. Like I said, you don't have to burst yourself up to the top of that leaderboard to take number 1, but you have to close the gap, because when you put yourself so far into a hole for finals day number 2, you're not going to be able to play that same strategy that you've been practicing in order to get up into this point. So it's crucial for a lot of these teams to really have a big finishing to this one and a big last 2 games to close whatever gap they may be in. But for Batman Booga and Wheels, it's about gathering points. Close the gap between them and first place, which isn't much, and you can already see a far pull for most of the zone. They're trying to stay ahead of it with a launch pad, and Pars and Rays, they're doing a good job for now.
They're doing a good job. And one thing I got to mention, right? You talk about these players and how these new names begin to step up, like Batman Booga and Wheels. Obviously, Wheels being a little bit more of a veteran than Batman Booga. But when you talk about these names that continue to grow in the space, it just shows the drive within these players. And it shows the shift in focus here. Because for so long, the story of NA West was how is Arkham and Epic Whaler going to win this time, right? But now the story is who will come out on top on NA West, as so many major names are making a staple here in these games.
What's going on? Fabs and Snacky once again in the 6th zone. They're taking the high ground. Kevin and yes, sir, they're battling for it. But this is still the 6th zone going into the 7th. This is going to cost these teams a ton of resources, a ton of mats. And with the experience on the Fabs and Snacky, they know they cannot continue to battle for it. It's towards the end game. They're going to stay on this layer and wait for that moment where these players are going to get caught off guard, trying to put the pressure. And that moment is now. The high ground goes back on over to Fabs and Snacky. But the resources, that's one thing to take note of. Regardless of who wins this exchange, both of these guys could end up getting chopped down.
Yeah, they need to be super careful here. Now is the time to take high ground. And you see Snacky and Fabs adjusting the layer that they're on here so they can continue to hold on. But talking about continuing to hold on, it's Caleb continuing to hold on in this game as a solo player. So many other players rotating around. Needs to be super careful here in this final moment, because while eliminations are important, staying alive is even more important, which is why you see Wheels, Batman Booga still in this game. They're staying hip to hip, section to section, as they have run out of material.
Looking for a quick refresh onto an unsuspecting duo, and that might be Slick and Day, who had their hands busy with another team. But Wheels, he gets caught off guard. He gets taken down. It's all up to Batman Booga, who goes down again. But Fabs and Snacky, they're holding on to the high ground with what little mats that they have. And talk about little mats, they have plenty of light ammunition in the hands of Fabs, who's going to drop down low, lead the charge for him and Snacky, as Caleb is now going through it, getting put into the blender. That's Beast and Remy trying to get through to the box and find that elimination. But Caleb is surviving on just a thread here, with a hope and a dream still intact.
A hope and a dream indeed. With 62 effective HP to work with, it's just not going to work out as Caleb goes down. Snacky and Fabs doing a good job of holding the high ground still. Cruyor, Salty, another team we have to pay close attention to. Top 3 situation here for them on the leaderboard. As of right now, they just need to survive, right? Again, we talked about the leaderboard shifts that we're going to see, and this is just the start. This game is creating huge changes and shakeups here on NA West.
Yep, shout out to Sundown. I know this is duo he was looking at, hopefully to make him proud, sitting in 3rd place. They find a big elimination on to Tautai. Gets the refresh to Siphon. Beast is his duo trying to survive as a solo. Psyraiser has a chance to get this revive onto Nico. Doesn't have any HP here, so the decision when Storm moves in is going to be all up to him, but it's Fabs and Snacky. Talk about decisions. Still finding a way in the 9th zone, all the way from the 6th, holding on to that high ground.
Ooh. And as you said it, Nico ends up going down here. Scissor by himself, but no, unfortunately is going to go down there as well. Sizer unfortunately falling, but fortunate for Salty and Cruyor picking up some eliminations to keep their climb on the leaderboard going. Now, Remy also going down, another elimination to the board here for them. And there it is, shots exchanging. No, Salty's going to go down. Cruyor by himself here. Trying to exchange, but no. Talking about exchanges, Snacky still up there somewhere on the high ground, exchanging, getting elimination after elimination. The final moments here unfolding. Cruyor as a solo player trying to clutch up here for his team. Has the med mist in hand, so the heal factor is a possibility, but Snacky says, no, I'm not going to let it happen, and they finish off game number 4.
Yeah, we've been calling it. We've been saying it, 6th zone, a little too early to take that high ground action, but you might have missed it. Favs and Snacky, experts, FNCS champions of the past. You cannot tell them what to do because they're going to take over the game. It doesn't matter what zone it is, but for them, holding on to it for as long as they did is just absolutely perfect. Only dropping down when they have to get that final elimination.
You're right. And they genuinely only lost it for one moment, and then we're easily taking it back. So huge on Snack and Fabs. Congratulations to them taking game number 4. And of course, I'm not surprised, right? I know you're not surprised. Snacky Fabs, of course, veterans in the space, well known for their continued top 3 performances in finals, now walking away with a VR in this finals.
Yeah, there's so many teams that you talked about in that top 10. They went down very, very early, so nobody knows what the leaderboard can look like, but there's 3 people that can guide us. That's Kelly, that's Clay, that's Takata. Where are we at when it comes to the leaderboard?
Well, Jacob, we're going to find out in just a moment, but first we have to look at some of those incredible plays, especially from Favs and Snacky, because we kept seeing it, the same thing over and over and over again. They kept taking height just a little too early, and then Clay, they did it at zone 7, holding it all the way to the end.
And that's the adaptability that Takata was talking about earlier in the broadcast when we're talking about Arkham and Epic Whale. They just haven't been there, but Favs and Snacky have picked up the slack, picked up the reins, and are running away with it. That was a very high victory royale with a lot of eliminations, so it should catapult them towards the top of the leaderboard. And Snacky and Favs, if they smell a little bit of a lead, they're going to run away with it. And just look, the teamwork there, dropping down at the same time, not trying to go too overtly aggressive. As I say that, of course, we did see Snacky go in by himself, but right there, look, Favs was right behind him. They were in the same box together. They're playing so well. Now that they've learned, hey, high ground now, no, not right away. We'll get it eventually. Good to see
Zone 7 definitely seems to be the sweet spot there, but what you were talking about, Snacky going in a little aggressively. Takata, that's typically what we see when a team is on height and they see a team doing well in low ground. They don't know what their loadout is, if they have those heals potential. So one player typically drops down to go and see if they can clean them up, and that's what we saw. But the way that they did it was really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's playing to the format, but it's also doing it strategically, right? You want to secure those eliminations, especially if you have the advantage. If you're in a 2 versus 1 and your opponent has that possibility of having a lot of heals, then, you know, maybe out healing both of you, you don't want to take that risk. You want to take the advantage you have in the 2 versus 1, go for that engagement and get the elimination. That's 3 points extra.
Well, before that game, they were in 12th place, so I'm excited to see where they are going to be in our leaderboard right now because they are 100% going to be breaking into the top 10, and it looks like they jump up from 12th all the way to 4th place. But we do, of course, have to talk about Salty and Croyar there with that incredible run on the low ground, Clay.
Yeah, they jumped up a good amount of points, but not going to be where they are. Sorry, I say that. They're 131, right? They don't have quite the lead that they would normally want, but still going into these last couple games, that's great overall. And if you look at it compared to like that 4th and 6th place, they've got a good distance there. And look at the chemistry that they have here. Waiting for the right moment. Both of them go for the double edit. It's not just one of them, so they can get the elimination there on a Taltai end. They grab them, make sure they get all of the loot, and then go into boxes together. When you're in a 2v1 situation, the last thing you want to do is go 1 by 1 and effectively making it a 1v1v1. And you see, editing players down together, they're targeting the exact same players when they do so. That is chemistry, that is synergy. That's what you look for in a duo to be on top. You have to have that. And then we get to see these final eliminations. And Crew Air tried their best at the end, but unfortunately, it just was overcome.
Yeah, I mean, incredible performance overall, though. Now in the 1st place spot. You can see in the top 10, though, there's some other names in here. We have Landjock, Punisher in 8th place. We've got Remy Beast in 9th. I mean, Batman, Booga, Wheels. We've been seeing them perform well since game 1. 5th place here. And now with the big win from Snacky and Favs in 4th place. I mean, you can kind of see it. That's interesting how the 4 duos that have gotten the Victory Royale are kind of right beside each other on the leaderboard, but in the top 3, nobody has a Victory Royale. Just shows how powerful it is to have 3 points per eliminations. I mean, if you can get a good amount of elims each game, it can really boost your position up on the leaderboard.
Oh, without a doubt. And something that was really interesting there after watching Europe is that a lot of the people that grabbed VRs weren't even in the top 10 towards the end of the day. That seems to not be the case for NA West here. And even more surprisingly is that it's not really the top teams that we're used to seeing, except for Snacky and Favs. A lot of those top teams are actually between 11th and 20th place, if not even below that. So I don't know if that's the skill ceiling rising or the skill floor rising. What do you think, Clay?
It's a new meta. We've got new weapons. We've got duos back. Players thrive differently depending on what's in the game. We have that MK7, which you finally can ADS in Fortnite, go into that red dot, and hey, it rewards a lot of different play styles. So in West, we've always seen this rise of the newcomers, and we're seeing it really strong today.
Yeah, what do you think, Takata? Why are some of the top teams not performing well? Is it just the new chapter?
I mean, Clay nailed it. New map, new meta, new items, new format, going back to duos. It's just a big mix-up.
Lots of big mix-ups, and we can, of course, still see some mix-ups in our last 2 games of the day. And just a reminder, we obviously have 6 more games tomorrow, so the mix-ups are sure to come. But for right now, we're going to be tossing it back to our casters for game number 5.
Thank you so much. And talk about a mix-up. That leaderboard is a mix-up for sure. The way Takata broke it down, the 4 Victory Royale players or teams overall are not at the top half of that leaderboard. In fact, it's the teams that are getting a good balance of those placement points and the eliminations that are at the top of the half of the leaderboard. But it's not all about the eliminations, because the team of Caleb and Kinzo, it's mainly placement points, putting themselves in a great position with Surge to make it to the end game. So for a lot of these teams that are stuck on the old format and the old style of playing, it's a new meta, and a lot of these new players that are rising are taking notice and taking advantage of the teams that might be stuck in the past.
Absolutely, and that's why it's so important to notate these teams that are coming up that aren't necessarily the most notable names that we know from the region, stepping up and showcasing that they have the skills, they have the practice, and they have the determination to walk away on top here in the finals. So super excited to get this game underway. It's already time. You already know. Let's dive into game number 5.
With 4 games down, 2 games to go on the day. This is where the teams at the bottom half of that leaderboard, they don't need a Victory Royale to qualify for the finals because we're in there, unlike the semifinals format, but they're going to need one heck of a performance, one heck of a point boost in order to close the gap for tomorrow, so that way they don't have to switch up their strategy too much and get over aggressive in our final day. But we own over towards Tilted Towers, and this is where we've seen a lot of these teams, 40R and Kadenox, qualifying for the finals after big games. Combat and Zays with a big Victory Royale to qualify for the finals. It's not a ton of action over towards Tilted like a lot of us would have expected.
It really isn't. And when you look at the teams that are here and they're contested, and you look at their current placements, it speaks to how difficult it is to function in the mid and late game when you are contested by so many other players. I think the highest placement we saw there was Midi and Vernie in 16th place, if I'm not mistaken, in Tilted Tower. So again, that's tough, right? That just speaks to how difficult it really is when you are contested, and how important it is to have a game plan when you do have to deal with these other players. But speaking of game plans, it's Lime and Chip. This is a team that has handled this contestation with stride. You have not seen them really have any kind of adversity going up against these players. But speaking of adversity, here it is. It's Frappe and Co. going up against Wale and Vanilla's yet again. And unfortunately, Frappe is going to have to disengage.
Yeah, I like the quick thinking out of Frappe and knowing exactly what to do. So many times I've seen players try to be the hero, save their duo teammate. In fact, it cost them both. This time around, Frappe knows there's so much time left on that reboot card. It's about getting out now. If there's an opportunity for me to backtrack later, I'm going to go for it. But Vanillas doesn't want to give him anything. And now he's getting his own surge tags, letting Frappe know, hey, we're hunting you down. So you got to go so far away from this reboot card that you have no hope of getting your duo back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a smart play on Wale and Vanilla's part, right? Just continue to push Frappe away. However, with the addition and the adjustments made to the reboot card, there's still so much potential in this game to get Nate back into the game. But look, it really boils down to how you want to play the remainder of this game, because it's still early. There's still so many opportunities to play this out, and the last thing you want to have to do is play as a solo player from the beginning. We saw only one time, I think, throughout all of this FNCS where a player spent a lot of time as a solo and still came out on top, and that was still only 10 minutes in comparison to what is right now Zone 1.
Yeah, take note of this drop spot. Again, you see a duo team leaving Greasy. Could be Krizix and Jelty, but they could have changed it up overall. That's something we saw at the beginning of last game as well. Maybe that early game skirmish is going to be the key, or at least avoiding it, trying to stay alive. Just get Surge, be content with that, and play for the end game where those opportunities are just going to manifest themselves. They're just going to pop up left and right that we've already seen today as 40R Storm is going to try to take high ground, but he gets covered up by Combat, who's not wanting to let him go and take over that high ground easy, because he knows that high ground is a very dangerous thing to battle against.
It really is. The advantages that you have there from height, whether it's the different angles that you can hold and still apply pressure, is unique and huge. It's a huge advantage to have, and that's why you see 40R Storm and Cadenax continue to hold it. But they've decided, they said, you know what? It's not worth it. We're going to continue to move on. We still need some vital resources to make the rest of this game count for us. So that's what they're going to do. But speaking of teams that really need big shifts here, it's Clouds and Pumps. We tuned in with them earlier, but not too much have we seen them play throughout these games. So that just tells me that they are not quite catching their footing here on the day. But Pumps now looking to change that here as Clouds down low, taking up both players, taking a lot of damage. They need to be careful here as these players continue to close in. Resources minimal. Pump out of mats, trying to get to his teammate, but no, he ends up going down. Clouds by himself, trying to turn this around, and it just doesn't work out.
Yep, I kind of got it pinpointed. It's confirmed right now. Krizix and Jelty landing towards Greasy, grabbing just enough loot to go north and try to get these eliminations on the teams that are splitting those drops, not getting the best mats or loadout right off of that initial. And that's something we saw through the qualifiers when I'm talking about Poppy Blast and Show. They weren't having the best time when it's a contested drop, but when they switch it up, that was exactly the key to their success as Kytrex and Harditos is battling. They're not having the best day, but it all it takes is one moment, Panda. One successful battle to shift the momentum onto your side.
It really does, and that's what we see here. Kytrex was taking a lot of damage there. It could have converted a different way, but no, Doritos, Kytrex feeling confident. They know they were able to get those eliminations, and they continue to climb the leaderboard. But here's another team, not necessarily catching their footing here on the day. It's Trey and Kaio. This team has done exceptionally well here in the past, and they're looking to kind of replicate that same energy going into day number 2, because day number 1 has not worked out quite in their favor yet. But there's still one more game after this as they aggress here, Nigel and Angel, which if they can take out Nigel and Angel here, that'll be a huge shift as they're 6th place in the leaderboard.
Yeah, Trey and Kiowa, they were doing phenomenally to qualify for the finals. It wasn't through a victory royale by any means. It was consistency throughout the leaderboard. They had a great mix of placements followed up by eliminations. They didn't really have to worry about Surge too much, but as we've been saying, in finals, a set lobby with the best of the best that the West region has to offer is a little bit of a different story. So for a team like them, this is their first ever grand finals appearance. It might be getting them a little bit mentally, but all it takes is a big pop-off moment to put that little bit of, nerves to the side and really kind of play the game that you've been practicing up until this point. And that's why they're going to try to hold them out up until a certain point where zone pulls so far, they have no choice but to try to backtrack.
They really don't. And the game plan here is to survive. It's just to stay alive and be smart about the way that you play these next few rounds, right? These players deserve this moment, and this is their moment to take. It's just a matter of them actually taking advantage of the moment, right? Putting in that work here, whether it's scrimming, VOD reviewing, prepping for this time here. It's here. It's now, and you cannot afford to go down early. So focus on the end game. Make sure you get those surge tags throughout the way and keep on going.
That's so bad. I feel like everybody's just rotating into Chonkers today. Lil J taking out Poppy Blast, and without him going down, you got to think Show is out as well. as that's Chip and Lime here, not having to move too far out of Chonkers. They know the opponents are coming to them. Wiz and Lil J doing what they can. They already have 2 eliminations, sitting good when it comes to the Surge, but they get separated just long enough for Lime and Chip to take down 1. Wiz is going to be stuck by himself. Plenty of heals. Spicy Peppers as well if he wants to try to get away, but with so much time left on the reboot, I feel like there's an opportunity for him to go back and try to grab it later on in the same game.
There's a lot of opportunity here, but if these players continue rotating through Chonkers, man, I don't know. Because you see it, there's still 2 more teams battling it out over there. So if Wiz wants Little J's card, it's probably a now or never situation.
I think he heard you. Saw the players. Yeah, the skirmish still going down. This is his chance, not the third party, but to sneak in. That's why you see him crouching, grab that card, and get out. Live to fight another day, because this battle royale, you want to be the last team standing at the end of it all. But with 84 people left alive, this is already moving at a little bit quicker pace than last game, as teams are realizing their position on the leaderboards and trying to formulate a plan to match it.
Formulating a plan. We've talked about that quite a bit here, and these teams, they have these plans, but sometimes things don't go according to plan, right? So now it's about adjusting to the plan. But one team that has had things go according to plan, it's Lime and Chip. Man, they have been consistent out of Chonkers Speedway here.
Yep, only able to get 1 elimination. They do all the damage in the world, because you see them not having to worry about the surge later on, but they're always seeming to find a way to just let one escape them, and another team just swoops in. Batman, Booga, and Wheels rotating over towards Rocky Rails this time around. You see them kind of positioned over towards Tilted in previous games, but because of the zone pulling so far south, they had to think of something else. And I like the way they're continuously adapting, continuously finding new spots that players are going to rotate to for them to pick up their surge.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing an exceptional job here. And I kind of want to coin this tower that they've built as their tower, because literally every single game we've tuned in, they have created that exact tower there. It's like a half T, but man, they've been able to not only use that tower to their advantage, get to high ground, but take these shots where it lies there. And I don't know if you saw that back there for a second, but if I saw that correctly, they got Snacky and Favs here have what, 100 wins on broadcast? Or is that 100 games played?
No, that was the 100th game that was broadcasted that they won in 2022 already. So Favs and Snacky, that might be the luck. Sometimes all it takes for you to win the lucky game. And when it comes to Fortnite Battle Royale, you can have all the skill in the world, but if you have a little bit of extra luck on your side, that could be a difference maker.
That could. I mean, look, Snacky Favs, they're no joke, right? It's not like you give them some luck. On top of that, you give them a few little things, right? Sprinkle some nice things in the loadout, sprinkle some easy rotations in the early and mid game, and you got what is an exceptional performance there from Snacky and Favs. That's why I'm also surprised here from Epic Whale and Archrome. It's kind of a similar situation in the sense that this team, when things go their way, they go their way.
Yeah, and I'm feeling, this is more of a feeling. I feel like one of the best games that they had today came from when they were rotating decently early towards that slow side of zone, especially when they have the surge on their hands so where they don't have to worry about it. But the team sitting in first place right now, Kruyar and Salty doing such a great job up until this point, 58 below the threshold. And to me, with how well they've been performing, that's not too much to worry about, because they know they still got to go inward towards zone, and then they're going to find themselves a spot to kind of box up, take a little bit of the high ground, and then they can try to look for their tags with the MK7 that they have. But they got to watch out. I thought I saw the Batman, Booga, and Wheels Tower in the distance, so they have to be careful here.
They do. They have to be really careful, because all it takes is one moment for one of these players to catch you out, especially like you see with Salty here and Cryu. They have that MK7 in hand, and the shots that you can connect with that bad boy is just out of this world. So if you find yourselves on the receiving end of an MK7, you have to be careful. It can convert any fight super quickly, and that's why you see all these players really honing in on it. But again, kind of on the flip side of that, like we talked about before, that Ranger assault rifle does a ton of damage if used correctly. So it's just a matter of deciding on which one you want to take.
Yeah, especially if you have like that Stinger SMG to kind of back it up. You can use the Ranger to get those tags at distance, but when you need that CQC and you don't have a striker or an auto shotgun, you can switch to that Stinger and it'd be just as good. But that's why you see a lot of teams trying to opt for different loadouts, different strategies to kind of match their playstyle. As Salvo and FJAA just trying to get in to the zone. They're above the threshold by a minute amount, but for them, that is just enough for them to have their eyes set forward to continue to try to get in the zone. And a team that's trying to stop everybody from feeling that comfortability is Volt and Zeus. You see them angling themselves towards the outside and putting on the shot. Kinzo and Caleb, though, in an early game skirmish. I talked about them loving to play passive, but that opportunity is not going to be there. Salco's going to go down. That's a moment to breathe for Kinzo and Caleb, as they're not going to go for it just yet. They're going to wait to try to get the shield, but maybe they should have. A team gets into their box to disrupt that fight. That is going to be a third party, as Kinzo is just trying to live on a prayer. He has the mythic Spider-Man web shooters, and just in the nick of time, he uses them to get out.
See, again, it's these top 10 teams that we see now in the second half of all this beginning to struggle. Kenzo and Caleb being one of those teams. This is the second time in a row this team has suffered only being able to play this game out as a solo. So this will be interesting to see what Kenzo can make of game number 5. But here it is. It's one of the final 2 moments on the day here for these teams, and it's all about ending with a huge staple. They want to be at the top. They want to be in that top 10, top 15, in contention to walk away with some of these big prizes here for the finals. But for players like Batman, Booga, and Wheels, they remain consistent, they remain calm, and they keep moving forward.
And once again, Tavern and Kaz going to go down in the elimination feed. So they're looking for a bounce back, game number 6, bounce back. Finals day number 2 tomorrow, but a team that doesn't have to bounce back from anything salty and Crew Yord. It's the consistency, how well they've been playing, getting themselves the early surge tags. So they don't have to worry about it. All they have to worry about is getting themselves a position into zone. And I like the lack of usage of the zip line. That would have easily made themselves a target, and they're just trying to go through unnoticed here towards the low ground.
Yeah, and they seem to be doing it, right? Obviously, there's some little exchanges close by, but nothing that's truly going to affect the way that they rotate. But teams that need to rotate, it's Kenzo. Kenzo, fortunately, going to find some bandages here, heal up pretty effectively, and now it's all about the rotation. It's about making sure that you stay within this zone here and stay as concealed as possible as a solo player. One of the big factors here going into the rest of this game here for Kenzo is going to be the balance of stealth as well as surge tags. Once you find this, you're good to go. But we got to talk about it. It sounds like first place in Kruyor and Salty have gone down here in match number 5. So watching it back here, you see them just fully going down there, just not what you want to see if you're in the first place spot. But it's great if you are in the third place spot like Snacky and Favs here, because they're going to be able to capitalize and climb this leaderboard.
I think it's a power now at this point for me. Cursing, casters cursing these guys. I said they didn't have to worry, they didn't have pressure. Immediately we switch off of them. They go down. I don't mean to do this, but let's see if it can work. You know, Favs and Snacky. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Not at all. Rexy and Dynamic though, sitting good. 8 chug splashes onto Rexy alone, 5 minis. Both of them have a little bit of rotation when it comes to the launch pad, so they're definitely sitting in a good spot. My only question would be, if any, how much surge do they have? That would be the only thing to disrupt their game plan, because they have an easy rotation into zone as well.
They do, but one thing I do want to mention as far as the disadvantage goes is their material. You see how Dynamic is lacking quite a bit of material here? That could be a struggle point moving forward. Fortunately, right now, they're okay. However, the further you go into this game, the more necessary those materials are going to be. Same thing applies here to Batman Booga. He does not have a full material. He's probably about the halfway mark as far as mats go, or just below. So he needs to be super careful in the way that he plays this out, especially here with his teammate Wheels kind of in a similar situation. But no, now the pressure falling through here for Wheels and Batman Booga. They need to stay up. They need to stay together. You see Wheels kind of tarping ahead just a little bit, keeping that distance, utilizing those hard material. That's going to be super important to them getting to where they need to be here in the final moments of the game.
Yeah, 112 above the damage threshold. That's not too much. Yeah, you can be proud. You can use this moment to kind of heal up as much as you need to, but you realize a lot of these teams are going to be below the threshold. You see them drop roughly 15 points already. Kevin is going to go down to Landrock. Trade and Kiowa sitting at the edge of zone. A congested part as well. Possibly 3, even 4 duos around. You see Chris and Wavy Jacob directly above them. Another team above them. So easily teams can begin to third party. Put the pressure from above as they're just trying to get the pieces. So that way they have a little bit of safety in their layer.
A little bit of safety and a little bit of focus. That's all it takes, right? You have to remain calm, remain safe here in these final moments, because this is where it starts getting hectic. Once you get into that 4th and 5th zone, it's all about making sure you position yourself well and get ready, because all these players are starting to condense down into such a small zone, and they're going to have to continue to move. But now, Surge playing a factor here for these players. Trey and company both struggling, being 134 damage below. And it's actually Nigel and Angel. They have gone down. They were in our top 10, and Surge has taken them out of this game.
And just looking at the elimination feed, you saw it was Dog that got an elimination onto one team. Jay just basically gets another one onto Slick Nick. Kiowa is just trying to survive. Trey went down, but he gets one onto Beast. He turned it around. Did he get both? He definitely just turned that one around. And you see why? They're just flying under the radar right now. They have so much skill. They have so much knowledge when it comes to Fortnite. They just need the experience that this finals is bringing them.
Oh, and it's bringing them some experience, man. Kiowa stepping up to the plate here, doing some big things as a solo player. That solo impact score has got to be massive there in those moments, getting those huge elimination points on the board for them. But now, Batman Booga, Wheels, just rotating forward again, finding themselves into zone, trying to get ahead of zone, but unfortunately paying a little bit of a price there to get there. However, they have great material, or not material, but they have great resources in the inventory for heals. But like we mentioned before, they're lacking on material, and they're actually taking shots. It's Epic Whale going down there, but it's actually, he's going to go down to Bolt. So Wheels and Batman Booga did not get that knock there onto Epic Whale, but that's not going to stop them from trying to get more tags on the remaining players.
Zooks is just trying to go for damage. You see Bolts as well. They just have no medium ammo to put out the pressure. Finally picks up an MK7 off the ground. Just has whatever is left in the clip to go ahead and try to put out use. Batman Booga feeling that same pressure. Not a ton of resources. Not a lot of ammunition of any variety other than that shotgun shells. So it's going to be very, very important. I almost know what he's thinking. A refresh on this rotation. That is what they're looking for here.
It really is. They need something, right? They've done a good job to survive until this point. However, this is not even near over. There's 3 more zones to go. So many players still up, remaining in this game. And one player we got to shout out, it's Kenzo. Again, holding on as a solo player, clutching up here and keeping the points on the board. This is massive for them. And I'm actually curious how many solo impact points Kenzo has been able to put on the board here, because it's been non-stop here for Kenzo as a solo player.
Yep. Using a couple of charges with the Spider-Man Mythic Web Slinger to try to get ahead of the zone. Definitely has all right when it comes to those mats and resources. It's about picking that perfect rotation so you don't have to use a ton of them. And you see Jay and Dog on the 6th zone beginning to move. They have the high ground for now, but we know how this song and dance goes. You take it too early, a team is just waiting. That's Dynamic. Rexy just launch padding, trying to get ahead of the zone, not going for that high ground just yet, but a team towards that low half of the bottom ground. Fabs and Snacky, they could be waiting for that moment. FJAA just trying to go ahead and move into the zone unscathed as well. But everybody in the middle is just so jam-packed. It's hard for these players to go through without getting touched.
It really is, and you see players all around Wheels and Batman Booga, both limited resources. It looks like no materials left here in the inventory for either of them, and they're below Surge. Surge ticking away, not only for them, but for Kenzo as well, as Kenzo finds himself falling here in match number 5. Now, Batman Booga down, Wheels up by himself, Wheels pushing forward, getting huge tags for him, keeping him up above this threshold. This could be exactly what he needs and more to still function as a solo player.
Nah, he needs a little bit more, just like you said. He needs some ammunition. 5 shots left in the Ranger. 1 mini, no stinger ammo, no resources. He's trying to hop on up. He uses what's left. He only has 2 shots left. He has to play to perfection here. Maybe even find some resources on the ground as he continues to get tagged up, but he's doing a good job. He's continuously outlasting a couple duos and picking up those placement points without anything. Finally, he's gonna go down, but he did just enough.
He did just enough. Another team doing now more than enough. The comeback they needed. It's Dog and Jay on the high ground, pressuring from above. They're doing a good job there of maintaining it. A good position for them to take it. But another team we got to talk about, top 5 team here, Pars and Rays, both struggling to survive here on the low ground. But lastly, Defiable School, 9th place as of right now. This is a huge turn for them. This was a team we saw do exceptionally well in qualifier 1, now looking to make a staple here in the finals.
Dog goes down. That was that perfect timing for Krizux and Jelty to go ahead and try to take the high ground, but they have to go ahead and drop it. They don't have the resources to stay that high, but they're still going to have that advantage to go ahead and put that pressure on from above. 60 shots in the medium, I do believe, for Krizux as Rays gets that much-needed siphon towards the low ground. Now he's trying to catch up to the zone. Only 1 bandage left. Players are still all around him. Goes for that harpoon, but Rays still gets the elimination on the hard ethos as he continues to move through the zone.
He continues to move, but with 19 effective HP, he needs to be careful. No materials left, and unfortunately, he's going to go down. Now, Beast, Tautai getting an elimination on the board for them. Jelty, Krizik still holding the high ground, looking to make something happen. It's their moment. It's their time, and they understand this. This is their comeback. This is what we wanted to see here from this team. We knew this is a powerhouse duo. Now it's just a matter of them taking advantage of the end game, and sure enough, they're doing it here.
Yeah, this is down to 3 duos, a Fortnite triple threat match. Tautai and Beast towards the low ground. Krizix and Jelty have a little bit of a high ground, but no! Krizix was trying to take the shield, but he goes down. Just a second of distraction. Victor goes in. He finds the elimination. Jelty still has the high ground. Beast and Tautai, they have the low ground. They have the advantage. Everything is going their way, including that opportunity. The 2 solo players battle it out, and they just fall into the laps of the players, Beast and Tautai, for the elimination and the victory royale.
What a way to finish it off. Jelty, Krizix looked like they were primed and ready to go to take game number 5, and then the tides turn. Tautai and Beast show up and show out here in the final moments, walking away with not only the victory royale, but several eliminations on top of it.
And you can see he's sitting in 8th place, and after that one, they jumped up a few crucial spots, but there's so many things that went down. You talked about Kenzo and those solo impact points. You talk about that perfect moment where Krizux and Jelty were able to take the high ground away from Dog and Jay, and that's why I love these Fortnite finals over 2 days, because there's been 5 games already, Panda, and there's still a 6th exciting one on the way.
Absolutely. And one thing you have to ask yourself if you're one of these teams, right? Are you happy with your performance up until this point? If you're not, make those adjustments, because you got day 2. We have 12 games in total to play, but only 1 more on the day. So let's go ahead and have the desk break it down before we get into this final game.
Big congratulations there to Beast and Tautai playing the patient game down low. It was a 2v2v2, but eventually it became a 1v1 for the high and mid ground team. But you know what? Beast and Tautai were like, all right, we'll just stay down here. We can actually have a better view of what you guys are doing on height, and we're going to take you down. But I mean, Takata, I'm sure you were feeling hype because you saw Krizix and Jelty have height, but what exactly happened towards the end there?
I mean, we saw it there. Krizix got caught off guard while he was trying to pop a bit of shields. Ended up getting eliminated, but fortunately enough for that duo, Jelty did secure the elimination on the other solo player. We can see it here from the high ground, applying pressure from above. This is their game to make that comeback, right? The game to bring them above those 100 points. And I mean, higher up on the leaderboard, but that right there is where Krizix got caught off guard, left Jelty alone, but he managed to pick up this elimination. But literally a split second after getting that elimination, Jelty got eliminated by the duo on the low ground. And I mean, it was a good performance, but they definitely could have had that victory royale.
It was a good performance, but Clay, it was a better performance from Beast and Taotai, and then really showcasing the advantages of staying on low ground, especially once Zone 7 rolls around and every team is trying to steal height.
Yeah, we've seen it twice now. 2 winners winning from low ground when everyone is going up to fight for high ground, and they're just chilling down there. Honestly, they could have thrown a couple emotes in as well because no one was looking at him. And look, Beast, Taotai out fully in the open. No one having to spray at them, no one looking at them, because again, they were just playing smart, playing safe. And when it comes to a meta like this where players are going to challenge the high ground, low ground usually is really safe.
I mean, that is what I love to see there, and I can't wait to see how this shakes up our leaderboard because the casters said it, 1 more game to go. But of course, we also have the 6 games that are going to be happening tomorrow as well. But Rexy and Dynamic holding it out on top. First place with 149 points there. Pars and Rays, though, still holding strong after that VR we saw earlier in the day. And of course, speaking of VRs, we have to talk about Favs and Snacky. But look right there, the team that just won, Beast and Taotai jumping up to 7th place, Takata.
Oh, I mean, you can see how things have been shaken up on this leaderboard. First place at 149 points. Everybody in the top 10 with more than 100 points. We saw what just happened to Jelty and Krizix. That boosted them up to the 9th place spot here, but we still got Pars, Ray's 2nd place, Fav Snacky in 3rd, Salty and his duo in 4th. I mean, there's a lot of high tier players here in the top of the leaderboard, but getting into the last match, I mean, I'm curious to see how this closes out.
And it's still so close, right? Like, it's only a difference of 44 points coming in from 1st to 10th. That is well achievable. A victory royale is 32 points. Anybody in this top 10, anybody close, can really close that gap. It's not out of anybody's range.
Not out of anyone's range. And speaking of range, we have to look at our second page here because also still pretty close together. And again, a lot of the teams that we were kind of expecting to see in our top 10, including one of the teams that grabbed a VR earlier, Nigel and Angel, currently sitting in 4th place. But Takata, any other team sticking out here?
I mean, I'm looking at Landjock Punisher in 11th with 104 points. That's the only duo which is more than 100 points and is not in the top 10. But I mean, there's so many names that we've seen in previous FNCSs. Wavy Jacob, Kytrex, Solution. I mean, any of these duos have the opportunity, have what it takes to be in the top 10, and they can make it happen in this last game.
Oh, without a doubt. And Clay, obviously, going into the last game, this is really the last opportunities for these teams to have a big boost into day 2, the final day. So what are we going to be seeing here in this last game? Is it too late for things to change up, to adapt to the playstyle that the winning teams are doing?
I think what we'll see is some players will start to adapt a little bit. They're not going to change their game quite yet because, again, we still have 6 more games. So if you're in that top 20, you're well within striking distance going into the 6 games tomorrow. So I'm looking to see what players change up in their initial drop spot if they land at a different area rather than landing at the same area that keeps them getting eliminated within the same POI.
And Takata, obviously for you, I have to ask about Krizix and Jelty. They seem to be getting closer and closer every single game. So is game 6 going to be their VR?
I mean, from having the high ground in one of the starting games to getting it overtaken, and now again getting that high ground but losing it in the last moments, they're getting closer and closer, and I'm sure that one of these games they'll play it perfectly and they'll secure that victory royale.
Closer and closer to the VR, closer and closer to our final game for the finals here of the FNCS NA West, everyone. But of course, with that being said, we are done here on the desk, and we're going to toss it back to our casters, Jacob and Panda.
Like you said, it's the final game of the day, the final opportunity for these players to make something happen here. But look, there's still 6 games to play tomorrow, so still so many opportunities in the finals for these teams to climb. But Clay made a really good point about the leaderboard. It is very close, and any changes to that leaderboard are very, very doable. So what do you think we're going to see here in game number 6, Jacob?
I think we're going to continue to see a lot of these teams switch up very, very little bit of pieces of their strategy. And by that, I mean, I keep talking about it, Greasy Grove, where you have superstars landing on that side, Fabs and Snacky versus Jelty and Krizux. Already, there's adjustments being made. Fabs and Snacky not doing too much. They're still looting over towards Greasy, but it's Krizux and Jelty. They're just looting just enough over those houses and then just beelining it towards north, trying to catch some teams off guard, get Surge or eliminations, which is setting both of those teams up. Inadvertently, they're helping Fabs and Snacky to a much better end game, and that's why you see both of those duos climb to the top half of that leaderboard. But we're gonna see who ends up at the top, because our sixth and final game of the day starts right now.
The final game. Day one is almost complete, and we dive in again to the battle of Coney Crossroads. Actually looking at this and flipping between the two teams, if I'm not mistaken, yep, I'm not mistaken, Victor and Blizzard are higher on the leaderboard than Arkham and Epic Whale, which is, again, surprising, right? So, like we talked about early off the desk about how they didn't think maybe they would be contested, how it could be different. But no, nothing's changed here for these teams, and unfortunately, it continues to affect the way that Epic Whale and Arkham play. They're just definitely struggling a little bit more being contested, because again, in seasons past, they're never contested. They're not a team that unfortunately has to face that early game adversity. But unfortunately for them here in Chapter 3, Season 1, it is all changed.
Yep, see Vanillas and Wale sitting in 30th, going up against Frappi and Nate, who have a little bit better, but already I do believe a couple of third-party shots interrupting that exchange, and it's very, very similar. Frappi and Nate, they're the ones who are getting tagged up because of that third party and have no choice but to try to escape, but they get separated for now. If Vanillas and Wale want to chase, either they have a launch pad or something to use, they could land on one of these players or get a vehicle, whatever works for them. Oh, a llama, I wonder if they saw that. Sorry, I got so distracted.
Hey, listen, llamas are distracting. I mean, let's be real. You see one of those things and it kind of diverts your attention for sure. But obviously, I don't think they saw it, right? Because like you mentioned kind of there, it's there and they were not going for it. So that happens, but a really interesting strategy here from Tavern. You see him breaking down this truck as low as he can get it, and what him and Kaz are going to do is they're going to try to attempt to light the building on fire and separate themselves from it. See, there it is, the fire going in, the pressure now applied to the team on the other end, and now Tavern and Kaz can just sit on the high ground and try to apply pressure down on FJAA and Salvo.
Yep, some outside of the box thinking by Tavern, but again, it's these third parties that are interrupting these prolonged fights. And you see Tavern and Kaz, a little bit of separation right now as Kaz gets tagged up from the low ground. Tavern was just trying to get the resources, forced to rotate again as Tavern is taking the brunt force of that damage from across the map.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have to be careful, right? Even anytime you take an engagement like that, it's obviously important to pay attention to what's happening to the team in front of you, but you also have to block your angles, right? I know that you don't have a lot of material to work with early game, but you got to make sure these other teams are advantage of you from a distance, and that's what we've seen happen time and time again. We even saw with Arkham and Epic Whale too, that these teams just rotate around here close by and ultimately get an advantage onto another team. But no, talking about advantages, it's Tavern and Kaz walking away as the victors here of the spot. This is actually, I think, the first time we've seen them successfully take it.
I have that feeling of deja vu just a little bit, because in order for them to get to the finals, it came down to literally their very last game, needing a victory royale, and they came out on top. They lasted everybody as a duo, and to pressure everybody. They had the high ground, they dropped down low, so this could be that final game of the day to kind of get them a couple more placement points on the leaderboard and have that motivation, that momentum going into day number 2, saying, hey, we started off slow, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
It really is how you end up finishing here. And honestly, it starts with this last game of the day, right? Because again, once this is done, this is the halfway mark. You have a good understanding of where you are going into day 2. What game plans worked, what game plans didn't work, right? Fortunately for Snacky and Fabs, the game plan that they have in place is working. Jelty and Krizix seem to be rotating away like you mentioned before. This is really fortunate for them in the sense that they're going to be able to kind of hold down Greasy Grove and not have to worry about these early game contests, right? Early game fights. Because ultimately, these early game engagements are what have been affecting some of the major names on NA West today. So we see it here time and time again, and yet it's Kytrix and Doritos facing a similar situation. Now trying to get some quick eliminations here onto these players, but it looks like this might be a little bit of a delayed fight.
Ooh, Lokes with the high ground, just tagging him down. Stopping that aggression, kind of almost dead in his tracks there as Mr. Lokes with the chug splashes. He's going to go ahead and try to use those, but he's still in a 1v2 situation. He knows he has Kytrix weak, so he doesn't want to allow him that moment to heal up as he runs out of builds, runs out of resources, and that's what's going to do him in. Doesn't have enough builds to kind of protect himself from that 2v1, and they barely escape. And Kytrix, you better be thanking Doritos for having your back throughout that battle.
Yeah, see, that was really close, right? We gotta run it back. Let's see how this actually broke down, because you see Kytrix taking a ton of damage, and fortunately Doritos there to support, does get the knock there, and does ultimately get that elimination. But in those final moments, Kytrix was pretty weak. It could have ended up going a different direction, and that's the last thing you want to have to deal with there in game number 6. But here it is. It's Nigel and Angel. This is a team that we've seen in the top 10 for quite some time, now falling out of the top 10 as they get into game number 6. But obviously, this is their opportunity to shine, their opportunity to turn this game around and climb back up the leaderboard. There's so many opportunities here for them, especially considering Shifty Shafts as a POI is so nice as far as loot goes. There's so much to pick up, so much to utilize, and so much material to gather.
Yeah, you can already see what looks like a little bit of the game plan as you see him pop that big pot for only 10 shield. What he wants to do is save the shield keg. He knows they're going to need Surge, so they're holding that in their inventory so that way they can trade off shots with them and a couple of the other teams. But finally, outlasting that drop, Poppy Blast and Show. And this has been the thing. As long as they are uncontested, they can make it to the mid game. They usually have a solid performance, but they're taking too much time looting Chonkers Speedway that they're allowing so many teams to continuously move on this spot. I feel like sooner or later, they're going to have to learn from their mistakes and continue to go towards that center of zone before it's too late.
You're absolutely right. And looking at a situation like this here, Shifty Shafts is not in zone. And we're finding a similar situation like you just mentioned here. These players not rotating forward, now stuck on top of one another. Nigel taking a ton of damage as Angel tries to defend and allow him some breathing room, to say the least. But Bumboy and G5 RC just pushing forward, relentlessly applying pressure here. Now Bumboy on the back foot here with what looks like a pretty solid loadout. So G5, RC, and Bumboy working to try and take advantage of Angel and Nigel. This could be a huge shift for them if they walk away getting these eliminations.
Yeah, you can see him trying to hold on to that shield keg. Doesn't want to use it too early. Allow those heals to go over. Nigel trying to pop those bandages, which he needs, and there's going to be some time for him to do it as you see G5RC and Bumboy just trying to get out. They got the surge that they needed, or at least the tags, so now they want to get ahead of zone, position themselves, because they can always choose to kind of look back at Angel and Nigel and deny them that opportunity to enter the zone themselves.
You know, you make a good point there. There are so many opportunities in that fight, whether it was knowing that Nigel and Angel were weak and they weren't necessarily in the best spot, right? So you could have taken advantage of that way, but you also could have taken advantage in the sense, like you mentioned, you rotate forward, you get into zone, and then you try to hold them out. So many opportunities there for the opposing team, but that's why they're rotating. They're getting ready, getting position, and getting in a nice spot there in the zone. But speaking of nice spots here, it's Victor and Blizzard still holding on. This is their kind of their comeback season, so to speak. We saw them perform exceptionally well in the last game. Now they're looking to repeat that energy here in game number 6.
And a lot of those surrounding teams being forced in. No more hiding for you guys to put the shots to interrupt that fight. As you see Pumps and Clouds, I feel like they're already rotating once again, because you saw in the last game, Krizix and Jelty, they rotated north of Greasy, got the eliminations onto this team, which is now forcing them to think outside of the box and sitting in 42nd place. They know they're not going to jump up to first, but they have to start getting aggressive. That's 3 points per elimination that are vital for them leading themselves into day number 2. So for Pumps and Clouds, this exchange means almost everything.
It really does. These exchanges are going to be super important to the way that the remainder of this game plays out. And unfortunately for them, just more players, again, showing up here as Little J and Wiz now getting involved in the fold. They want some of this action. They want to take the shots to keep this game going and keep their finals alive. But as I say that, Wiz ends up taking a ton of damage there from the distance.
And you see in the feed, Epic Whale finally getting the knock onto Victor. So much action on this POI here as Lil J and Wiz, they joined that exchange. They got tagged up and say, hey, maybe this isn't the play. Maybe this isn't the plan. We'll let them two continue that chaos as we jump on over to this one. Victor's down. I said it's going to be troublesome for them to try to pick up that elimination, but they finally pushed Blizzard out far enough that they're going to find it onto Victor. So many teams surrounding Corny, and they know these teams are all around, so they're just going to continue to go past them. But one duo might be having their own second thoughts, and this is a decision for that duo towards the left side of Coney that could decide their future.
It really could, and this is like a second wave here from Arkram and Epic Whale. This is that second momentum shift here for them in these games. They have this new wave of energy, new wave of focus, and now they're looking to come back. You see one elimination on the board. They were able to get the better of Victor and Blizzard here, but they're not in a great spot as far as material go. But on the opposite end, Batman, Booga, and Wheels here in a different spot, right? Getting a supply drop here. Not necessarily in the best position as far as materials goes, but in a much better spot than Arkram and Epic Whale. So that just shows or showcases the importance of getting those materials early and not having to waste them in those early game fights.
That's been their game plan. Realistically, they usually kind of loot up, they mat up. They don't want those early game skirmishes because they trust in what they've done up until this point and really believe that they can do it, as Rexy and Dynamic are doing just that as well. Still doing a massively great job holding on to first place. That's because they're doing a great balance of both placement points and eliminations. And right now, it's sitting 21 below. They're going to have to go for tags. And if they get the tags that they want, possibly shielding a full player down, they're going to get aggressive. That has been what they've been doing up until this point.
They have, and another team that's down below here is Jelty and Krizix, 100 plus below the surge threshold. This is not looking good for them. They need to get these tags where they can here, and they need to get them fast. They got 30 seconds before that zone 3 presents itself, and it starts to become an issue. So they really need to start working to get these tags in here shortly. But looking in the distance, you see there's so many players right there close by, so lots of opportunities for them to get those surge tags. But on the opposite end, you actually see Rexy and Dynamic, a team that has done well on the day. Obviously, they're in first place, but they haven't done the best as far as surge goes. So they've been a little bit more passive as far as their surge tags go. They've been getting them as needed, not necessarily proactively. So it's interesting to see that strategy work out in their favor, but will it continue to work out? That's the question.
You know, we had a stat during the semifinals that there has been no team to reboot a player to go on and I do believe win a game. And it could be, you know, corrected here and there, but Slick just got his reboot onto his teammate. So if he has to go ahead and go up against history, if he wants to go ahead and win this final 6th game, but Bolts and Zooks not having the best time of their lives, 71 below the threshold. Dynamic and Rexy sitting 47 above. Jelty and Krizix, they're doing a good job, even though they're 51 below. You got to imagine what they were sitting at a few moments ago.
You really do. I mean, look, we talked about how Surge was going to affect them this game and how we saw it playing out, but it's still a cause for concern here for this team, and 6 players need to go down before it's no longer a concern for them. So it looks like the heals have been used. Now the only option is for them to get tags. Same thing applies here for Dynamic and Rexy. Fortunately, though, they were able to get the tags. They're just barely above the threshold, and they still have tons of heals in the inventory to work with. Jelty, though, gonna go down here as Krizix has gone down as well. Surge, unfortunately, taking them out here in game number 6. But for Dynamic and Rexy, that just means one more team has gone down, and Surge no longer becomes a factor.
I have some bad news for you. You might want to brace yourself, please.
Uh-oh.
Give you a moment. Give you a moment. Hold on.
Bracing.
All right. Wheels is down. Wheels is down and out. I think Booga's doing it all by himself. Batman Booga has a huge task in this sixth and final game because they started off the day with a victory royale. Since then, I think, I wouldn't say their luck has ran out, but it's definitely gotten harder each and every game as so many players, so many teams are switching up not only their drop spots here and there, but their overall game plan depending on where they're at in the leaderboard.
Well, it's funny, when we did the interview that you saw there in that content piece with the analysts, he brought up that his favorite game mode is in fact solos, and that he feels comfortable as a solo player. So I could definitely see him making some big plays here as a solo, but obviously it's not great a position to be in as a solo player, especially with so many players remaining. However, there's the potential that he was able to get Wheels card and could get him back into this game. It's just going to be tough to do, especially considering all the players that are around him in this moment.
I will say, though, he's playing this game smart as can be, even though he is a solo. He's trying to go towards that slow side. You even see the team right next to him haven't even peeked over in that direction until now. So I'm not even sure they know he is a solo. That's Solution. That's Yagvir. You got Landjock slowly towards his left. Turtle and Kaz trying to battle what little high ground there is right now. That's going to be against Defiable School, Angel, and Nigel as well, as so many teams are getting clustered together towards the north portion of this circle. So it's going to be very interesting to see where it falls and who has to move.
A tale of two solos has presented itself as Epic Whale has gone down and Arkram now a solo as well. So this is just exciting. Batman Booga, Arkram, two solo players within two separate teams trying to survive here in this game, and with so many players left, it's going to be a tough tale to unfold here as they continue on with their game, but not so tough of a tale. It's Dynamic and Rexy. It looks like getting the better of some of these players, but ultimately not walking away with an elimination on the board as of right now.
Yeah, luckily for them, though, they have so much piece control in that layer. They're able to move in and out of the builds, editing as Dynamic has all the heals in the world. Chug Splash and Rexy using that last one, but he does have the spicy splashes. In fact, it looks like they have some to go around. They find that opponent. They caught him lacking, trying to get into the box. They didn't get what they wanted. I like that decision. They immediately knew we didn't get the shots that we needed, so we're just going to try to back off. But now that attempt is going to pay. Herbie tries to get aggressive. In fact, they work together in unison, Dynamic and Rexy, to catch that player that was getting aggressive, cleans up that elimination, and gets that refresh.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge elimination for them. But again, Rexy, not in such a great position, needs to stop for a moment and heal up with his teammate in hand, and that's where you see the chili chug splashes coming into play. Fortunately, they do have the minis as well, so that's going to put them in a really nice spot, and now both of them comfortably back in this game and healed up. But with this other player here close by, they need to be careful.
One of our major teams to watch, possibly everybody's favorite, is out of this one. Arkham and Epic are back to the lobby trying to rethink their strategy going into day number 2. Rexy has to sit here and watch Dynamic do this one alone as well. You're talking about tale of solos. He's joining that tale, but he doesn't have a ton of resources, a ton of mats, so it's going to be an uphill battle for him unless he finds a refresh.
Yeah, it kind of boils down to that refresh, right? You see Dynamic here, first place on the leaderboard as of right now, but this could easily change. If you're one of those players in the top 3 and you understand this, you want to take advantage. But unfortunately, one of those other teams is Snacky and Favs is down as well. Again, the tale of solo players competing right now is so interesting. Between Dynamic, Batman Booga, unfortunately now Batman Booga going down, and Snacky, all solo players trying to just put some points on the board. But looking at the way that Snacky is set up, it is not looking good for him. Not much material to work with here once we go into these moving zones, and not too much ammo, but enough to work with for now.
Yeah, to at least try to catch somebody off guard, clean up as many of the eliminations as he can, get the refresh and the siphon wherever possible. But the thing is right here, Panda, is he's going to have to go ahead and move, find his way towards his zone sooner or later. Cars and Rays are not going to have to do that. They have a great metal box towards the high ground. They have a shield keg if they want to trade off shots, even if they need Surge, because they already have 2 eliminations. So set themselves up for a fantastic end game. They just have to go ahead and be very, very careful not to overpeak in positions that they shouldn't. Take too much damage because they're in a great spot, and taking too much damage will kind of throw it all the way as Kinzo picks up another elimination. E22 is going to take out Dog, so Dog and Jay are back to the lobby.
Dog and Jay, another team that we were looking at closely here going into these games, and unfortunately not finding some success or footing here in game number 6. But still, so many names, so many notable teams here yet to play it out. Cruyore, Salty, 2 of those players that we saw end up going down a little early last game, causing them down to drop to 5th place. But they're looking for that comeback game. They're looking for the momentum to shift in their favor, and it could just be that moment. You see Snacky still in this game as well as the zone continues to pull forward. You see Chris and Wavy Jacob. This is another team that we got to talk about. The skill is there. Once they make it to the end game, they know how to handle those situations. It's just a matter of getting there for them.
Yeah, we still have a ton of our teams in the top 10 alive. I do believe that was Snacky as well as a solo trying to do what he can. Cruyore is just kind of waiting for that perfect moment. Sees everybody trying to take the shots that they need, and sometimes when you lose focus, you tunnel vision, trying to put down those shots from the NK7 or the Stinger, or you leave your window open for a couple seconds too long, and that could be the seconds that cost you at the end of the day, where a team landing the perfect shots. But right now, as zone begins to move, everybody just gathering that information, trying to figure out what route you want to take, because Caleb and Kinzo, you know they like to play passive, so those shots that they're firing off right now are just warning shots.
It really is, and with these players in the air, they need to be super careful. The last thing you want to have to deal with is getting tagged up in the air as you come down into this zone. And with some different elevation spots, it's definitely a dangerous situation for players like Cruyore, like Salty, who have just wanted to hold on. They need to kind of convert on this game as much as possible here, and that's what they're going to attempt to do as Salty just dives into a box there, tries to get some shots, and a potential elimination doesn't work out there. But Raze on the opposite, on the flip side, getting really nice tags there onto some other players. But here it is. The tale of high ground has begun, and it looks like Kadenox and 40R Storm